Chapter 1: Marrying the stunningly beautiful and aloof school beauty. The luxurious and festive room was somewhat messy. The gorgeous wedding dress lay crumpled and huddled by the bed, as if it had been brutally trampled. There was an ambiguous, indescribable smell in the air. Lin Yin has been awake for quite a while. He was shirtless, holding Su Yingxue, who was also completely naked, in his arms. Su Yingxue, her name reflects her character. She's so beautiful, like she stepped out of painting. She leaned against Lin Yun's chest, her fair and slender arms resting on his chest. Even a silk quilt couldn't hide her perfect curves. Lin Yun looked at the ceiling, feeling the swaying touch in his arms. I never imagined I'd get married so early in this life. 18 years ago, Lin Yun was reborn into this interstellar high martial arts world and became a third-generation rich kid. In this world, where high-level martial artists can destroy stars, Lin Yun was extremely excited and had been devoted to martial arts since childhood. Unfortunately, his talent was extremely poor. Despite spending countless resources, his qi and blood value was only 48 points, 10 points for an average adult male, which did not even meet the minimum requirement of 100 for martial arts universities. Fortunately, there's always a way out, and the many children, many blessings system arrived just in time. Marrying and having children will enhance your martial arts talent and grant you various rewards. As Lin Yun was lost in thought, the person in his arms stirred and let out a sweet moan. Those tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly and slowly opened. What a nice view! Lin Yun's heart was filled with excitement. Her once cool and aloof eyes were now alluring and watery, their captivating gaze seemingly capable of stealing one's soul. The day's feeling upon waking added a touch of naivety to her appearance, and the morning light made her skin appear even more like porcelain, fair and rosy. Su Yingxue noticed Lin Yun staring at her blankly, and her face instantly flushed pink, the blush spreading all the way to her ears, making her incredibly alluring. Lin Yun's Adam's apple bobbed, and his mouth felt dry. Is this the school beauty of Jiangxing No. 4 Middle School? She was indeed stunningly beautiful. When I was at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, I heard other people say this countless times. Su Yingxue, the school beauty of No. 4 Middle School, is stunningly beautiful. I didn't believe it at the time. How beautiful can it be? Can she be more beautiful than Lin Qianxi, the school beauty of No. 1 High School? You should know that Lin Qianxi is more beautiful than Lu Yifei, the celestial beauty from her hometown on Earth. He was immediately struck by Lin Qianxi's beauty when he first met her. How can someone be this beautiful? And now you're saying there's someone even more beautiful than Lin Qianxi? Lin Yun was utterly unconvinced. This disbelief persisted until 3 days ago. Yes, Lin Yun had only met Su Yingxue for the first time 3 days ago. Lin Yun's marriage and procreation system has very high requirements for the brides he marries. The system will rate the characters, and the higher the rating, the greater the reward for getting married and having children. The rating system is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into top grade, upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade. Therefore, the minimum requirement for a bride is a score of Yellow level, lower grade. Don't underestimate this low-grade Yellow level item. The requirements are quite high. First, one must be an adult. Second, she must be a virgin. Third, appearance must be above 85 points. You should know that when Lin Yun asked the system to rate the appearance of Lu Yifei, a celestial beauty from his hometown, at 18 years old, the system only gave her 85 points. Fourth, one needs to have martial arts talent, with the lowest level being Yellow grade low. In addition to meeting these 4 conditions, a proper marriage is required, and rewards can only be received after entering the bridal chamber. Husband, my lord, the beauty in his arms called out softly. Her voice was soft and charming. Lin Yun's heart tingled with pleasure upon hearing this. How can it sound so good, so tempting? I was truly blinded by greed before, focusing solely on martial arts, and having no intention of getting married. Su Yingxue's expression was so adorable, completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. Lin Yun couldn't help but hug her and kiss her hard. This kiss made Su Yingxue feel weak all over. Her already rosy cheeks turned even redder, like ripe peaches, as if they could drip water at the slightest touch. She shyly buried her face in Lin Yun's chest, her slender fingers unconsciously scratching at his chest. This coy and alluring look was incredibly captivating. Lin Yun offered a hefty dowry to marry this beauty. The system requirements are really too high. Lin Yun finally managed to transmigrate to this world of high martial arts, dreaming that one day he could fly through the sky and travel freely among the stars. I thought the path of martial arts was over. After the system appeared, Lin Yun immediately asked the head, made to collect the information. Jiangcheng has a population of over 6 million. There aren't many unmarried people who are 85 points or higher in looks. Adding to the fact that martial arts talent is required, the number of people is even smaller. There are fewer than 5 who meet the requirements. Lin Yun's school beauty, Lin Xinxi, meets 2, 3, and 4 criteria, but not the first one. Lin Xinxi is in 2nd grade this year and won't turn 18 until next year, so it's not possible. Others who meet the criteria don't want to get married so early. Even though Lin Yun's family is the richest in Jiangcheng, and Lin Yun himself is handsome. However, she wanted to continue pursuing martial arts and didn't want to get married and have children so early, as it would affect her cultivation. In a world of high-level martial arts, the dream of martial arts is just that alluring. Su Yingxue was the same. She didn't want to get married and have children so early, but she didn't get into the martial arts university. Martial arts are just too difficult. Jiangcheng has a population of 6 million. How many of them are admitted to martial arts universities each year? No more than 10. This year, there were only 5, the lowest level in history. If you can't get into a martial arts university, you can only go to a martial arts school. You need to cultivate your qi and blood to 100 points before you turn 30 and then take the exam. However, the cost of a martial arts school is not something that ordinary families can afford. It costs 100,000 yuan a year, which is unaffordable for most families in Jiangcheng, where the average salary is only 3,000 yuan. Su Yingxue is in this situation. She wanted to continue her martial arts career, but her family simply couldn't afford to support her. To marry her, Lin Yun offered 3 qi and blood pills as a betrothal gift, each worth 1 million, which are the best pills for martial arts cultivation. With these 3 qi and blood pills, Su Yingxue is guaranteed to become a martial artist. Lin Yun also promised to reward her with 10 qi and blood pills for each child she gave birth to, and to fully support her in continuing her martial arts career. Su Yingxue then agreed. At Lin Yun's request, the Lin family manor was set up that very day, and Su Yingxue was brought home as his bride the following day. Thinking of the wedding night scene last night, Lin Yun felt a surge of passion again. The person in his arms noticed this as well, and her previously aloof demeanor turned shy again. "My husband," she called softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Yun turned over and pulled her into his arms. In the morning light, their figures overlapped, and they shared another tender and intimate moment. Chapter 2. The aloof yet charming Su Yingxue, the reward for marrying a wife. Lin Yun felt the beauty's slight trembling and warmth. Su Yingxue let out a soft cry, and then her lips were sealed by a gentle kiss. The tenderness of the morning carried a greater sense of understanding than that of the night before. Su Yingxue's awkward but earnest response stirred up boundless affection in Lin Yun's heart. 2 hours of morning time passed quietly in the soft murmur of the music. When the sunlight filled half the room, Su Yingxue was already limp and hanging on Lin Yun, too weak to even lift a finger. Husband, I feel sticky and uncomfortable. Can you carry me to take a bath?" Su Yingxue's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquetry. Lin Yun laughed and immediately planted a kiss on her forehead. He easily lifted her up in a princess carry and strode towards the bathroom. Su Yingxue buried her face in his chest, feeling her husband's steady and powerful heartbeat. The bathroom was filled with steam. Lin Yun carefully placed her in the water and picked up a bath towel to wash her. The water temperature was just right. Su Yingxue didn't dare to look at him the whole time, keeping her eyes tightly closed and letting him do as he pleased. That stunningly beautiful face was rosy pink from head to toe. This feeling is so embarrassing. "My husband." Su Yingxue suddenly opened her eyes, her voice tinged with confusion and shyness. "I clearly have 89 points of qi and blood, while you only have 48 points. How come? You are stronger than me?" She didn't dare to say it all, but Lin Yun immediately understood what she meant. In their passionate embrace, she, who was about to become a martial artist, was no match for her husband at all, and her repeated pleas for mercy were ignored. Lin Yun chuckled inwardly, but feigned a profound expression on his face. "You don't understand. Some abilities have nothing to do with qi and blood. Your husband is born strong. He naturally wouldn't reveal the system's secrets, but what he said wasn't entirely a lie. This sacred body of fertility does indeed give him abilities far beyond those of ordinary people in certain aspects. Even if only 1% of it is activated, it is still beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Lin Yun became increasingly satisfied with the system. The born body from the newbie gift pack, though lacking any combat abilities, will be crucial for him to complete system missions later on. In this world of high martial arts, the higher a martial artist's rank, the lower the probability of having offspring. Legend has it that those powerful beings who can destroy stars often have no offspring for tens of thousands of years. With the sacred body of fertility, Lin Yun no longer needs to worry about this issue. Really? Su Yingxue blinked her big, watery eyes, half believing and half doubting. Certainly. Lin Yun grinned mischievously and leaned close to her ear. Didn't my wife just experience it for herself? The warm water and her husband's gentle touch gradually helped Su Yingxue regain some strength. Her face flushed, she said softly, "Husband, turn around, I'll wash you." Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, my wife has gained strength?" Su Yingxue playfully slapped him. "Turn around." Lin Yun smiled, turned around, and sat in the bathtub with his back to her. Su Yingxue carefully stood up, picked up a bath towel, and began to wash him. Her movements were awkward yet gentle, her fingertips occasionally brushing against Lin Yun's back, bringing waves of tingling sensation. This should have been a quick process, but when Su Yingxue turned to face Lin Yun and saw his smiling eyes and muscular chest, her hand suddenly trembled, and the bath towel fell into the water. She hurriedly tried to bend down to pick it up, but Lin Yun pulled her into his arms. Water splashed everywhere. "Husband, the water has splashed out." Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise, but she was already being kissed. Thus, what was originally a simple cleaning turned into another passionate encounter. When the two finally came out of the bathroom, it was already noon. "It's all your fault. We clearly agreed it was just a bath." Su Yingxue's voice was so soft, it was almost melting as Lin Yun wrapped her in a bath towel and carried her out of the bathroom. Lin Yun smiled and placed her on the edge of the bed. "It's my fault. But who can blame me when my wife is so alluring?" A soft knock came at the door, and then two maids pushed in a clothes rack. Two brand new sets of clothes were hanging on the clothes rack. A men's casual outfit and a women's white dress. "Young master, young madam, the master is already waiting in the restaurant." The older maid spoke respectfully, but her eyes held an undisguised smile. Su Yingxue wasn't used to being helped with dressing, especially since some of the noise from earlier might have been overheard. She shyly shrank behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun understood and said to the maids, "Put the clothes down. We'll do it ourselves." The maids bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind them. Su Yingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yun picked up the white dress and examined it carefully. This is a popular style in the interstellar era. Although it is a world of high martial arts, the clothing is surprisingly conservative. The dress features an elegant cut, long sleeves, and an ankle-length hem, adorned only with delicate silver embroidery at the neckline and cuffs. "Come on, raise your hand," Lin Yun said softly. Su Yingxue obediently raised her arm, letting her husband dress her. The dress was made of soft, smooth fabric, which made her look even more elegant and refined. The white color made her skin look as white as snow, and the simple design highlighted her cool and elegant temperament. Her skirt swayed gently with her movements, as if she possessed an ethereal aura. "Is it pretty?" Su Yingxue asked somewhat uneasily. Lin Yun looked at it carefully for a while, then suddenly said, "Let's turn around." Su Yingxue turned around, as instructed. However, after taking only 2 steps, her legs gave way. She was simply too exhausted. Lin Yun quickly caught her. Although the maids had already left the room, the commotion still made them chuckle softly outside the door. Su Yingxue's face flushed crimson, and she glared at Lin Yun reproachfully before whispering in his arms, "It's all my husband's fault. I was already washed up." Lin Yun smiled and hugged her tightly, then said towards the door, "Bring lunch to the room." "No." Su Yingxue gently pushed him away. "It's not proper to formally pay respects to the elders yet." Lin Yun knew that she was a proper girl at heart, so he didn't insist anymore. "Can we walk? I'll carry you over." "No." Su Yingxue quickly refused. "What would it look like if someone saw us? I must walk slowly." Lin Yun couldn't refuse her, so he put his arm around her waist and half-carried her towards the restaurant. In the corridor, Su Yingxue tried her best to make her steps look normal. but her slightly trembling legs still gave her away. Smelling the fresh scent of the girl in his arms, Lin Yan finally had time to check the rewards issued by the system. The system interface appears, and several lines of golden text emerge. First marriage reward has been issued. Reward 1. Martial arts talent upgraded from none to mid-grade yellow level. Reward 2. 10 Qi and blood pills. Reward 3. Yellow grade top quality guiding technique 5 hearts towards heaven. Lin Yan was extremely excited. Martial arts talent. He finally has a talent for martial arts. Moreover, it's a mid-grade yellow-level martial arts talent. Recalling the hardships of the past 18 years, Lin Yan almost burst into tears. From a young age, he knew that this was a world where martial arts reigned supreme, and that high-level experts could fly through the air and blast stars with their fists. He longed to become that kind of person and made efforts that are unimaginable to ordinary people. While others practice for 1 hour, he practices for 3 hours. While others were resting, he was practicing extra. Grandpa Lin Jintian bought him countless resources, and he ate qi and blood pills like candy and soaked in medicinal baths until his skin wrinkled. Even so, his health points were still increasing at a frustratingly slow pace. An ordinary person can gain at least 10 points of qi and blood by taking 1 qi and blood pill, but he can only gain 0.5 points by taking 1, and sometimes there is no effect at all. Young master, perhaps the path of martial arts is not suitable for you. With the Lin family's wealth, you could easily pursue a business career and live a very good life. His family coach had tried to persuade him in a subtle way. But Lin Yan was not willing to give up. Having transmigrated to such a world, how could I be content to be just an ordinary person? Now, the system has finally given him hope. Although a mid-grade yellow-level talent isn't top tier, at least he's no longer a martial arts failure. With the system rewards and family resources, he has a real chance of reaching a higher realm. Let's look at the other rewards. 10 qi and blood pills, worth tens of millions, enough for him to quickly increase his qi and blood value. The yellow grade, top quality guiding manual is even more precious. As far as he knew, the guidance manuals provided to students by the Martial Arts University were only of low-grade yellow level, and most of the guidance manuals on the market were also substandard. The system is incredibly generous, always offering top-quality items. Husband, what are you laughing at? Su Yingxue suddenly looked up and happened to see the barely suppressed smile on Lin Yan's lips. Lin Yan was in a great mood and kissed her on the cheek. Laugh at me for marrying such a good wife. Su Yingxue assumed he was referring to what happened in the bathroom earlier, and her face flushed again. Don't talk about these things in broad daylight. Lin Yan knew, however, that he was praising Su Yingxue for the generous reward brought about by her high score. The system panel was brought up, and Su Yingxue's detailed information reappeared. Name, Su Yingxue. Cultivation level, 89 points of qi and blood, apprentice level. Appearance rating, 96. Martial arts talent, low-grade yellow level. Special physique, ice-like skin and jade-like bones, unawakened. System rating, low-grade Xian level. This data explains why Su Yingxue, despite having mediocre martial arts talent, received a system rating of low-grade Xian level. A score of 96 for appearance is really too low. It's important to know that the system has extremely high standards for judging appearance. In Lin Yan's memory, most of the top female stars on Earth only scored 75 to 85 points in the system's eyes. Su Yingxue's score of 96 points is almost the pinnacle of ordinary people's looks. Moreover, she possesses the special physique of ice skin and jade bones. Although it is not yet awakened, once it is successfully awakened, her martial arts talent will at least increase by 1 level. I've struck gold. Lin Yan was secretly delighted and tightened his grip on Su Yingxue's arm. Chapter 3: The Guardian of the Lin Family. A mature and sophisticated woman, Wen Yan. The two arrived at the restaurant. In the main seat, an elderly man with white hair but a vigorous spirit sat upright. It was Lin Yan's grandfather, Lin Jintian. To Lin Yan's surprise, a woman with a unique temperament was sitting on the other side of the table. Wen Yan, the guardian of the Lin family. Grandpa Aunt Wen. Lin Yan led Su Yingxue into the dining room and bowed respectfully. Su Yingxue followed suit and bowed, but her gaze was drawn to Wen Yan. This guardian deity of the Lin family looks to be only 27 or 28 years old. Her long, black hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. She has striking features, a high nose bridge, and rosy lips. Her overall profile is well-defined yet retains a feminine softness. What's most striking is her figure. Even though she was wearing a tight-fitting black training uniform, her amazing curves were still impossible to hide. Her breasts are full and firm. Her waist is slender and willow-like. And even when she is sitting, you can see that her hips and legs are firm and strong. She exudes a powerful aura of a mature and sophisticated woman, both heroic and charming. Lin Yun glanced at the system panel. Name: Wen Yin. Cultivation level: second stage perfection. Appearance rating: 92. Martial arts talent: mid-grade profound. System rating: high-grade mystic. It's rated as a high-grade Xian level item. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. This is the highest rating he has ever seen. Although her appearance score of 92 is lower than Su Yingshue's, her overall score is naturally higher due to her perfect second-tier cultivation and mid-grade Xian-level martial arts talent. Lin Yun recalled the first foolish thing he did after obtaining the system. He excitedly ran to the training room to find Wen Yin and immediately told her that he wanted to marry her. As a result, Wen Yin threw him out like a chick. Little guy, you haven't even grown all your fur yet, and you're already proposing marriage? Wen Yin was leaning against the door frame, looking at him with a half-smile. We'll talk when you can beat me. That happened 3 days ago. Even now, thinking about it, Lin Yun's face still feels a little hot. I was indeed too impulsive at the time, and I underestimated the difficulty of the system task. Yuna, Yingsu, sit down quickly. Lin Jintian greeted him with a smile. His voice, though aged, was full of energy. Lin Yun pulled Su Yingxue to sit down next to her grandfather. The old man carefully examined his granddaughter-in-law, becoming more and more satisfied with her. Good, good. My Yinner is so lucky to have married such a beautiful girl. As he spoke, he took out an antique wooden box from his pocket and pushed it in front of Su Yingxue. This is a gift from Grandpa to you. Open it and take a look. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yun somewhat at a loss, and only after he nodded did she carefully open the wooden box. Inside the box lay a yellowed, ancient book with 3 elegant characters written on the cover. The Art of Water and Clouds. Lin Jintian explained. This is the yellow-grade superior guiding technique, water cloud technique, which is suitable for martial artists with water attributes or yin-type physiques to cultivate. I heard that Yingxue, you follow the feminine path. This technique should suit you. Su Ying Suigast. Yellow-grade superior guide technique. This is worth at least tens of millions on the market, and often there is no market for it. Although the Lin family is wealthy, such a gift is far too expensive. Grandpa, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Su Yingxue quickly declined. Lin Jintian waved his hand. Take it. We're all family now. This guiding manual is just gathering dust in the armory. It's rare to find a suitable person to cultivate it. Lin Yun leaned close to Su Yingshue's ear and whispered, Take it. It's Grandpa's gift. If you don't accept it, he'll be unhappy. Su Yingxue blushed as she accepted the wooden box, stood up, and bowed, saying, Thank you, Grandpa. Okay. Sit down and eat. Lin Jintian said good 3 times in a row, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Lin Yun knew why his grandfather was so happy. The 90-year-old man built the Lin family business from scratch, but suffered the blows of his son and daughter-in-law being murdered and his grandson's martial arts career being hopeless. Although he always supported Lin Yun's martial arts training, deep down he also hoped that Lin Yun would settle down and start a family as soon as possible to continue the family line. After the martial arts college entrance exam, Lin Yun suddenly changed his mind and said he wanted to get married and have children. His grandfather was so happy that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Yes, Lin Jintian usually needs to use a wheelchair, but today he specially changed in a formal attire to see his granddaughter-in-law and insisted on sitting in a chair. Kid, where's this? Wen Yin suddenly spoke, her voice cool yet tinged with a hint of languor. Lin Yun then realized what was happening and quickly pulled Su Yingxue to Wen Yin, bowing respectfully. Hello, Aunt Wen. Su Yingxue also bowed, saying hello, Aunt Wen. Wen Yin watched the newlyweds with great interest, his gaze lingering on Su Yingxue for a moment before he nodded. She's definitely got the makings of a beauty. No wonder you suddenly became so perceptive. As she spoke, she took out a beautifully bound notebook from her bosom and handed it to Su Yingxue. This is a small gift for you too. I heard from Lin Yun that you will continue to pursue martial arts in the future. Although he doesn't need this, it is very suitable for you. Lin Yun's eyes lit up, It was Wen Yan's martial arts insights. The cultivation experience of a second-stage perfect martial artist is even more valuable than a high-grade, yellow-level guiding technique. This is a truly priceless legacy of experience. Hurry up and thank Anwen. Lin Yun took the notebook from Su Yingxue by holding her small hand. Although Su Yingxue didn't know how valuable the notebook was, she understood its extraordinary nature from Lin Yun's reaction and quickly bowed. Thank you, Anwen. Seeing his eager look, Wen Yin couldn't help but tease him. Look at you, so pathetic. The notes are for Yingxue, and you have no talent for martial arts, so it's a waste of your time to look at them. If these words had been said before, Lin Yun might have been secretly saddened. But things are different now. He has a mid-grade yellow-level talent and a system by his side, so his future is promising. Anwen, do you still stand by what you said before? Lin Yun suddenly asked. Wen Yin raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did you say? Lin Yun looked directly into Wen Yan's eyes. You said before that if I ever beat you, you would marry me. Do you still agree with that statement? The restaurant fell silent for a moment after he said that. Lin Jintian stopped using his chopsticks, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He also hoped that his grandson could marry Wen Yin. If Wen Yin can marry into the Lin family, then the Lin family will be the richest family in Jiangcheng for the next 300 or 400 years, or even 800 years. An ordinary person's lifespan ends at 100 years, while a first-level martial artist is guaranteed at least 200. There are 400 second-tier martial artists and 800 third-tier martial artists. Wen Yin is already at the second stage of perfection, and he is still young, so he is almost certain to break through to the third stage. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yun in surprise, then at Wen Yin, her small mouth slightly open. Wen Yin was taken aback at first, then chuckled softly. You little rascal, you still haven't given up? On the second day of your marriage, you're telling your wife you want to marry another woman? Lin Yun remained unfazed. In this world, the strong are respected, so isn't it normal to have multiple wives? Besides, I'm saying if I can defeat you. Wen Yin stood up and looked down at Lin Yun. She is nearly 1.75 meters tall, and with her 10-centimeter high heels, she is almost eye-to-eye with Lin Yun. Her black training clothes tightened slightly with her movements, outlining her breathtaking curves. A playful smile appeared on Wen Yan's lips. Okay, I mean what I say. If you can really defeat me, why not marry me? The problem is... She stretched out her finger and gently tapped Lin Yun's chest. Can you do it? The fingers seemed to tap lightly, but it contained a powerful force. Lin Yun felt a tightness in his chest and took 2 steps back before he could regain his footing. A second-tier, perfected martial artist. That's terrifying. Su Yingxue quickly helped Lin Yun up, and her gaze towards Wen Yin held a newfound respect. Don't worry, Anwen. I will try my best. Lin Yun steadied himself and said seriously. Wen Yin sat down again and picked up her chopsticks. We'll talk about that after you've done it. Now let's eat. Chapter 4. Su Yingxue's changes in mindset. Her martial arts talent begins to emerge. The atmosphere eased again. The servants continued serving dishes, and one exquisite medicinal meal after another filled the table. Lin Jintian smiled and smoothed things over. It's good that Yuner has ambition, but we have to take things one step at a time. Yingxue, don't mind him. This kid has always been like this. Once he's made up his mind, nothing can change it. Su Yingxue gently shook her head. No, Grandpa. Even so, she did have some strange feelings in her heart. She clearly married Lin Yun to continue her martial arts training. Their relationship was more like a mutually beneficial partnership. But now, hearing that he was going to marry another woman, especially one as beautiful and powerful as Wen Yin, he felt a little uneasy. Could it be that my resolve for martial arts is not as firm as I thought? Su Yingxue pondered to herself, taking small bites of the dishes in front of her, but found herself unable to taste anything. Lin Yun seemed to sense her emotions and gently took her hand under the table. Warmth came from her palms, and Su Yingxue felt a warmth in her heart. She looked up and met Lin Yun's smiling eyes. Have a meal, Lin Yun said softly, placing a piece of stewed, well-cooked beast meat into her bowl. This is the meat of an armored rhinoceros, which is good for replenishing qi and blood. Eat more of it. Su Yingxue nodded, her strange feeling lessened slightly. During the meal, Wen Yin suddenly asked, Yingxue, what's your qi and blood value? Su Yingxue quickly put down her chopsticks, replying to Anwen, it's 8 or 9 o'clock. 89, Wen Yin mused, just one step away from becoming a martial artist. Did you use those 3 qi and blood pills? Not yet, Su Yingxue answered honestly. I want to wait until I'm in peak condition before using it. Wen Yin nodded, wise. Although the qi and blood pill can forcibly enhance qi and blood, it is actually harmful if the foundation is unstable. All right, I'll guide your cultivation this afternoon so you can break through as soon as possible. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, Aunt Wen. It's nothing, Wen Yin said calmly. The Lin family needs a new martial artist right now. The sooner you break through, the more beneficial it will be for the Lin family. This may sound blunt, but it's the truth. Although Wen Yin is the guardian of the Lin family, he is ultimately an outsider. The Lin family needs a martial artist of their own to truly gain a foothold in Jiangqing. Lin Jintian looked at Wen Yin gratefully. I'm sorry to trouble you again. It's only right to do things when you're paid. Wen Yin spoke casually, but Lin Yin knew that if it weren't for Wen Yin's genuine help over the years, the Lin family would have been swallowed up by other forces long ago. After the meal, Lin Jintian needed to rest due to health reasons and left first. Wen Yin led Su Yingxue to the training room, and Lin Yin naturally followed. The training room is located on the west side of the manor, covering a large area and equipped with all kinds of training equipment. Su Yingshue's qi and blood value has reached 89 points, which is nearly 9 times that of an average adult male. After having a carefully prepared medicinal meal at noon, she had fully recovered and showed no signs of the embarrassment she had when she came out of the room. She changed into a well-fitting black training uniform, her long hair tied in a ponytail, making her look clean and neat. The apprenticeship period mainly focuses on honing one's qi and blood. Only when one reaches 100 points can one sense the energy of the universe. Only then can one cultivate the guiding technique and truly embark on the path of a martial artist. Wen Yin said as he walked toward the training area. Yingxue, what are you practicing now? Aunt Wen, I mainly practice a soft palm technique called flowing cloud palm. Su Yingxue answered respectfully. Type it out for me to see. Su Yingxue nodded, walked to the center of the training area, and got into a fighting stance. Her movements were initially slow, like clouds rising and mist swirling, gentle and ethereal. But as the palm technique unfolded, the movements became faster and faster, combining softness with strength, and the whistling palm wind even brought a chill. Lin Yin found it a delightful sight. Su Yingshue's palm technique was not only exquisite, but her posture was also graceful, like a dance. Her black training clothes outlined her graceful curves as she moved, her long hair flowing in the wind, a perfect blend of heroism and gentleness. Smack! Wen Yin slapped Lin Yin on the back of the head. What are you looking at, you brat? I brought you here to observe and learn, not to look at pretty girls. And don't just stand there, go and practice a set of Fierce Tiger Fist. Lin Yin winced in pain, rubbing his head. Aunt Wen, be gentle. What if you make her stupid? With your brain, you might actually become smarter if you were stupid. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him. Lin Yin dared not refute, and obediently walked to another open space, assuming the starting stance of Fierce Tiger Fist. He has practiced this set of boxing techniques since he was a child for more than 10 years, and he knows every movement by heart. But today, when he actually started practicing, he had a completely new feeling. When I practiced this set of boxing before, I always felt a bit sluggish, as if my body couldn't keep up with the rhythm of my mind. But things are different now. His punches and kicks moved with ease and fluidity. His power flowed smoothly, and there was even a faint sound of a tiger's roar in each move. His blood and qi circulated with the movements of the fist techniques, surging endlessly within his body, and he was intoxicated by the exhilarating feeling. Is this the martial arts talent of a mid-grade yellow level? Lin Yin was extremely excited. He could clearly feel that the same punching technique was now at least 20% more powerful. Moreover, the control over the body is more precise, and many subtle adjustments that were impossible before can now be easily made. He was completely immersed in the boxing technique, practicing with complete absorption. A tiger emerges from its den, roars through the mountains. A hungry tiger pounces on its prey. As he unleashed his powerful and fierce punches, he resembled a real tiger, exuding an imposing aura. After finishing the set of exercises, Lin Yin stood up, feeling his blood and energy surging, and his whole body feeling refreshed. He then realized that Wen Yin and Su Yingxue had stopped practicing at some point and were watching him together. Wen Yin crossed her arms, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Wow, kid, what kind of magic pill have you taken? You've improved so much. Lin Yin grinned. I have to work hard, so I can marry you. Get lost, Wen Yin said with a laugh. If you keep talking so glibly, I'll throw you out, believe it or not. Believe it, believe it, believe it. Lin Yin quickly raised his hands in surrender. Antwen, please calm down. I was just joking. Wen Yin snorted, ignoring him, and turned to continue instructing Su Yingxue. Your flowing cloud palm has too much softness and not enough hardness. Palm techniques emphasize the balance of strength and gentleness. Right now, you're like a still pond. You need to learn how to create ripples. As she spoke, Wen Yin personally demonstrated a move. It's the same starting stance of the flowing cloud palm, but her movements have an added sharp and fierce aura. With a single palm strike, the air in the training area exploded with a loud bang, and the force target 3 meters away shook violently. An astonishing number popped up on the screen, 1850 kilograms. Su Yingxue gasped. This is the true power of a martial artist. Did you see it clearly? Wen Yin finished speaking. It's not about changing your style, but about concealing strength within gentleness. The most terrifying aspect of yin yang palm techniques is that the enemy often cannot detect when the fatal blow will arrive. Su Yingxue seemed to understand something and began practicing again. Chapter 5. 100% absorption of medicinal power, resulting in a 10-point increase in health and mana. This time, her palm technique had a subtle, yet powerful edge. Although it is still very weak, it has already taken shape. Yes, that's it. Wen Yin nodded. Keep practicing and memorize this feeling. Su Yingxue practiced it 7 or 8 times in a row, and each time she made progress. She became more and more excited as she practiced. Such high-level guidance was simply unavailable at school. Most of the school's teachers are newly advanced first-level martial artists. Only top-tier martial arts schools have a second-level martial artist as a teacher. You can't even dream of that in a small place like Jiangxing. Thank you, Antwen. When Su Yingxue stopped, her forehead was already covered in sweat, but her eyes were full of excitement. Don't thank me yet. This is just the beginning. Wen Yin pointed to the training equipment next to her. Now use those devices to better refine your qi and blood. Remember, the more solid your foundation is during your apprenticeship, the greater your potential for growth after breaking through to become a martial artist. Su Yingxue followed his instructions and headed towards the training area. This place has a variety of advanced equipment. Gravity-adjustable treadmill, electromagnetic weighted squat rack, high-frequency vibration strength training machine. Each one is very valuable. She tried out a strength training machine and started exercising according to Wen Yin's instructions. As the device started, Su Yingxue felt all her muscles being activated and her blood and qi circulating rapidly throughout her body. This efficiency is more than 10 times higher than the school's outdated equipment. That's amazing, she thought to herself. The conditions here are even better than she imagined. She can cultivate in such an environment and receive personal guidance from a second-level martial artist. She could hardly believe that she had previously hesitated about whether or not to marry him. She's skilled in martial arts, and her husband is so handsome and wonderful. As Su Yingxue thought about it, a blush appeared on her face. I can't believe I thought about it for so long. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had already entered the gravity chamber. This is a completely enclosed room made entirely of metal, with intricate energy patterns covering the walls. Gravity chambers are powerful tools for martial arts training, capable of affecting every cell in the body. Cultivating in a gravity environment not only strengthens the body, but also greatly improves the absorption efficiency of elixirs. Double gravity, activate. Lin Yin spoke to the control panel. Buzz. With a low hum, Lin Yin felt his body suddenly sink, as if another person was pressing down on him. Lin Yin adjusted his breathing and, after a few minutes, took out a qi and blood pill and swallowed it. The pill melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed into the abdomen. Lin Yin dared not delay and immediately began practicing the fierce tiger fist. Under double gravity, every movement is several times more difficult than usual, but the stimulation to blood and qi is also stronger. He felt the heat in his body being rapidly absorbed as he practiced his fist techniques. The blood and qi are boiling and increasing. After finishing a set of boxing techniques, Lin Yin stood up and carefully felt the changes in his body. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's increased by at least 5 points. In the past, taking one qi and blood pill would only increase one's qi and blood by 0.5 points, and sometimes there was no effect at all. Now, with the combination of the gravity chamber and the fist technique, it has actually increased by 5 points in one go. This is an effect I never dared to imagine before. Lin Yun suppressed his excitement and continued his cultivation. He dared not waste this precious time and practiced Tiger Fist repeatedly in the gravity chamber. After completing the 4 sets of boxing techniques, the medicinal power of the qi and blood pill was fully absorbed. Lin Yun felt his blood and qi surging like a tide, making him much stronger than before. Check your qi and blood. He spoke to the indoor monitoring system. The screen displays the data. 58 points. 10 points. It went up a full 10 points. Lin Yun clenched his fists, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up inside him. From 48 points to 58 points, it only took 1 qi and blood pill and 2 hours of cultivation. At this rate, he has a real chance to break through to 100 points within a month and become a martial artist. When Lin Yun stepped out of the gravity chamber, he was drenched in sweat, but his spirits were exceptionally high. He looked towards the training area and saw Su Yingxue practicing her movements in the movement technique practice area. It was a transparent glass room with dozens of launch ports inside. Wearing a specially designed weighted suit, Su Yingxue moved quickly around the room, with soft rubber bullets constantly being fired at her from all directions. She had a very difficult time dodging and was hit every now and then, making a snap sound. 5 minutes later, the training ended. Su Yingxue walked out of the room, her whole body soaked. Her black training clothes clung tightly to her body, outlining her curves in a way that made people itch with desire. She was panting, but her eyes were full of excitement. The reaction speed is still a bit slow, Wen Yin commented. Your predictive ability needs improvement. Don't wait until the rubber bullets are launched before you dodge. Look at the charging light effect at the launch port and predict it in advance. Yes, Antwin. Su Yingxue wrote it down carefully. Lin Yun leaned closer and, after Su Yingxue had calmed her breathing slightly, quickly said, Yingxue, go to the gravity chamber to cultivate now, and take the qi and blood pill while you're at it. Su Yingxue shook her head. Husband, I need to calm down a bit more. Sister Wen Yin just pointed out many problems with me. My foundation is not solid enough. If I rashly use qi and blood pills to forcibly improve it now, it will be more harmful than helpful. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard Su Yingxue address him as Sister Wen Yin. Yes, I've been used to calling her Aunt One since I was a child, but now that I want to marry her, wouldn't it seem too distant to call her Aunt One again? It must be that title that upset her. She just threw herself out last time. Thinking of this, Lin Yun immediately turned to Wen Yin and called out, Sister Wen Yin. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him but didn't object to the address, simply saying, What? You're not calling me Aunt One anymore? Doesn't that make you look younger? Lin Yun said with a grin. Wen Yin sounds so approachable. Glib talker. One, Yin snorted, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. After finishing their training, the two took a shower in the shower room of the training room. Because Wen Yin was still waiting outside, Lin Yun had no choice but to suppress his romantic thoughts and quickly shower with Su Yingxue before coming out. When they came out of the shower room, the two found that Wen Yin was no longer in the practice room. Sister Wen Yin should have gone back. Let's go back too. Today's training was quite intense, so we need to rest well. Su Yingxue nodded, her face still flushed from exercise, making her look exceptionally beautiful. As the two walked out of the training room side by side, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the paths of the manor. Su Yingxue suddenly whispered, Husband, thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. Thank you for sharing such a great resource with me. Su Yingxue looked at him earnestly. Thank you for respecting my wish to continue pursuing martial arts. Lin Yun smiled and put his arm around her shoulder. Silly girl, you're my wife. If I'm not good to you, will I be good too? And the stronger you are, won't your future babies be even stronger? Su Yingxue blushed, but did not dodge, letting Lin Yun put his arm around her and walk back. At that moment, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Perhaps, marrying Lin Yun was truly the best decision she ever made. Chapter 6. Wen Yin's Inner Thoughts, Private Moments Between Husband and Wife. Meanwhile, Wen Yin had already returned to her room. This is a secluded courtyard located on the east side of the manor. The environment is quiet and the decoration is simple but exquisite in every detail. Wen Yin kicked off her high heels and walked barefoot to the window. Looking at the darkening sky outside, she felt a little confused. "What's wrong with me these past 2 days?" she murmured to herself. "Today, I inexplicably wore high heels to the restaurant, something that would have been absolutely impossible before." She usually wears either her practice clothes or casual clothes that allow for easy movement. She hadn't touched high heels, shoes that were purely for aesthetic purposes, for many years. Could it be that I really have feelings for that kid Lin Yin? When Yin frowned, that shouldn't be the case. She was over 20 years older than Lin Yin and watched him grow from a snotty-nosed little kid into the young man he is today. Although Lin Yin is indeed handsome and has a good personality, the gap between the two is too great. It's not just about age, but more importantly, about martial arts skills. Wen Yin had been at the second stage of perfection for a long time, but had been stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. Although the Lin family has abundant resources, they are no longer sufficient to meet the cultivation needs of a martial artist of her level. She felt safe staying here. The Lin family treated her very well and regarded her as family, but she knew she would have to leave sooner or later. "I want to continue my martial arts journey. Staying here will only lead to stagnation. Once Ying Xue becomes a martial artist and can stand on her own, I should leave." As for Lin Yun's statement about defeating her and then marrying her, Wen Yin shook her head, banishing the unrealistic idea from her mind. His talent is so poor, he's not even a martial artist. He'll live for at most 100 years. I have a lifespan of 400 years at the second rank, and if I can break through to the third rank, I will have a lifespan of 800 years. Marry him? Forget it. I don't want to be a widow. Wen Yin lay down on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. But for some reason, Lin Yun's performance in the training room today came back to mind. That Tiger Fist routine was really well done. It was a huge improvement over before. Moreover, when he came out of the gravity chamber, his energy and blood were noticeably stronger. Is it just my imagination? Wen Yin frowned. No, it shouldn't be. He has indeed become stronger, and the change is quite obvious. But then she thought about it again and felt relieved. Forget it. How much stronger can I become? With his foundation, no matter how much he practices, he can never reach my level of skill. We are ultimately from different worlds. Wen Yin closed her eyes, forcing herself to stop thinking about these things. However, deep in her mind, the image of that boy earnestly saying, "I want to marry you," could not be erased. Outside the window, night had completely fallen, and the stars began to twinkle in the sky. The lights in the manor gradually came on, and the brightest one was the new room of Lin Yun and Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue was shy and wanted to turn off the light, but Lin Yun wouldn't let her. Just as she reached for the bedside lamp switch, Lin Yun gently grasped her hand. "Don't turn it off." Lin Yun's voice was exceptionally gentle in the night. "I want to watch over you." "Husband." Su Yingxue's face flushed, her skin glowing pink. "It's too bright." Lin Yun chuckled and pulled her back into his arms. "Where is the light? This brightness is just right. Let me take a good look at my wife." After a gentle struggle, Su Yingxue finally gave in and had no choice but to comply with her husband's wishes. The moonlight, like water, cast their intertwined shadows onto the wall, rising and falling with their breaths. She turned her face away shyly, but Lin Yun gently turned her back. When their eyes met, all her reserve turned into tenderness. The lights in the new house didn't go out until late at night. No, to be precise, it was only after Lin Yun finally let go of Su Yingxue, who was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open, that he reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The following days were spent in this manner. During the day, the two practiced martial arts with Wen Yin in the training room. Although Wen Yin didn't say it, he became increasingly attentive to Su Yingxue's guidance. He imparted to her many skills and insights that even Lin Yun had never seen before, without reservation. Evenings are the couple's private time. At first, Su Yingxue was a little shy and reserved, but under Lin Yun's gentle guidance, she gradually learned to respond and even took the initiative occasionally. The couple's cooperation became increasingly seamless, and their relationship quickly warmed up in this intimate way. Lin Yun's progress can be described as rapid. Taking one qi and blood pill every 3 days, combined with the gravity chamber and a fierce tiger fist, ensures 100% absorption of medicinal power each time, resulting in a stable increase of 10 points in qi and blood value. 10 days later, when Lin Yun walked out of the gravity chamber again, Wen Yin personally conducted a test for him. 88 points. Wen Yin stared at the data on the screen, her eyes filled with undisguised shock. 10 days from 48 points to 88 points, a full 40-point increase. Kid, how did you do that? Lin Yin wiped his sweat and grinned. Maybe he's become more perceptive after getting married. Wen Yin stared at him for a long time and finally just shook her head. Never mind. Everyone has their own destiny. But I must remind you that rapid advancement is not necessarily a good thing. An unstable foundation will lead to great losses in the future. I understand, Sister Wen Yin. Lin Yin nodded seriously. That's why I spend time consolidating my progress every time I improve, and I never dare to be reckless. Wen Yin nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. On the other hand, Su Yingxue still hasn't taken the qi and blood pill in the past 10 days. Every time Lin Yin tried to persuade her, she would smile and shake her head. Husband, I still need to polish myself a bit more. Although he didn't take any elixirs, he benefited from the superior diet provided by the Lin family. Every day, there is a carefully prepared serving of monster meat, paired with various rare medicinal herbs. Her qi and blood value still increased by 2 points naturally, reaching 90 points. Under Wen Yan's guidance, she also made considerable progress. He had mastered the flowing cloud palm technique to perfection, achieving a perfect balance of strength and gentleness, and the wind from his palm sent chills down his spine. His agility has also improved significantly. He can now easily dodge more than 80% of rubber bullet attacks in the training room. Late at night, the lights in the new house went out again. Su Yingxue nestled in Lin Yun's arms, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The afterglow of exercise left her feeling weak all over, not even wanting to move a finger. Lin Yun gently stroked her long hair and asked again. Yingxue, Sister Wen Yin, said that your foundation has been honed to perfection. So why aren't you taking qi and blood pills yet? Su Yingxue's body stiffened slightly, and she tried to brush it off as usual. But when she looked up and met Lin Yun's bright eyes in the moonlight, the excuses she had prepared suddenly became impossible to utter. Those eyes were so clear and sincere that she couldn't bear to deceive them. My husband. Su Yingxue bit her pink lips, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I want to wait until I get pregnant and give birth before I start taking qi and blood pills to cultivate. Chapter 7. A Pregnancy Explosion. Su Yingxue gets pregnant on her first ovulation. Lin Yun was taken aback. Why? Su Yingxue's face turned even redder, but she still mustered her courage and said, after becoming a martial artist, the body undergoes a qualitative change, making it much more difficult to get pregnant than for an apprentice. Didn't my husband want to hold the baby soon? I want to have a child with my husband first. Lin Yun was completely stunned. He always thought that Su Yingxue didn't take the qi and blood pills because she didn't want to owe the Lin family too much. After all, the two initially got married because they each got what they wanted. After spending the last 10 days or so together, Lin Yun had long since stopped taking their initial agreement to heart. In his heart, Su Yingxue was his lawfully wedded wife, the one he was to spend his life with. Cultivation resources? Let her use it as she pleases. The Lin family doesn't lack these things. But he never expected that Su Yingxue had such considerations. You! Lin Yun's voice choked with emotion. How could you be so foolish? Su Yingxue felt a surge of tenderness as she looked at Lin Yun's stunned expression. She, too, had fallen in love with the man before her. Initially, she only wanted to have children for him as agreed, but now, she genuinely wants to bear offspring for her husband. My husband definitely wants my grandfather to hold his great-grandson before he passes away. Su Yingxue said softly, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on Lin Yun's chest. Grandpa is over 90 years old and suffered a serious injury in his early years. Although Sister Wen Yin, a second-level martial artist, used her blood and qi to prolong his life, his days were numbered. How can I let my martial arts training interfere with my husband's filial piety? After he finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. Then, Lin Yun suddenly hugged her tightly, so tightly that Su Yingxue almost couldn't breathe. You silly girl? Lin Yun's voice trembled. Who told you that it's difficult for martial artists to get pregnant? Who am I, your husband? I'm the man who's going to marry Sister Wen Yin. I dare to say, I want to marry even a second-stage perfect martial artist. So why would I be afraid you won't get pregnant? Su Yingxue was amused by his words, but tears welled up in her eyes. Tomorrow, Lin Yun cupped her face in his hands and said earnestly, give me the qi and blood pill tomorrow. Do you hear me? I want you to become a martial artist. I want you to grow stronger with me. and I want our children to grow up in an environment where both parents are martial artists. But, no buts. Lin Yun interrupted her. You must trust your husband. Your husband is the strongest. Don't even mention becoming a martial artist. Even if you become a star-level expert in the future, your husband can still get you pregnant. These words were both domineering and absurd, and Su Yingxue couldn't help but laugh out loud, but tears slid down her cheeks. Yes. She nodded emphatically and hugged Lin Yun tightly. I'll listen to my husband. Then, a new round of baby-making movement began. This time, Su Yingxue was exceptionally proactive and enthusiastic, as if she wanted to convey all the love in her heart to the man in front of her. Under the moonlight, their shadows overlapped, their hearts in perfect harmony. The next day, in the practice room, Su Yingxue finally entered the gravity chamber. Under the watchful eyes of Wen Yin and Lin Yun, she took out the qi and blood pill that she had treasured for a long time and swallowed it without hesitation. Triple gravity, activate. She took a deep breath and assumed the stance for the flowing cloud palm technique. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of heat rose within him. Under gravity, the medicinal properties are rapidly activated and permeate the body through the palm techniques. Su Yingxue could clearly feel that her blood and qi were increasing at an astonishing rate. After fully absorbing the first pill, she rested briefly before taking the second one. 2 hours later, when Su Yingxue walked out of the gravity chamber, her entire demeanor had undergone a subtle change. With abundant blood and qi, bright eyes, and subtle energy fluctuations throughout the body. Wen Yin personally tested her. 105 points. Wen Yin smiled with satisfaction. Congratulations, you have reached the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Su Yingxue was too excited to speak, but she looked at Lin Yun with eyes full of gratitude and love. It's not over yet. Lin Yun stepped forward and took out a handwritten manual from his pocket. This is a top-grade yellow-level guiding technique called 5 Hearts Towards Heaven, which is even better than the water cloud technique that Grandpa gave me. Today, you will use it to break through. Even Wen Yin was surprised when Lin Yun took out the manual. Yellow grade, top quality, guiding technique. You can't find this kind of thing in Jiangsheng at all. She gave Lin Yun a deep look, but didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and since Lin Yun is unwilling to talk about them, she won't force him. Under Wen Yan's guidance, Su Yingxue began to try to cultivate the 5 Hearts Towards Heaven method. This is a balanced and moderate martial art, unbiased, and suitable for martial artists of any attribute. During cultivation, one must face upwards with all 5 senses. With palms of both hands, soles of both feet, and crown of the head facing upwards, one can sense the energy of the universe. It didn't go smoothly at first. Su Yingxue sat cross-legged, circulating her qi and blood according to the incantation, but she could not sense the so-called cosmic energy. Calm your mind. Don't be impatient. You already have the ability to sense energy. Now all you have to do is wait and capture it. Wen Yan's voice was gentle yet powerful. Lin Yun stood to the side, watching nervously. He could sense the fluctuations in Su Yingxue's qi and blood, a sign that she was about to break through. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Su Yingxue's body trembled slightly. She felt a strange fluctuation, like a gentle breeze or a ray of light, slowly seeping into her from above. Now, Wen Yin said in a low voice, guide it. Let it circulate along the cultivation path. Su Yingxue dared not be negligent, concentrating all her energy to guide that faint wisp of cosmic energy along a specific route. It was difficult at first. The energy was like a naughty child, always trying to break free from control. But with her patient guidance, they finally completed their first week. As the energy completes its circulation, a warm current rises from the dantian and instantly flows throughout the body. Su Yingxue felt a qualitative change in her body. Bones become stronger, muscles become firmer, and the 5 senses become more acute. Even the world around her became much clearer in her eyes. She slowly opened her eyes, a glint of silver light flashing within them. You've succeeded. Wen Yin nodded. Congratulations on officially becoming a first-tier martial artist. Su Yingxue stood up, feeling the surging power within her, too excited to speak. She looked at Lin Yun, her eyes filled with tears. These are tears of joy. Lin Yun stepped forward and embraced her. I knew you could do it. Thank you, my husband. Su Yingxue choked up as she spoke. On this same day, Su Yingxue ovulated for the first time since marrying into the Lin family. That night, as the two were entwined in passion, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Detection indicates that spouse Su Yingxue is pregnant. Due date, 297 days later. Fetal condition, healthy. Lin Yun paused. Then a surge of joy welled up inside him. What's wrong, my husband? Su Yingxue noticed his unusual behavior and asked softly. Lin Yun cupped her face in his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. Yingxue, you're pregnant. We're going to be parents. Su Yingxue was taken aback at first. Then a bright smile bloomed on her face. She didn't ask Lin Yun why he was so sure. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to the mysterious abilities her husband occasionally displayed. She simply hugged Lin Yun tightly and buried her face in his chest. Really, that's great. My husband, I'm so happy. Her voice was choked with emotion. I'm very happy too. Lin Yun gently stroked her belly. Although it was still completely flat, he knew that their child was growing there. At that moment, all worries vanished. Su Yingxue no longer needs to worry about having difficulty conceiving after becoming a martial artist, and Lin Yun no longer needs to worry about his grandfather not being able to hold his great-grandson. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, gently bathing the two people in their embrace. Su Yingxue gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, imagining the little life growing there, and her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. Lin Yun silently made a vow in his heart. In this life, he not only wants to become a strong person, but also to protect this family, the wife in his arms and the child in her womb. With the system for getting married and having children, none of this is a fantasy. We still need to work harder to further develop the system's ingenious uses. The night sky outside the window is filled with twinkling stars, as if celebrating the arrival of this new life. Chapter 8. Yingxue becomes pregnant. Wenyan panics. Wenyan stood in the center of the training room, glanced at the clock on the wall, and frowned slightly. It was already 10 minutes later than usual, and the young couple still hadn't arrived. This is very unusual. Since they began guiding their cultivation, Lin Yun and Su Yingxue have been present every day on time, and often even arrive early to prepare. Although Wenyan didn't say it, she admired their diligence. Could it be that he was too tired from yesterday's breakthrough and overslept? Wenyan made a guess in her heart, but then shook her head to deny it. After Su Yingxue becomes a martial artist, her energy will only be more vigorous, and she shouldn't be unable to get up. After waiting a few more minutes, the door to the practice room was finally pushed open. Lin Yun led Su Yingxue in. Both of them wore undisguised smiles, especially Su Yingxue, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes were glistening with tears, radiating a glow that seemed to come from love. Good morning, Sister Wenyan. Lin Yun greeted him with a smile, his voice cheerful. Wenyan crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Good morning? What time is it? You're so lazy, and you still think about defeating me and marrying me? Lin Yun wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he retaliated with a grin. Don't worry, Sister Wenyan. I'll work hard, and I'll be able to marry you soon. Su Yingxue blushed even more and quickly explained to her husband, Sister Wenyan, it's not your fault. I overslept. Wenyan chuckled softly, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them. Don't think I don't know what you do every night. Everyone in the manor knows that the lights in your new house are on until the wee hours every night. These words were so blunt that Su Yingxue wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. Lin Yun was incredibly thick-skinned. Far from being shy, he launched a courtship offensive. Is Sister Wenyan paying attention to us? She even knows what time we turn off the lights. Is she also looking forward to that day? Before she finished speaking, Wenyan had already made her move. Lin Yun felt a blur before his eyes, and an irresistible force pressed him to the ground. Wenyan used only one hand to render him unable to move. I told you not to talk nonsense. Wenyan looked down at him, her face expressionless, but her ears were slightly red. If you're so capable, then hurry up and become a martial artist instead of just talking nonsense. Even though Lin Yun was pinned to the ground, he didn't behave himself and grinned. Is Sister Wenyan angry because she's embarrassed? You. Wenyan increased the pressure on his hand. Sister Wenyan, please have mercy. Su Yingxue quickly stepped forward, carefully helped Lin Yun up, and gently brushed the dust off his training clothes. Wenyan rolled her eyes. Just spoil him. This kid's a smooth talker. Who knows how many women he'll marry in the future? These were meant as a joke, but to everyone's surprise, Su Yingxue nodded seriously, looking at Lin Yun with eyes full of tenderness. As long as my husband is happy, I'll marry as many as I want. Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and lowered his head to kiss Su Yingxue on the lips. My wife is the most sensible. Then he turned to look at Wen Yin and said smugly, Sister Wen Yin, my chi and blood points are already at 88. Just wait, I'll become a martial artist in a few days, and then I'll be one step closer to marrying you. Wen Yin looked at the young couple openly showing affection in front of her and was momentarily at a loss for words. One is glib and shameless. The other is gentle and indulgent. They're a match made in heaven. One or two, really. Wen Yin shook her head helplessly and decided to change the subject. All right, stop lingering here. Yingxue, now that you become a martial artist, today's training needs to be upgraded. She walked to the control panel in the training area and quickly entered a series of commands. In the morning, in the gravity chamber, we will conduct 2 hours of basic strength training under 10 times the gravity. In the afternoon, we will learn the movement technique cloud trace step that comes with flowing cloud palm. In the evening, we will conduct live fire simulation training. During the breaks, practice the guiding techniques. After hearing this, Su Yingxue looked a little nervous. Sister Wen Yin, isn't this too much? Lin Yun frowned as well. Yingxue just broke through yesterday. Isn't it too much of a rush to put her into such an intense workout today? Wen Yin turned around and looked at Su Yingxue with a serious expression. You're already a first-level martial artist, and you call this much training? Do you still want to pursue martial arts? I was planning to teach you a few real martial arts techniques in a few days, but now it seems... A hint of disappointment flashed in Wen Yan's eyes. If you can't endure hardship, you won't go far on the path of martial arts. Wen Yan was indeed somewhat disappointed. She originally thought highly of Su Yingxue, believing that the girl had a solid foundation, a resilient character, and was a promising talent. She also planned to leave the Lin family to seek opportunities for breakthroughs when Su Yingxue grew up and was able to stand on her own. But now, Su Yingxue actually thinks this amount of training is too much. Did her passion for martial arts decline after she became a martial artist? Su Yingxue panicked and quickly waved her hand. No, Sister Wen Yin, it's not that I'm afraid of hardship. I'm not afraid of this amount of training. It's just... She bit her lip, a blush rising to her cheeks, and after a few hesitant movements, whispered, But I have a baby now. I'm worried that this amount of training might affect the baby. The practice room was silent for 3 seconds. Wen Yan's expression shifted from serious to confused, then to shocked, and finally to a face full of question marks. Ah, she uttered a short question, then launched into a barrage of questions. You're pregnant? Didn't you just become a martial artist yesterday? How could she have conceived so quickly? The conception rate among martial artists is extremely low, which is illogical. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Could she have been pregnant for a few days? Su Yingxue was a little flustered by the question, but still answered honestly. Yes, it was last night. Last night. Wen Yan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. You only became a martial artist yesterday, and you achieved that in just one night? That's impossible. Are you mistaken? How could a martial artist conceive so quickly? Her inner turmoil was beyond measure. On the one hand, as a second-tier perfected martial artist, she was well aware of the difficulty of a martial artist conceiving. The stronger one's chi and blood, the higher the degree of energy transformation in the body, and the more obvious the reproductive isolation from ordinary life forms. While first-tier martial artists are not completely infertile, their conception rate is already very low, requiring a long period of effort and good fortune. On the other hand, for some reason, upon hearing the news of Su Yingxue's pregnancy, she felt an indescribable bitterness and panic. Sister Wen Yin, there's no mistake, Su Yingxue whispered. My husband has already confirmed it. Wen Yin suddenly turned to look at Lin Yun, her eyes full of suspicion. You confirmed it? How did you confirm it? These things require professional testing to determine. Lin Yun was extremely proud at this moment, puffing out his chest. Of course I confirmed it. Don't you even know who planted the seed? Don't even mention Yingxue. Even if you came, I could still make you. Chapter 9 Congratulations to you all. Shut up. Wen Yin was so angry that her face turned red, and she grabbed Lin Yun's ear, just like when they were children. Stop talking nonsense. Go to the medical room right now and get a pregnancy test. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Wen Yin, let go, I'm going right now. Wen Yin let go of his hand, and Lin Yun rubbed his reddened ears, muttering to himself as he walked to the medical room. Since Lin Yun got married, pregnancy tests have been prepared everywhere. There is a medical room in the practice room. This kid, as Wen Yin watched his retreating figure, the sense of turmoil in her heart intensified. Soon, Lin Yun returned with an exquisite medical kit. Wen Yin snatched the box, took out a pregnancy test, and shoved it into Su Yingshue's hand. "Come on, follow me to the restroom." Wen Yin pulled Su Yingxue toward the restroom attached to the training room. Lin Yun stood there, waiting with full confidence. The system has already given a warning. How could there be a mistake? A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Su Yingxue came out, holding the pregnancy test stick in her hand. Wen Yin leaned closer, her expression complex. "How about it?" Wen Yin asked anxiously, unaware of the tension in her voice. Su Yingxue raised her head, her face flushed with a mixture of shyness and joy. She held the pregnancy test up to Wen Yin. Two clear red horizontal lines. "She is already pregnant," Su Yingxue said softly, her eyes glistening with happiness. Wen Yin stared at the two red lines for a full 10 seconds. Her mind raced, tried to explain the phenomenon from the perspectives of martial arts, biology, and even metaphysics, but she couldn't find a reasonable answer. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accept this fact. Su Yingxue was indeed pregnant on the second day after she became a martial artist. This is impossible," Wen Yin murmured to herself, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun had already walked to Su Yingshue's side, gently putting one arm around her shoulder and the other hand lightly stroking her lower abdomen. Although his skin is not yet completely flat, his eyes are already filled with the joy and pride of becoming a father for the first time. "Sister Wen Yin, do you believe me now? I already said, the seeds I planted are absolutely fine." Lin Yin smiled like a cat that had just stolen some fish. Wen Yin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something. She wanted to ask Lin Yun what secret he was hiding, whether Su Yingxue was feeling unwell, and if there was anything wrong with the child. But in the end, all the problems boiled down to 3 words. "Congratulations to you all." As she said those words, Wen Yin felt an even stronger pang of sorrow. She couldn't quite put her finger on what she was being jealous of. Was it that she was jealous that Su Yingxue got pregnant so easily? Or are you just jealous of how happy this young couple is? Or perhaps it's because he's jealous of Lin Yun's tenderness towards Su Yingxue? Starting today, the training plan will be adjusted. Wen Yin forced herself to calm down and regain her professional attitude. "Yingxue, your top priority right now is to take care of your pregnancy. Although it is difficult for martial artists to get pregnant, it is not uncommon. Once successful, the fetus will be nourished by the mother's blood and qi, and its physique will be much stronger than that of ordinary people. But correspondingly, the mother's body will also be greatly depleted." She walked to the control panel and re-entered the commands. "The morning will be spent on meditation and qi and blood nourishment exercises. The afternoon will be spent studying theoretical knowledge, and the evening will be for rest. Gravity chamber training is suspended, and live fire training is canceled." Su Yingxue asked somewhat uneasily, "Sister Wen Yin, won't this interfere with my cultivation?" "No," Wen Yin interrupted her. "During pregnancy, the mother's body and the fetus are connected by blood and qi. If you cultivate properly, it will not only not delay, but may even make progress because the circulation of blood and qi is more active. But it must be gentle, not intense." Wen Yin stopped and looked at Lin Yun. "As for you, double your training. Your wife is pregnant and needs more resources to nourish her. You must become strong as soon as possible in order to protect them, mother and child." Lin Yun put away his playful smile and nodded seriously. "I understand, Sister Wen Yin." The atmosphere became somewhat delicate during the subsequent training session. Su Yingxue engaged in gentle meditation under Wen Yin's guidance, while Lin Yun sweated profusely in the gravity chamber. While Wen Yin appeared to be earnestly instructing the two, his mind kept wandering away. She watched Su Yingxue's happy smile as she stroked her lower abdomen, seeing that Lin Yin always took the time to care for his wife during training breaks. Looking at the deep, unwavering love between this young couple, what am I even expecting? Wen Yin asked herself. Could it be that I really have feelings for that kid? She dared not think any further. After training, Wen Yin left the training room in a hurry, without even having dinner with the two of them, as usual. She needs to be alone to sort out her chaotic thoughts. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue walked hand in hand toward the restaurant. The setting sun cast their shadows long, overlapping each other as if they would never be separated. Husband, Sister Wenyin seems a little strange today, Su Yingxue said softly. Lin Yun smiled and squeezed her hand. It's probably because the news of your pregnancy came too suddenly. It's okay. It'll be fine in a few days. He knew in his heart that Wenyan's unusual reaction might not be limited to this. But he wasn't in the mood to think about it now. His mind was filled with the joy of becoming a father and his anticipation for the future. In a restaurant, Lin Jintian had already heard the good news and was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He talked to Su Yingxue for a long time and gave Lin Yun a lot of instructions. He was immersed in joy throughout the dinner. As night deepened, the lights in the new house came on again. This time, the two did not linger as usual, but instead lay in bed embracing, with Lin Yun's hand gently resting on Su Yingxue's lower abdomen. Husband, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Su Yingxue asked softly. That's fine. Lin Yun kissed her forehead. I love any child that is ours. Su Yingxue closed her eyes happily and soon fell asleep in her husband's arms. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. Meanwhile, in the courtyard at the other end of the manor, Wenyin stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, unable to sleep all night. Chapter 10 Breakthrough, Becoming a Martial Artist. 2 days later, inside the gravity chamber. Under the pressure of 3 times gravity, Lin Yun slowly and steadily completed a set of Fierce Tiger Fist. Sweat had already soaked through his training clothes. Every move required 3 times more effort than usual, but the results were remarkable. Stand up to finish the exercise. He could clearly feel his blood and qi surging within him, and the medicinal power of the blood and qi pill he had just taken had been completely absorbed. It's 98 points. Excitement flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Without pausing, he took out another qi and blood pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of heat rose again. Lin Yun resumed his stance and practiced his boxing techniques again under 3 times the gravity. This time, he deliberately slowed down and carefully felt the flow of qi and blood in his body. As he advanced his fist techniques, he could feel every cell greedily absorbing the medicinal power, and his qi and blood were increasing at a visible rate. After finishing the last move, Lin Yun stood still, feeling the surging power within his body, and exhaled a breath of stale air. 107 points. Finally, I've broken through the limits of the apprentice level. Wenyin glanced at Lin Yun's condition and nodded. Not bad. Now I'll sit quietly and meditate for half an hour to stabilize my qi and blood. Lin Yun sat down cross-legged as instructed and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Half an hour later, Wenyin adjusted the gravity to twice its normal value. We can start trying to guide cosmic energy. Wenyan's voice was calm and clear. You have already memorized the 5 hearts facing heaven method. Now do as I say. Lin Yun nodded and adjusted his posture. Place your hands on your knees with your palms facing up. Sit cross-legged with the soles of your feet facing up, and keep your head and neck straight. This is the standard practice posture for the 5 hearts facing heaven method. Close your eyes and calm your mind. He gave guidance in a gentle and soft voice. First, circulate your qi and blood according to the exercise's route. Don't rush to sense the energy. First, get yourself into the best state. Lin Yun did as instructed. The operational path of the Yellow Grade Supreme guiding technique is much more complex than that of ordinary cultivation methods. He had already rehearsed it countless times in his mind, and although his performance was somewhat clumsy, he made no mistakes. Wenyin stood to the side, occasionally pointing out minor errors. The blood and qi are circulating too fast here. Slow down. Yes, that's it. Pay attention to the rhythm of the Dantian's contraction. With Wenyan's guidance, Lin Yun quickly corrected all the minor mistakes, and his blood and qi circulation became smoother and smoother. Gradually, a wonderful feeling emerged. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Yun seemed to see countless points of light floating around him. The points of light were colorful, some as bright as stars, some as dim as dust, and they floated slowly in the void. Lin Yun tried to guide them, but the light spots seemed to have their own will and ignored his calls. Don't rush. Wenyin seemed to be able to sense his state. Cosmic energy has its own characteristics. The more anxious you are, the further it will drift away from you. Empty your mind and let your body naturally attract them. Lin Yun forced himself to relax. He no longer actively tried to grab those points of light, but instead continued to practice the five hearts towards heaven method, allowing his body to enter a state of natural rhythm. Something amazing happened. As the technique was activated, the previously drifting light spots began to approach him, especially towards the five centers. That is, the positions of the hands, feet, and top of the head converge. The first point of light penetrated the skin and entered the body. It was an indescribable feeling, like a cool stream or warm sunlight, flowing slowly along the path of the cultivation technique. Lin Yun carefully guided this wisp of energy, completing the first cycle. When the energy returned to his dantian, Lin Yun's entire body trembled. That's a leap in the level of life. Every cell is cheering, absorbing cosmic energy and becoming stronger. Lin Yun could feel his muscles becoming firmer, his bones becoming stronger, and his five senses becoming more acute. Continue. Wen Yan's voice carried a hint of encouragement. Don't stop. Take advantage of the best opportunity to sense the energy for the first time and circulate it for several more cycles. Lin Yun continued as instructed. The second cycle, the third cycle, the energy flow becomes smoother and more light points enter the body. After 5 cycles, Lin Yun felt his body had reached a state of saturation, like he had eaten a full meal and could no longer absorb any more energy. Lin Yun slowly finished his practice and opened his eyes. The lights in the gravity chamber shone exceptionally brightly at that moment, and the colors of the world appeared even more vibrant. Lin Yun could even see the dust particles floating in the air and hear the humming sound of the machine running. Is this what a martial artist is like? Good. Wen Yan's gentle voice pulled him back to reality. Completing 5 cycles of energy on the first attempt is considered a success. Lin Yun stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt full of energy. He looked at Wen Yan and couldn't help but say, "Sister Wen Yan, isn't this too bland? I become a martial artist. A first-level martial artist." Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. "I know, early stage of first rank. I was at that when I was 15. Lin Yun, you really can't compare to a genius." He secretly brought up the system panel to check Wen Yan's information. Mid-grade, Xian-level talent. Second-tier perfect cultivation. Looking at myself, I have a mid-grade yellow-level talent at the early stage of Tier 1. Looks like I still need to keep working hard. Lin Yun thought to himself. Get marry more wives, have more children, and improve your talents. Otherwise, you really won't be able to marry Sister Wen Yan. The two walked out of the gravity chamber. Suing Xue was already waiting outside the door. As soon as she saw Lin Yun come out, she immediately greeted him with bright eyes. "Husband, you've successfully broken through?" Her voice was full of anticipation and joy. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Yun's heart. It was his beloved wife who knew how to appreciate him. He pulled Suing Xue into his arms and kissed her. When Suing Xue kissed Wen Yan for the first time, she was still a little reserved. But now, although she was shy, she still responded to her husband passionately. The close interaction they've shared over the past 2 weeks has made her completely accustomed to Lin Yun's affection. After the kiss, the two separated, Suing Xue's cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Yun looked at Wen Yan smugly, as if he were showing off something. Wen Yan gave a soft snort and turned to walk towards the strength testing area. "Come here and see how much strength you have after your breakthrough." Lin Yun muttered as he followed. "I'll marry you sooner or later, and then I'll show you what I'm capable of." Suing Xue took his arm and whispered in agreement. "My husband is so capable, he'll definitely be able to marry Sister Wen Yan." She had complete confidence in her husband. Although she didn't know what secret her husband was hiding, she had noticed the changes that had taken place over the past few days. It took him less than half a month to go from a martial arts failure with only 48 points of qi and blood to a martial artist. This speed of progress is simply unheard of. Although the effects are largely due to the qi and blood pill, the results are truly astonishing. Chapter 11 One Punch, 6,000 kilograms, School Beauty Lin Qianxi. A brand new punching power testing machine is set up in the strength testing area. Lin Yun stood in front of the machine, adjusted his settings, and then a punch was thrown. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and the numbers on the testing machine's display jumped rapidly, finally settling on an astonishing value. 6,085,56 kilogram. More than 6,000 kilograms. Suing Xue's eyes widened, then filled with stars. "My husband is so amazing." Lin Yun was also somewhat surprised. He anticipated that his strength would increase greatly after becoming a martial artist, but he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. It's important to know that the average adult male's punching power is around 100 kilograms. His punch is equivalent to the combined force of 60 adult males. A newly trained martial artist typically has a strength of around 5,000 kilograms, but he increased that by a full 1,000 kilograms. Lin Yin turned to look at Wen Yin, his face revealing undisguised smugness. "Sister Wen Yin, how are you?" Wen Yin crossed her arms and remained expressionless. So. After I first absorbed cosmic energy, my punching power was 7,000 kilograms. Lin Yun's smile froze on his face. He knew perfectly well that Wen Yin was a genius, so why did he humiliate himself? Su Yingxue quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sister Wen Yin is amazing, but her husband is no less impressive. I only weighed 5,300 kilograms during my first test, which is far less than her husband's." Looking at the young couple, one praising and the other protecting, Wen Yin suddenly felt a strange sense of powerlessness. She remembered when she first met Su Yingxue. The girl was aloof, self-possessed, and devoted to martial arts. How did she become such a doting wife whose eyes are only for her husband? "All right, that's enough for today. I'm leaving now." Wen Yin waved her hand and turned to leave the training room. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would be overwhelmed by the couple's public displays of affection. After Wen Yin left, Lin Yun did not continue cultivating. He took Su Yingxue's hand. "Come on, we're off today. Let's go out for a walk." "Okay." Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. Since marrying into the Lin family, she has been cultivating almost every day and hasn't gone out to see the world for a long time. The couple went back to their room and changed into casual clothes. Lin Yun was dressed in a simple white casual outfit, which made him look tall, handsome, and dashing. Su Yingxue wore a light purple dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, looking elegant and refined. The two walked the streets of Jiangsheng, immediately attracting countless eyes. They were a perfect match, like a divine couple, and they were the center of attention wherever they went. The two went to the mall, and Lin Yin bought several sets of maternity clothes for Su Yingxue. Although it's not completely obvious yet, it's always good to be prepared in advance. Then they went to a jewelry store, where Lin Yin picked out an exquisite necklace and personally put on Su Yingxue. "My lord, it's too expensive." Su Yingxue looked at the price tag and said softly, "Not expensive." Lin Yin whispered in her ear, "It's worth any price to buy things for my wife." Su Yingxue felt a surge of joy and stopped refusing. As evening fell, the two strolled along the famous riverside promenade in Jiangsheng. As the sun sets, its golden rays spill onto the river, creating a shimmering effect. A gentle breeze carries the unique, moist scent of the river. Lin Yun held Su Yingxue's hand, and the two walked slowly, whispering secrets that only lovers would say. "Husband, do you think the baby looks like you or me?" Su Yingxue asked softly. "It would be best if he looked like you," Lin Yun said with a smile. "As beautiful as you. If he's a boy, he'll inherit my handsomeness. If he's a girl, he'll inherit your beauty." Su Yingxue was amused. "How can you calculate it like that?" As the two were chatting and laughing, a lively girl's voice suddenly came from behind them. "Senior." Lin Yun turned around and saw a girl with a high ponytail running towards him. She was wearing a pink tracksuit. Her forehead was slightly sweaty, and her cheeks had a healthy blush. She exuded youthful energy. Her ponytail swung behind her as she ran, revealing her smooth forehead. Her eyes are large, with slightly upturned corners that curve into crescent shapes when she smiles, exuding a captivating charm. She has a high, straight nose, rosy lips, and fair skin with a rosy glow. The simple sportswear accentuated the girl's developing figure. Although it lacked the mature charm of Su Yingxue and Wen Yin, it possessed a unique youthful vitality. The system panel immediately appeared in Lin Yun's mind. Name: Lin Qianxi. Cultivation level: 85 points of Qi and blood. Appearance rating: 94. Martial arts talent: mid-grade yellow. System rating: yellow tier excellent. Warning: you are currently a minor and do not meet the requirements for marriage. This is Lin Qianxi, the undisputed school beauty of Jiangxi No. 1 High School. She is beautiful and has a high talent for martial arts. He's still in 2nd grade, and his Qi and blood value is already 85 points. If things go well next year, my Qi and blood value will definitely reach 100, and I can directly get into a martial arts university. Qinshi. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. What are you doing here? Out for a run? Su Yingxue greeted her with a smile. Sister Qinshi. She and Lin Qinshi knew each other. When the two got married, Lin Qinshi, who was Lin Yun's junior at school, also attended the wedding. Lin Qinshi stopped in front of the two of them, slightly out of breath, with a bright smile on her face. Senior, Sister Yingxue, what a coincidence. I was just jogging over there and saw you from afar. Lin Qinshi's gaze swept between the two of them, and she said playfully, I haven't seen Sister Yingxue for a few days, and she's become even more beautiful. No wonder she's so infatuated with our senior that he doesn't even come back to school to see us. Su Yingxue was a little embarrassed by the praise and responded with a smile. Sister Qinshi is truly beautiful. You're just underage. Otherwise, your senior might not have even liked me and would have come to propose to you directly. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Lin Qinshi's face. But she quickly covered it up, saying playfully, Oh no, with someone as beautiful as Sister Yingxue ahead of you, how could you possibly be interested in me? The two beautiful young women began praising each other by the river, chatting away happily. Lin Yun stood to the side, unable to get a word in edgewise. He glanced at Su Yingxue, then at Lin Qinshi, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If only I could marry this one too. No, Qinshi isn't an adult yet. Moreover, Yingxue has only just become pregnant, and it's not good for him to be thinking about these things. But the yellow level top quality rating on the system panel is really tempting. If I can marry Lin Qinshi, the system rewards will be very generous, right? Just as Lin Yun was lost in thought, Lin Qinshi suddenly turned to him. By the way, Senior, I heard you broke through to become a martial artist? Is that true? Her eyes were full of curiosity and admiration, which gave Lin Yun great satisfaction. Yes, I just broke through today. Lin Yun tried to keep his tone calm, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He never expected that his casual remark in the graduating class group would spread so quickly and so far. That's amazing. Lin Qinshi's eyes lit up. Wasn't your qi and blood value only in the 40s before, Senior? How come it's increased so quickly? She suddenly realized that what she said might not be appropriate, so she quickly stopped talking and stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Lin Yun didn't seem to care. It's a bit of luck. As for you, you have 85 points of qi and blood. Not bad. You should have no problem with the martial arts college entrance examination next year. Lin Qinshi nodded, then shook her head. It's not enough. Only 5 people from the entire Jiangsheng were admitted to the martial arts university this year, and even the one with the lowest qi and blood value has 102 points. I'm still far from that level. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed slightly. The competition for martial arts university is too fierce. The admission rate in Jiangsheng has remained at a level of only a few per 10,000 for many years. Seeing this, Su Yingxue gently comforted her. Don't be discouraged, Qinshi. You still have a year. Besides, you're so smart and hardworking, you can definitely do it. Lin Qinshi smiled again. Thank you, Sister Yingxue. By the way, are you going home? Would you like to take a walk together? The sun had completely set, and the streetlights along the river were lighting up one by one. The three walked side by side on the path, with 2 beautiful women on either side, attracting frequent glances from passersby. Lin Yun walked in the middle, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. But for some reason, he always felt that Lin Qinshi's gaze towards him seemed somewhat different from before. Although she had seen herself this way before, there was definitely something different about her today. Is it just my imagination? Lin Yun shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Improving our strength as soon as possible is the key. Even if we were to propose to Qinshi, that would be next year. A night breeze swept across the river, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Yun took off his coat and gently draped it over Su Yingxue's shoulders. This subtle gesture warmed Su Yingxue's heart and also made Lin Qinshi's eyes flash with a hint of envy. The three continued walking forward, their figures gradually blending into the night of Jiangsheng. Chapter 12, Yingxue's Advances, Wenyin's Jealousy. Night. Lin Yun prepared to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Just as my hand reached for the bedside lamp switch, it was gently grasped by a soft little hand. My husband. Su Yingxue turned to the side, her watery eyes gazing at him, her voice so soft and sweet it could drip water. Lin Yun paused. He was all too familiar with that expression. These days, Su Yingxue would show this expression whenever she wanted to be intimate. Her slightly pursed lips, her sparkling eyes, and the faint blush on her face all spoke of her longing. His heart stirred as well. Su Yingxue seemed more sensitive after becoming pregnant, radiating a gentle maternal glow that was even more alluring than usual. But Lin Yun gently squeezed her hand in return. Yingxue, you are pregnant now, we cannot. Su Yingxue noticed his hesitation, snuggled closer to him, and said coquettishly, Husband, I asked Aunt Lu. She said the first few months were fine, as long as we are careful. If we take a lighter approach in the next few months, it should be fine. Aunt Lu is the head maid of the Lin family, who is 60 years old, and also an experienced doctor who has served the Lin family for more than 30 years. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Aunt Lu really said that? Really? Su Yingxue nodded. She also said that appropriate activity is good for both pregnant women and fetuses. Lin Yun was already somewhat wavering, but he was still uneasy. But I'm a martial artist now, the kind who can deliver a punch that weighs 6,000 kilograms. What if I can't control my strength? Su Yingxue chuckled and drew circles on his chest. I'm a martial artist too. Although I'm only at the early stage of the first rank, my physical strength is much better than that of ordinary people. How could I get injured so easily? Lin Yun thought about it and agreed. Su Yingxue can now deliver a punch with a force of over 5,000 kilograms, and her physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. But he was still a little worried. After all, this was their first child. He took out his phone, opened the browser, and typed in precautions for martial artists during pregnancy. The search results popped up, and Lin Yun carefully examined them one by one. For martial artists in the early stages of pregnancy, appropriate exercise can help improve blood circulation. Because martial artists possess physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, appropriate intimate activities during pregnancy are safe. It is recommended to maintain moderate martial arts training during pregnancy, as it helps the fetus absorb the mother's vital energy. The more Lin Yun looked, the brighter his eyes became. It turns out that a martial artist getting pregnant is completely different from an ordinary person. Because of their strong qi and blood, martial artists will not only not become weak during pregnancy, but may even be in better condition due to the nourishment of qi and blood. He put down his phone, put his arm around Su Yingxue, and chuckled. My wife, since Aunt Lu has said so and the medical data supports it, then I'll have a good discussion with you tonight. Su Yingxue blushed, her eyes filled with sweetness. Husband, come on, let me smell you first. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her tenderly and lingeringly. Su Yingxue responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck. Moonlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, gently enveloping the newlyweds. The light from the bedside lamp mingled with the moonlight, casting lingering shadows on the wall. That night, the lights in the new house stayed on until late. The next morning, in the practice room, Lin Yun and Su Yingxue arrived on time, but Wen Yin had not yet arrived. This is quite rare in the past. Wen Yin usually arrives early, preparing training equipment and waiting for them. What's wrong with Sister Wen Yin today? Su Yingxue asked, puzzled. I don't know. Lin Yun shrugged. Maybe I overslept. The two waited for a full half-hour before the door to the practice room was finally opened. Wen Yin walked in, still wearing that black training uniform, with a high ponytail, looking beautiful and charming. But her expression was a little off. As soon as she entered, her gaze was fixed on Lin Yun, her eyes filled with a complex mix of anger and indescribable emotions. Good morning, Sister Wen Yin, Lin Yun greeted with a smile. Why are you late today? Wen Yin didn't reply, but walked straight up to the two of them. Her eyes swept over Lin Yun's face a few times, and then looked at Su Yingxue, whose cheeks were slightly red and whose eyes were still wet. Then she said to Lin Yun in an annoyed tone, What do you think? Lin Yun was taken aback. What? Yingxue is pregnant. You guys last night? I heard it all. The commotion at the new house was so loud. Who in the whole estate doesn't know about it? The gentle tone carried a clear hint of reproach. Su Yingxue's face flushed bright red instantly, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Lin Yun was thick-skinned. Far from being embarrassed, he chuckled. Sister Wen Yin, you just don't understand, do you? Yingxue and I are both martial artists now. Exchanging ideas at night will not only not do any harm, but will actually be beneficial to our physical and mental health. This promotes marital harmony and regulates blood circulation. You're nothing. Wen Yin interrupted him, her face turning red with anger. You think I don't know anything? Even if a martial artist is physically strong during pregnancy, you can't just do whatever you want. Lin Yin blinked and took out his phone from his pocket. Sister Wenyan, I've done the research. Look, he pulled up the page he had found last night and handed it to Wenyan. Wenyan didn't want to look, but her gaze still involuntarily swept over. The more I looked, the more complicated her expression became. She actually knew these medical records vaguely, but subconsciously ignored them, treating Su Yingxue as an ordinary person. As a second-tier perfected martial artist, her knowledge far surpasses that of ordinary people. But for some reason, seeing Lin Yin and Su Yingxue being intimate made her inexplicably angry. Perhaps it's because this young couple is too unreserved. Perhaps it's because she harbors some bitterness deep inside that she herself is unwilling to admit. Wan Yin quickly scanned the documents, tossed her phone back into Lin Yun's arms, and said expressionlessly, "All right, got it. Let's begin training." She turned and walked towards the training area, her back view somewhat stiff. Yingxue, continue your meditation and practice of the 5 hearts towards heaven today to consolidate your realm. Wan Yan's voice regained its usual calm and professional tone. As for you, she turned to look at Lin Yun, a glint of revenge flashing in her eyes. 10 times the gravity. Let's start with 10 sets of Tiger Fist. 10 times gravity. Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise. Sister Wenyan, isn't this too much? My husband just advanced to the martial artist level yesterday. Wenyan said calmly. More than 10 times? Not all. After I advanced to the level of a martial artist, I started training with 12 times the gravity. Lin Yun's lips twitched. He knew that last night's exchange must have upset Wenyan, and that this was an attempt to retaliate against him through training. This guy is really something. He should just say he likes me. He couldn't wait to marry her. Now look at you, all coy and hesitant. But they look so cute. Her body is so hot, so mature, so alluring. His personality is surprisingly. The contrast is so adorable. Chapter 13, 10 times gravity. 10 sets of fierce tiger fist. 10 times gravity. Lin Yin had never tried such a high multiplier before. Yingxue, it's all right. Lin Yin patted Su Yingxue's hand to reassure her. Listen to Sister Wenyan. She knows more than we do. And I also want to know where my current limit is. Su Yingxue was still a little worried, but after Lin Yin reassured her, she nodded. Go. Wenyan had already adjusted the control panel of the gravity chamber. Remember, all 10 sets of Fierce Tiger Fist are required. Don't leave out until you've finished. Lin Yin took a deep breath and stepped into the gravity chamber. The door closed slowly. As Wenyan pressed the start button, Lin Yin felt his body suddenly sink. 10 times the gravity. This is not just 10 times the weight, but every cell in the body is subjected to 10 times the pressure. Blood flow slowed, breathing became difficult, and even raising one's arm became extremely difficult. Huff, huff. Lin Yun adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to adapt to this state. Outside the training room, Wen Yin watched Lin Yun's situation through the monitor screen. Su Yingxue stood beside her, nervously clenching her hands. Sister Wen Yin, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This kid coughed up so many pills before. His physical condition is much stronger than that of an ordinary first-level martial artist. 10 times the gravity is difficult, but is not enough to hurt him. And a complex look flashed in Wen Yan's eyes. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Yingxue, you are pregnant now, and your future resource consumption will increase significantly. Although the Lin family is wealthy, in this dog-eat-dog world, without strength, no amount of wealth can be kept. Su Yingxue was startled. Yes, how could she not have thought of that? After becoming pregnant, she was filled with happiness and anticipation, but forgot the cruelty of reality. Understand. Su Yingxue nodded seriously. I will work hard in my cultivation and not hold my husband back. Wan Yin glanced at her and softened her tone. Your primary task right now is to take care of your pregnancy. The fetus absorbs the mother's vital energy and grows. The better you cultivate yourself, the more solid the fetus's foundation will be. But this must be a gentle form of training, not the kind of reckless training that kid does. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Yun had already assumed the starting stance of the fierce tiger fist. The first punch was thrown at least 5 times slower than usual. The muscles trembled violently under 10 times the force of gravity, and the bones groaned in unbearable strain. But he gritted his teeth and continued. The tiger emerges from its den. The force of its punch almost freezes. The roar of a tiger echoed through the mountains and forests. a muffled, thunderous sound resonating within the gravity chamber. The hungry tiger pounces on its prey. He used almost all his strength to complete this move. After finishing the first set of punches, Lin Yun was soaked in sweat and panting heavily. But he didn't stop. After a brief adjustment, he immediately started the second set. Wen Yin watched from outside, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. To be able to endure 10 times the force of gravity, this kid's willpower is truly impressive. 3 sets, 4 sets, 5 sets. Lin Yun felt his consciousness becoming somewhat blurred. Sweat blurred my vision, and my muscles ached so much that I almost lost all feeling. But only one thought was in his mind. We can't stop. If Sister Wenyin says it's okay, then it's absolutely okay. 6 sets, 7 sets, 8 sets. By the time he got to the 9th set, Lin Yun's movements had become severely distorted. But he persevered and finished the entire set of boxing techniques through sheer willpower. The 10th set, Lin Yun threw the punch almost instinctively. He moved as slowly as a snail, but he still completed each move meticulously. When he finished the last move, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even stand up. The door to the gravity chamber opened, and the tenfold gravity slowly dissipated. Lin Yun felt a lightness in his body, and the feeling of returning from hell to the human world almost made him groan out loud. But he didn't even have the strength to groan. He just lay on the ground, panting heavily. Wen Yin walked in and squatted down beside him. "How are you feeling?" Lin Yun struggled to lift his eyelids and forced a smile. "I'm all right, I won't die." Stubborn to the end. Wen Yin snorted, but there was a smile in her eyes. "All right, take a 10-minute break, then begin practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven method. Practicing in a state of extreme fatigue will make absorbing cosmic energy more efficient." Lin Yun nodded. He didn't even have the strength to speak. 10 minutes later, Lin Yun sat up cross-legged and began to circulate the 5 hearts facing heaven method. This time, he clearly sensed something was different. Although the body was extremely tired, the flow of qi and blood was exceptionally smooth under the guidance of the exercise. The surrounding cosmic energy seemed to be drawn to him, frantically converging towards him. Because the body is in a state of hunger, every cell is greedily consuming cosmic energy. Lin Yun could clearly feel that his strength was increasing at a visible rate. An hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. The fatigue has vanished, replaced by abundant energy and even greater strength. "Not bad." Wen Yin nodded. "Rested? Then let's continue. 10 times the gravity again, 10 more sets of punches." Lin Yun. And so, Lin Yun spent the entire day of training under Wen Yan's special care. When tired, practice the 5 hearts towards heaven method to recover, and once recovered, continue punching under 10 times the gravity. The cycle repeats itself almost without stopping. By the time training ended in the evening, Lin Yun was exhausted and almost collapsed, but his eyes were unusually bright. He could feel that he was much stronger than he was in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of the gravity chamber, Su Yingshu rushed over to him, wiping his sweat with a warm towel, her eyes filled with heartache. "Husband, you must be exhausted." Lin Yun shook his head and took her hand. "I'm not tired. What's a little hardship compared to what I'm going through for you and the kids?" Looking at the couple, Wen Yin felt that indescribable emotion welling up inside her again. To be continued tomorrow. She left those words behind and turned to leave the practice room. Back in her room, Wen Yin took off her training clothes and went into the bathroom. The warm water washed over her body, but she still felt restless. "What's wrong with me?" she asked herself in a low voice. "We should be happy for them. Lin Yun has become stronger. Su Yingxue is pregnant, and the Lin family has a successor. Everything is moving in a positive direction." But she just couldn't be happy. Perhaps it was because of Lin Yun's words, "I'll marry you sooner or later." Perhaps it's because seeing how happy they are, while I have to pursue the path of martial arts alone. Wen Yin shook her head, deciding to stop thinking about it. She dried herself off, changed into her pajamas, and lay down on the bed. Outside the window, the moonlight is just as it was yesterday. Inside the new house, Lin Yun was gently holding Su Yingshu, his palm lightly resting on her lower abdomen. Although he knew the fetus wasn't fully formed yet, he couldn't help but ask softly, "Was my baby a good boy/girl today?" Su Yingshu smiled and nodded. "Very good. Husband, you've been training so hard today, you should get some rest tonight." Lin Yun kissed her forehead. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." The two fell asleep in each other's arms. That night, The lights in the new house were not kept on until late. Chapter 14, Combat Techniques, practicing martial arts during the day and, well, at night. Wen Yin handed two yellowed ancient books to Su Yingxue. Although the pages are old, they are well preserved, and the writing on the cover is still clearly visible. Wen Yin pointed to the books. The Frost Palm is a low-grade yellow-level palm technique, which is in the same lineage as your Flowing Cloud Palm. When practiced to a high level, it can unleash frost with the palm, freezing the opponent's blood and chi. Phantom Step, a low-grade yellow-level movement technique. Once mastered, it makes one's movements as elusive as a ghost. When combined with your palm techniques, it can produce remarkable effects. She then took out an even thicker booklet from her bosom and handed it to Lin Yin. The Rock-Splitting Fist is a mid-grade yellow-level fist technique. It is powerful and domineering. When combined with your Tiger Fist Foundation, its power can be raised to another level. Lin Yin took the boxing manual. It felt heavy in his hand. Turning to the first page, one is greeted by dense text and a diagram of the human body's meridians. His moves were exquisite, far surpassing the Tiger Fist he had practiced before. Wen Yin explained, the combat techniques you learned before were all unranked and had limited power. From today onwards, I will study these things carefully. The movement technique is universal, and it suits both of you. She looked at the two of them and solemnly instructed them. Remember, combat skills are not something you can improve by practicing more. Mastering 1 or 2 skills is far better than learning 10 half-baked skills. So, for the next period of time, you will focus on mastering these 3 combat skills. Lin Yin and Su Yingxue both nodded seriously. Wen Yin first instructed Su Yingxue on the Frosty Palm technique. This palm technique is indeed in the same lineage as the Flowing Cloud Palm, both of which conceal deadly intent within their gentle and subtle nature. But this one is even more exquisite. Wen Yin personally demonstrated, striking out with his palm, causing the temperature in the training room to plummet and a thin layer of frost to condense on the surface of the force-measuring target in the distance. The essence of the frost palm lies not in freezing, but in freezing, Wen Yin explained as he finished his practice. By using cold air to affect the opponent's blood circulation, it slows down their movements and makes them react sluggishly. When you reach a high level of skill, you can even freeze the opponent's meridians. Su Yingxue was mesmerized by what she saw and immediately began practicing. At first, her palm strikes were unremarkable, but as she circulated her chi and blood according to the technique, the palm winds gradually carried a chill. Yes, that's it. Pay attention to the angle of wrist rotation. 3 parts of the force should be in the palm and 7 parts in the fingertips. The cold air should emanate from the fingertips, not the entire palm. Meanwhile, Lin Yin was also studying the stone-splitting fist. This style of boxing is indeed domineering, emphasizing using force to overcome skill with wide and sweeping moves. However, the difficulty lies in controlling the force. You must concentrate all your strength into one point and unleash it the instant you make contact with the target. He tried punching the sandbag a few times, but either his power was scattered or his timing was wrong. Too hasty. Wen Yin appeared behind him without him noticing. The rock-splitting fist emphasizes building up momentum before unleashing it. Look, Wen Yin casually punched the sandbag. There was no earth-shattering noise. The sandbag only swayed slightly. But when she pulled her fist back, a clear fist print appeared on the surface of the sandbag, several inches deep. Power should be contained and only unleashed at the moment of contact. Again, Lin Yin resumed his fighting stance. This time, he slowed down his movements, feeling the flow of power. Just as his fist was about to hit the sandbag, he suddenly activated his chi and blood. Bang! The sandbag shook violently, and a shallow fist-shaped mark appeared on its surface. There has been progress. Wen Yin rarely offered compliment. Keep practicing. When you can punch through this special sandbag, you'll have mastered the basics. Lin Yin's eyes lit up, and he practiced even more diligently. By noon, both of them were a little tired. Lin Yin was all right. After all, martial artists have plenty of stamina. However, Su Yingxue was pregnant, and although she was also a martial artist, the exertion was obviously greater, and sweat was already on her forehead. Go and recover if you're tired, Wen Yin said to Lin Yin. Gravity chamber, 10 times the gravity. Activate the 5 hearts towards heaven method. Lin Yin nodded and entered the gravity chamber. Cultivating under 10 times gravity is arduous, but the recovery efficiency is indeed high. Cosmic energy is more easily absorbed by the body under pressure, and after a full cycle, most of the fatigue is gone. Su Yingxue looked at Wen Yin expectantly. Wen Yin sighed. You can go too, but only at twice the gravity. And stop immediately if you feel any discomfort. Thank you, Sister Wen Yin. Su Yingxue happily walked into another gravity chamber. Lin Yin was initially a little worried. Can a pregnant woman really withstand the force of gravity acting on every cell? But after Su Yingxue finished her cultivation, she not only felt no discomfort, but also had a rosy complexion and abundant blood and energy, which put his mind at ease. It seems that pregnancy among martial artists is indeed different from that of ordinary people. After lunch and a short rest, training will continue in the afternoon. Wen Yin focused on guiding the two in phantom step this time. This movement technique is indeed exquisite, with unpredictable footwork, allowing one to dodge and weave within a small space. Wen Yin demonstrated herself, and she moved quickly in the training field, leaving faint afterimages as if three people were moving at the same time. Amazing! Su Yingxue exclaimed in amazement. Wen Yin stopped and began to give instructions. The essence of phantom step lies in the interplay of illusion and reality. Every step you take must be so difficult for your opponent to discern whether it's real or fake. Remember, it's not about being as fast as possible, but about being as confusing as possible. The two began practicing. At first, my steps were clumsy, and I often tripped over myself. But with Wen Yan's patient guidance, they gradually mastered the knack. Lin Yin discovered that phantom step and stone splitter fist were a perfect match. First, use movement techniques to confuse the opponent, then strike a vital point with a thunderous punch, doubling the power. On Su Yingxue's side, the combination of phantom step and frost palm is even more insidious. She can strike out with multiple palms while dodging, exuding a chilling aura that makes it impossible for her opponents to defend against. As evening fell, the day's training came to an end. Although both were exhausted, their eyes shone with excitement. Having mastered true martial arts techniques, their strength underwent a qualitative leap. The following days were spent in the same way. During the day, the couple followed Wen Yin to learn martial arts and combat techniques, and practiced the 5 hearts towards heaven method. Wen Yin's teaching is strict and meticulous, requiring every movement to be perfect and leaving no detail overlooked. Evenings are the couple's private time. After confirming that appropriate activity during pregnancy is not only harmless, but also beneficial, the couple began to communicate more frequently. At first I was a little cautious, but when I found that it didn't have any impact, I relaxed. Wen Yin has gone from being annoyed by the fact that the lights in the new house stay on until late at night every day to now completely ignoring it. She even learned a new skill. They stayed in the practice room until very late, waiting for the young couple to finish their exchange before going back to their room to rest. That way she won't hear those annoying sounds. At least that's what she told herself. Chapter 15, perhaps. Marrying that boy isn't such an unacceptable thing. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Wen Yin conducted a preliminary test on the two of them. First is Su Yingxue. She stood in the center of the training field, took a deep breath, and then moved. The figure flickered like a ghost, leaving a faint afterimage. At the same time, his palms flew up and down, releasing a chill that caused the temperature in the training ground to drop significantly. After finishing a set of frost palm techniques, she stood up, her breathing steady. Wen Yin nodded. Not bad. You've mastered the basics of the frost palm and have also grasped 3 or 4/10 of the skill in the phantom step. Come on, let's test your punching power. Su Yingxue walked to the punching power testing machine, circulated her qi and blood, and struck out with her palm. 5,632,1,15 Kilogramm. It has increased by more than 300 kilograms compared to 10 days ago. Very good. Wen Yin rarely smiled. It's rare to see such progress during pregnancy. Next up is Lin Yin. He didn't use any fancy footwork, but walked directly to the testing machine and assumed the starting stance of the stone-splitting fist, gathering strength, unleashing it. Boom! The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 6,587,42 Kilogramm. It has increased by 500 kilograms compared to 10 days ago. A hint of surprise flashed in Wen Yan's eyes. This rate of progress has surpassed that of many so-called martial arts geniuses. How's your practice of the stone-splitting fist going? Lin Yin grinned and walked to the specially made sandbag. This time, he didn't hold his strength for too long, but instead threw a punch seemingly casually. Puff! A dull sound rang out. A clear fist print appeared on the surface of the sandbag, at least twice as deep as it was 10 days ago. You can already unleash the stone-splitting force. Wen Yin nodded. Although it's just the basics, it's still considered an entry-level skill. She then asked Lin Yun to demonstrate Phantom Step. Lin Yun moved quickly across the training ground. Although he didn't have the afterimage effect of Wen Yin, his movements were strange and unpredictable, showing that he had already mastered the skill. Good. Wen Yin concluded. The progress you've made in these 10 days is equivalent to 6 months of hard work for an average person. But don't be arrogant. This is just the beginning. She looked at the two of them, her eyes serious. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. You're only just beginning. The road ahead is long. Especially you, Lin Yun. Wan Yin stared at him. Didn't you say you would defeat me and marry me? With this little strength, you're far from it. Lin Yun was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, Sister Wen Yin. I will continue to work hard. Sooner or later, I will defeat you fair and square and then marry you. If Wen Yin had heard this 10 days ago, she might have been angry and might have thrown him out. But now, she just snorted, "We'll talk about it after you've done it." After the training session ended, Wen Yin left first. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue packed their things and prepared to go back to their room. Husband, do you think Sister Wen Yin has been acting a little different lately? Su Yingxue suddenly asked in a low voice. Lin Yun was taken aback. How is it different? Su Yingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment. I can't say. It's just that she doesn't seem as resistant to you saying you want to marry her anymore. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Su Yingxue nodded. If you had said that before, she would have gotten angry and beaten you up. But now, it seems like she's just saying it, and she's not really angry. Lin Yun's heart stirred. He recalled Wan Yan's behavior during this period. The training was still rigorous, although he still couldn't hold back with his words. But that kind of heartfelt resistance does seem to have diminished. Could it be? Lin Yun shook his head, temporarily suppressing the thought. It's too early to think about these things now. The most urgent task is to continue improving our strength. The two returned to their room, took a quick shower, and then lay in bed together. Husband, how big is the baby now? Su Yingxue gently stroked her lower abdomen. Lin Yun also placed his hand on it. It should be very, very small like a bean. But our baby will definitely be extraordinary. After all, both parents are martial artists. Su Yingxue smiled. Husband, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Anything is fine. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her. If it's a boy, I'll teach him martial arts and make him a martial artist even stronger than me. If it's a girl, I'll also teach her martial arts and make her the most powerful little princess in the world. Su Yingxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart and snuggled even closer into his arms. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, gently enveloping the two of them. Lin Yun gently placed his palm on Su Yingxue's lower abdomen, feeling the new life growing there. It felt so soft and smooth to the touch. Slowly, the land of life opened up to him. The fountain of life emerges. Everything was so natural and harmonious. Life moves rhythmically, and breath communicates. The night is still long. For Lin Yun, tonight's journey has only just begun. The night outside the window deepened, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Lin family manor, Wen Yin stood by the window, gazing at the same starry sky, her mind filled with countless thoughts. In 10 days, she witnessed Lin Yun's rapid progress firsthand. That speed, that potential, had exceeded her comprehension. Maybe that kid will actually catch up with me one day. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Wan Yin shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking about it. She closed the window and lay back down on the bed. But she couldn't sleep that night. Images of Lin Yun training diligently kept flashing through her mind, as did his confident smile when he told her he wanted to marry her, and the sweet, loving scenes of the young couple. What am I thinking? Wan Yin covered her face with a pillow and muttered to herself. However, deep inside, a faint voice said, perhaps marrying that guy isn't such a hard thing to accept. Chapter 16. Coughing Pill Cultivation Improvement, Mid-Stage First Rank. 5 more days passed. Lin Yun frowned slightly as he looked at the numbers that appeared on the screen. 6,673,94 kilogram. It has increased by less than 100 kilograms compared to 5 days ago. Moreover, upon closer examination, there's been almost no activity in the last 2 days, and the increase in punching power has been negligible. The period of rapid improvement for martial artists has passed, Lin Yun muttered to himself. Wen Yin had already warned about this situation. After a martial artist breaks through a barrier, their body will undergo a rapid adaptation period during which their strength increases dramatically. But after this stage, it will enter a period of steady growth, and the pace of progress will slow down significantly. Unless there is external assistance. Lin Yin took out a small jade bottle from the storage cabinet. The bottle was warm and smooth, and inside were several qi and blood pills. This is the best elixir for apprentices, each worth 1,000,000. He took one yesterday, but that pill had almost no effect. The pills given to apprentices have negligible effect on martial artists. What you need now is a pill specifically for martial artists. A gentle voice came from behind. Lin Yin turned around and saw that Wen Yin was already beside him at some point. She wore a dark blue training uniform today, and her hair was still tied in a neat high ponytail, making her look incredibly heroic. I know, so I prepared this today. Lin Yin took out another, more exquisite jade box from the storage cabinet. The box was opened, revealing a blood-red pill the size of a longan, with a faint glow flowing across its surface and emanating a rich aura. First tier qi and blood pill. The best pill for apprentices is the qi and blood pill, and the best pill for martial artists is also called the qi and blood pill, but with the prefix first grade. In this world of martial arts, there are many kinds of elixirs. There are pills for first-level martial artists to improve their blood and qi, such as Dragon Elephant Blood Essence Pill, Phoenix Nirvana Blood Pill, and 10,000-Year Blood Ginseng Pill, each with a more imposing name than the last. But those who truly understand the industry know that the more fancy the name, the less effective it often is. And the best of them all is always the one with the simplest and most unadorned name, Qi Shui Dan Blood and Qi Elixir. The Qi and Blood Pill is the only pill that martial artists can absorb 100% of, and it has no side effects. The only downside is that it's expensive. Each qi and blood pill during the apprenticeship stage is worth 1,000,000, more expensive than many first-tier pills. Even well-off families can't afford it. It's too expensive. At most, I'll buy some items worth tens of thousands, or I might simply choose to undergo rigorous asceticism. Even with rigorous training, the equipment is expensive. Just look at the price of the martial arts school. It costs 100,000 a year. An average person earns 3,000 yuan a month, which is less than a family's annual income. If pills are this expensive for apprentices, what about those for first-tier martial artists? Dragon Elephant Blood Essence pills cost 800,000 each. Phoenix Nirvana blood pills cost 3.6 million each, and first-tier qi and blood pills, 20 million per pill. Yes, that's right. It costs a whopping 20 million to buy one. This price is enough to deter 99% of martial artists. But for the Lin family, money is not a problem as long as they can improve their strength. Wen Yin looked at the pill in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Ready?" "Okay, all ready." Lin Yun answered affirmatively and took the pills into the gravity chamber. This time, he adjusted the gravity to 12 times, twice as much as when Yan had requested 10 times. This is already close to the limit he can currently endure. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yun swallowed the first-tier qi and blood pill worth 20 million without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a scorching torrent that rushed into the body. Unlike the gentle qi and blood pills of the apprentice stage, the medicinal power of the first-order qi and blood pills is violent and fierce, like a ferocious beast that has been imprisoned for many years, suddenly breaking free of its restraints. Lin Yun dared not delay and immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. Under the pressure of 12 times gravity, the absorption of the medicine is more efficient. That scorching torrent surged along the path of the cultivation technique, strengthening the tissues at each meridian it passed through. Qi and blood are increasing rapidly, and the energy cluster in the dantian is expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed second by second. 2 hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. The air inside the gravity chamber seemed to grow heavier because of his presence. He slowly stood up and stretched his limbs. His bones crackled and popped, his muscles became firmer, and a faint glow of blood and energy flowed beneath his skin. It feels different. I feel much stronger. Lin Yun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. As they stepped out of the gravity chamber, Wen Yin and Su Yingxue were already waiting outside. Su Yingshue's eyes were full of anticipation, while Wen Yin had an expression that said, "I'd like to see how much you can improve. Let's test it out." Wen Yin gestured for him to go to the punching power testing machine. Lin Yin walked up to the machine and, without much preparation, delivered a simple, straightforward straight punch. Boom strapia. The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on an astonishing value. 13,247,83 kilogram. More than 13,000 kilograms. Su Yingshue's eyes curved into crescent moons. My husband is so amazing. Just one pill has improved him so much. Wen Yin simply nodded. So is so. A first-tier qi and blood pill cost 20 million each, and it only increased my strength by less than 7,000 kilograms. It's a bit of a waste. Su Yingxue immediately transformed into a protective and doting wife. Sister Wen Yin, my husband is absolutely amazing, isn't he? Eating one pill raised me from the early stage of Tier 1 to the mid-stage, and I even exceeded the mid-stage Tier 1 standard by 3,000 kilograms of strength. One more pill, and we might be in the later stages. Hee, Sister Wen Yin, just wait for your husband to marry you. Wen Yin was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and then rolled her eyes after a long while. You think taking pills is as simple as addition? Just add one, and it goes up? It's not that simple. She looked at Lin Yin, her tone serious. After you finish this pill, you'll have to wait at least a month before you can take the next one. Otherwise, the body will develop drug resistance and won't be able to absorb much of the medicine, which would be a complete waste of money. Lin Yin smiled confidently. What's there to be afraid of? One pill a month at this rate, I'll become a second-tier martial artist in a year. No, in half a year. Wen Yin laughed at his naive idea. You think becoming a second-tier martial artist is so easy? The bottleneck from the first to the second rank is more than 10 times harder than the journey from apprentice to martial artist. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to you. She turned to leave, but Lin Yin called her back. Wait, Sister Wen Yin, Yingxue hasn't used it yet. I'm worried about leaving without watching over it. Lin Yin took out another jade box, opened it, and inside was another first-tier qi and blood pill. This one is for Yingxue. Su Yingxue quickly waved her hand. Husband, this is too precious. You should use it to improve your strength yourself. My cultivation is already progressing very quickly. Lin Yin leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. I'm already in the middle stage, and you're still in the early stage. How can we communicate tonight? He deliberately emphasized the word communication, carrying a clear implication. Su Yingshue's face instantly turned bright red. Even her ears turned pink. Wen Yin was so powerful that he could hear Lin Yin, even if he deliberately whispered. She said to Su Yingxue in an annoyed tone, the Lin family has plenty of money. Why are you trying to save it for them? They should use it as they need to. Lin Yin immediately chimed in. See? Sister Wen Yin already said so. Su Yingxue blushed as she accepted the pill, whispering, Thank you, my husband. He gently instructed. Remember, you can't exceed 3 times the normal gravity. You are pregnant now, and your body has limited capacity to withstand it. Moreover, the first-level qi and blood pill is very potent, and 3 times the gravity is enough to help you absorb it. Su Yingxue nodded seriously and walked into the gravity chamber with the pills in her hand. P.S. I hope that the readers who have read this far can take a moment to give this book a 5-star review. It's okay if you don't want to write a review, just give it 5 stars. It will only take a few seconds. Please, it really means a lot to me. Chapter 17. Propose to school beauty Lin Qianxi when she comes of age. 3 hours later, the door to the gravity chamber opened. Su Yingxue came out. Her temperament underwent a subtle change. Originally, he possessed a gentle yet aloof demeanor, but now he exudes the sharpness of a martial artist. The body is full of qi and blood, with subtle energy fluctuations. Let's test it out, Wen Yin said. Su Yingxue walked to the punching power testing machine, gathered her strength, and struck out with her palm. 11,236,47 kilogram. More than 11,000 kilograms. She has also reached the mid-stage of Tier 1. Congratulations. Wen Yin smiled. It seems you are indeed very talented. It's rare to make such progress during pregnancy. Su Yingxue was so happy she couldn't speak, but when she looked at Lin Yin, her eyes were overflowing with love. Lin Yin stepped forward and embraced her, saying, My wife is the best. Wan Yin looked at the loving couple, shook her head, and turned to leave. This dog food is better left uneaten. Sister Wan Yin. Lin Yin called out to her, thank you. Wan Yin paused in her steps. Thank me for what? Lin Yin said earnestly, thank you for your guidance. Without you, Ing Shue and I wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Wan Yin was silent for a moment, then turned his back to him and said, it's what I should do if I'm paid to do something. After saying that, she quickly left the practice room. Back in her room, Wan Yin closed the door, leaned against it, and slowly exhaled. This kid, he's improving too fast. 15 days ago, his punching power was over 6,000 kilograms. 10 days later, it approached 7,000 kilograms. Now, it's directly 13,000 kilograms. Although most of his cultivation level was improved by coughing up pills, it cost him countless amounts of money. But money is also an important part of martial arts, sometimes even more so than one's martial arts talent. Cough pills can boost cultivation, but that's still cultivation. Wasn't my purpose to protect the Lin family by purchasing various cultivation resources? Wan Yin walked to the window, gazing at the lights that lit up the manor, her mind filled with countless thoughts. The stronger Lin Yun becomes, the more likely her joke, I'll marry you once you defeat me, will come true. What bothered her even more was that she found herself not rejecting the possibility. What's wrong with me? Wan Yin asked herself softly, but no one could give her an answer. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue did not leave the training room immediately. Husband, I feel like the baby moved a little today. Su Yingxue suddenly said, gently placing her hand on her lower abdomen. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Let me hear it. He bent down and put his ear to Su Yingxue's abdomen. Although he can't hear anything yet, he can feel the life force emanating from there. Baby, be good and don't make mommy work too hard. Su Yingxue gently stroked his hair. Husband, do you think our baby will inherit our martial arts talent? Definitely. We are both martial artists with strong qi and blood. The baby was nourished by qi and blood in the womb, so his talent will definitely not be bad. Expectation flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes. Then we'll teach the baby martial arts. Yes, we'll teach together. Lin Yun gripped her hand tightly. Su Yingxue asked this question because she was subconsciously worried that her offspring would revert to the mean. Mean reversion, Lin Yun is familiar with. In his hometown, before he traveled through time, if both husband and wife were top students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, it would be difficult for their descendants to get into Tsinghua and Peking universities like their parents. Some couldn't even get into a regular undergraduate program and could only attend a junior college. This is mean regression. It is impossible for descendants to be 100% better than their parents. Just like human height, even if tall people mate and reproduce, selecting the best of the best, no one has ever grown into a giant. The two packed their things and left the practice room hand in hand. During dinner, Lin Jintian heard that both of them had broken through to the mid-stage of the first rank, and he was so happy that he ate an extra bowl of rice. The old man is full of energy every day and is looking forward to the birth of his great-grandson. It's late at night in the new house. The hot, intense smell had not yet dissipated. Lin Yun gently held Su Yingxue in his arms, his hand stroking her lower abdomen. Yingxue, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? This time, it was his turn to ask. Su Yingxue snuggled closer to him, finding a more comfortable position. Anything is fine. I love any child that is ours. Lin Yun kissed her forehead. Me too. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, gently enveloping the two of them. The world fell silent, leaving only the sounds of each other's breathing and heartbeats. But for Lin Yun, this was just the beginning. Mid-stage first rank is far from enough in this world. To truly protect this family and to fulfill his bold vow of marrying Wan Yin, he must become stronger. Second order, third order, and even higher. Lin Yun silently recited in his heart. System. Check the current status. Host, Lin Yun. Special physique. Fertility body. Activation progress 1%. Cultivation level. Mid-tier martial artist. Martial arts talent. Mid-grade yellow. Qi and blood value. Approximately 13,000 kilograms punching power. Technique. 5 hearts towards heaven technique. Yellow grade supreme. Combat skills. Stone-splitting fist, mid-grade yellow. Phantom step, low-grade yellow. Spouse, Su Yingxue, pregnant. Looking at the system panel, Lin Yun felt a surge of pride. With a mid-grade yellow level talent and mid-stage first-order cultivation, This is already considered quite good strength in Jiangxing. But that's not enough, far from enough. He needs to keep working hard and keep getting stronger. Time passed slowly like this. Without consuming elixirs and relying solely on arduous cultivation, Lin Yun's cultivation progress slowed significantly. Every day, I sweat profusely in the gravity chamber, but my punching power increases very little, and sometimes I don't see any significant progress for several days in a row. The improvement in combat skill proficiency is also average. The Stone Splitter Fist technique is stuck at the bottleneck between beginner and minor mastery. I feel like I'm just one step away from breakthrough, but I just can't seem to get past it. This is the limitation of talent. A mid-grade yellow level talent is already considered good in Jiangxing, but in the entire martial arts world, it can only be considered the lowest grade. Without the aid of elixirs, relying solely on arduous cultivation will indeed limit the speed of progress. Lin Yun was not discouraged, but he was even more eager for Lin Qianxi to come of age. Since their chance encounter by the river, the young woman and Lin Yun have been communicating more frequently on their phones. Sometimes they would share their lives, sometimes they would ask each other questions about martial arts, and every week they would find various reasons to talk to Lin Yun for a few minutes. Lin Yun wasn't stupid. He could naturally see Lin Qianxi's affection for him. Looks like this girl has been secretly in love with me all along, Lin Yun thought to himself with a smirk. Lin Qianxi will be an adult next year. When I go to propose marriage, I will be 100% successful. She has a 94-point appearance score, a mid-grade yellow level martial arts talent, and a top-grade yellow level overall rating from the system. If I marry her, my martial arts talent will definitely improve to the upper level of yellow rank. Then the cultivation speed will be even faster. Thinking about all this, Lin Yun became even more motivated to train. Chapter 18: Su Yingshue's Surprising Proposal. Time flies. Su Yingxue has been married into the Lin family for almost 2 months and is more than a month pregnant. There are still a few days until I could take another Tier 1 Qi and blood pill. That night, as usual, the lights in the new house stayed on until late. The rain had just stopped, and the air was still filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Su Yingxue collapsed into Lin Yun's arms, her cheeks flushed, her breathing not yet fully calm. She raised her hand and gently stroked Lin Yun's face, her eyes filled with infatuation and love. "My husband," she murmured softly, "I love you so much." Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "Me too." The two kissed passionately for a while longer, until their breathing had completely calmed down. Su Yingxue leaned against Lin Yun's chest, her fingers unconsciously stroking his pectoral muscles, and suddenly asked softly, "Husband, what do you think of teacher Shen Yuqing?" Lin Yun was taken aback. "Shen Yuqing? Who?" Su Yingxue looked up at him. "She's a teacher from No. 2 Middle School, Miss Shen Yuqing. Don't you remember?" Lin Yun thought about it carefully and finally remembered. After he awakened the system, he sought marriage with Wen Yin, but was thrown out. Then they collected information on eligible women throughout Jiangxing. There were no more than 5 people in the entire city who met the system requirements, and only 2 of them had an appearance score of over 90. One was his wife, Su Yingxue, whom he held in his arms, and the other was Shen Yuqing, a teacher of academic subjects at No. 2 Middle School. "I remember now." Lin Yun nodded, then asked with some surprise, "Why did you suddenly ask about this, my wife?" Su Yingxue snuggled closer to him and whispered, "I'm just curious. Who exactly did my husband propose to before? I talked to Aunt Lu about it these past few days, and she told me some things." Lin Yun suddenly realized, "Oh, so this is what you wanted to ask Aunt Lu about these past few days?" "Uh-huh." Su Yingxue nodded, her eyes flashing with admiration. "My husband has excellent taste. All the women he's chosen are wonderful, especially teacher Shen Yuqing. She's such a kind person and so beautiful." She began to list Shen Yuqing's strengths. "I heard that she has a gentle personality, is very knowledgeable, and is especially kind to her students. And she's really beautiful, not in a flamboyant way, but rather gentle and intellectual, like she stepped out of an ancient painting. Many students at No. 2 Middle School say they don't want to lose focus in her class, because just looking at her is a pleasure." As Lin Yun listened, the image of Shen Yuqing gradually appeared in his mind. He did indeed collect information on Shen Yuqing. "At 22 years old, having just graduated from a regular university a year ago, I am now a high school teacher teaching academic subjects to first-year students at No. 2 High School. She in the photo truly exudes a scholarly air, with gentle eyes and a serene smile, possessing an intellectual beauty. According to the records, she was the school beauty during her school years and had countless suitors, but she rejected them all on the grounds of focusing on her studies. She completed her 4-year university course in just 2 years, graduating a year early. He is indeed a very outstanding person. Lin Yun nodded, then asked with some confusion, "But wife, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" He thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned mischievously and moved closer to Su Yingxue, his hands wandering all over her body, pinching her. "Is my wife jealous? Are you worried that I'll go to her?" Su Yingxue felt ticklish from his pinching and playfully slapped his hand away, saying, "No, I'm not jealous at all. Why did that lady suddenly bring her up?" Lin Yun pressed. Su Yingxue's eyes were watery, and her face flushed. She seemed somewhat embarrassed to speak. She hesitated for a while, before finally raising her head and looking at Lin Yun with deep affection. "Husband, what do you think of teacher Shin Yuqing?" Lin Yun was confused by her and replied directly, "Yes, it's very good, but not as good as my wife. This is the truth. The system scores are there. Shen Yuqing 92 points, Su Yingxue 96 points. Moreover, after spending these 2 months together, Lin Yun's feelings for Su Yingxue have long since transcended the simple contractual marriage." Upon hearing this, a sweet glint flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes, but she continued speaking to herself. "Teacher Shin Yuqing is really good. She just graduated from university a year ago, and she's young and beautiful. She was the school beauty of number 2 middle school before, and now that she's back teaching there, I wonder how many people she's captivated. I heard that when she was in high school, she received countless love letters every day, including those for people in other schools. But she refused them all and devoted herself to her studies. She was the most beautiful and popular person in the entire Jiangsheng during her year. No, during those years." Lin Yun nodded. "Yes, that's true. Given her looks, she was indeed the most beautiful woman in those years. Luckily, she was born a few years too early and didn't meet her wife. Otherwise, the title of most beautiful in Jiangsheng wouldn't have been hers." Lin Yun spoke these words sincerely and without any bias. After all, the system's rating doesn't lie. Su Yingxue's 96 points are genuine. Su Yingxue's smile deepened, but she still continued to ask, "Then, my husband, do you also think that teacher Shin Yuqing is very good?" Lin Yun finally realized that something was wrong. Su Yingxue's roundabout way of asking questions definitely wasn't just a casual inquiry. "My wife, what exactly are you trying to say?" He looked at her seriously. "Stop beating around the bush. Just tell your husband directly." Su Yingxue took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision. She sat up, cupped Lin Yun's face in her hands, her eyes firm and earnest. "I want to help my husband marry her." Lin Yun, his eyes widened, and he didn't react for a moment. "What did you say?" Lin Yun wondered if he had misheard. "I said," Su Yingxue repeated clearly, word by word, "I want to help my husband marry teacher Shen Yuqing." Lin Yun was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Su Yingxue, his mind completely blank. After a long while, he finally spoke and asked, "My wife, are you joking?" "No." Su Yingxue shook her head, her expression extremely serious. "I'm serious." Lin Yun sat up and carefully examined her expression, trying to find a trace of a joke in it. But all he saw was determination and expectation. "Why?" Lin Yun couldn't understand at all. "Why would you want to help me marry another woman? Shouldn't you be unhappy?" Su Yingxue leaned back into his arms and whispered, "At first I was a little unhappy. I knew that my husband had screened me before choosing me, so I did feel a little awkward. But I've been thinking a lot these past few days." Her voice grew softer and softer, and a hint of self-reproach flashed in her eyes. "Husband, in what way are you so strong that I, as your wife, have been unable to satisfy you? This is such a dereliction of duty." Her voice was clearly choked with emotion, and by the end, her eyes were red. Lin Yun's heart tightened at the sight of that aggrieved and self-reproachful look. Chapter 19, Su Yingxue plans to marry her husband. "Silly girl, what are you saying? How is this your fault?" Lin Yun quickly hugged her tightly and gently patted her back. "It's all my fault." Su Yingxue stubbornly shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's one thing to be unable to satisfy my husband while pregnant, but before I was pregnant, I couldn't satisfy him either." She became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and finally tears fell. "I've already tried so hard, but my husband's energy is just too boundless. Sometimes I'm so exhausted, and he's still. Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated, but also felt incredibly sorry for him. He never expected that Su Yingxue harbored such thoughts. He cupped her face in his hands, making her look directly into his eyes. Listen, Yingxue, this isn't your problem, really. It's because my constitution is a bit special. Lin Yun carefully chose his words, not wanting to reveal the existence of the system, but at least wanting to reassure her. I'm naturally strong in that area, and that's not something you can control. Besides, Lin Yun stopped, looked at her seriously, and said, I have never felt that you have failed me. Every moment I spend with you has made me happy and fulfilled. Su Yingxue blinked her wet eyes, half believing, half doubting. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Yun nodded vigorously. Can't you feel it? I'm always very happy every time. Su Yingxue thought for a moment, her face turning slightly red. Indeed, although it's tiring afterward, my husband is always very engaged and enjoys it. But she was still somewhat uneasy. I'd heard that martial artists are all very long-lasting in that area, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. I'm worried about the future. What about later? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. If there are more people in the future, and I still act like this, I'll be laughed at. Su Yingxue said softly. Lin Yun was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was going on. This girl has already tacitly agreed that he will marry more wives in the future. He was both touched and amused, so he lowered his head and kissed her, silencing her from saying the rest of her words. The kiss was tender and lingering, filled with boundless tenderness and love. Lin Yun used all his gentleness to try to soothe the unease in her heart. After a long while, the two finally separated. A blush rose to Su Yingxue's cheeks, and her eyes glistened with a misty light. Her emotions had calmed considerably. Lin Yun gently stroked her face. Silly girl, don't think about these things. In my heart, you are the best wife. Su Yingxue hugged him tightly in her arms. But I really want to help my husband. I found out everything about teacher Shen Yuqing. She is a very outstanding person, but her family background is ordinary. Her martial arts talent is the same as mine, but she didn't get into a martial arts university. Su Yingxue carefully reviewed the information and continued. The reason she completed her university studies quickly, graduated a year early, and then returned to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School to teach was to continue her martial arts career. Lin Yun seemed to understand something. You mean, she became a teacher so she could use the school's martial arts training equipment? Su Yingxue nodded. That's right. The tuition for martial arts school is 100,000 yuan a year, which is simply unaffordable for ordinary families. But as long as you are a school teacher, even a teacher of academic subjects, you can use the school's martial arts equipment to continue your training. Teacher Shen Yuqing took this roundabout route. Lin Yun suddenly realized. No wonder a graduate from a prestigious university would return to a small place like Jiangcheng to become a high school teacher. It turns out it was from martial arts resources. Even the worst martial arts high school in a big city, the teachers are martial artists, which is why she acted that way. Jiangcheng has a population of over 6 million, which is really too small. It's so small that the middle school doesn't even distinguish between martial arts practitioners and ordinary lieutenant colonels. So she never actually gave up on martial arts. Lin Yun asked. Je suis replied affirmatively. Although she is ostensibly a teacher of academic subjects, she trains at school until very late every day after school. Many people at No. 2 Middle School know that she is probably the most hard-working teacher in the whole school. Lin Yun felt a growing respect for Shen Yuqing. In this world where martial arts are revered, it is truly remarkable that a woman of average talent and from a poor family can persist in pursuing her dreams. But at the same time, his expression became somewhat conflicted. Seeing this, Su Yingxue couldn't help but laugh. Is your husband afraid that she will reject your marriage proposal again? Lin Yun nodded honestly. Those guys rejected me so decisively last time. I'm traumatized by it. Puff. Su Yingxue finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, her whole body shaking with laughter. It's because my husband is so straightforward. The more she thought about it, the happier she laughed, until finally tears streamed down her face. You have no idea how funny Wen Yin told me later about how you look the day you went to see her. Wearing his most formal clothes with a serious expression as if you were going to negotiate. He started by saying, Aunt Wen, I want to marry you. And then the next second he was thrown out. Lin Yun blushed deeply as she laughed. That's because I was in a hurry. He was indeed anxious at the time. His years-long pursuit of martial arts, finally he saw a glimmer of hope. The system task required him to get married and have children, and he couldn't wait to complete the task and improve his talent. After failing at Wenyin's place, he immediately began gathering information from the entire city. After screening all the women, he went straight to the women who met his criteria and immediately proposed marriage. The result was predictable. Of the 5 that met the requirements, 4 were rejected outright, and the applicants were not even allowed to meet with them. Only after Su Yingxue agreed to meet him, and finally, with a generous dowry and Lin Yun's promise, did he agree to the marriage. Looking back now, I realized that what I did was really too reckless. You're still laughing. Lin Yun looked at his wife, who was laughing uncontrollably in his arms, and lowered his head in embarrassment and anger. He took her soft, tender cheek into his mouth and gently bit it. I'll bite you. Ah, husband, stop fooling around. I'm not laughing anymore. I'm not laughing anymore. Su Yingxue was both itchy and embarrassed, and quickly begged for mercy. Lin Yun then let go, but still pretended to be angry as he looked at her. Su Yingxue slowly stopped laughing, but her eyes still held a smile. She leaned in and kissed Lin Yun's lips as an apology. After the kiss, she looked into Lin Yun's eyes and said earnestly, "My husband, just watch me. This time it won't be like last time. So, what are your plans?" Su Yingxue smiled mysteriously. "I've already made an appointment with teacher Shen Yuqing to meet tomorrow." "What? You've already asked her out?" Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. Su Yingxue nodded. "I invited her under the pretext of exchanging martial arts insights. She knew I had become a martial artist, so she readily agreed." Lin Yun was still a little worried. "But isn't this too sudden?" "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Su Yingxue said confidently. "Tomorrow, let's start by getting to know each other as ordinary friends and gradually get to know each other." And she winked playfully. "I've already told Sister Wenyin that my day off this month will be moved to tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll go out and have some fun and maybe bump into teacher Shen Yuqing." Lin Yun was completely astonished. Su Yingxue not only made an appointment with Shen Yuqing, but also arranged things with Wenyin. "You?" He didn't know what to say for a moment. "So how about it? Am I a decent wife?" Su Yingxue's eyes were filled with expectation, like a child waiting for praise. Chapter 20 Gentle Beauty, Shen Yuqing. Lin Yun was deeply moved. Then he hugged Su Yingxue tightly. With such a virtuous wife, what more could a husband ask for? Su Yingxue hugged him back and said tenderly, "Because I love my husband too. I want him to be happy, and I want him to achieve all his dreams." The two embraced quietly, the atmosphere in the room warm and sweet. But gradually, the atmosphere began to change. Su Yingxue's soft body pressed against Lin Yun, her warm breath spraying onto his neck. Her faint body fragrance, mixed with the scent of her recent exercise, created a unique and heart-pounding aroma. Lin Yun's breathing gradually became heavy. He felt his wife trembling slightly in his arms, her body growing hotter and hotter. "My husband." Su Yingxue's eyes were brimming with tears, and her lips parted slightly. The ambiguous atmosphere that had faded in the air began to intensify again. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her. This time, the kiss was no longer gentle, but rather carried a clear possessiveness. He whispered near her lips, "Can you still?" Su Yingxue said breathlessly, "Be careful. You can do it." This statement became the final permission. Without further hesitation, Lin Yun rolled over and gently pinned her beneath him. This time, he was exceptionally gentle and careful, as if afraid of hurting her and the baby in her womb. Su Yingxue wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Husband, leave tomorrow's matters to me. You just need to cooperate." "Okay," Lin Yun promised in her ear. "I'll do whatever you say, my wife." Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the intertwined shadows of the two figures. This time, however, Lin Yun was exceptionally careful and gentle. He paid close attention to Su Yingxue's reaction at all times, and immediately slowed down the pace if she showed the slightest discomfort. Su Yingxue was also exceptionally involved and enthusiastic. She responded to her husband's love in her own way, and also showed him through her actions. She really doesn't mind if he marries another woman, as long as he's happy. That night, the lights in the new house stayed on exceptionally long. But this time, under the lights, it was no longer a simple expression of desire, but proof that two hearts were closely connected. A wife who is willing to plan for her husband to take a second wife. A husband who is willing to restrain his desires for his wife. All of this stems from love. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. The couple strolled hand in hand through the campus of Jiangxi No. 2 Middle School. It's summer vacation now, and the campus is deserted with only a few students walking around. Those were all outstanding students with excellent grades who were granted the right to use martial arts equipment during the summer vacation. No. 2 Middle School is much better than our No. 4 Middle School. Our school doesn't even have a gravity chamber. We can only use the most basic training equipment. Su Yingxue said softly. Lin Yun looked around. The martial arts equipment in Jiangxing's middle schools is generally outdated. Even in key middle schools like No. 2 Middle School, advanced equipment like gravity chambers can only reach a maximum of twice the gravity. In the Lin family manor, the highest level gravity chamber can reach a gravity of 100 times. It was built specifically for Wen Yan. This is the gap in resources and social class. The agreed time was 10 a.m. to meet in a martial arts classroom. At 9:50, the two found the classroom. Pushing open the door, they saw a figure standing by the window with his back to them. Hearing the noise, the person turned around. Lin Yun's first impression was that she was gentle and graceful. Shen Yuqing was dressed in a light blue casual outfit today, with a fitted short-sleeve shirt on top and an A-line skirt that went past her knees, simple and elegant. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, with a few wisps of hair falling naturally across her forehead, making her face appear even softer. Her features were not as striking as Su Yingxue's, nor as dashing as Wen Yan's, but rather a gentle beauty typical of women from the Jiangnan water towns. With curved eyebrows, a straight nose, lips that are neither too thick nor too thin, and a natural upward curve at the corners of her mouth, she exudes a friendly aura even when she's not smiling. But what's most striking is her temperament. It was a scholarly air that emanated from within. She stood there like a delicate ink painting, serene and beautiful. Yingxue, you've arrived. Shen Yuqing smiled slightly, her voice gentle and pleasant. She noticed Lin Yun beside Su Yingxue, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Teacher Yuqing, this is my husband, Lin Yun. Husband, this is Teacher Shen Yuqing. Su Yingxue took the initiative to introduce herself, her tone very natural. After the introduction, he added, my husband is a mid-stage first-order martial artist. I heard that Teacher Yuqing is having some trouble with martial arts cultivation, so he came with me in the hope of being able to help. Shen Yuqing was clearly taken aback. She hadn't expected Su Yingxue to be married so young. She looked no more than 18 or 19. But her good upbringing prevented her from asking further questions. She simply nodded politely. Mr. Lin, hello. You two are a perfect match. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. Shen Yuqing looked at him as if he were a complete stranger, clearly having no recollection of him whatsoever. Hello, Teacher Shen, Lin Yun replied politely. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them found a place to sit down. Su Yingxue took the initiative to start the conversation. Teacher Yuqing, I heard that you've been trying to break through to the first level of martial artist recently? Shen Yuqing nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Yes, but I've been stuck at 98 points of qi and blood for 3 months now. I still can't break through that barrier and can't sense the energy of the universe. As she spoke, she took out a notebook from her bag, which was filled with dense notes about the problems she encountered in her cultivation. At first, she was quite reserved and only asked some basic questions. But as Lin Yun and Su Yingxue provided their answers, she discovered that the couple's insights far exceeded her expectations. Lin Yun, in particular, is young but has a terrifyingly profound understanding of martial arts. He could pinpoint the key to many of the problems that had troubled her for a long time with just a few words. Gradually, Shen Yuqing's questions became more numerous and in-depth. She completely forgot about her reserve and became fully immersed in the martial arts exchange. Seeing this, Su Yingxue quietly stepped aside, handing over the reins entirely to Lin Yun. Under her guidance, the subsequent communication turned into Lin Yun giving instructions to Shen Yuqing unilaterally. When it comes to martial arts, Lin Yun is completely absorbed in it. He himself was once a martial arts failure with extremely poor talent, and he empathized with people like Shen Yuqing who had ordinary talent but worked hard to pursue martial arts. He patiently answered all her questions and even personally demonstrated some key movements. Sensing the energy of the universe is not done by brute force. It's about the heart, Lin Yun said earnestly. You need to empty your mind and let your body naturally attract those energy particles instead of forcing them into your body. Shin Yuqing seemed to be deep in thought. But I've tried so many times, but I just can't feel it. That's because you're too impatient. Relax, take a deep breath. Now close your eyes and do as I say. Shin Yuqing closed her eyes as instructed. Lin Yun stood beside her and gently guided her. First, adjust your breathing. Yes, that's it. Now imagine yourself as a tree, with roots firmly planted in the earth and branches reaching towards the sky. His voice was gentle and magnetic, and Shin Yuqing unconsciously relaxed completely. She felt an unprecedented tranquility, as if the world around her had fallen silent. Then she saw those specks of light floating in the air. I saw it. She opened her eyes excitedly. Even though it was only a little bit, I really felt it. Lin Yun smiled. Very good. Being able to sense it on the first try means you've already succeeded halfway. Remember this feeling, and always put yourself into this state before each practice session. Shin Yuqing nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. This is much better than figuring it out on my own over the past few months. The two became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, discussing everything from cultivation methods to combat techniques, from qi and blood control to battle experience. Shin Yuqing completely forgot about the time, and Lin Yun also temporarily forgot the real purpose of this meeting. Chapter 21, Inviting Shin Yuqing. Until Su Yingxue coughed lightly. Husband, teacher Yuqing, it's already noon. Lin Yun then came to his senses and glanced at the clock on the wall. 30:12. They actually talked for more than 2 hours. Shin Yuqing was also startled, and then blushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I got too engrossed. I took up so much of your time. She looked at the two of them apologetically. May I treat you two to dinner? There are a few good restaurants near the school. Su Yingxue smiled and picked up an exquisite bamboo basket from the corner. No need. I saw you were chatting so intently that I asked Aunt Lu to bring lunch over. As she spoke, she walked to the table and began taking food out of the basket. Here you go. There's pan-fried rhinoceros ribs, steamed silverfish, a vegetable salad, and Aunt Lu's special blood-nourishing soup. Dishes were placed on the table one after another, their aroma filling the air. Shin Yuqing's eyes widened in amazement. This was simply too lavish. Moreover, all the ingredients are precious, especially the armored rhinoceros meat, which is clearly high-quality monster meat and is very valuable. She felt even more embarrassed. This is too much. It was supposed to be a martial arts exchange. But it's turned into me asking for guidance on my own, and now you all have to prepare lunch. Su Yingxue waved her hand and greeted her warmly. Sister Yuqing, don't be shy. Come and try some. This armored rhinoceros meat is super delicious, and it's especially effective for replenishing the qi and blood of martial artists. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of meat and held it directly to Shin Yuqing's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Shin Yuqing was flustered by her intimate gesture, and her face turned bright red. Seeing this, Lin Yun immediately understood his wife's intention and also cooperated by being jealous. My heart aches so much. My wife has forgotten her husband now that she has a sister. I don't even get this kind of treatment. Sister Yuqing, please try it quickly. I want to feed my husband. Shin Yuqing could sense Su Yingxue's sincerity and shyly accepted the offer. Su Yingxue immediately picked up another piece of meat and smilingly offered it to Lin Yun's mouth. Come on, my husband eat too. Is that all right? Lin Yun opened his mouth with satisfaction and caught it, even deliberately chewing it exaggeratedly. What my wife feeds me is so delicious. Shin Yuqing was amused by the couple's interaction, and her previous restraint vanished. She relaxed and picked up her chopsticks. Then I'll try the other dishes too. Yes, Sister Yuqing, eat more. Su Yingxue enthusiastically served her food. This silver-scaled fish is good for the skin, and this medicinal vegetable can regulate blood and qi. The three sat together, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, not like strangers meeting for the first time, but more like old friends who had known each other for many years. While eating, Lin Yun secretly observed Shin Yuqing. She ate very elegantly, taking small bites and chewing very carefully. He always puts down his chopsticks before speaking, and when listening to others, he looks them intently into their eyes. This kind of upbringing cannot be cultivated overnight. And she is indeed very beautiful. Not the kind of stunning beauty, but the kind of beauty that grows on you the more you look at her. Especially when she smiles, Her eyes crinkle, and her gentleness is enough to melt hearts. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? Su Yingxue gently kicked him under the table. Lin Yun snapped out of his daze and noticed Shen Yuqing looking at him. His face flushed slightly. No, it's nothing. I just feel that. Teacher Shen is really hardworking. Shen Yuqing was a little embarrassed. I just don't want to give up martial arts. Even though I'm not very talented, I still want to give it a try. What if I succeed? This is a good mindset. The path of martial arts is long. Talent is important, but perseverance is even more important. Many people are talented but lack perseverance, so they don't go far in the end. Lin Yun said earnestly. A look of gratitude flashed in Shen Yuqing's eyes. Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Lin. Lunch ended in a pleasant atmosphere. As the three were clearing away the dishes, Su Yingxue suddenly asked, By the way, Sister Yuqing, are you going to cultivate this afternoon? Shen Yuqing nodded. Yes, I applied for the qualification to use the gravity chamber this afternoon. Twice the gravity? Lin Yun asked. Yes, Shen Yuqing said with some helplessness. The school's equipment can only be doubled. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue exchanged a glance. Su Yingxue smiled and said, Then how about? Sister Yuqing comes to our house this afternoon. We have better cultivation equipment at home, and my husband is free this afternoon, so he can continue to guide you. Shen Yuqing was stunned. This is too much trouble for you. No trouble at all. Su Yingxue waved her hand. Anyway, my husband will be cultivating this afternoon, so having another person can help keep each other in check. Moreover, our gravity chamber can reach up to 100 times. Although you don't need that high gravity right now, 3 to 5 times is no problem. The effect is much better than at school. Shen Yuqing was moved. As an ordinary woman who was desperately pursuing martial arts, she knew all too well the importance of cultivation resources. The Lin family's conditions were beyond her wildest dreams. But she still hesitated. But we've only just met. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with it? Su Yingxue affectionately took her arm. We're friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? She winked mischievously. Or does Sister Yuqing not consider us friends? Of course not. Shen Yuqing quickly denied. Then it's settled. Su Yingxue made the decision for her directly. Come to our house this afternoon, and my husband will give you some proper guidance. We'll help you break through and become a martial artist as soon as possible. Looking into Su Yingxue's sincere eyes, and then at Lin Yun smiling beside her, Shen Yuqing finally nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you. It's not troublesome at all, Su Yingxue said happily. Let's go back now. The three packed their things and left the martial arts classroom. Upon arriving at the school gate, a sleek, silver-gray hovercar was already quietly waiting there. The car body has an elegant, spindle-shaped exterior with a smooth, mirror-like surface. The most striking feature is the underside of the vehicle. It has no wheels whatsoever. Instead, it hovered about 10 centimeters above the ground, surrounded by a faint blue energy halo. Lin Yun walked to the car, and the side door slid open silently, revealing the luxurious interior. He politely gestured for him to proceed. Shen Yuqing sat down in the car somewhat awkwardly, followed by Su Yingxue, and Lin Yun got in last. The car doors closed automatically, shutting out outside noise. Let's go home, Lin Yun said to the maid in the front row. Yes, young master. The vehicle started silently. Shen Yuqing felt a slight jolt in the car, and then looked out the window to see the surrounding scenery slowly descending. No, it's the vehicles that are rising. Shen Yuqing couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. The vehicle rose smoothly and vertically until it was several hundred meters above the ground before changing to horizontal flight. Looking down through the car window, the entire city of Wuhan unfolds before your eyes like a miniature map, with pedestrians appearing as tiny black dots and buildings transformed into exquisite models. Chapter 22 Anti-Gravity Car. Lin Family Manor. Shen Yuqing is shocked. Anti-gravity car? Shen Yuqing murmured incredulously. She knew about this kind of car, but had never ridden in it. She had only seen it in big cities. It is said that this car uses the most advanced anti-gravity technology, enabling it to hover and fly. It is extremely expensive, with a basic model costing hundreds of millions. Moreover, they are available at a price, but not in the market. Only the truly wealthy and noble can afford them. Yes, it was a birthday gift that Grandpa gave to my husband last year. This way, it will be more convenient to travel. Su Yingxue said it casually. Shen Yuqing was deeply shocked. A birthday present? A gravity-defying car worth hundreds of millions as a birthday gift? The Lin family's wealth was far greater than she had imagined. The vehicle flew smoothly and at a high speed, but the bumps were barely felt inside the vehicle. Shen Yuqing looked down at Jiangsheng through the car window, a perspective she had never seen before. The entire city unfolded beneath her feet. Streets, buildings, parks, everything became small and distant. Is this your first time riding in a gravity-defying vehicle? Lin Yan asked gently. Shen Yuqing nodded, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry to have made Mr. Lin laugh at me. No, Lin Yun smiled. When I first sat in it, I was even more surprised than you. That's the truth. Although he was a time traveler, his previous life on Earth did not have such advanced technology. He was also quite shocked when he rode the anti-gravity car for the first time. Su Yingxue pulled Shen Yuqing aside and started chatting about everyday things. As the conversation continued, the vehicle began to descend. Below, a vast estate appeared, shaded by green trees, with buildings arranged in a pleasing and orderly fashion. The most eye-catching feature is a white three-story main house with a simple yet grand style, surrounded by gardens, swimming pools, training grounds, and even an artificial lake. That's our home, Su Yingxue said, pointing down. The vehicle landed on the estate's dedicated helipad. The car door opened, and the three people got out one by one. Shen Yuqing stood on the soft lawn, looked around, and was once again awestruck. This is hardly a home. It's clearly a small manor. The sheer size of the site and the comprehensiveness of its facilities far exceeded her expectations. Welcome to the Lin family, Lin Yun said with a smile. Thank you, Shen Yuqing said somewhat reservedly. Su Yingxue affectionately took her arm. Sister Yuqing, come on. I'll take you to see the practice room. Shen Yuqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yingxue took her directly to the practice room instead of the main house. She would be more reserved if she went directly to someone's home as a guest. Lin Yin followed behind the two, watching Su Yingxue enthusiastically introduce the layout of the manor, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. His wife is really trying her best to help him. The training room is located on the west side of the manor. It is a separate building with a simple appearance but a large area. Pushing open the door reveals a spacious area with a ceiling at least 8 meters high and a floor covered with specially made cushioning material. Shen Yuqing stood at the door, momentarily stunned. Various advanced training equipment are neatly arranged, and against the wall is a row of gravity chamber doors, at least 6 in total. There is also a large, transparent battle zone in the middle, surrounded by an energy shield. Most striking are the several holographic projection spheres suspended on the ceiling, displaying complex energy flow diagrams. Are these all gravity chambers? Shen Yuqing asked in surprise. The second middle school has only one gravity chamber, and the maximum gravity it can reach is only twice the normal gravity. Su Yingxue nodded. However, we usually only use the two in the middle. The one on the left is for Sister Wenyan, and it can withstand 100 times the gravity. Shen Yuqing was dazzled by what she saw, and it took her a while to calm down. The conditions here are so much better than those at her school. Number 2 middle school. Sister Yuqing, let's go change our clothes. Su Yingxue pulled her towards the changing room. The changing room was neatly arranged with practice clothes of various sizes. Shen Yuqing picked out a set that fit her well and changed into it. The material was soft and breathable, much more comfortable than her own set. After changing their clothes, the three of them arrived at the gravity chamber. With her husband's guidance this morning, Sister Yuqing is already able to sense cosmic energy. Now, as long as you can guide energy into your body, you can become a martial artist, Su Yingxue said. Shen Yuqing nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and nervousness. She has been stuck at 98 points of qi and blood for 3 months and has been unable to break through that barrier. The door to the gravity chamber slid open, and the three of them went inside. Lin Yun adjusted the gravity to twice the normal value. Start with double. Teacher Shun, try circulating your energy and see if you can absorb any energy. Shen Yuqing sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. She began to operate the basic guiding techniques that she had redeemed from the official source. She can sense the cosmic energy around her, those colorful specks of light. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get them into their bodies. It's like there's an invisible barrier keeping those energies out. No. She opened her eyes, somewhat dejected. I can sense it, but I can't absorb it. Lin Yin nodded and adjusted the gravity to 2.5 times. Try it again. Shin Yuqing tried again. Under higher gravity, her sensitivity to energy became more pronounced. The points of light seemed closer to her, but she still couldn't absorb them. Gravity continues to increase, 2.8 times, 3 times. When the force reached 3 times the normal gravity, Shin Yuqing felt she had reached her limit. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly under the pressure. She could clearly see those energy points and even feel them touching her skin, but she just couldn't guide them into her body. It still doesn't work. She opened her eyes, which were filled with disappointment. Lin Yin adjusted the gravity back to double and gestured for her to come out and rest first. Lin Yun analyzed. The minimum admission requirement for martial arts university is 100 points of qi and blood. It seems this is the minimum threshold to becoming a martial artist. You have 98 points now, just 2 more steps away. Lin Yin looked at Shin Yuqing and said earnestly, "Don't be discouraged. As long as you refine your qi and blood to 100 points, you will definitely succeed." Su Yingxue also comforted him. Sister Yuqing has been stuck at 98 points for more than 3 months without any progress. It is very likely that the school's equipment is too old and can no longer help you refine your qi and blood. Our conditions here are good. It's definitely possible. Looking into their sincere eyes, Shin Yuqing felt a warm current welling up in her heart. "Thank you. Let's go to the strength training area. Since we can't break through for the time being, let's focus on refining our qi and blood first." Lin Yin greeted her. Upon arriving at the strength training area, Shin Yuqing was once again amazed by the various advanced equipment. Lin Yin patiently guided her on how to use each device, leaving out everything from usage methods to precautions. This high-frequency vibration strength training device can deeply stimulate muscles and improve blood circulation. This electromagnetic weighted squat rack allows for precise load adjustment. This blood circulation device can help you recover quickly after training. Shin Yuqing listened attentively and practiced diligently. She knew such an opportunity was rare and didn't want to waste a single minute. Chapter 23, Sending Shin Yuqing Home. Su Yingxue wants a husband to love her fiercely. An afternoon flew by amidst sweat and hard work. By the time Shin Yuqing finished the last set of training, it was already evening. "Sister Yuqing, please stay for dinner," Su Yingxue warmly invited. Shin Yuqing quickly waved her hand. No, I've already bothered you all afternoon. I should go back now." "Are you really not keeping any? Aunt Lu's cooking is delicious." "Really, it's not necessary. Thank you," Shin Yuqing insisted. Although she was very grateful, she had already troubled the other person for an entire afternoon, and it would be really inappropriate for her to stay for a meal. Su Yingxue didn't press the matter, and instead said, "Can my sister come again tomorrow? We can continue training together." Shin Yuqing was moved. The conditions here are indeed excellent. If she can continue to cultivate here, she has a very good chance of breaking through to 100 points of qi and blood. But she was also afraid of troubling others too much. Lin Yin noticed her hesitation and extended an invitation as well. "Teacher Shun, you're too kind. Yingxue and I train every day anyway, so having another person can help encourage each other." Looking into their sincere eyes, Shin Yuqing finally nodded. "Then, I'll have to trouble you. I'll definitely come tomorrow." "That's great," Su Yingxue said happily. "Then let your husband take you home. No need to trouble yourself. I'll take the bus. It's getting dark. Let your husband take you," Su Yingxue insisted. "The anti-gravity car is fast. It'll only take a few minutes." Shin Yuqing couldn't refuse, so she had no choice but to agree. Lin Yin drove Shin Yuqing home. On the way, the two talked about martial arts, from cultivation experiences to combat techniques, from the history of martial arts to future prospects, and they found themselves getting along very well. Shin Yuqing discovered that although Lin Yin was young, he had a very profound understanding of martial arts and unique insights, many of which were refreshing to her. Lin Yin also discovered that Shin Yuqing was not only gentle and intellectual, but also had a deep passion for martial arts and unique insights. Before they knew it, the car had stopped downstairs at Shin Yuqing's house. "We've arrived," Lin Yin said. Shin Yuqing then came to her senses and felt a little embarrassed. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for bringing me back. You've really gone to so much trouble today." "No trouble at all," Lin Yin smiled. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After Shin Yuqing got out of the car, Lin Yin was about to leave when he suddenly saw her parents walking out of the building. They must have just come back from get off work, as they were carrying groceries. Shin Yuqing quickly introduced. "Dad, Mom, This is Mr. Lin Yun, my friend who is guiding my martial arts training today. Mr. Lin, these are my parents. Mr. Shun looked to be around 50 years old, wearing glasses, and had a refined and scholarly demeanor. Shun's mother looked gentle and virtuous, and her features resembled those of Shun Yuqing. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Shun greeted him politely. Yuqing has caused you trouble. No, Teacher Shun works very hard. I admire her very much, Lin Yun quickly replied. Mrs. Shin warmly invited. Mr. Lin, would you like to come up and sit for a while? We just got back from grocery shopping. Let's have a simple meal together? Lin Yun initially wanted to refuse, but seeing their sincere expressions and remembering Su Yingshue's plan, he nodded in agreement. Then I'll take my leave. The Shun family's house wasn't big, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, but it was decorated very warmly. Although simple, it was kept clean and tidy, exuding the warmth of home. Shin's mother took the initiative to cook and quickly prepared 4 dishes and a soup. The meal was simple, but it tasted great and had a homey feel to it. During the meal, Mr. and Mrs. Shun asked Lin Yun about some basic information. They were both surprised to learn that he was the young master of the Lin family in Jiangxin. But they didn't become reserved because of this. They remained natural, only their words became a little more polite. Lin Yun could sense that this was a very harmonious and loving family. The parents are gentle and open-minded, and the daughter is filial and sensible. Although their economic conditions are average, the family atmosphere is very good. After the meal, Lin Yun sat for a while longer before getting up to say goodbye. Shun Yuqing escorted him downstairs and thanked him again. Mr. Lin, thank you so much today. Not only did you guide me in my cultivation, but you also kindly invited me to your home for dinner. Just call me Lin Yun said. I'm very happy today. Your parents are very kind, and the food was delicious. Shun Yuqing blushed slightly. Then Lin Yun, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. When Lin Yun drove back to the Lin family home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yingxue was waiting for him in the living room. When she saw him return, she immediately went to greet him. My husband is back. How is he? Lin Yun recounted the incident of having dinner at the Shun family's house. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up as she listened. No wonder they were able to raise such a gentle and intellectual daughter as Yuqing. With such a family atmosphere, it's no wonder she has such a good personality. Su Yingxue wrapped her arms around Lin Yun's neck and asked playfully, Then what does my husband think of Sister Yuqing? Lin Yun thought about it carefully. Very good. Gentle, hardworking, ambitious, and well-mannered. That's good. Su Yingxue nodded in satisfaction. It seems my judgment was correct. As night deepened, the two returned to their room. After washing up, Su Yingxue snuggled into Lin Yun's arms and cupped his face in her hands. My husband, I want you to love me fiercely. Her voice was soft, with a clear longing in it. Lin Yun felt that his wife exuded an irresistible charm. My mouth and throat suddenly became dry. Without further hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her. The kiss was tender and lingering, filled with boundless love. The lights in the new house stayed on until late at night once again. The next morning, Lin Yun arrived at Shun Yuqing's house on time. The anti-gravity vehicle hovered above the residential area, attracting many early-rising residents to watch. Shun Yuqing was already waiting downstairs. Today she was wearing a simple white tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking refreshing and energetic. Upon seeing Lin Yun, she smiled and said, Good morning, Lin Yun. Good morning. Lin Yun smiled. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. That's perfect. I haven't eaten either. Want to eat together? Lin Yun asked naturally. Okay. Shun Yuqing extended an invitation directly. I've already prepared something at home. Let's go upstairs and have some together. Lin Yun never expected that what she originally intended to invite her to would turn into going to her house again. When the two went upstairs, Shun's mother had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Millet porridge, fried eggs, side dishes, and freshly steamed buns. Although simple, it was steaming hot and full of the warmth of home. Shaolin is here. Please have a seat. Mother Shun greeted him warmly. That child, Yuqing, didn't even tell me beforehand, so I just made something quick. Auntie, you're too kind. This is already a very generous meal, Lin Yun said sincerely. The breakfast atmosphere was very warm and inviting. Shun's father asked some questions about martial arts cultivation, which Lin Yun answered patiently. Shun's mother told Lin Yun to eat more, saying that he worked hard practicing martial arts and needed to replenish his energy. Shun Yuqing watched from the side, and her parents' approval and affection for Lin Yun made her happy as well. Chapter 24 introduces the two women. Wen Yin is unusually ruthless today, using 18 times the force of gravity. After breakfast, the two set off for the Lin family's house. I arrived at the practice room at exactly 9 o'clock. Pushing open the door, I heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from inside. In the center of the battle zone, two figures were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. One of them was Su Yingxue. She was agile, and her phantom step was already quite skilled, leaving faint afterimages on the field. The other figure was Wen Yin. She simply stood there, easily deflecting Su Yingxue's attacks from any direction. Shen Youqing's gaze was immediately drawn to it. This was the first time she had ever witnessed a fierce battle between martial artists. The exquisite movements and powerful auras of those fighters left her deeply impressed. Lin Yun introduced her softly. "That's Sister Wen Yin, a second-tier perfected martial artist. Yingxue and I were able to become martial artists so quickly thanks to Sister Wen Yin's careful guidance." Just then, the battle ended. Wen Yin used only one finger to touch Su Yingxue's brow. In actual combat, this single finger strike could determine life or death. "So amazing," Shen Yuqing murmured. Su Yingxue finished her practice and ran over with a grin. "Sister Yuqing is here. Sister Wen Yin, this is teacher Shen Yuqing, the one I told you about." Shen Yuqing quickly bowed. "Hello, teacher Wen Yin." Wen Yin looked her over a few times and nodded. "Qi and blood 98 points. The foundation is quite solid." Su Yingxue playfully took Wen Yan's arm. "Sister Wen Yin, could you give Sister Yuqing some pointers? She's been stuck at 98 points for months." Wen Yin glanced at her, said nothing, but walked towards the center of the training area. Shen Yuqing followed nervously. "Perform the technique you're most familiar with," Wen Yin said calmly. After adjusting herself, Shen Yuqing assumed a fighting stance and performed a set of basic palm techniques. She learned this in middle school and practiced it for 7 years. She is very proficient at it. After finishing the set, she nervously looked at Wen Yin. The third move was unbalanced, the seventh move was launched too early, and the 12th move was finished too hastily. Point out the problem in a gentle and concise manner. Start over. Shen Yuqing was startled. She herself was aware of the problems Wen Yin pointed out, but she never knew how to change them. She typed it out again, this time paying special attention to the parts Wen Yin had mentioned. There's been progress, but it's not enough. Wen Yin personally demonstrated the third move. This move isn't simply a forward palm thrust. It involves first lowering the center of gravity and then raising it, harnessing the power of the entire body. Watch closely. She slowly struck out with her palm. Seemingly simple, but Shen Yuqing could feel the change in force contained within that palm strike. Shen Yuqing seemed to be thinking about something and tried again. This time, her movements were noticeably smoother, and the power transfer was more complete. "Continue," Wen Yin said. Shen Yuqing typed it out more than a dozen times, and Wen Yin would point out a few minor problems each time. Gradually, her palm technique became more and more exquisite. Although it was still the basic palm technique, its power increased by at least 20%. "That's fine," Wen Yin finally nodded. "Your foundation is very solid. The most important thing now is to refine your qi and blood and raise it to 100 points as soon as possible. Once you break through that barrier and become a martial artist, the power of these combat techniques will naturally increase." "Thank you, Teacher Wen Yin," Shen Yuqing said excitedly. To receive personal guidance from a second-stage perfected martial artist was something she never dared to dream of. For the rest of the day, Su Yingxue accompanied Shen Yuqing as she used various devices to refine her qi and blood. She patiently taught Shen Yuqing how to use each device and shared her own cultivation experiences. Meanwhile, Lin Yin was engaged in sparring training with Wen Yin. "Today we're practicing the practical application of the stone-splitting fist," Wen Yin said. "Attack with all your might. Don't hold back." Lin Yin nodded and got into a fighting stance. He knew Wen Yin was very strong, so he went all out from the start. He brought out the fierce and domineering power of Stone Splitter Fist to the fullest, with each punch carrying the sound of air being cut. But Wen Yin simply moved her feet casually and avoided all the attacks. Her movements seemed simple, but were actually incredibly skillful. She always dodged at the last moment, making Lin Yin think she was about to hit him, but she always missed. "Too slow," Wen Yin commented. "You have enough strength, but not enough speed. Let's try again." Lin Yin gritted his teeth and continued his attack. He noticed that Wen Yin was unusually ruthless today. In previous training matches, it usually took him about 30 minutes to take him down. But only 10 minutes later, he was already panting heavily and had been knocked to the ground, unable to move. Lie down and get up, Wen Yin said expressionlessly. Go to the gravity chamber to recover. 18 times the gravity. 18 times the force of gravity. This is Lin Yun's current limit. Recovery in that environment, while highly efficient, is also extremely painful. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and entered the gravity chamber, where he practiced the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, under 18 times the normal gravity. Every muscle was screaming in agony, and every cell was under immense pressure. But he persevered because he knew that only in this way could he become stronger. When he came out of the gravity chamber, he had fully recovered. Then Wen Yin let him continue fighting. Shen Yuqing witnessed this high-intensity training. She was deeply shocked. It turned out that the young master of the Lin family had made progress through such hard work. She consciously increased the intensity of her training to her own limit. Sweat soaked through her training clothes, and her arms ached so much she could barely lift them. But she gritted her teeth and persevered. Sister Yuqing, take a rest, Su Yingxue advised. Haste makes waste. It's okay. I can still manage. Shen Yuqing said breathlessly. Lin Yun is so strong and works so hard. I can't be too bad. Looking into her resolute eyes, Su Yingxue stopped trying to persuade her and simply stayed by her side. Because she was worried that Shen Yuqing would be embarrassed to eat at the main house, Su Yingxue arranged for both lunch and dinner to be held in the training room. Aunt Lu and several maids brought a sumptuous meal, and the 3 of them ate at a small restaurant next to the training area. Sister Yuqing, eat more. Su Yingxue kept putting food on Shen Yuqing's plate. You used up a lot of energy today, so you need to replenish yourself. Shen Yuqing looked at the table full of delicacies and was deeply moved. These ingredients are all very precious, especially the meat of those demonic beasts, which has a miraculous effect on replenishing the qi and blood of martial artists. She rarely gets to eat such good food at home, maybe a few times a year. After dinner, it was already late. As usual, Su Yingxue said, Husband, why don't you take Sister Yuqing back? Shen Yuqing quickly declined. No need to trouble yourself. Lin Yun's training was so intense today, he should rest early. I could just take the bus home myself. Su Yingxue proudly retorted, Don't worry, Sister Yuqing. My husband is very strong. This kind of training is a piece of cake. Lin Yun cooperated by releasing the pressure of a mid-stage first-tier martial artist. A powerful surge of qi and blood spread out, causing Shen Yuqing to catch her breath. Looking at Lin Yun himself, he was full of energy and vitality, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Shen Yuqing then agreed. Chapter 25. Over 18,000 kilograms of punching power. The next few days were the same. Shen Yuqing arrives at the Lin family's training room on time every day and trains diligently, with Su Yingxue by her side. At first, she was quite embarrassed. Su Yingxue is a mid-stage first-tier martial artist, and it's really too much of a humiliation for her to train with this quasi-martial artist, with only 98 points of qi and blood. But Su Yingxue had no such idea at all. During a break, she touched her lower abdomen and whispered, Sister Yuqing, I should actually thank you. Thank me? Shen Yuqing asked, puzzled. Su Yingxue nodded. After I became pregnant, I couldn't do any strenuous training. Cultivating alone is boring, but with you by my side, I have company. Shen Yuqing then noticed Su Yingxue's lower abdomen. It wasn't noticeable before because she was wearing loose-fitting practice clothes, but now that you look closely, I still can't tell. Congratulations. Congratulations. Shen Yuqing sincerely congratulated her. How many months pregnant? It's been almost 2 months. Su Yingxue's face was beaming with happiness. My husband and grandfather are both very happy. She looked at Shen Yuqing and said seriously. So, Sister Yuqing, you really don't need to be embarrassed. I'm actually happier with you cultivating with me. And we encourage each other, so we progress faster, don't we? Looking into the other person's sincere eyes, Shen Yuqing's unease finally dissipated. From that day on, their relationship became even closer. During training breaks, they would chat about many things. Martial arts, life, ideals, and even whispers between girls. Shen Yuqing discovered that although Su Yingxue came from an ordinary background, she was cheerful, kind-hearted, and had no airs of a rich young lady. Su Yingxue also discovered that Shen Yuqing was not only gentle and intellectual, but also very strong-willed and had a persistent pursuit of martial arts. Over the course of a few days, the two became inseparable best friends. Sometimes when they're tired from training, they'll sit by the window, look at the garden scenery, and share their stories. Ingxue, why are you so supportive of Lin Yan marrying more wives? One day, Shen Yuqing couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. Because Su Ingxue told her about Lin Yan and Wen Yan. She even asked her for advice on how to help her husband win over Wen Yan sooner. Su Ingxue was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Because I love him." She looked out the window, her eyes gentle. "I hope he's happy, and I hope he achieves all his dreams. Moreover, my husband does indeed like Sister Wen Yan." Su Ingxue looked into Shen Yuqing's eyes. "Sister Yuqing, do you believe it? Some people are destined to be extraordinary. My husband is such a person. His future should not be confined to a small place like Jiangxing." Shen Yuqing seemed to be deep in thought. She recalled Lin Yan's profound understanding of martial arts, his astonishing rate of progress, and his maturity and sense of responsibility beyond his years. Perhaps Ingxue is right. And also, Su Jingsui suddenly guing plafidi. Having more sisters to share the burden makes things easier for me. You have no idea my husband's. Well, never mind. Shen Yuqing blushed, but was also amused. This couple is really interesting. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the faces of the two young women. One is gentle and intellectual. The other is bright and charming. But both of them have an expectation for the future shining in their eyes. In the battle zone, Lin Yan was once again defeated by Wen Yan. There has been progress today. Wen Yan rarely offered compliment. Not bad to last 15 minutes against my 1,000 shadow steps. Lin Yan got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned. How far am I from defeating you? Wen Yan rolled her eyes at him. You're still far from it. But a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. At this rate, perhaps, it won't take more than a few years. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Really? Fake. Wen Yan turned around. 10-minute break, then continue. She walked to the window and looked at Su Ingxue and Shen Yuqing chatting and laughing in the garden. For some reason, a strange emotion welled up in her heart. Maybe marrying this guy isn't such a hard thing to accept after all. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Wen Yan shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking about it. She still has martial arts to pursue and a wider world to explore. But deep down, a voice is saying, perhaps these two things are not contradictory. 2 more days passed. It has been a full month since I last took the first level Qi and blood pill. Inside the gravity chamber of the training room, Lin Yan sat cross-legged, holding a blood-red pill the size of a longan in his hand. This is a Tier 1 Qi and blood pill worth 20 million, which can greatly enhance a martial artist's Qi and blood. It's been a month. You should be able to take it now. Lin Yan swallowed the pill in one gulp. The pill melted upon entering the stomach, transforming into a scorching torrent that rushed into the body. This time the medicine was much weaker than the last time, but Lin Yan still didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique to guide the medicine along the path of the technique. 2 hours have passed. Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. He walked out of the gravity chamber and came to the punching power testing machine. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he unleashed a punch. Thump! The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on an astonishing value. 18,247,36 kilogram. More than 18,000 kilograms. It has increased by a full 5,000 kilograms compared to a month ago. But Lin Yan frowned slightly. After taking the first-tier Qi and blood pill for the first time, he gained nearly 7,000 kilograms of strength. This time it's only 5,000, a decrease of 2,000. Wen Yan appeared behind him and said, taking pills can increase the quantity of Qi and blood, but compressing this increased quantity into quality and storing in the Dantian tests a person's martial arts talent. Those with high talent can absorb 100% of the first-tier Qi and blood pills, each of which can increase their strength by 10,000 kilograms. You've only taken the second pill, and your condition has already dropped so quickly. The improvement will be even smaller in the future. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. This is the importance of talent. For every step a martial artist takes to improve, they must focus on both quantity and quality. Otherwise, they will be unable to transform and advance after reaching perfection. After the qi and blood pill entered his stomach, he tried his best to circulate his internal energy, but half of the medicinal power was still wasted. Su Yingxue, who was standing to the side, did not take the pill this time. Her training intensity decreased after she became pregnant, so it wasn't time for her to take the medication yet. She needed to accumulate it for a while longer. Shen Yuqing stood to the side, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. A first-tier qi and blood pill is worth 20 million. She can't even afford a qi and blood pill for an ordinary apprentice. Otherwise, she would have become a martial artist long ago. The only time he took the elixir was when he was about to take the martial arts college entrance exam. At that time, my family spent a lot of money, using up all our savings to buy a pill worth 50,000 yuan. 50,000 would take her parents several years to save up. Chapter 26. Wasn't he supposed to marry Wen Yin? Why is he coming after me? Consolidate your cultivation. Wen Yin left the training room after saying those words. Martial arts training is just like learning. You can teach and explain every day, but students may not necessarily improve much. You often have to make him encounter many problems, rack his brains to think and understand, and only teach him when he really can't figure it out anymore. At this point, you can understand faster and remember better. Wen Yin left, so the three of them ate lunch together. Shen Yuqing has gotten used to dining at the Lin family's house these past few days and is no longer as reserved as she was at the beginning. But she still maintained proper etiquette, eating quietly and elegantly. In the afternoon, Lin Yin tested his limit of gravity 22 times. After enduring this gravity for a few minutes, he adjusted the gravity to 20 times and began to consolidate his cultivation. Shen Yuqing stopped practicing at 4 o'clock in the afternoon today. You must be exhausted, Sister Yuqing. Here, have a bottle of water. Su Yingxue handed over a bottle of specially made blood and qi recovery liquid. Shen Yuqing took a small sip, and explained. School starts in a few days, and I need to go to school tomorrow to prepare for the start of the semester. I'm truly grateful to you all these past few days. Su Yingxue pretended to be angry. We're good sisters. Why is Sister Yuqing being so polite? After she finished speaking, she pulled Shen Yuqing towards the bathroom. Sister Yuqing, even though school has started, you can still come often. Husband, you should go wash up too, and then take Sister Yuqing home later. Lin Yin stopped cultivating and went to another bathroom. The women's bathroom was filled with steam. 2 young women were soaking in a spacious bathtub, with a few flower petals floating on the surface and a faint fragrance filling the air. Su Jing Sui Said comfortably. Taking a bath is so comfortable after a day of training. A bath makes all the fatigue disappear. Shen Yuqing also relaxed. These past few days together had made her used to taking a bath with Su Yingxue. The two have gone from being reserved at first to now being able to naturally expose their bodies to each other. Yingxue, I really want to come and train with you too, Shen Yuqing said softly. But starting tomorrow, there might not be much time left. There will be a lot to do after school starts. Lesson preparation, teaching, handling student affairs. Su Yingxue nodded understandingly. Being a teacher is indeed hard work. Has your health improved these past few days, sister? At this point, Shen Yuqing's eyes lit up. I've got it. I feel like I'm just one step away from 99 points. The equipment here is amazing. It's so much more efficient than what I had at school. Congratulations, sister. You've made another step forward in your martial arts. Su Ying happily congratulated her. This is all thanks to Yingxue, as well as Lin Yin and Sister Wen Yin's help. Shen Yuqing expressed her sincere gratitude. Hee, it's so nice to be able to help my sister. Su Yingxue picked up a bath towel and naturally began to scrub Shen Yuqing's back. The two have been helping each other out frequently these days, and it's become a habit. Su Yingxue's movements were very gentle, carefully scrubbing from her shoulders to her back. The bathroom was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of water and the 2 people breathing. Suddenly, Su Yingxue spoke softly. Sister Yuqing, what do you think of my husband, Lin Yin? Shen Yuqing answered frankly. Lin Yin, he has a very good character, treats people sincerely, and doesn't have the arrogance of a rich kid. He is also very handsome, the kind of person who grows on you the more you look at him. Most importantly, he works very hard in martial arts. His talent is not top-notch, but he has made such rapid progress. He must have put a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Shen Yuqing paused, thought for a moment, and continued. And he treats you very well. I can tell he truly loves you. In this world, it's really not easy to find a husband who loves you and is also outstanding. Su Yingxue listened quietly, and only spoke after Shen Yuqing finished. Sister Yuqing also thinks her husband is very good, doesn't she? Yes. Shen Yuqing nodded. Lin Yin is indeed the most outstanding young man I have ever met. How about Sister Yuqing gets married too? Sister is so beautiful, so outstanding, gentle, and intelligent. Su Yingxue continued speaking, but Shen Yuqing was already stunned. She wondered if she was hallucinating. What had Yingxue just said? That she should marry Lin Yin too? She didn't hear a word Su Yingxue said after that. Only that one sentence echoed in her mind. How about Sister Yuqing gets married too? Shen Yuqing was sure she hadn't misheard, and her whole body turned red instantly. From her cheeks to her ears, then to her neck, and then spreading to her whole body, she was tinged with a shy pink. Shen Yuqing opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't make a sound and didn't know how to answer. After a long while, she stammered. Yingxue, what nonsense are you talking about? Me? I'll marry Lin Yin too? Yes. I'm not lying. I am sincere, and my husband is sincere too. Sister, have you forgotten? Your husband even asked you for his hand in marriage. Su Yingshue's voice remained soft, but earnest, as if that was how it should be. Shen Yuqing was stunned again. Do you have it? Her mind was in complete chaos. Didn't Yingxue say that Lin Yin wanted to marry Sister Wen Yin? Yingxue had told herself about the promise Lin Yin made to Sister Wen Yin many times. He even asked me to help him figure out how to marry Wen Yin directly. Otherwise, if we wait until Lin Yin grows up and defeats Wen Yin, who knows when that will be? They were talking so well before. How come now it's turned into him wanting to marry me? Could it be? Was this all directed at me from the very beginning? Su Yingshue's voice pulled Shen Yuqing back to reality from her confusion. Sister, you forgot? 2 months ago, around the time the martial arts college entrance exam ended, did you encounter any people or receive any messages, sister? Shen Yuqing tried hard to recall. 2 months ago, after the martial arts college entrance exam, she remembered. At that time, several women dressed as maids did come to her, saying that their young master wanted to marry her and wanted to meet her to discuss the matter in detail. She was baffled at the time, thinking it was some spoiled brat's prank, and refused outright without even asking who the other person was. They were sent by Lin Yin. Shen Yuqing's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Su Yingsue nodded. At that time, my husband had just made up his mind to get married and found several women in the whole city who met his criteria. My older sister is one of them, and also the most outstanding one. It's a pity my sister refused back then. But it's all right. We've run into each other again now, haven't we? That's fate. Su Yingxue walked around to face Shen Yuqing, looked earnestly into her eyes, and her face was full of sincerity. Sister Yuqing, how are you? How about I marry my husband? We could be best friends for life, cultivating together, progressing together, and… Yingxue, do you know what you're saying? This is impossible. Shen Yuqing finally regained her voice, but she still stammered. Chapter 27 Husband. Sister Yuqing has agreed. Why not? Your husband is outstanding, and your sister is outstanding too. You two are a perfect match. Besides, doesn't my sister also admire her husband? Su Yingxue gave an adorable head tilt, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Admiration and marriage are two different things, Shen Yuqing said, blushing. But it can become one thing. Su Yingsue winked playfully. Sister, look into my eyes and tell me, do you really have absolutely no feelings for your husband? Shen Yuqing was stunned. Looking into Su Yingshue's clear eyes, she couldn't help but recall the moment she had spent with Lin Yin these past few days. He patiently guided her through the cultivation process. He was explaining the key points of martial arts with great care. He was so gentle when he drove her home. His polite demeanor while dining at her house, and his bright eyes always sparkled with his love for martial arts and his passion for life. Shen Yuqing opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything in denial. See? Su Yingxue smiled, a smile that contained understanding and encouragement. My sister actually likes her husband too, doesn't she? Shen Yuqing's entire body was flushed red, like a boiled shrimp. She didn't know if it was shyness or some other emotion. She just felt her heart pounding and her head spinning. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. The bathroom fell silent, with only the sound of water echoing in the air. Su Yingxue didn't urge her, but looked at her gently, giving her time to process this sudden suggestion. Time passed second by second. Lin Yin looked on with a puzzled expression outside the bathroom door. He had already washed up and waited for a long time. So why hadn't the two of them come out yet? They usually take some time to bathe, but not this long. He waited and waited in the rest area for another half hour before the bathroom door finally opened. Su Yingxue came out first with a bright smile on her face. Behind her, Shen Yuqing lowered her head, almost hiding behind Su Yingxue, not daring to look at Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at them strangely. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you taking such a long bath? Su Yingxue smiled like a cat that had just stolen some cream. Husband, Sister Yuqing has agreed. What did you promise? Lin Yan didn't react for a moment. I've agreed to marry you, Su Yingxue said happily. Yingxue. Shen Yuqing was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. She tugged at Su Yingshue's sleeve, her voice barely audible. Yingxue, stop talking. Lin Yan was stunned. He looked at Shen Yuqing, whose face was flushed, and then at Su Yingxue, who was smiling radiantly, and for a moment he was speechless. This is real? He asked hesitantly. Su Yingxue nodded vigorously. Of course it's true. I just asked Sister Yuqing in the bathroom, and she agreed. Shen Yuqing raised her head, glanced quickly at Lin Yan, then quickly lowered her head again, her voice even softer. I haven't. Nothing yet. Su Yinggu interrupted her. Sister already agreed. You can't go back on your word now. She turned to Lin Yan and said smugly. Husband, look how clever I am. I managed to persuade Sister Yuqing. Lin Yan was filled with surprise and delight as he looked at the scene before him. He gazed at Shen Yuqing with excitement. Yuqing, is what Yingxue said true? Are you really willing? Shen Yuqing looked up and met Lin Yan's serious eyes. Those eyes were clear and bright, without any mockery or frivolity, only a sincere inquiry. She recalled everything that had happened these past few days. Lin Yan's help to her, Su Yingshue's sincerity, and the warmth of this home. She recalled the days she spent training alone at No. 2 high school, those unattainable martial arts dreams, and the worried looks in her parents' eyes. Then, she remembered what Su Yingxue had said in the bathroom earlier. We could be best friends for life, cultivating together, progressing together, and Shen Yuqing took a deep breath, as if she wanted to inhale all her courage in her heart. She looked directly into Lin Yan's eyes, her cheeks still flushed, but her gaze no longer darted away. I'm willing to give it a try. The voice was soft but firm. Lin Yan was overjoyed. Su Yingxue, great. I knew Yuqing Nichan would agree. She hugged Shen Yuqing tightly. Sister, welcome to our family. From now on, we're truly one family. Shen Yuqing was a little breathless from being hugged, but a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Perhaps this choice isn't so bad. Lin Yan looked at the two women embracing each other and felt an indescribable sense of emotion. He embraced them both. He whispered in Su Yingshue's ear. Thank you, my wife. He whispered in Shen Yuqing's ear again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will treat you well, I promise. Shen Yuqing leaned against him, feeling his warm embrace and listening to his strong heartbeat, and her unease gradually subsided. Perhaps he was his destiny. This was just something I was destined to postpone for 2 months. Now, what was bound to happen has finally happened. On the way, Lin Yan took Shen Yuqing home. The car was unusually quiet. The anti-gravity car flew smoothly through the air, with the dazzling night view of Jiangsheng outside the window, but neither of them had the heart to appreciate it. Shen Yuqing lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting together, and dared not look at Lin Yan. Seeing her nervous expression, Lin Yan spoke softly. Yuqing, if you're not ready yet, we can. No. Shen Yuqing raised her head, a resolute glint in her eyes. I'm ready. I'm just a little nervous. Lin Yan nodded understandingly. I understand. I'll speak up when we meet your parents later. The car quickly stopped downstairs at Shen's house. This time, Lin Yan did not leave immediately, but went upstairs with Shen Yuqing. It was Shen's mother who opened the door. Seeing her daughter and Lin Yan return together, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Kobayashi is here. Come in and have a seat. Mr. Shen was watching the news in the living room when he saw Lin Yan come in and greeted him politely. What brings you here today, Xiaolin? The three sat down in the living room, and Shen's mother brought out hot tea. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Lin Yan glanced at Shen Yuqing, stood up, and bowed deeply to Shen's parents. Uncle and Aunt, I've come today because there's something important I want to discuss with you both. Mr. and Mrs. Shen exchanged a glance, both seeing the understanding in each other's eyes. They had actually had a premonition. They had all noticed the changes in their daughter these past few days. What is it? Tell me. Mr. Shun put down his teacup. Lin Yun straightened up and said seriously, I want to marry Yu Qing, and I hope you two will agree. Chapter 28. The proposal and the wedding ceremony caused a sensation in Jiangxing. Although they were mentally prepared, Mr. and Mrs. Shun were still stunned when Lin Yun actually said it. Shen Yuqing looked at her parents nervously, her palms sweating. Shen's mother spoke first. Xiaolin, we know you're a good kid, and you've been very kind to Yu Qing these days. But don't you already have a wife at home? Lin Yun nodded. Yes, Ying Xue is my wife, and we have a very good relationship. She also supported my marriage to Yu Qing. Lin Yun paused slightly when he mentioned his wife, then continued. In this world, it is permissible for the strong to have multiple partners. I assure you both that if Yu Qing marries me, I will treat her and Ying Xue equally and will never let her suffer any injustice. Mr. and Mrs. Shun remained silent. In the world of high martial arts, powerful and wealthy men can marry many wives, and women can marry many husbands as well. But they never expected that this would happen to their own daughter. My own precious daughter is now going to marry a married man. A moment later, Mr. Shen looked at his daughter. Yu Qing, what do you think? All eyes were on Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing took a deep breath, stood up, walked to her parents, and spoke softly but with unusual firmness. Dud, Mum, Ido. Lin Yun, he's really a good person. Ying Xue is also very good. These days she has taken care of me like my own sister. Tears welled up in Shen Yuqing's eyes. And I really like him. I know this may be a bit hasty, but please believe me, this is a decision I made after careful consideration. Looking at her daughter, then at Lin Yun, who was anxiously waiting beside her, Shun's mother finally sighed and smiled. Since you're willing, then Mom supports you. Mr. Shen nodded in agreement. We respect your choice. Xiaolin, Yu Qing is in your care from now on. You must treat her well. Lin Yun felt relieved and solemnly promised. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt. I will definitely treat Yu Qing well. Still calling them Uncle and Aunt? Mother Shen smiled. Lin Yun was taken aback, then realized what he meant and corrected himself, saying, Dad, Mom. Mr. and Mrs. Shun both laughed, and the atmosphere in the living room immediately became more relaxed. However, Mr. Shen said, the proper etiquette should still be observed. The marriage proposal and the wedding ceremony are both essential. Of course. Lin Yun nodded. I will formally propose marriage tomorrow. When Lin Yun returned to the Lin family home that evening, the manor was already brightly lit. Su Ying Xue was directing the maids as they busied themselves when she saw Lin Yun return and immediately came to greet him. Husband, how is it? Have Sister Yoqing's parents agreed? Lin Yun smiled and kissed her. I agree. Ying Xue, thank you. No need to thank me. Su Ying Xue said happily. Then we need to get ready quickly. Aunt Lu, is the gift list for tomorrow's marriage proposal ready? Young madam, everything is ready. As per your request, we have prepared double the previous betrothal gifts. Aunt Lu answered respectfully. Su Ying Xue nodded in satisfaction. Very good. We also have wedding preparations to make. Time is tight. The marriage proposal is tomorrow, and the wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. Everyone, please work hard. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. The wedding is the day after tomorrow? Isn't that too rushed? No rus, no rus. Wasn't the same when you married me? Su Jing Swiss Maïd. I've already planned everything. We'll propose tomorrow, and then set up the wedding venue and invite guests on the same day. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day, suitable for marriage. She held Lin Yun's hand, a sly glint in her eyes. My lord, we must let the whole of Jiangxing know that the Lin family has a new member. Lin Yun was deeply moved by her excitement. This silly girl is truly thinking of him with all her heart. That night, almost no one in the Lin family slept. The maids were busy preparing betrothal gifts, decorating the wedding venue, and sending out invitations. The entire manor was brightly lit, a scene of festive activity. The next morning, Lin Yun arrived at the Shun family home with a large and impressive marriage proposal team. The anti-gravity vehicle led the way, followed by 10 hover cars loaded with betrothal gifts. The extravagance of the betrothal gifts caused a sensation throughout the entire neighborhood. 3 tier 1 qi and blood pills, worth 60 million. 10 ordinary qi and blood pills, worth 10 million. Various rare, medicinal herbs, jewelry, cash dowry. The total value exceeds 100 million. It was much more than the dowry when he married Su Ying Xue. And all of this was arranged by Su Ying Xue. Previously, the Lin family did not have a female head of the household, and Lin Yun and Su Ying Xue were engaged in a prearranged marriage. which is why there weren't so many. Things are different now. Su Yingxue is now the mistress of the house. My husband and sister Yuqing like each other, so of course I have to give them the best. Although Mr. and Mrs. Shun were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback by the scene. Looking at the dowry they had prepared, they felt a little guilty towards their daughter. The neighbors were filled with envy, all marveling that the Shun family's daughter had found a good husband. The marriage proposal went smoothly. The two exchanged birth dates and times and set a wedding date, tomorrow. The news quickly spread throughout Jiangxing. The young master of the Lin family, the richest family in the world, just got married 2 months ago, and now he's going to marry a second one? And the object of his affections was Shun Yuqing, a beautiful teacher at No. 2 middle school. The entire upper class of Jiangxing was in an uproar. Invitations were sent out like snowflakes, and all sides were speculating about the Lin family's intentions. Was the Lin family about to expand its power? Lin Jintian of the Lin family is too old. His son and daughter-in-law died young. Son Zilin Yun is another martial arts failure. The only martial artist is an outsider. Everyone is waiting for the old man to pass away so they can divide up the Lin family's assets. Something feels off right now. On the wedding day, the Lin family manor was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations and filled with joy. From the morning onwards, guests arrived in a steady stream. Political figures, wealthy businessmen, and martial arts practitioners in Jiangxing. Almost the entire upper class came. The parking lot outside the manor was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and a dozen or so anti-gravity cars were floating in the sky, creating a spectacular scene. Lin Yun, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, stood at the door to greet the guests. Because it was his second marriage, he handled it very skillfully. As the legal wife, Su Yingxue also dressed up and attended the event to help entertain the guests. She wore a light gold dress today, which was both dignified and beautiful. Standing next to Lin Yun, she was poised and elegant, winning many compliments. The young mistress of the Lin family is truly magnanimous. Not only did she not object to her husband taking a second wife, but she also helped arrange the wedding. Such magnanimity is rare. I heard that she and Shun Yuqing are very close, like sisters. Young Master Lin is so lucky to have married such an outstanding wife. Have you noticed that the young master of the Lin family seems to be a martial artist already, and his cultivation is almost at the late stage of the first level? Is there? Yes. Not only him, but that young mistress is also a martial artist, and at the mid-stage of the first rank. Late stage of Tier 1? Mid-stage of Tier 1? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Isn't the young master of the Lin family a martial arts waste? And his wife, Su Yingxue, apparently didn't even get into a martial arts university. How did she reach the mid-stage of the first level in just 2 months? Old Wu, you're not a martial artist. You can't sense it. I've been at the peak of the first level for so many years. How could I be wrong? Upon hearing this, Old Wu gasped. What was going on with the Lin family? How come they had 2 more martial artists? They could understand why Su Yingxue became a martial artist. Although she didn't get into the martial arts university, her chi and blood value was already 89 points when she graduated. A person from an ordinary family certainly wouldn't have the money to buy elixirs. They must have attained this level through arduous cultivation. Marrying into the Lin family and taking a few pills will allow you to reach the level of a martial artist. That's fine. The problem is Lin Yun, the young master of the Lin family. He had been coughing up so many pills before, yet his chi and blood value still couldn't exceed 50 points. This person clearly has absolutely no talent in martial arts. How come only 2 months have passed? He not only became a martial artist, but he was also close to the late stage of the first rank. This speed is simply... The guests were buzzing with discussion, and those in the know looked on with curious eyes. Chapter 29, The Wedding Ceremony. Lin Qianxi's Disappointment. The auspicious time is approaching, and the wedding is about to begin. Inside the main hall, the guests were already seated. In the front row were Lin Jintian and Su Yingxue, with Shun's father and mother on either side. Wenyan was also sitting in the front row. Today, she wore a rare light purple dress, which made her look less heroic and more feminine. Lin Qianxi also arrived and sat in a seat slightly towards the back. She dressed up specially today, wearing a pink dress and with her hair carefully styled, making her look youthful and beautiful. But there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Looking at Shun Yuqing, who was about to become Lin Yun's bride on the stage, she felt an indescribable envy. The auspicious time has arrived. the MC announced loudly. As the music began, Shun Yuqing, supported by her bridesmaids, slowly walked into the hall. Today she wore a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix crown, and a red veil over her face. Although her face was not clearly visible, her slender figure and elegant demeanor had already drawn admiration from the guests present. Lin Yun stepped forward and took her hand. I bow to heaven and earth. The two bowed deeply toward the door. Second bow to the parents. He turned to Lin Jintian and Shun's parents and bowed deeply. Lin Jintian grinned from ear to ear and nodded repeatedly. Mr. and Mrs. Shun had tears in their eyes, feeling both reluctant to part and relieved. Husband and wife bow to each other. Lin Yun and Shun Yuqing faced each other and bowed deeply. At this moment, the ceremony is complete. Watching the scene from below the stage, Wen Yin felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. That brat. He said he was going to marry me, but now he's gone and married someone else. Snort. You wait. When you challenge me, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Without Wen Yin even realizing it, she had already accepted that Lin Yun would challenge her in the future. She also implicitly agreed that she would marry Lin Yun, provided that Lin Yun could defeat her. The ceremony is complete. Lead them to the bridal chamber. Amidst the blessings of the guests, Lin Yun took Shun Yuqing's hand and slowly walked towards the bridal chamber. Lin Qinshi watched the two figures leave, her eyes filled with longing. The girl had already imagined countless scenarios in her mind. If only I were the one bowing to my senior. If only I were the one wearing a wedding dress. If only... The wedding banquet began, and fine wines and delicacies were served in a continuous stream. The guests clinked glasses and chatted, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Qinshi, however, was somewhat absent-minded, her mind filled with the scene of the wedding she had just witnessed. She fantasized about the scene when, after she grew up, Senior Lin Yun would rush to propose to her. She fantasized about wearing a wedding dress and bowing to Lin Yun. Fantasized. The girl's romantic feelings exploded at this moment. She was completely immersed in her beautiful fantasy and didn't even hear the people next to her talking to her. Her infatuated expression naturally did not escape the notice of Su Yingxue, who had been watching her closely. Although Su Yingxue was busy today, she kept a close eye on Lin Qinshi's reaction. Seeing the longing and disappointment in the girl's eyes, she understood. As the wedding banquet drew to a close and guests began to leave one after another, Su Yingxue seized an opportunity and grabbed Lin Qinshi, who was about to leave. Sister Qinshi, why are you leaving so early? Su Yingxue said with a smile. Sit a little longer. Lin Qinshi quickly said, Sister Yingxue, you must be very tired today, so I won't bother you any longer. I won't bother you. I won't bother you. Su Yingxue pulled her to a relatively quiet corner. Come on, talk to your sister. After the two sat down, Lin Qinshi looked at Su Yingxue and sincerely praised her. Sister Yingxue, you look so beautiful today. This dress suits you perfectly. It makes you look like a fairy descended from heaven. Su Yingxue looks really beautiful today. The pale gold dress accentuated her slender figure. After becoming pregnant, she radiated even more maternal glow, exuding a unique charm. Sister Qinshi is the prettiest. Look at you, young, beautiful, and full of energy. You're at the most beautiful age. Lin Qinshi shook her head, somewhat disappointed, and said, How can I compare to Sister Yingxue and Sister Yuqing? Only beautiful girls like you can catch the eye of a senior officer. Unlike me. What are you saying, Sister Qinshi? Su Yingxue took her hand. My husband told me that if you weren't still a minor, you would definitely be the first person he would propose to. Lin Qinshi's eyes lit up. Really? Senior, you really said that? Su Yingxue looked at her and said very seriously, Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? My husband said you were the most intelligent and lovely girl he has ever met. It's just that you're still young and in school, so he doesn't dare to bother you. Lin Qinshi's face flushed instantly, her heart pounding. I'm not as good as you say, Senior. You have. Su Yingxue looked at her, a sly glint in her eyes. Little Sister Qinshi, I have a question for you, and you must answer it honestly. What's the problem? Su Yingxue leaned closer and lowered her voice. Do you like my husband? Lin Qinshi's face flushed crimson in an instant. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together, her voice barely audible. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Su Yingxue said gently. Lin Qinshi bit her lip and finally whispered her thoughts. I like it. After saying those two words, she seemed to have used up all her strength, and she lowered her head even further. Su Yingxue smiled, a smile that contained understanding, relief, and a hint of smug satisfaction at her plan succeeding. She held Lin Qinshi's hand and said earnestly, Little sister Qinshi, how about you marry your husband next year after you come of age? Lin Qinshi suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, and she was completely stunned. Sister Yingxue, what did you say? I said. Su Yingxue repeated her words clearly and deliberately. Next year, after you come of age, you'll marry your husband and become one of our sisters, okay? Lin Qinshi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Looking into Su Yingxue's sincere eyes, she felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside her. Surprise, joy, emotion, and a hint of anticipation. A night breeze blew through the garden, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers. In the distance, the noise of the wedding banquet had not completely dissipated, but in this quiet corner, a promise about the future was being quietly made. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber, Lin Yun gently lifted Shun Youqing's red veil, revealing her blushing face. Yuqing, you look beautiful today, he said softly. Shun Youqing raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Husband, the red candles flickered, and the night was gentle. Chapter 30, A Young Girl's First Love, The Spectators on Her Wedding Night. Lin Qinshi returned home, filled with joy and shyness. Under the moonlight, she walked briskly, a smile she couldn't hide on her face. Yingxue's words kept echoing in my mind. How about you marry your husband next year after you come of age? Will my senior really marry me? The girl murmured to herself, her cheeks flushed in the night. She recalled Lin Yun's gentle smile. I recall his earnest demeanor when he was instructing martial arts. I remember the image of him standing on the wedding stage, holding Shun Youqing's hand. If one day, it's me standing beside him. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Lin Qinshi covered her face and quickened her pace, but she couldn't suppress the anticipation in her heart. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue had already returned to her new house. She quickly closed the door, a hint of excitement on her face. Tonight is an important night. How could she miss it? Walking quickly to the bedside, Su Yingxue took out a tablet computer from a hidden compartment in the bedside table. With a light touch of the finger, the password was quickly entered, and the screen lit up. The screen displayed Lin Yun and Shun Youqing's new house. This is a miniature camera she secretly installed. Taking advantage of the chaos of decorating her new house, she secretly hid miniature cameras in the decorative bouquets, under the bedside lamps, and even in the carved gaps of the wardrobe. With extremely high resolution, it can clearly capture every corner of the room. All done. Su Yingxue excitedly hugged the tablet, curled up on the bed, and stared at the screen without blinking. In the scene, Lin Yun is gently embracing Shun Youqing as the two sit on the edge of the bed, whispering to each other. Shun Youqing had removed her heavy phoenix crown, and her long hair was loose, adding to her gentle beauty. She leaned on Lin Yun's shoulder, a shy yet happy smile on her face. Lin Yun was speaking in a low voice, and Shun Youqing nodded and chuckled softly, her eyes full of tenderness. Oh dear, what a miscalculation. Su Yingxue slapped her forehead in frustration. Why didn't you install more receivers? Now we can only see the picture, but we can't hear the sound. She tried turning up the tablet's volume, but could only hear some muffled static. She couldn't hear their conversation at all. Never mind, that's enough with the visuals. Anyway, we'll definitely hear something during the most important part later. Su Yingxue comforted herself, seeing that the two wouldn't get to the main topic anytime soon. Su Yingxue playfully looked back at the previous recording. She quickly swiped the timeline and found the moment Lin Yun lifted the red veil. The scene freezes. Lin Yun holds a wedding scale in her hand and gently lifts a corner of the red veil. The veil slowly slid off, revealing Shun Youqing's blushing face. In the candlelight, her eyes sparkled, her lips were crimson, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Wow, Yu Haranichin is so beautiful. Su Yingxue couldn't help but admire. This angle is amazing. Luckily, I had this backup plan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to witness such a beautiful moment. She started performing various operations, zooming in, zooming out, taking screenshots, and saving. Appreciating this moment from different angles is like appreciating a work of art. The lighting is so good in this one. The expression looks so natural in this one, My husband's eyes look so gentle in this one. Su Yingxue muttered to herself as she took screenshots. Save them all. Suddenly, she remembered something, and a regretful expression appeared on her face. Why got married? Such an important moment. There weren't any photos or videos taken. Alas, what a blunder. She bit her lower lip, making up her mind. I must preserve the wedding photos of my husband and each of his sisters like this from now on. Let's start with Sister Wenyan, then Sister Qinshi. We can't leave any of them out. Thinking of this, a look of excitement flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes. As long as these devices are not connected to the internet, no one will notice. I'm so smart. She was pleased with her cleverness for a while before turning her attention back to the live feed. At this moment, the two in the bridal chamber had already begun drinking the nuptial wine. Lin Yan raised his wine glass, looking tenderly at his bride. The candlelight danced in his eyes, and his gaze held love, cherishment, and anticipation for a new life. Shen Yuqing also picked up her wine glass, her eyes filled with tenderness, but with a touch of the shyness of a new bride. Their arms intertwined, and the wine glass was slowly brought to their lips. Su Yingxue held her breath, as if she were in the midst of it all. She saw Lin Yun's Adam's apple bob, saw Shen Yuqing's eyelashes tremble, and saw the two of them drink their wine at the same time. After putting down his wine glass, Lin Yun's gaze became even more intense. He reached out and gently stroked Shen Yuqing's cheek, his voice low and tender. My wife, it's time to go to the bridal chamber. Su Yingxue heard these words clearly. Her heart raced, and she tensed up. In the scene, Shen Yuqing lowered her head slightly, parted her red lips, and said something. Judging from the lip movements, it should be, yes, please be kind to me, my husband. Then, Lin Yan gently pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Su Yingxue instinctively hugged the blanket in her arms tightly, as if it were Lin Yan. Her cheeks flushed, and her breathing became rapid. Although they are already husband and wife, and have been intimate countless times. But watching her husband be intimate with other women still gave her a strange sense of excitement. Sister Yuqing, does it hurt? Su Yingxue muttered to herself. My husband is so gentle, he probably wouldn't. After saying that, she immediately retorted. No, my husband. In the video, the two are already lying on the bed. The candlelight flickered, and the red curtains swayed gently. Su Yingxue hugged the blanket, her eyes fixed on the screen. She saw Lin Yun's gentle movements, Shen Yuqing's shy response, and their figures gradually intertwining. Her cheeks grew increasingly red, and her body became somewhat feverish. Even though it was just through a screen, she could almost feel the warmth of the new house, hear the soft sounds, and smell the ambiguous atmosphere. My husband, Su Yingxue murmured softly, burying her face in the blanket. At that moment, she was both a spectator and felt as if she were there herself. That complex feeling made her both shy and excited. Time passed slowly in the stillness. The candlelight in the bridal chamber finally went out late at night. The screen went completely dark, with only faint moonlight filtering through the window and casting hazy shadows in the room. Su Yingxue knew that tonight's live broadcast was over, but instead of immediately turning off the tablet, she held it and sat quietly on the bed. The scene I had just witnessed kept replaying in my mind. Lin Yun's gentle gaze, Shen Yuqing's blissful smile, their intertwined figures. Yuqing Nichen must be very happy now, Su Yingxue said softly, her eyes showing no jealousy, only relief. Shen Yujie was happy, and also happy for her husband. More importantly, she was happy that her plan had succeeded. Sister Wenyan, Sister Qinshi, next up are you. Su Yingxue's eyes shone. None of you will escape. Chapter 31 Yingxue Can't Sleep, Sweet Daily Life. Su Yingxue carefully placed the tablet back into the hidden compartment. I turned off the light and lay down. But when I closed my eyes, those images still linger in my mind. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. A strange longing welled up deep within her, reminding her of Lin Yun's warm embrace, his strong arms, and those passionate nights. My husband, Su Yingxue called out softly, her hand unconsciously touching her lower abdomen. Baby, your dad is with your new mom right now. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Should we snatch Lin Yun away tonight? After all, she was the legal wife, and she was pregnant. But the thought only flashed through my mind. She quickly shook her head and muttered to herself. No, today is Sister Yuqing's big day. I can't be so selfish. Su Yingxue turned over, hugged her pillow tightly, and tried to use sleep to dispel the longing in her heart. But the heat in her body became more and more pronounced, making her toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her restless, sleeping posture. Su Ingxiue would curl up into a ball one moment, then stretch out her legs the next, then bury her face in the pillow one moment, then lie on her back the next. Finally, she couldn't help but sit up. Fine, if I can't sleep, I won't sleep. She muttered to herself, turned on the light, took out her tablet again, and turned on the playback function. This time, however, she didn't look at the contents of the new house, but instead dug out some private videos of herself and Lin Yun. That was a record she made using the same method, a memory belonging to the two of them. In the video, Lin Yun is gently holding her and whispering sweet nothings in her ear. It was a night not long ago. The moonlight was beautiful. The atmosphere was lovely. As Su Ingxiue watched, her cheeks flushed again. But this time, her eyes were filled with sweetness and happiness. My husband, she murmured softly, her fingers lightly touching Lin Yun's face on the screen. I love you so much. Night had fallen, and all was quiet. The lights in both rooms stayed on until late at night, but they were turned off at different times. The lights in the new house were turned off late at night, but in Su Ingxiue's room, the lights didn't go out until the sky began to lighten. That night, there were two brides. A new beginning is welcomed in the bridal chamber, one that guards the continuation of love amidst memories and expectations. Meanwhile, Wen Yin, who was far away on the other side of the manor, was standing by the window, looking at the two lights that had been extinguished one after the other, and a feeling that was hard to describe welled up in her heart. That kid, he's still as troublesome as ever, she murmured to herself, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Early morning, Lin Yun felt a tickling sensation on his face, as if something soft was gently touching him. He groggily opened his eyes, and what came into view was Shun Youqing's gentle, smiling face. She was lying on her side beside him, one hand supporting her head, the fingers of the other hand gently tracing the outline of his eyebrows and eyes. Morning light streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, and her long hair was spread out on the pillow, giving her an indescribable, languid beauty. Woke up? Shun Youqing asked softly, her eyes filled with the shyness and sweetness unique to newlyweds. Lin Yun blinked, not fully awake yet. He reached out and grabbed her mischievous fingers, holding them in his palm. My wife is being mischievous so early in the morning? Shun Youqing blushed and tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Yun held it tightly. She simply moved closer and nestled into his arms. Did you sleep well, my husband? With my wife by my side, of course I can sleep well. Lin Yun lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. The two lay on the bed, chatting idly. Lin Yun shared some funny stories from her childhood, and Shun Youqing also shared some interesting anecdotes from her time as a teacher. The sunlight slowly filled the room, making everything feel warm and cozy. Time to get up. Lin Yun checked the time. We still need to go and pay our respects to Grandpa. Shun Youqing responded, but showed no intention of moving. Lin Yun chuckled and playfully pinched her nose. What? You don't want to get out of bed? Shun Youqing, unusually, acted coquettishly and snuggled closer to him. I just want to lie here a little longer. The two cuddled together for a while before Lin Yun carried Shun Youqing to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water and low laughter came from the bathroom, and Shun Youqing's shy gasps and Lin Yun's gentle, comforting words could be faintly heard. Half an hour later, the two came out of the bathroom. To Lin Yun's surprise, Su Ingxiue was already waiting in the room. Ingxiue? What brings you here? Lin Yun asked, somewhat surprised. Su Ingxiue was standing by the bed, tidying the bedding, when she heard the sound and turned around, a mischievous smile on her face. Let's see if my husband and sister Youqing are awake, yet looks like I've arrived just in time. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the two of them. Shun Youqing had just finished showering, her cheeks still flushed, her hair wet and draped over her shoulders, exuding a fresh scent after her bath. Lin Yun looked refreshed and clearly had rested well. Ingxiue, Shun Youqing said somewhat embarrassedly. Why did you come to clean the room yourself? It was just a small thing, Su Ingxiue said with a smile. Besides, I figured you must have gotten up late today, so I told the maids not to come in and disturb you. She pointed to the newly renovated bed. Look, I've tidied it up and even changed the sheets. Lin Yun then noticed that the messy bed from last night had been neatly made. His heart warmed, and he stepped forward to put his arm around Su Ingxiue's waist. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. It's not hard work, Su Yingxue said with a smile. As long as my husband and sister Yuqing are happy, that's all that matters. Shen Yuqing also came over and took Su Yingshue's hand. Yingxue, thank you. Oh, we're all family now. No need to thank me. Su Yingxue grasped her hand in return. Let's go. Grandpa is already waiting in the restaurant. Let's not keep him waiting too long. The three of them walked out of the room together. In the corridor, the maid saw the newlyweds and the young mistress come out together and bowed respectfully. Lin Jintian was indeed already waiting in the restaurant. Upon seeing the three enter, the old man smiled so broadly that his eyes narrowed into slits. You've come. Come sit down. Come sit down. Good morning, Grandpa. The three greeted in unison. What do you mean early? It's almost 9 o'clock. Lin Jintian joked, but his tone was full of doting affection. But it's a newlywed relationship, I understand. Come on, eat up. You must be hungry. The breakfast was plentiful, but even more so, it was filled with warmth. Lin Jintian kept putting food on Shen Youqing's plate, muttering to himself. Eat more. Look how thin you are. We're family now, so don't be shy. Shen Yuqing nodded gratefully. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Yingxue would occasionally give Lin Yin a meaningful look, signaling him to take good care of Shen Yuqing. Lin Yin understood and carefully moved Shen Youqing's favorite dishes in front of her and even personally served her soup. A happy breakfast was enjoyed. Looking at this harmonious scene, Lin Jintian was filled with emotion. Chapter 32. Do I need to marry 5 more to improve my talent? Sleeping together under the same covers. After the meal, the three drove to Shen Youqing's home to visit her parents. According to custom, on the second day of their marriage, the newlyweds must return to the bride's parents' home and serve tea to the bride's parents. Although the Shen family's home is simple, it was decorated with a festive atmosphere today. Shen's mother prepared a sumptuous lunch. Mr. Shen took out his treasured wine. Dad, Mom, please have some tea. Lin Yun respectfully served tea to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mr. and Mrs. Shen took the teacup, their eyes filled with tears. They knew that their daughter had truly become someone else's family. But seeing how outstanding my son-in-law is and how good he is to my daughter, I feel mostly gratified. Shaolin, I'm entrusting Yuqing to you, Mr. Shen said solemnly. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely treat Yuqing well, Lin Yun promised earnestly. The atmosphere at lunch was warm and touching. Shen's mother kept putting food on the three of them's plates. As Shen's father and Lin Yun drank, they started talking about martial arts, and the two found themselves getting along very well. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing whispered to each other, occasionally letting out soft laughter. At this moment, the two families truly became one. Back at the Lin family home in the afternoon, the three of them did not go to the training room to practice as usual, but instead took a rare day to relax. In the garden pavilion, the three sat around a stone table, on which were snacks and fruits prepared by Aunt Lu. The sun was shining brightly, a gentle breeze was blowing, and birdsong could be heard in the distance. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. Husband, try this. Su Yingxue held a piece of pastry to Lin Yun's mouth. It's a new recipe from Aunt Lu, and she says it has a very unique flavor. Lin Yun opened his mouth to catch it and savored it carefully. Not bad. You guys eat too. Shen Yuqing carefully peeled an orange for him and handed it to him segment by segment. Lin Yun smiled at her every time he ate a piece, making Shen Yuqing blush and her heart race. And so, the afternoon was spent eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing. The three of them talked for a long time. Interesting stories from the past, plans for the future, and even some far-fetched fantasies. Su Yingxue talked about her childhood dream, and Shen Yuqing shared her experience of being a teacher. Lin Yun recounted some interesting anecdote from Earth, of course, packaged as things he had read in ancient books. I wish it could always be like this, Su Yingxue said softly, leaning on Lin Yun's shoulder. Yes, I will. Lin Yun put his arm around her shoulder and held Shen Youqing's hand with his other hand. Our family will continue to be happy like this. Shen Yuqing smiled gently, her eyes filled with happiness. While the two women were whispering to each other, Lin Yun checked his system rewards. Marriage reward has been issued. Reward 1. Martial arts talent improvement. Mid-grade yellow, current progress 50%. Reward 2 10-tier, 1 chi and blood pills. Reward 3. The activation progress of the fertility sacred body has increased by 1%, currently 2%. Lin Yun was taken aback. Although his martial arts talent has improved, he is still only at the mid-grade yellow level. And there's an extra progress bar? Experience points are only half. System, how many more wives do I need to marry to improve my talent? Ding. You need to marry one wife with a system rating of yellow grade high or 5 wives with a system rating of yellow grade low. The system also thoughtfully provides additional explanations. Although the talent level did not increase, the increase in the progress bar also brought actual bonuses. His cultivation efficiency has indeed improved compared to before. Lin Yun never expected that marrying Shen Yuqing would prevent him from successfully upgrading his talent. It should be noted that Shen Yuqing's system rating is yellow level, top grade. With a 92-point appearance and a low-grade yellow level martial arts talent, his overall rating has been raised by 2 levels. Name, Shen Yuqing. Cultivation level, 98 points of Qi and blood. Appearance rating, 92. Martial arts talent, low-grade yellow level. System rating, yellow level, superior. Looks like there's no chance of improvement this year. Lin Yun thought to himself. The system will display detailed requirements for marriage. Requirements for marriage. 1. Must be an adult. 2. Must be a virgin. 3. Appearance score, 85 or above. 4. The lowest level of martial arts talent is yellow grade low. When the system assigns ratings, scores below 90 in appearance do not receive any rating points. The rating is determined by the level of martial arts talent. But once you reach 90 points, your appearance can earn you extra points in the rating. This explains why there is such a large gap in ratings between Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing. Both of them possessed martial arts talent at the lower level of the yellow rank. However, Su Yingshue's appearance score was 96 points, and the system's final rating jumped directly to the lower grade of Xian level, a whole major class away. Shen Yuqing's appearance score was 92 points, and the system's final rating was yellow grade high, only 2 minor grades higher. In other words, to quickly improve one's talent, one either needs to marry someone extremely beautiful, someone extremely talented, or both. Lin Yun pondered in his heart. But now, in the entire Jiangsheng, apart from Wen Yin, who is rated as Xian level upper grade, there are no other women whose system rating has reached Huang level upper grade. Wen Yin will only marry her if he defeats her. Besides these, only 3 women with a yellow level lower grade were eligible to be married. This means that he needs to marry 5 low-grade yellow level women in order to upgrade his talent to high-grade yellow level, and the entire Jiangsheng cannot find enough of them. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? Su Yingshue's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Lin Yun snapped out of his daze and looked at his 2 beautiful wives beside him, his heart filled with happiness. He smiled and kissed each of them on the cheek. I'm wondering if I'm dreaming to marry 2 such wonderful women at the same time. The 2 women exchanged a glance, a sly glint in their eyes. They approached Lin Yun from the left and right, and, at the same time, planted a kiss on his cheek. Husband, are you still dreaming? Su Yingxue asked playfully. If this is a dream, then I hope I never wake up, Shen Yuqing said gently. Lin Yun laughed heartily and pulled them both into his arms. It's not a dream, it's real. What have I, Lin Yun, done to deserve such wonderful wives as you? His laughter was filled with joy and satisfaction, a heartfelt and unreserved happiness. That night, the 3 of them slept together under the same quilt. The bed in the new room is large enough to accommodate 3 people. At first, Shen Yuqing was a little shy, but with Su Yingshue's guidance and Lin Yun's gentleness, she gradually relaxed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a hazy glow over the room. 3 figures nestled together on the large bed, whispering secrets. Husband, do you think the baby is a boy or a girl? All is well. Then Sister Yuqing should get pregnant soon too. That way the babies will have company. Shen Yuqing blushed and snuggled closer to Lin Yun, saying, Yingxue, don't talk nonsense. Were you talking nonsense? With my husband being so amazing, Sister Yuqing will definitely have a baby soon. Lin Yun interrupted their conversation with a smile. All right, go to sleep early. We have training tomorrow. The 2 women responded at the same time, snuggling into his arms like 2 kittens. Lin Yun embraced 2 women, feeling the warmth and softness of their bodies, and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is the life he wants, a loving wife, a warm home, and a bright future. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, and the stars twinkled. The 3 people in the room gradually drifted off to sleep amidst each other's breathing. That night, There was no passion, only warmth. Chapter 33. Shen Yuqing becomes a martial artist and begins processing her resignation upon starting school. The next day, under Lin Yun's guidance, Shen Yuqing took a qi and blood pill. Once the qi and blood energy surpass the 100-point mark, one can finally guide cosmic energy into the body. Inside the gravity chamber, the pressure of 3 times the normal environment invigorates every cell. Since Shen Yuqing was already his wife, he naturally switched his cultivation technique to the yellow-grade top-quality guiding technique, 5 hearts towards heaven. Now, Lin Yun's voice rang in her ears. Guide the energy into your body to complete the first cycle. Shen Yuqing gritted her teeth and concentrated all her energy. She could see those floating specks of cosmic energy, which were now frantically converging on her. It flows into the body from the 5 centers, the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head. As the last cycle was completed, a warm current rose from the dantian and instantly flowed throughout the body. Shen Yuqing opened her eyes, a glint of silver light flashing in them. You succeeded. She looked at her hands in disbelief. Lin Yun nodded with a smile. Congratulations, my lady. You are now a first-level martial artist. On the screen in the testing area, the punching power value was fixed at 5,236.48 kilograms. Although it was slightly lower than when Su Yingxue and Lin Yun first broke through, this was already the true beginning of the path of martial arts. Thank you, my husband. Tears welled up in Shen Yuqing's eyes. After more than 10 years of hard work and months of overcoming bottlenecks, I have finally broken through today. We're family. No need for thanks. Lin Yun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Let's go telling Xue the good news. The news of the Lin family's young master remarrying has not only failed to subside in the past 2 days, but has instead intensified. Throughout Jiangsheng, in tea houses, restaurants, martial arts schools, and even on the streets and alleys, people were talking about this matter. Have you heard? The betrothal gifts the Lin family gave to the Shen family girl totaled over 100 million. Hundreds of millions? My goodness. The Shen family has truly risen to prominence. No wonder the young mistress of the Lin family went from someone who couldn't even get into a martial arts university to a mid-stage, first-level martial artist in less than 2 months after marrying into the family. How many martial arts resources did she consume? I was wondering before, Su Yingxue is pretty, but her martial arts talent is just so. How come she's improved so quickly? Now I understand. It's because the Lin family spent so much money. It's so good to be rich. The discussions among ordinary people mostly focused on the generosity of the betrothal gifts and the Lin family's wealth. However, within a smaller circle of martial arts enthusiasts, attention is focused on another issue: the changes in Lin Yun himself. Wasn't the eldest young master of the Lin family a martial arts failure before? His qi and blood value was stuck at 48 points for several years. How did he suddenly soar to new heights? He just got married 2 months ago, and now he's almost a late-stage first-tier martial artist. That's faster than those martial arts geniuses. I heard he used to take pills every day, but the effects were minimal. How come he's become so effective after getting married? Could it be a dual cultivation technique? Some people speculate. Some special techniques require both men and women to practice together in order to be effective. That's possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Several wealthy families in Jiangsheng even considered marrying their daughters into the Lin family to find out more. But after they carefully inquired about Lin Yun's criteria for choosing a partner, they all had no choice but to give up. The requirements for appearance are too high. She also needs to have martial arts talent and be a virgin. There are only a handful of young women in the entire city who meet these criteria. This young master of the Lin family has really high standards. So people said sourly. A few days later, school started. The campus of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School should have been full of vitality on the first day of the new semester. But the atmosphere today was a little strange. The news of Ms. Shen Yuqing's resignation has already spread. When she came to the school to complete her resignation procedures, the entire office building was in an uproar. Teacher Shen, are you really leaving? The students all like you very much. The academic affairs director asked regretfully. Shen Yuqing replied softly. I'm sorry, director, but I have reasons for having to leave. After completing the formalities, when she walked out of the office building, a large group of students had already gathered outside. The female students were inside, The male students were outside, and everyone was staring at her expectantly. "Teacher Shun, please don't go," a girl said, her voice trembling with tears. "Yes, Teacher Shun. What will we do without you? Ms. Shun is the best teacher I've ever met." Several sentimental girls already had tears in their eyes, and although the boys didn't cry, their eyes were also full of reluctance. Looking at these familiar faces, Shun Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart. She taught at the No. 2 middle school for a year. Although it was a short time, the students' innocence and enthusiasm made her feel the joy of being a teacher. "Students," Shun Yuqing spoke, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "Thank you. Although I'm very reluctant to leave. But all good things must come to an end, and teachers also have their own paths to walk. I became a teacher so that I could continue practicing martial arts. Now that we have better living conditions, so..." She didn't finish her sentence, but the students understood. Since the young master of the Lin family married Teacher Shun, Teacher Shun naturally no longer needs to work hard as a teacher. "Then, will Teacher Shun come back to see us again?" a student asked. "Yes, I will." Shun Yuqing nodded. "As long as I have the chance, I will definitely come back to see you." At that moment, a silver-gray anti-gravity car slowly landed on campus. The car door opened, and Lin Yun got out. "Yuqing, are the formalities completed?" He walked to Shun Yuqing's side and naturally pulled her into his arms. This action elicited a murmur from the surrounding students. So the legendary young master of the Lin family is so young and handsome, and so gentle with Teacher Shun. "It's done." Shun Yuqing nodded. Then he said to the students, "Classmates, I'm leaving now. You must study hard, whether it's martial arts or academic subjects. The future belongs to you. Goodbye, Teacher Shun. I hope Teacher Shun will be happy." Amidst the students' reluctant gazes, Lin Yun led Shun Yuqing into the car. The vehicle took off and slowly flew away from the campus. On the ground, countless hearts shattered at that moment. The male students lost their favorite teacher, while the female students envied Ms. Shun for marrying such a good husband. "I wish I could marry young Master Lin too," a girl murmured. "Stop dreaming, they have high standards. Can't you see how beautiful and elegant Ms. Shun is?" Another girl said. Inside the anti-gravity vehicle, Shun Yuqing leaned on Lin Yun's shoulder. "I'm a little reluctant to leave those children." "I understand." Lin Yun squeezed her hand. "But this is your own choice. And you can go back to see them anytime, can't you?" Shun Yuqing nodded, a determined look flashing in her eyes. "Now I must concentrate on cultivating martial arts. I cannot let my husband down." Chapter 34. Shun Yuqing becomes pregnant. Half a month later, Shun Yuqing's rapid training period in the early stages of martial arts ended. With the aid of the gravity chamber, she took a first-tier qi and blood pill. The 20 million pills had a remarkable effect, increasing her punching power from over 5,000 kilograms to over 11,000 kilograms, officially propelling her into the mid-stage of the first tier of martial arts. Like the Su family, the Shun family made their daughter take the betrothal gifts and dowry with her and not leave them at her parents' home. "Congratulations, Sister Yuqing. Now our cultivation levels are the same," Su Yingxue said happily, her gaze sweeping over her before finally settling on her lower abdomen. "I wish Sister Yuqing could get pregnant soon, so the babies would have each other to keep each other company." Although Su Yingxue believed her husband was very powerful, it was still extremely difficult for a martial artist to get pregnant quickly. It's almost impossible for a first-tier martial artist to achieve this without several years of dedicated practice. More than a month has passed. Within 2 months of their marriage, under Lin Yun's daily labor, Shun Yuqing is finally pregnant. When Lin Yun told her the news, she and Su Yingxue, who was standing next to her, were both stunned. Su Yingxue immediately pulled Shun Yuqing along for a checkup. The pregnancy test showed 2 clear red lines. "She's really pregnant." Su Yingxue was even more excited than Shun Yuqing. "Great! Now our baby will have a companion." Shun Yuqing touched her flat stomach, her eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. "So fast. I thought I'd have to wait much longer." Since that night, when they slept together, the lights in the Lin family's second new room have never been turned on again. Except for the first night, when the lights were turned off early, they remained on until late every night after that. Even so, it took Shun Yuqing 2 whole months to conceive. This is the martial artist. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it is to conceive. If Lin Yun hadn't had the blessing of the sacred body of fertility, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this so quickly. When Wen Yin learned that Shun Yuqing was pregnant, the expression on his face was priceless. The next day, Su Yingxue grabbed Shen Yuqing's hand and excitedly ran into the training room. Sister Wen Yin, Sister Yuqing is pregnant. Wen Yin was instructing Lin Yun on movement techniques when he heard these words. He paused, his whole body stiffening. Lin Yun chuckled. He arrived early, but did not tell Wen Yin about Shen Yuqing's pregnancy. I just wanted to show her that what I said before was true. Even the strongest martial artist can impregnate themselves. Wen Yan's gaze swept back and forth between Shun Yuqing and Lin Yun, his eyes filled with disbelief. You've only been married for 2 months? Yes. Su Yingxue answered happily. Sister Yuqing is pregnant too. That means our children will only be 3 months apart, and they can grow up together. Wen Yin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. 2 months, a mid-stage level 1 martial artist is pregnant. She herself was a second-level perfected martial artist, so she knew all too well the difficulty of a martial artist conceiving. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several years for a first-level martial artist to conceive, and even then, success is not guaranteed. But Shen Yuqing, 2 months? This completely shattered her understanding. Although Su Yingxue had already broken it before, but once it could be considered an accident, but twice in a row. What exactly are you? Wen Yin stared at Lin Yun with a complicated expression. Lin Yun felt a little guilty under her gaze, but maintained his composure. Maybe I was just lucky. Luck. Wen Yin raised an eyebrow. Do you think I believe that? She walked up to Shun Yuqing and carefully examined her complexion. The blood and energy are abundant, and the fetal development is stable. It certainly looks like early pregnancy. But she turned to look at Lin Yun. Kid, is there some secret you're not telling us? Lin Yun laughed heartily. Sister Wen Yin, you're joking. What secret could I possibly have? Maybe it's just that my constitution is a bit special. Wen Yin stared at him for a long time and finally sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as it's good for the child and good for Yuqing, nothing else matters. She lost interest in teaching Lin Yun and turned to leave. But when he reached the door, he stopped, turned back to look at Lin Yun, and muttered to himself, You little rascal, you're really hard to figure out. After Wen Yin left, Su Yingxue asked Lin Yun, Husband, is Sister Wen Yin angry? No, Lin Yun shook his head. She was just too surprised. Shen Yuqing also said softly, It really is too fast. I can't believe it myself. What's so fast about it? Su Yingxue laughed. This proves how capable my husband is. And it's wonderful that I'm pregnant. Grandpa will be so happy when he finds out. Sure enough, when Lin Jintian learned that Shun Yuqing was also pregnant, the old man was so excited that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, his eyes glistening with tears. Yinner, may your parents in heaven protect you. The Lin family will have descendants, and more than one. Unlike Wen Yin, he didn't doubt anything. He simply believed it was God's blessing, or the protection of his son and daughter-in-law's spirits in heaven. Lin Jintian looked at the 2 women and said seriously, Yingxue, Yuqing, you both need to take good care of yourselves during pregnancy. Starting today, the training will be reduced, but the nutrition must be improved. Aunt Lu, please take good care of the 2 young mistresses. Yes, sir, Aunt Lu replied respectfully. At dinner, the Lin family's dining table was filled with an unprecedented atmosphere of joy. Lin Jintian couldn't stop smiling as he kept serving food to his 2 granddaughters-in-law. Lin Yun transformed into a doting husband, meticulously taking care of the 2 of them. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the entire manor in gold. In the garden, Wen Yin stood alone in the pavilion, gazing in the direction of the main house. She could hear the laughter coming from inside and feel the joy. 2 kids so quickly. How did this kid do that? She remembered what Lin Yin had said before. Don't even mention Yingxue. Even if you came, I could still get you pregnant. At the time, she thought it was just the arrogant talk of a young boy. But now it seems, could it be that he really has some special ability? Wen Yin frowned in thought. But soon, she shook her head and banished the thought from her mind. Regardless, Lin Yun was her employer and the child she had watched grow up. As long as he's doing well, nothing else matters. However, she said with a slight upturn of her lips, this kid is really surprising. A month ago, Lin Yun took another first-tier qi and blood pill. Wen Yin had thought that the absorption of the medicine would cause the price to drop another 2,000. Who knew that Lin Yun would only lower the price by 1,000? After taking it, His strength increased by 4,000 kilograms. His total strength reached over 22,000 kilograms, and his cultivation level reached the late stage of the first rank. Another month has passed now. I wonder how much he will improve this time? 3,000? Or 4,000? As night deepened, the lights in the Lin family's main residence came on. Tonight, the lights in the new house are still on late into the night. This time, however, there was less passion and more tenderness. Chapter 35, Fourth Stone, late stage of first rank, three major families of Jiangsheng gather. A few days later, Shen Yuqing became pregnant. Inside the training room, Lin Yun stepped into the gravity chamber once again. Started with 25 times the force of gravity. He took out a small jade box containing a first-tier qi and blood pill worth 20 million. This is the fourth one. As Lin Yun spoke, he put the pill into his mouth. The scorching medicinal power became even more violent under the pressure of 25 times gravity. Lin Yun fully activated the five hearts towards heaven technique, guiding this power to surge along the technique's path. 2 hours later, the door to the gravity chamber opened. Lin Yun walked out and headed straight for the punching power testing machine. Without much preparation, he delivered a simple, straightforward straight punch. Boom strapje. The machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 25.987,42 kilogram. 26,000 kilograms. It has increased by more than 3,500 kilograms compared to last time. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. This was much better than he had expected. He thought he could only lift 3,000 kilograms at most this time, but he didn't expect it to actually be more than 3,500 kilograms. 14,000 kilograms are still needed to reach the first-order perfection. It's so good to be rich. Pills can make you cough as much as you want, Lin Yun exclaimed. In just 4 months, he spent more than 80 million on pills alone. 4 Tier 1 Qi and blood pills cost 80 million, and 6 ordinary Qi and blood pills cost 6 million. This doesn't even include other costs, such as the maintenance and use of the gravity chamber and other equipment, which all cost money. In total, the cost was nearly 100 million yuan. Making rapid progress in martial arts is incredibly expensive. 100 million? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. If the Lin family weren't the richest family in Jiangsheng, they simply couldn't afford such consumption. But the results are also significant. 4 months ago, he was a martial arts failure with only 48 points of qi and blood. Now, he is a late-stage, first-level martial artist with a punching power of 26,000 kilograms. Such rapid progress has naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Because Lin Yun was previously a martial arts failure, but has made such great progress in the past few months, countless eyes are naturally watching the Lin family. The Lin family has never deliberately hidden anything. Or rather, some things can't be hidden no matter how hard you try. For example, the news of Shen Yuqing's pregnancy spread throughout Jiangsheng's high society in just a few days. Immediately, all sorts of speculations and rumors spread like wildfire. The second young mistress of the Lin family is pregnant too? She's only been married for 2 months, right? Really? Isn't it difficult for a martial artist to get pregnant? It's absolutely true. My niece works as a maid in the Lin family and saw them celebrating with her own eyes. This is too fast. One pregnancy can be attributed to luck, but 2 at the same time. Could the Lin family really have some secret technique? Some people speculated. I heard that young Master Lin's progress has been rapid since he got married. Could it be a dual cultivation technique? The rumors spread wider and wider, becoming increasingly outrageous. Finally, the other 3 major families in Jiangsheng besides the Lin family. The Wu family, the Wang family, and the Feng family. I couldn't sit still any longer. In a secret room, the 3 heads of the family sat around a mahogany tea table. Fine tea leaves were laid out on the table, but none of the 3 were in the mood to taste them. Wu De, the head of the Wu family, spoke first. He looked to be in his 40s, very handsome, slightly overweight, and with a shrewd expression. Old Feng, old Wang, have you heard? The second young mistress of the Lin family is also pregnant. Wang Shuyi, a tall, thin, middle-aged man, nodded. I heard about it. When I first heard the news, I thought it was fake, so I sent someone to check it out, but it's true. Feng Zhenbong of the Feng family frowned and asked, Old Wang, you and your husband are both martial artists. Tell me, when did it become so fast for martial artists to get pregnant? Wang Shuyi shook his head with a wry smile. Fast what? My husband and I have only had 3 children over the years. Although we are all first-level perfected martial artists, We have not reached the second level. The life leap only happened once when we became martial artists. The same situation as the Lin family of three. What's the situation with the Lin family? Feng Zhenbang pressed. Suing Xue and Shun Yuqing both became pregnant after they became martial artists. If you are so slow, there is no reason for them to be so fast. I don't know, Wang Shui said, spreading his hands. Otherwise, why would I have invited you two here? Wuda looked at the two of them. Do you think the rumors are true? Did Lin Yun really obtain something, or some kind of dual cultivation technique? That's why he's progressing so quickly? The information I received is that he has already reached the late stage of the first level, and his punching power is 26,000 kilograms. Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbang remained silent. The three of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. They didn't believe rumors before, but now. The facts are undeniable, leaving them no choice but to believe them. Feng Zhenbang pondered for a moment, then spoke. Does any of you have a woman of marriageable age? How about we arrange for one of you to marry into our family? Wu De and Wang Shui exchanged a glance, nodded, but then shook their heads. Wang Shui sighed. Old Wu, you know how picky Lin Yun is. After he planned to get married, he looked for all the beautiful women in Jiangcheng and only selected 5 in total. He then married only the 2 most beautiful women among them. Although we have many eligible men in our family, well, that kid probably wouldn't be interested. My family is the same, Wu De replied. My husband only had 1 daughter. After she got married, he had several granddaughters, but they were either too young or still pursuing martial arts and didn't want to get married at all. Even if I were to marry him, I doubt Lin Yun would even consider me suitable. Feng Zhenbang persisted. Besides the main family line, what about the rest? Same, Wang Shui shook his head. There are many people, but they don't meet the requirements. Wu De also said, it's the same on my end. What about you, Lao Feng? That's why I asked you guys, because I couldn't find it myself. Feng Zhenbang said helplessly. The secret room fell silent again, with only the sound of water boiling in the teapot. After a long silence, Feng Zhenbang spoke again, this time addressing Wu De directly. Old Wu, are you really not planning to marry off one of your daughters to go there and find out the situation? If the rumors are true, and there really is a dual cultivation technique or something, you could become a martial artist too. Wu De's eyelids twitched. What did you say? Didn't I just say? None of my granddaughters are suitable. You all know I only have 1 daughter. My husband is a second-level martial artist, so it's difficult for him to get pregnant. Feng Zhenbang looked at him with a half-smile. Old Wu, stop pretending. Everyone here knows that you secretly kept many concubines and had a lot of children in the county town of Tianshui. Didn't there be one who just entered martial arts university last year? She was very beautiful and had a lot of suitors. Wu De was startled and almost jumped up from his chair. What? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Old Wu, stop pretending. Wang Shui slowly took a sip of tea. Who here doesn't know? You think you can fool your tigress? She knew all along. She was just pretending not to. Who do you think you can fool? Feng Zhenbang nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Old Wu, your youngest daughter, Wu Qingya, is 19 years old this year and has just started martial arts university. She has good martial arts talent and is also very good looking. I heard that her suitors can stretch from Jiangcheng to Junshin. With these terms, Lin Yun should be tempted, right? Chapter 36, Marrying Off a Daughter, Extracting Secrets. Wu De's expression kept changing, and sweat was beading on his forehead. He did indeed keep several concubines in Tianshui City, and they had several children. The youngest daughter, Wu Qingya, is the most outstanding. Not only is she talented in martial arts, but she also resembles her mother in appearance, possessing a refined and elegant beauty that has made her quite famous throughout Tianshui City. But he kept this a secret from his wife, the tigress at home, Madame Wu, a second-level martial artist. Although he knew his wife might have sensed something, the two kept it to themselves and never revealed it. If Qingya were to marry Lin Yun now, this matter would be impossible to keep secret any longer. Old Wu, what are you hesitating about? Wang Shui saw through his concerns. If your partner really cared, they would have made a huge scene by now. Since nothing has happened for so many years, it means she acquiesced. Besides, marrying your daughter to the Lin family will benefit both you and the Wu family. What if there really is some kind of dual cultivation technique? Couldn't you also become a martial artist? Lifespan will increase significantly then, and you can live for hundreds of years longer. Feng Zhenbang also advised. That's right, Lao Wu, you're 63 this year, aren't you? Although ordinary people may look like they are in their 40s if they take good care of themselves, they will only live for another 40 years or so at most. Your husband is a second-tier martial artist and can live to be 400 years old. Are you willing to leave first like this? These words struck a nerve with Wu De. He is indeed over 60 years old. Although he looks young thanks to various precious medicinal herbs, his physical functions have begun to decline. His wife was Madame Wu, a second-tier martial artist. He is only a little over 100 years old now, which is the golden age for a martial artist, and he has nearly 300 years of life ahead of him. The thought that his wife might remarry or live alone for hundreds of years after his death made Wu De feel uneasy. If one could become a martial artist, even just a first-level martial artist, one could live to be 200 years old. But Qingya is a stubborn child. Wu De hesitated. She is devoted to martial arts, and she will definitely refuse if she hears that she is going to get married. How will we know if we don't try? Feng Zhenbang replied. That kid Lin Yun is a hot commodity right now. Young, handsome, from a good family, and his martial arts skills are improving rapidly. So many girls want to marry him, but can't. Wang Shui nodded in agreement. That's right. You're not asking her to give up martial arts. Marrying into the Lin family would mean access to better cultivation resources, and perhaps even faster progress. Although you've secretly provided some martial arts resources over the years, it shouldn't be much. After all, it's right under your partner's nose. Wu De fell silent. He picked up his teacup, sipped slowly, and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The Lin family home is indeed a good place to go. Although Lin Yun was a good-for-nothing before, his current rate of progress is terrifying. If there really is any secret, Qingya can not only find out the situation by marrying into the family, but also benefit from it. Moreover, the Lin family is wealthy, so Qingya won't suffer if she marries into them. Most importantly, if there really is some kind of dual cultivation technique, he, as the father-in-law, might be able to get a share. All right, Wu De finally made up his mind. I'll give it a try. But Qingya is stubborn. I can't guarantee I can persuade her. Feng Zhenbang and Wang Shui both laughed. Old Wu, that's right. Feng Zhenbang patted him on the shoulder. Our three families are closely connected, so we can't forget our brothers when we benefit from this. That is, Wang Shui also laughed. If there really is any secret, we'll share it among the three of us. The three of them discussed the details in secret, and then parted ways late at night. When Wu De returned home, his wife was already asleep. He tiptoed to the bedside, looked at the other person's peaceful sleeping face, and felt a mix of emotions. He had gone to great lengths to win over the second-tier martial artist wife. If she hadn't been stuck at the first-tier perfection level and unable to advance, she might not have had the chance. He had gone to great lengths, using countless connections and spending a fortune to buy a single elixir before he could marry her. After the couple had a daughter, the wife took the elixir and luckily advanced to the next level. It was also thanks to his wife that he was able to successfully become the head of the Wu family. After Shen Yuqing became pregnant, the intensity of her cultivation naturally decreased. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, she has been overflowing with maternal love. In addition, he had already become a martial artist, and at the mid-stage of the first rank. Therefore, her enthusiasm for martial arts diminished greatly, fearing that she might accidentally affect the fetus. After Lin Yun's cultivation reached the late stage of the first rank, he gradually reduced his cultivation time. He discovered a cruel truth. During the stable period after the elixir-assisted period ends, the benefits of arduous cultivation are simply too low. The difference in strength gain between training all day and training for half a day is negligible. Ultimately, one still needs elixirs to break through the bottleneck. So now, his daily routine has become regular. In the morning, I spent time with my two beautiful wives, taking a walk in the garden, enjoying tea, and chatting. I only went to the practice room with them in the afternoon to practice. Of course, once he started cultivating, Lin Yun still went all out. The exhilarating feeling of unleashing power at the limit is, in some ways, no less than the joy of a wedding night, which he finds utterly captivating. A month passed peacefully like this. The sun was shining brightly that afternoon. Just as the three were about to head to the practice room, Su Yingxue suddenly grabbed Lin Yun's arm. My lord, Sister Yuqing and I will not be cultivating today. Lin Yun immediately became anxious. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, that's not it. Su Yingxue winked playfully. I just suddenly felt like taking a break. My sister Yuqing and I wanted to go for a walk in the garden. And then, and then we had some private things to say between girls. As she spoke, she glanced at Shun Yuqing, whose face flushed slightly. Lin Yin understood and nodded with a smile. Okay, then you guys have fun. I'm going to the training room. After Lin Yin left, Su Yingshue's smile became somewhat sly. She took Shin Yoqing's hand and said, Sister Yuqing, let's go find Aunt Lu first. What do you want with Aunt Lu? Shin Yuqing asked, puzzled. You'll find out when you get there. When the two found the head maid, Aunt Lu, she seemed to have been prepared. Seeing the two young mistresses approach, Aunt Lu bowed respectfully, then took out an exquisite tablet computer from her sleeve and handed it to Su Yingshu. Young madam, everything you requested is inside. As per your request, we have already done a preliminary screening and sorting. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Lu. Su Yingshu happily accepted the tablet. He pulled Shin Yuqing and headed towards the room. Shin Yuqing was even more puzzled. Yingshu, what are you doing? Didn't we say we were going to take a stroll in the garden? Why did you drag me back to ask Aunt Lu for a tablet? Does it mean you want to watch a movie? But why come to the room instead of the third-floor screening room to watch a movie? Oh dear, Sister Yuqing, you ask so many questions. Su Yingshu smiled, pushed open the door, and took her hand as they entered the room. You'll know once you come in. Chapter 37. Two beautiful wives are looking for brides for their husbands. In the room, Su Yingshu skillfully connected the tablet to the virtual projection device. A three-dimensional light screen unfolded in the air, displaying a beautiful woman and her detailed information. Shin Yuqing looked at the unfamiliar woman in the projection and asked in confusion, Yingshu, who is this? Su Yingshu turned around and shook Shin Yuqing's arm in a coquettish manner. Yuqing, shall we find a bride for our husband? Shin Yuqing. She didn't react for a moment and stared blankly at Su Yingshu. Seeing this, Su Yingshu put her arm around Shin Yuqing's waist and naturally placed one hand on her flat stomach. Shin Yuqing was only 1 month pregnant, and her abdomen was still very flat, unlike Su Yingshu, who was more than 4 months pregnant and whose belly was already slightly protruding. Yuqing. Su Yingshu breathed hot air into Shin Yuqing's ear, her voice carrying a hint of ambiguity. Was my husband very amazing last night? Shin Yuqing's face flushed red instantly, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance on her face. Yingshu, why are you saying this in broad daylight? But she knew in her heart that Yingshu was right. Her husband wasn't just amazing last night. He's incredibly amazing every day. Before I got pregnant, it takes the combined efforts of Yingshu and herself to barely manage to subdue her husband. Now that I'm pregnant myself, my husband has been extremely careful for the past month, afraid of harming the baby, and hasn't been able to enjoy himself at all. Su Yingshu understood what was going on when she saw her like this. She knew better than anyone how powerful her husband was. It seems that her sisters share the same thought as her, all hoping that their husbands can be happy and enjoy themselves. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Su Yingshu said seriously. Yuqing, actually, I had the idea of finding a bride for my husband more than half a month ago. But as you know, my husband had already gathered all the information on Jiangcheng and only selected 5 women, marrying only the 2 most beautiful and best among them. It's you and me. Su Yingshu spoke with considerable pride. Now that we are looking for a husband, we must of course choose someone according to this standard. Since there was none in Jiangcheng, I turned my attention to the cities surrounding Jiangcheng. Shin Yuqing then understood. So, these documents that Aunt Lu gave you, Su Ying Suenadif, these are the preliminary screening results from 5 surrounding cities. Jiangcheng borders 5 cities with a total population of nearly 40 million. I asked Aunt Lu to help collect information and screen out women who meet the criteria. Shin Yuqing still had some concerns. Yingshu, if we make such a presumptuous decision, won't our husband be angry? When she said this, there was no jealousy or envy in her eyes. On the contrary, she was genuinely worried. She worried that if she kept her actions a secret from her husband, he might get angry when he found out. She also hoped that her husband could enjoy himself every night, even if it meant having more female friends. Su Yingshu held her hand. Don't worry, my husband won't be angry. Once we found someone for him, he might be overjoyed. Seeing that Shin Yuqing was still somewhat hesitant, Su Yingshu added, besides, we're just looking around, not making a decision right away. In the end, it still depends on my husband's own wishes, doesn't it? Shin Yuqing thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, let's take a look. That's more like it. Su Yingshu said happily, continuing to flip through the projector. The two began to examine the information carefully. Although these materials have undergone preliminary screening, the quantity is still enormous. After all, among a population of 40 million, there are quite a few women who meet the criteria. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. She is such a great presence. Her martial arts talent is impressive. The two watched and discussed, occasionally expressing their admiration. An hour later, they finally went through all the materials. Shen Yuqing sighed. Yingxue, you're amazing. You managed to find all the most beautiful girls who graduated from these 5 cities in the last 10 years. Su Yingxue was a little smug. Of course, I've been looking for women aged 18 to 28, from innocent young girls to mature and sophisticated women. I'm sure I'll find a beautiful woman like Sister Yuqing. Shen Yuqing blushed and said, Don't praise me anymore. However, Yingxue, you really put your heart into it. It's all for my husband. Let's do a second round of screening. The two then engaged in a new round of discussion. This time they were even stricter, looking not only at looks and talent, but also at character, personality, and family background. This one is pretty, but I heard she has a bit of temper. This person has great talent, but their family situation is too complicated. This one is perfect in every way, but she's already engaged. The selection process was rigorous, and the two argued from time to time, but they always managed to reach an agreement in the end. When the screening was over, only the information of 6 women remained on the projector. Each of these 6 individuals was carefully selected. 4 of them have already gone to the county town, Tianshui City, to study martial arts at the university. Of the remaining 2, one continues his martial arts training at the martial arts school, honing his skills and refining his internal energy. Another student went to a regular local university and is now a senior. Wow! Shen Yuqing looked at the photos of the 6 women and couldn't help but admire them. Yingxue, you have excellent taste. These 6 are all really great. Whether it's their looks, temperament, or character, they are no less than us. Su Yingxue was also very satisfied. Of course, when we're looking for a bride for our husbands, we naturally want to find the best one. She thought for a moment, then pointed to the 2 women on the projection. I think we can start with these 2 who didn't attend martial arts university. They are both from the same hometown. One is at a martial arts school, and the other is at a university, so they are relatively easy to contact. Shen Yuqing nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So, how should we begin? Sujing Swiss Maïd Slaidi. Of course, it starts with making friends. Let's add each other's contact information first, get to know each other as ordinary friends, and gradually understand each other's character. After all, you can't completely trust what the information says. You have to talk to people in person to know for sure. But what reason should we use to add them? Shen Yuqing asked. That's easy, Su Yingxue said confidently. We could say, let's say we're martial arts enthusiasts and want to exchange cultivation experiences. Or how about we say we're members of a women's group and want to invite them to an event? After discussing it for a long time, the two finally came up with a preliminary plan. Su Yingxue was responsible for contacting the girl who was training at the martial arts school. Her name is Zhao Qingwei. She is 19 years old. Her qi and blood value is 92 points, and she is diligently training at a local martial arts school, hoping to be admitted to a martial arts university. Shen Yuqing was responsible for contacting the college girl. Her name is Chen Yue. She is 22 years old and a senior in college. Although she attends an ordinary university, she has a strong interest in martial arts and often goes to the school's martial arts hall to train. All right, the preliminary plan has been finalized. Sujing Swistricht. The next step is to gradually get to know each other and understand each other. We can't rush things. We need to make them like us first, and then... She didn't finish speaking, but Shen Yuqing understood what she meant. Chapter 38, Taking Turns to Persuade. Reflecting Snow. You really don't mind at all? Shen Yuqing suddenly asked her best friend seriously. Su Yingxue looked at her, her eyes smiling. What do you mind? My husband is happy, and so am I. Besides, it'll be easier for us if more sisters share the burden, won't it? Besides, Sister Yuqing, you saw it yourself. My husband, he's really too strong. After we both got pregnant, he was very careful every night and couldn't relax at all. I don't want to see him wrong himself like this. Shen Yuqing nodded and took Su Yingxue's hand. Yes, I understand. That's what I think too. The two smiled at each other, their hearts in perfect harmony. That night, Lin Yun discovered something strange. His 2 wives were exceptionally enthusiastic and proactive. Su Yingxue was no longer as cautious as usual because of her pregnancy, and Shin Yuqing was no longer shy and reserved. The presence of the two people beside him made him feel somewhat flattered. "Ladies, you all today?" Lin Yun gasped, his eyes filled with doubt and surprise. "Don't you like it, my husband?" Su Yingxue breathed hot air into his ear. "I like it. Of course I like it. It's just a bit unexpected." Lin Yun hugged the two of them tightly. "Then enjoy it." Shin Yuqing took the initiative to kiss him. That night, the lights in the new house stayed on for an unusually long time. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the overlapping shadows. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the air, mixed with soft whispers. Lin Yun was completely immersed in the gentle embrace of love. He had no idea that his two wise wives had already begun a secret operation to find him a new wife. In the days that followed, Lin Yun felt that the two women were a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. Every morning, the three of them would still take a walk and chat in the garden, and occasionally read books or play chess together. In the afternoon, Lin Yun went to the training room to practice alone, while Su Yingxue and Shin Yuqing stayed at home under the pretext of resting. But in reality, Su Yingxue and Shin Yuqing's rest had a hidden purpose. Through the virtual network, the two had become good friends with Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue. With a calculated mindset, they managed to understand each other completely. Qingyue is such a cute girl, and so diligent. Although he comes from an ordinary family, he is exceptionally hardworking. Look at her training records, from 6 in the morning to 10 at night. She hardly rests. After a chat, Su Yingxue excitedly told Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing nodded as well. Yue is also very outstanding. Although he attended a regular university, his passion for martial arts was no less than that of students from martial arts universities. Moreover, she has a gentle and understanding personality. The more they got to know the two girls, the more satisfied they became with them. However, Shin Yuqing had some concerns. How should we bring it up? We can't just say, "We want you to marry our husband," can we? Su Yingxue thought for a moment. Of course I can't say it directly. We can invite them to Jiangshang first, and then bump into my husband. We'll slowly reveal it once they've developed feelings for their husbands. Wouldn't this be too scheming? Shin Yuqing asked, somewhat uneasy. That's called strategy, Su Yingxue said confidently. What's wrong with using some strategies for the sake of my husband's happiness? Besides, we're not forcing them, we're just creating opportunities for them. Whether it works out in the end depends on their own wishes. Shin Yuqing thought about it and felt it made sense. So, when should we invite them? Let's wait a few more days until we're more familiar with each other. And we need to find a suitable reason. All right, we're currently organizing a women's martial arts exchange event and have invited them to participate. That's a great reason. Shin Yuqing's eyes lit up. It's natural and it will pique their interest. The two were so engrossed in their discussion that they were completely unaware that an unexpected matchmaking operation was quietly unfolding in the county town of Tianshui, in a luxury apartment near the Martial Arts University in Tianshui City. Wu sat on the sofa in the living room, his face looking rather grim. Opposite him stood a young girl, stubbornly standing there. It was his youngest daughter, Wu Qingya. "Qingya, I've told you so much. Why don't you understand? Lin Yun is a really good kid. He's young, handsome, from a good family, and his martial arts talent is showing now. You won't suffer if you marry him," Wu earnestly advised him. Wu Qingya snorted coldly. "Dad, I'm only 19 years old and still in college. Right now, I just want to focus on martial arts. I don't want to get married. You can continue your martial arts even after you get married. The Lin family is very wealthy. If you marry into their family, your cultivation conditions will be even better than at school. Then I won't marry him." Wu Qingya's attitude was firm. Besides, he already has 2 wives. I don't want to be some kind of 3rd or 4th wife. These words stung Wu De. He knew his daughter was alluding to her mother. Back then, he had a legal wife, but he took Wu Qingya's mother as a concubine. Moreover, because he was afraid of his wife, he never dared to bring the mother and daughter back to Jiangsheng and could only arrange for them to live in Tianshui City. "Qingya, you can't think like that," Wu De tried to explain. "What do I think?" Wu Qingya's eyes reddened. "From when you were little until now, how many times a year have you come to see me and Mom? Where were you when Mom was sick? I got into martial arts university, and although you paid for it, you didn't even dare to attend the opening ceremony. Now look what's happened. For your so-called grand plan, you're going to marry me off as someone else's concubine." Wu Qingya became more and more excited as she spoke. "I'm telling you, I'm not getting married. I'm going to walk my own path. I want to become strong through my own efforts and not live in the shadows like my mother An awkward silence fell over the scene. At this moment, two middle-aged women came out of the kitchen. One of them is Wu Qingya's biological mother, Zhang Wan. Another was her favorite second mother, Li Shuhua, another concubine that Wu De kept in Tianshui City. Qingya, how can you talk to your father like that? Zhang Wan gently scolded him, but her eyes were full of heartache. Li Shuhua walked to Wu Qingya's side and gently put her arm around her shoulder. Qingya, we know you've been wronged, but this time, your father might really be thinking of you. Second aunt, even you. Wu Qingya looked at Li Shuhua in disbelief. Listen to me first, Li Shuhua explained patiently. We've also been looking into the Lin family's information these past few days. That young master of the Lin family is indeed very outstanding. Moreover, and most importantly, he treated both wives very well and equally. After Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing married into the family, they not only did not suffer any grievances, but their martial arts progressed rapidly, and now they have both become mid-stage first-order martial artists. Zhang Wan also chimed in with advice. Yes, Qingya, look at those two young mistresses. They immediately became martial artists after marrying into the family, and his progress is incredibly rapid. He reached the mid-stage of the first rank in just a month or two. You should know how much martial arts resources this requires. And they have a very good relationship, like sisters. This shows how good the young master of the Lin family is to them. Chapter 39, someone came to propose marriage? So what? No matter how good she is, she'll still be a concubine. I don't want to end up like you, Wu Qingya said stubbornly. These words were like a knife, instantly piercing the hearts of Zhang Wan and Li Shuhua. Both of them turned pale, and a look of pain flashed in their eyes. Upon seeing this, Wu De slammed his hand on the table. Qingya, how dare you speak to your mother and stepmother like that? Wu Qingya knew she had said the wrong thing and lowered her head, but she still refused to compromise. The living room fell silent, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. After nearly 10 minutes, Wu De took a deep breath and changed his strategy. Qingya, his voice softened. Dad understands your thoughts. You want to forge your own path and become a strong person through your own efforts. That's great, Dad supports you. Wu Qingya raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This was not the father she remembered. Wu De continued, but have you ever thought about how difficult the path of martial arts is? Resources, cultivation techniques, elixirs, everything requires money. You've been at the martial arts university for a year now, so you should know very well that those students who have made rapid progress all have family support behind them. Wu Qingya fell silent. What her father said was true. Seeing that things were looking promising, Wu De offered a major incentive. If you agree to marry Lin Yun, Dad will provide you with the funds to learn the Yellow Level Supreme guiding technique. It's not just a high-grade Yellow Level item, it's a top-grade item, and you can choose any of them. Consider your dowry. Wu Qingya was stunned. A top-grade, Yellow Level guiding technique. This is something she has always dreamed of. After she was admitted to the martial arts university, Wu De gave her 2 million as a reward. She used the money to upgrade the free guiding manual to a mid-grade Yellow Level manual, and then learn an attack skill and a movement technique, and the money was all gone. At Tianshui Martial Arts University, most of the students who made rapid progress had learned the Yellow Level Supreme guiding technique. The official guide manuals for top-tier Yellow Level items cost tens of millions for the cheaper ones and hundreds of millions for the more expensive ones. Although students at Budo University can enjoy a 50% discount, it is still an astronomical figure. She had mentioned to her father several times that she wanted to learn the Yellow Level Supreme guiding technique. But Wu De always laughed it off, saying that such a large sum of money couldn't be kept from his aunt, his legal wife, Madame Wu. I never imagined that he would offer such a condition in order to get me to marry. Wu Qingya was torn by inner turmoil. On the one hand, she really didn't want to get married so early, and even less did she want to become someone's concubine. But on the other hand, the temptation of a top-grade Yellow Level guiding technique is too great. With it, one's cultivation speed can be increased by at least several times. At that time, she might even catch up with or surpass those genius classmates. Seeing his daughter's expression soften, Wu De was overjoyed and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Dad promises that he will transfer the money to you immediately if you agree. You can choose the best guiding techniques, the best combat skills, the best movement techniques. As for the Lin family, Dad will also try to get you the best possible terms. Zhang Wan and Li Shuhua also quickly offer their assistance. Qingya, The young master of the Lin family is really outstanding. I heard he is young and handsome, and most importantly, he is very good to his wives. Yes, look at those two young mistresses, how quickly they've progressed since marrying into those families. If you were to marry into one of them, you might soon become a late-stage or even perfect first-tier martial artist. Wu Qingya bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and then asked softly, "Really? I can choose any yellow-grade top-tier guiding technique?" "Absolutely true. As long as you nod, the money will be in your account immediately." Wu made a guarantee on the spot. Wu Qingya frowned, took a deep breath, as if she had made a very difficult decision. Then I'll go see that person first. If he's really as good as you say, and he has to promise to let me continue my schooling and martial arts training. Of course, Wei Yude was overjoyed. Young Master Lin is so open-minded, he'll definitely support it. Wu had already planned it out in his mind. As long as his daughter agreed, things would be much easier. As for Lin Yun, he believed that given his daughter's circumstances, Lin Yun wouldn't refuse. The Lin family in Jiangchen. Su Yingxue received an unexpected message. The Wu family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangchen, sent a matchmaker to their door. What? The Wu family? What are they doing here? Su Yingxue looked at Aunt Lu, who had come to report, in surprise. Aunt Lu replied respectfully. The Wu family's butler said that their master wanted to arrange a marriage for young Master Lin. The prospective bride is Master Wu's daughter from out of town, named Wu Qingya, who is currently studying at Tianshui Martial Arts University. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They were still carefully looking for a bride for their husbands when a matchmaker unexpectedly came knocking on their door. Interesting. Curiosity flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes. Aunt Lu, please have the Wu family housekeeper wait in the living room. I will go and invite my husband over. Yes, young mistress. After Aunt Lu left, Shun Yuqing asked in a low voice. Yingxue, should we get involved in this matter? Of course I want it. It's practically delivered to my doorstep. And the Wu family's daughter. If I remember correctly, the Wu family does have an illegitimate daughter in Tianshui City. I heard she's quite talented and very beautiful. Su Yingxue's eyes were full of excitement. Perfect, we can investigate this. If Wu Qingya is really good, then wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Shun Yuqing thought for a moment, then smiled. That makes sense, but we should see what my husband thinks first. Of course. Su Yingxue nodded. Let's go find my husband. When the two arrived at the training room, Lin Yun had just finished a round of training and was walking out of the gravity chamber. His clothes were almost soaked with sweat, and his hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. Training under extreme gravity is tough, but it is highly effective in building strength. My husband, you've worked hard. Shun Yuqing stepped forward and gently wiped away his sweat. Su Yingxue smiled and said, Husband, I have good news to tell you. What good news? Lin Yun took the towel and wiped his face. Someone has come to our door offering to be a matchmaker for my husband. It's the Wu family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangchen. They want to marry their daughter to you. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Yun was very happy. With the many children, many blessings system, the more wives he marries, the richer the rewards, and the faster his talents improve. He hadn't expanded the scale before because the system had high requirements and there were too few women who met the criteria. It's like someone has delivered themselves right to my door. It's like a pillow being delivered when I'm sleepy. What's the situation with the other side? Lin Yun asked. What do you two ladies think? Su Yingxue took out her tablet, pulled up a photo, and handed it to Lin Yun. This is a photo sent by the Wu family. Her name is Wu Qingya. She is 19 years old, and she is currently studying at Tianshui Martial Arts University. She is a first-level early-stage martial artist. Lin Yun took the tablet. On the screen was a beautiful and refined young girl. She stood in front of the gate of Wu Dao University, wearing the school uniform, with her long hair flowing down her shoulders, a bright smile, and her eyes radiating youthful energy. Chapter 40 Wu Qingya. She is truly a unique beauty. Look at her temperament, pure yet with a touch of stubbornness, very special. Su Yingxue commented. Shun Yuqing nodded as well. Yes, she has a girl-next-door vibe, making you want to get close to her at first glance. Lin Yun silently ordered in his mind. System, check Wu Qingya's information. Name, Wu Qingya. Cultivation level, early stage first-tier martial artist. Appearance rating, 92. Martial arts talent, mid-grade yellow. System rating, Yellow level, superior. Marriageable. The information displayed satisfied Lin Yun. It has the same rating as Shun Yuqing, which is yellow grade, top grade. Now, as long as he marries her, his martial arts talent will be guaranteed to reach the upper grade yellow level. Is my husband satisfied? Su Yingshu asked. Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied, Lin Yun said with a smile. However, it depends on the girl's wishes. Is she willing? The Wu family said they have obtained their daughter's consent, and we've arranged to meet tomorrow. If both of us feel it's a good fit, we can finalize the deal. Lin Yun thought for a moment and asked, What do you two ladies think? Shin Yuqing said gently, If my husband is happy, we are happy. Besides, having more sisters means we can take care of each other. Suging Swiss maid slightly. Besides, husband, haven't you always said that you want to marry more wives and have more children? We're helping you achieve your goal. Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and embraced both of them, saying, Thank you, my wives. With wives like these, what more could a husband ask for? All right, stop being so mushy, Su Yingshu said with a smile, pushing him away. Husband, go and wash up quickly. The matchmaker is still waiting in the living room. You must go and meet her in person to show your sincerity. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Yun walked quickly towards the bathroom. As the warm water flowed, a question suddenly came to his mind. System, why are Wu Qingya and Shun Youqing's appearance scores both 92, and Wu Qingya's martial arts talent is a minor grade higher, yet their final overall ratings are the same? Both are top grade yellow. Ding. Back to host. The two women's overall ratings are indeed the same, both being top grade yellow. This is because the system rating not only looks at individual numerical values, but also comprehensively considers factors such as temperament, potential, and compatibility. Although Shin Youqing's martial arts talent is slightly lower, her intellectual temperament enhances her overall score. Special note, although the ratings are the same, marrying Wu Qingya will grant a greater talent boost than marrying Shin Yuqing, because Wu Qingya possesses higher martial arts talent. Lin Yun understood. It turns out that the system rating is so complex, it's not a simple matter of addition and subtraction. Understood. He quickly finished washing up and changed into clean clothes. In the main hall of the house, the Wu family's housekeeper and a kind-looking middle-aged woman had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Yun and his two wives enter, the two quickly stood up and bowed. Young Master Lin, greetings to the two young mistresses. This is Aunt Wang, the professional matchmaker hired by our Wu family. That's what the butler said respectfully. Aunt Wang looked Lin Yun up and down with a beaming smile, her eyes full of admiration. Oh my, young Master Lin is indeed a handsome man, even more so than in the photos. No wonder Master Wu insisted that I act as his matchmaker. After praising Lin Yun, she began to introduce Wu Qingya's situation in detail. Miss Wu is 19 years old this year and is a sophomore at Tianshui Martial Arts University. She is a first-level early-stage martial artist. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good personality, gentle, virtuous, well-educated, and possesses remarkable talent in martial arts. Aunt Wang talked on, praising Wu Qingya to the skies. Lin Yun listened patiently, nodding occasionally. Finally, Aunt Wang concluded. In short, Miss Wu is definitely a good wife and is worthy of you, Mr. Lin. Moreover, Master Wu said that if this marriage goes through, the dowry will definitely be substantial. Lin Yun smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Wang. However, marriage is a major life event, and it ultimately depends on the wishes of both parties. Since Miss Wu agrees, how about we meet tomorrow to discuss the details? Okay. Aunt Wang nodded repeatedly. Mr. Wu will personally bring Miss Wu over tomorrow. You young people can spend more time together and get to know each other better. After agreeing on a time, the Wu family members took their leave. Meanwhile, a luxurious aircraft was en route from Tianshui City to Jiangxing. Inside the aircraft, Wu Qingya sat by the window, sulking as she looked out the window, refusing to look at her father, Wu De, who sat opposite her. Qingya, are you still angry with your father? Gu this smiled awkwardly. Wu Qingya snorted coldly. You clearly said you'd give me the money as soon as I nodded, but after I did, you said the amount was too large and it would take some time, and the money wouldn't arrive until we meet tomorrow. Aren't you just messing with me? I was just afraid you'd change your mind. Wu was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly. Besides, 50 million is no small sum. Dad needs to prepare for it too. I don't care. Wu Qingya turned her head and glared at him. The money must be in my account immediately after we meet tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm leaving right now. Yes, I will. Wuda repeatedly assured him. The atmosphere fell silent again. Wu Qingya picked up the tablet again and started looking at Lin Yun's information. This was the nth time she had watched it today, and each time she watched it, her feelings became more complicated. The information about Lin Yun shows that he is indeed very outstanding. Young, handsome, and from a good family. His martial arts progressed rapidly. There was almost nothing to criticize. Most importantly, he treated both his wives very well. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Wu Qingya felt, especially when she saw the information that Lin Yun treated both of his wives as treasures, treating them equally and never favoring one over the other. She couldn't help but glare at her father fiercely. Look at them, and look at you. He hid his mother and stepmother in Tianshui City, and could only see them a few times a year, refined and elegant. Wuda saw through his daughter's thoughts and sighed. Dad knows he's sorry to your mom and the others. But this time is really different. Lin Yun is a really good kid. Wu Qingya didn't speak, but continued looking at the documents. But her resistance didn't seem to be as strong anymore. The next morning, at the Lin family manor, Wu Qingya didn't sleep well all night, but she still got up early in the morning and dressed up carefully. She chose a light blue dress, neither flashy nor tacky. Her long hair was carefully styled, and she wore light makeup, making her look fresh and refined. Qingya looks beautiful today, Zhang Wan said with satisfaction. Li Shuwan nodded in agreement. Yes, it will definitely leave a good impression on young Master Lin. Wu Qingya felt a little uneasy. Although she agreed to meet, she hadn't actually made up her mind yet. Today's events are less like blind dates and more like assessments. She wanted to see for herself whether Lin Yun was really as good as the information described. When the aircraft landed at the Lin family manor, Wu Qingya was stunned by the sight before her. She knew the Lin family was the richest family in Jiangcheng, but she didn't expect the manor to be so big and luxurious. Chapter 41 Wen Yin. You brat. You're using me to attack again. Take it easy. Wuda patted his daughter on the shoulder. Just treat it as visiting a friend's house. When the group entered the main hall of the house, Lin Yun's family was already waiting there. Hello, Uncle Wu. Lin Yun greeted her politely. Then his gaze fell on Wu Qingya. At first glance, he confirmed that the system's rating was correct. She was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. She possesses a unique quality, like a clear mountain spring, clean and pure. Wu Qingya was also sizing up Lin Yun. She had to admit that Lin Yun was more handsome and had a better presence in person than in the photos. He doesn't have the arrogance of a rich kid. Instead, he gives off a gentle and reliable feeling. This must be Qingya, right? Su Yingxue smiled and stepped forward, naturally taking Wu Qingya's hand. She's even prettier than in the photos. Her skin, her aura. Husband, don't you think so? Lin Yun nodded. It is indeed very beautiful. Wu Qingya felt her cheeks getting hot. Lin Yun's two wives are even more beautiful than the photos. Especially Su Yingxue, who was holding her hand, was breathtakingly beautiful, and her graceful demeanor made her feel somewhat ashamed of herself. You flatter me, sister, she said softly. You flatter me. I'm just telling the truth. Come, sit down and talk. Sister Yuqing, pour some tea for Sister Qingya. Su Yingxue affectionately pulled her to sit down. Shen Yuqing smiled gently and poured Wu Qingya a cup of tea. Qingya, please try this. This is a spiritual tea that your husband specially had brought from another place. It is beneficial for martial artists. Wu Qingya took the teacup, her feelings becoming even more complicated. These two older sisters were too good to her, so good that she felt a little uncomfortable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and compliments the two sides, Wuda suggested that the young people go out for a walk and get to know each other. So, there were four of them. Lin Yun, Wu Qingya, Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing. They walked out of the main house together. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Yingxue grabbed Wu Qingya's hand again and began her strategy. Qingya, what do you usually do at school? Are the courses at Martial Arts University tiring? It's all right. Wu Qingya answered truthfully. There's a lot of training, sometimes 7 or 8 hours a day. Wow, so hard-working. Su Yingxue exclaimed. No wonder Qingya is already a first-level martial artist at such a young age. Both my sister Yuqing and I broke through after we got married here. Before that, we were stuck at the apprentice level for a long time. Shen Yuqing also said gently, Qingya is really amazing. Unlike me, after graduating from university, I worked as a teacher for a year and still couldn't make a breakthrough. The two of them praised Wu Qingya and also brought them closer together. Before long, Wu Qingya relaxed and began chatting with the two about interesting things that happened at school. Before they knew it, the four of them had arrived near Wen Yan's residence. By the way, Qingya, Su Yingxue suddenly said, our Lin family also has a martial arts expert, Sister Wen Yan, a second-tier perfected martial artist. Would you like me to introduce you to her? Second-tier perfection? Wu Qingya's eyes lit up. Really? She has a persistent pursuit of martial arts and naturally yearns for high-level martial artists. Second-stage perfection is a rare sight even at Tianxue Martial Arts University. Of course it's true, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Sister Wen Yan is a very nice person, but she's usually a bit cold. Come on, I'll take you to visit her. When the four entered Wen Yan's courtyard, Wen Yan was practicing her swordplay there. Today, she was wearing a white training uniform and holding a silver longsword. The sword flashed and made a series of whooshing sounds. Sister Wen Yan, Su Yingxue called out. Wen Yan sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping over the four people before finally settling on Wu Qingya. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Sister Wen Yan, this is Wu Qingya, a young lady from the Wu family. Qingya, this is Wen Yan, a second-stage perfected martial artist. Su Yingxue introduced the two parties. Greetings, Senior Wen Yan. Wu Qingya bowed respectfully. Wen Yan nodded, which was considered a greeting. Lin Yan invited her to go for a walk together. Wen Yan rolled her eyes at him and joined the group. When no one was looking, she secretly reached out and pinched Lin Yan's waist hard. This, Lin Yan gasped in pain. Husband, what's wrong? Shen Yuqing asked with concern. And nothing. Lin Yan forced a smile. I just got bitten by a mosquito. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Yan secretly pinched him again. Lin Yan. Wu Qingya's attention was entirely focused on Wen Yan, so she didn't notice these subtle actions. This second-tier perfected martial artist is so beautiful. Moreover, her heroic and dashing demeanor made her admire him greatly. Sister Wen Yan, Qingya is also a martial artist. She has some questions about martial arts that she would like to ask you. Is that all right? Su Yingxue said coquettishly. Wen Yan rolled her eyes at Lin Yan again, then said to Wu Qingya, what's the problem? Speak up. Wu Qingya blushed with excitement, but she restrained herself from asking questions immediately. She knew that such an opportunity was rare and should not be wasted. Let's go to the practice room first, Lin Yan suggested. It's more convenient there. The five of them went to the training room together. Wu Qingya was once again amazed by the equipment here. These conditions are almost on par with a martial arts university. Moreover, many of the facilities of the martial arts university are not suitable for a student as insignificant as her. Qingya, feel free to ask me anything, Su Yingxue encouraged. Sister Wen Yan is very capable. She can answer any question. Lin Yan also flattered her at the right time. Yes, Yingxue, Yu Qing and I have been able to improve so quickly, all thanks to Sister Wen Yan's guidance. Wen Yan rolled her eyes at him again, but didn't refute him. Wu Qingya finally couldn't hold back any longer and told everyone about all the problems she had encountered in her cultivation. Poor circulation of qi and blood, clumsy transitions between combat techniques, and lack of agility in movement. Wen Yan asked Lin Yan to answer the question first. His insights were profound. He pinpointed the key point in just a few words. Wu Qingya nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. This young master of the Lin family has a truly profound understanding of martial arts. Then Wen Yan had Wu Qingya demonstrate the combat techniques and movement methods she had learned. After reading it, Wen Yan only said a few words, pointing out a few minor errors and directions for improvement. But it was these few words that enlightened Wu Qingya. She demonstrated it again following Wen Yan's instructions, and sure enough, it felt much smoother and the power was greatly increased. Thank you, Senior Wen Yan. Thank you, young Master Lin, Wu Qingya said excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. At that moment, her opinion of Lin Yan completely changed. Everything in the information is true. This young master of the Lin family is not only from a good family and handsome, but also has a profound understanding of martial arts and is extremely considerate to his wives. Moreover, his two wives and this gentle senior are all so good to her. Perhaps marrying into this family isn't so hard to accept. Chapter 42 is complete. He marries Wu Qingya. After giving instructions on martial arts, Su Yingxue then affectionately took Wu Qingya's hand and began to tour the entire training room in detail. Qingya, look, this is the strength training area. All this equipment is the latest model. This high-frequency vibration strength trainer can deeply stimulate muscles. This is the speed and reaction training area. Look at this transparent room. Rubber bullets will be fired from all directions to train your dodging skills. In this blood circulation recovery chamber, after training, lying in it for a while makes the fatigue disappear. Wu Qingya was overwhelmed by what she saw, her eyes filled with amazement. Although the martial arts university has some advanced equipment, it is reserved for outstanding students or instructors, and ordinary students have no access to it. And these devices belonging to the Lin family. It's infinitely better than what she could get at school. Some of them I've only ever seen in martial arts magazines. How many times greater can this gravity chamber reach? Wu Qingya asked curiously. Su Yingxue led her to the most luxurious gravity chamber and smiled mysteriously. This one can reach 100 times. 100 times? Wu Qingya covered her mouth in shock. The gravity chamber she can use at school can only reach a maximum of 20 times. 100 times? That was a concept completely beyond her reach. Shen Yuqing added casually from aside. Unfortunately, Yingxue and I are too weak in cultivation to use this gravity chamber for cultivation at the moment. Otherwise, if combined with the yellow-grade, top-quality guiding technique 5 Hearts Towards Heaven method, the effect will definitely be very good. Wu Qingya astutely captured the keywords. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven method? A yellow-rank, top-grade guiding technique? Yes. Su Yingxue nodded, her tone as natural as if she were saying that the weather was nice today. Qingya, you have no idea how good this technique is. Sister Wenyin has stopped learning the yellow-level top-grade guiding technique from the official source and started practicing this instead. Shen Yuqing also chimed in gently. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven technique that my husband gave us, Sister Wenyin said, is the best yellow-level top-grade guiding technique she has ever seen, even better than those official ones that require hundreds of millions to learn. Wu Qingya was a little confused. Is it even better than the official one? The official martial arts library includes almost all the martial arts techniques available on the market. She had even considered learning the official yellow-level supreme guide technique. Once, she saved enough money. But now, Su Yingxue is saying that the Lin family's is even better than the official one. But considering that Wenyin is a second-tier perfected martial artist, her eyesight is naturally sharp. If she says it's good, then it must really be good. Wu Qingya believed it. Su Yingxue continued to debate, her tone relaxed and natural. If Qingya marries into the Lin family, we can cultivate the 5 Hearts Towards Heaven technique together. The more people practice together, the more we can discuss things and improve faster. Wu Qingya asked blankly, Can I cultivate too? Of course, Su Yingxue said matter-of-factly. We're family, no need for formalities. Forget about cultivation, you can use the equipment here freely. And she leaned close to Wu Qingya's ear, lowered her voice, and said with a smile, And my husband is very generous. After Yuqing and I became martial artists, we have already taken 2 first-level qi and blood pills. If it weren't for the fact that pregnancy makes it difficult to replenish qi and blood, we probably would have used even more. Wu Qingya was completely stunned. So much so that she didn't even notice the word pregnancy mentioned in Su Yingxue's words. Her mind was filled with 2 first-level qi and blood pills. A first-tier qi and blood pill cost 20 million. She's never even seen him a few times in her entire life. And Lin Yun's 2 wives have each eaten 2 of them. That's 40 million. You just ate it like that? Wu Qingya felt that her outlook on life had been impacted. She cultivated diligently, worrying about the millions of cultivation techniques available, and scrimping and saving to afford hundreds of thousands of pills. And the Lin family casually spends tens of millions on pills? After leaving the training room, Wu Qingya blushed slightly and began to steal glances at Lin Yun frequently. Each time she peeked, the scales in her heart tipped a little more. Lin Yun's handsome profile, gentle smile, tenderness toward his wife, and profound understanding of martial arts. Furthermore, the Lin family possesses substantial wealth and offers excellent cultivation conditions. All of this felt like a meticulously crafted dream, so beautiful that she couldn't believe it. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing exchanged a smile, both seeing the words "things are looking promising" in each other's eyes. Su Yingxue, holding Wu Qingya's arm, whispered as Wu Qingya stole another glance at Lin Yun. Qingya, let's be best friends from now on, okay? Wu Qingya's body stiffened. She looked into Su Yingshue's sincere eyes, then into Shun Youqing's gentle smile, and finally her gaze settled on Lin Yun. The young, handsome man seemed to notice her gaze, turned around, and smiled slightly at her. That smile was warm and pure, like the spring sunshine. Wu Qingya's heart suddenly raced, and she subconsciously looked away. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and replied in an almost inaudible voice, That was as light as a feather falling to the ground. Yet it clearly reached the ears of Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing. Both of them smiled with delight. It's done. Lin Yun, who was walking to the side, also received a system notification at this moment. Ding! The favorability rating of target Wu Qingya has greatly increased. Current favorability rating, 85 devoted. Tip: proposal can be made. Success rate over 90%. Lin Yun's lips curled up slightly. It seems this marriage is settled. When Wuda heard the words, "I am willing to marry," from his daughter, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Really? Qingya, you really agreed? Wuda asked in disbelief. Wu Qingya nodded, blushing yes. Lin Yun, he's a very good person. Sister Su and Sister Shun are very kind to me. And the Lin family can provide me with better cultivation conditions. She didn't say it very directly, but Wuda understood. The daughter was moved by the Lin family's offer. Great, great, Wuda exclaimed with delight. Dad will go and discuss it with Grandpa Lin right away. And pick a good day. He immediately found Lin Jintian, and the two family heads hit it off and started flipping through the almanac on the spot. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day for marriage, Lin Jintian said, pointing to the almanac. Wuda hesitated. The day after tomorrow, wouldn't that be too rushed? The dowry and everything else haven't been prepared yet. What's the rush? Lin Jintian waved his hand dismissively. Efficiency is our top priority when it comes to things in the Lin family. Don't worry about the dowry. We can send the betrothal gifts over first, and then you can prepare the dowry. Ultimately, both parties agreed to hold the wedding 3 days later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Lin family manor was once again decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, filled with a joyous atmosphere. This time, there were even more guests than last time. Not only were almost all of Jiangxing's high society present, but many families from the county town of Tianshui also sent people to offer their congratulations. After all, this is a marriage alliance between the Wu family and the Lin family of Jiangcheng, which is of great significance. The wedding ceremony was the same as before, solemn and joyous. Wearing a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix crown, and a red veil over her face, Wu Qingya slowly walked into the hall with the help of her bridesmaids. Although her face was not clearly visible, her slender figure and ethereal qiji, a kind of refined elegance or poise, already drew admiration from the guests present. I bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete after 3 bows. Send them to the bridal chamber. Chapter 43, The Wedding Night, the union of Yin and Yang. Amidst the blessings of the guests, Lin Yun took Wu Qingya's hand and slowly walked towards the new house. This time, Lin Yun's mood was somewhat different from the last time. Shun Yuqing is gentle and intellectual, while Wu Qingya is aloof and stubborn. Each has her own unique beauty. He was truly lucky to marry such a woman. At the wedding banquet, Wuda was surrounded by a group of guests, his face beaming. Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbong also arrived, and the two of them walked over to Wuda with their wine glasses in hand. Old Wu, congratulations, Wang Shui said with a smile. Now you've really climbed the social ladder by marrying into the Lin family. Feng Zhenbong winked and said, Yeah, old Wu, don't forget us. We each contributed a first-grade qi and blood pill to make up for your dowry. Wuda nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely let you know if there is any news. This time, the Lin family gave Wu Qingya a dowry of up to 100 million. Although Wuda's legal wife acknowledged the illegitimate daughter, she refused to provide an equivalent dowry, approving only 40 million. Wuda contributed some of his own money, and Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbong also sponsored some. Each person contributed a first-tier qi and blood pill, total value of 40 million, which raised a total of 100 million, allowing them to marry their daughter off in a grand and glorious manner. But then again, Wang Shui said in a low voice, Old Wu, you'd better ask around more after your daughter gets married. We're all waiting to see what secrets that kid from the Lin family has. Yes, Feng Zhenbong also leaned closer. If there really is a dual cultivation technique or something, you can't keep it a secret. Wu De patted his chest and guaranteed. Don't worry, my daughter is so smart, she'll definitely find out. When the time comes and there are benefits, I will definitely not forget my two brothers. The three looked at each other and smiled, each with their own thoughts. Inside the new house, red candles flickered. Lin Yun gently lifted Wu Qingya's red veil, revealing her blushing face. In the candlelight, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her cool yet shy demeanor was captivating. Qingya, you look beautiful today, Lin Yun said softly. Wu Qingya raised her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered it again. Husband? The sound was very soft, but very clear. Lin Yun smiled, sat down beside her, and took her hand. Qingya, thank you for agreeing to marry me. I promise I will treat you well, treat everyone equally, and never let you suffer any injustice. Wu Qingya nodded and whispered, I trust my husband. Sister Su and Sister Shun both told me that he treats them very well. I believe he will treat me well too. Of course, Lin Yun said earnestly. From today onwards, you are my wife, the one I will protect. A warm feeling welled up in Wu Qingya's heart. Looking into Lin Yun's sincere eyes, she suddenly felt that marrying him might really have been the right choice. My husband, she whispered, I'm a little nervous. Lin Yun smiled understandingly. Don't be nervous. We'll take it slow, no rush. He poured 2 glasses of wine for the couple to drink together and handed one to her. Come on, let's drink the wine together first. Their arms were intertwined, and they brought their wine glasses to their lips. Wu Qingya looked at Lin Yun, who was so close to her, and her heart was pounding. The wine went down her throat, spicy with a hint of sweetness, just like her mood at that moment. I felt both nervous and scared, yet also secretly looking forward to it. After putting down his wine glass, Lin Yun gently pulled her into his arms. His embrace was warm and strong, carrying a reassuring aura. Wu Qingya's stiff body gradually relaxed, and she closed her eyes. The red curtains fell, obscuring the candlelight and the figures of the two people. Ding! Successfully married. Reward issued. Reward 1. Martial arts talent upgraded to high-grade yellow, 5% more experience points. Reward 210 tier, 1 chi and blood pills. Reward 3. The activation progress of the fertility sacred body has increased by 1%, currently 3%. Ding! You have married 3 wives, triggering an extra reward. Reward. The accompanying cultivation technique for the fertility sacred body. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, high-grade yellow. The Yin-Yang Harmony exercise is an initiation technique. You have already learned it automatically. The Yin-Yang Harmony exercise is a dual cultivation method that runs automatically when couples are intimate, but can also be manually paused or turned off. The Yin-Yang Harmony technique can enhance the cultivation level of both parties when it is used. When the Yin-Yang Harmony technique is used, the person with lower martial arts talent can gradually move closer to the person with higher talent. The system notification sounded in Lin Yun's mind, but he had no interest in paying attention to it. The bride in his arms was so beautiful and charming. Inside the red tent, the feeling of spring intensified once again. Meanwhile, in another room, a live broadcast is underway. As soon as the wedding banquet ended, Su Yingxue pulled Xin Yuqing back to the room. As soon as she entered, she mysteriously locked the door and then took out the familiar tablet from a hidden compartment. Yingxue, you again. Xin Yuqing saw the tablet in her hand and immediately understood. Of course, Su Yingxue said matter-of-factly. How could we miss such an important moment? She skillfully entered the password, and the screen lit up. It was a live view of the new house. Yingxue, how could you even have Qingya's room? Xin Yuqing was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be about the two of us and my husband? How did it turn out like this? She knew that Su Yingxue had installed cameras in her room, but she didn't expect that she would also target Wu Qingya's new house. Su Yingxue didn't care what she was thinking, pulled her to the bed, and zoomed in on the screen. The expressions on the newlyweds' faces were clearly visible. Wu Qingya's shyness and nervousness, and Lin Yun's gentleness and patience were all vividly portrayed. From lifting the red veil to drinking the nuptial wine, and then entering the bridal chamber, the two of them witnessed it all. Xin Yuqing blushed, too embarrassed to look, yet unable to resist wanting to look. She covered her face with her hands, but secretly opened her fingers a crack, peeking at the screen through the gap. Su Yingxue was excited from beginning to end, like a child watching a great movie. I didn't expect Qingya to be so shy, Su Yingxue commented. She's even more shy than Yu Qing. Yingxue, Shen Yuqing pushed her away in embarrassment and annoyance. Suddenly, Shen Yuqing realized, Yingxue, also? Of course. Su Yingxue proudly raised her head. Such a wonderful moment should definitely be recorded. Not only should this be recorded, but I've also kept the bedsheet with your bloodstain intact, Yu Qing. I'll show you Qingyas tomorrow after I get my hands on it. Shen Yuqing was stunned. The image of her wedding night involuntarily flashed through her mind. That shy and nervous version of myself, that gentle and patient husband, and that bedsheet as evidence. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, as if it were burning up. Yingxue, Shen Yuqing stammered, unsure of what to say. Don't worry, every sister will get one from now on. Su Yingxue patted her chest and assured him. This is our Lin family's family heirloom. Shen Yuqing was speechless. Her gaze was drawn back to the images on the tablet. Chapter 44, A king-size bed, for people sleeping under one hut. The red curtains fell, revealing only a hazy silhouette. Shen Yuqing felt both relieved and slightly disappointed. I can't see it clearly anymore. Unexpectedly, Su Yingxue tapped the tablet. The view changed, and the angle became a shot from above the foot of the bed, making it crystal clear again. This is... Shen Yuqing opened her eyes wide in surprise. Su Jingsui smiled smugly. I also installed 6 cameras inside, providing a complete, unobstructed view. Don't worry, Yu Qing, everything is recorded clearly. Shen Yuqing blushed, and her breathing became heavy. She wanted to look away, yet she also wanted to keep watching. After struggling internally for a while, I finally gave up resisting. He sat right next to Su Yingxue and watched it with her. Anyway, we're already husband and wife, so there's no harm in looking at each other. She comforted herself with this thought. My husband is truly amazing. Su Jingsui sighed softly. Qingya is experiencing this for the first time. She must be feeling a bit overwhelmed. I really want to go and help her out. Yingxue, Shen Yuqing quickly covered her mouth. This is Qingya's wedding night. I know, I was just saying. Su Yingxue pulled her hand away, but her eyes never left the screen. The two of them stared intently, as if they were actually there. Wow, Su Yingxue suddenly exclaimed in admiration. I never imagined that Qingya would become so bold and proactive after her first experience. My husband has truly married a treasure this time. In the video, Wu Qingya has gone from being shy and nervous at the beginning to taking the initiative. She wrapped her arms around Lin Yun's neck, responding awkwardly but passionately, her eyes full of love and dependence. Can anyone be bolder than you? Shen Yuqing couldn't help but complain. Hee, Su Yingxue laughed, but you're still too green, not as good as Yu Qing. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yuqing punched her in embarrassment. The two watched and discussed in hushed tones, completely losing track of time. That night, the lights in both rooms stayed on until late. The lights in the bridal chamber were for the wedding night, while the lights in Su Yingxue's room were for the live broadcast. The next morning, when Lin Yun carried Wu Qingya out of the bathroom, he was surprised to find that Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing were already waiting in the room. When Shen Yuqing saw them, her face flushed slightly, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, looked completely at ease, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Good morning, my husband and Qingya. Su Yingxue greeted them with a smile. Come try this outfit on and see if it looks good. She was holding a light pink dress, simple and elegant in style, clearly carefully chosen. Wu Qingya was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at anyone and shrank into Lin Yun's arms. Although they had become a real couple last night, she still felt shy that her 2 older sisters had seen such a private matter. Qingya, be a good girl, Su Yingxue said affectionately, taking her hand. We'll be together all the time anyway, so don't be too shy. She leaned close to Wu Qingya's ear and whispered. Also, Qingya's singing was really beautiful just now. Wu Qingya's face flushed bright red in an instant. Yingxue. She then remembered that her husband had just... I had to make some noise. All right. Lin Yun said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Yingxue, stop teasing her. Qingya is shy. Okay, Su Yingxue stuck out her tongue. Then Qingya, hurry up and try on the clothes. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the 3, Wu Qingya blushed and put on the light pink dress. The dress fit her perfectly making her skin look as white as snow. Her temperament was cool and aloof, yet with a touch of shyness, making her breathtakingly beautiful. It's so beautiful, Su Jing Sui exclaimed. Don't you think so, my husband? Of course. Lin Yun nodded, his eyes full of appreciation. Shen Yuqing also said softly, Qingya looks good in anything. Wu Qingya was embarrassed by the praise and lowered her head to fidget with the hem of her skirt. At this moment, Su Yingxue suddenly noticed something, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, I've packed the sheets away. How could I possibly wash something so important? Wu Qingya was taken aback at first, but then she understood what she meant. Her face flushed again, but a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected that Su Yingxue would even think of this for her. Although I'm shy, this feeling of being cherished is wonderful. After paying their respects to their grandfather, the four of them took a walk in the garden. The sun was shining brightly, the breeze was gentle, and the flowers in the garden were in full bloom. Everything was so beautiful. As they walked, Aunt Lu came up to the four of them. Young madam, your things have arrived, Aunt Lu said respectfully to Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. Really? Where? It has been delivered to your room. Great. Su Yingxue happily pulled the three of them along. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Yun asked curiously. Yingxue, what did you buy? You'll see when you get there, Su Yingxue said mysteriously. I guarantee you'll love it. The four returned to Su Yingxue's room, and Lin Yun was stunned as soon as he entered. In the center of the room stood an enormous bed. This bed is at least twice the size of a regular double bed, with exquisite workmanship and beautiful patterns. The mattress looked soft and comfortable, and it was covered with brand new sheets and duvet covers. Lin Yun didn't react for a moment. A custom-made, king-size bed, Su Yingxue said proudly. I specially hired the best craftsmen, and it took them half a month to make it. It's enough for us. As she spoke, she walked to the bedside and tested it. See, it's very sturdy, isn't it? And it's especially comfortable. Wu Qingya and Shen Yuqing looked at the bed in surprise. Then at Lin Yun, their faces flushing. Yingxue, what are you doing? Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated. What's wrong with that? Su Yingxue said matter-of-factly. Since we're both husband-wives, we can't always squeeze into a small bed, can we? This bed is so much better, spacious, comfortable, and... She paused, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Besides, with more sisters around, there'll be room to sleep. Lin Yun, he suddenly had a premonition that this bed might witness a lot of history. That night, we slept together under the same covers. At first, Wu Qingya was a little shy, but with Su Yingxue's encouragement and Shen Youqing's gentle reassurance, she gradually relaxed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the four people. With women on either side of him, Lin Yun felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Husband, Su Yingxue nestled in his arms. From now on, our family will be together forever. Yes, forever together, Shen Yuqing responded softly. Although Wu Qingya didn't say anything, she held Lin Yun's hand tightly, expressing her feelings through her actions. Of course, Lin Yun said earnestly, we're a family, always together. That night, the room light stayed on until late. It's late at night. Before falling asleep, Lin Yun finally had time to check the system's rewards. Martial arts talent has been upgraded to the upper grade yellow level, and the experience points increased by 5%. This means that he is one step closer to achieving the Xian level talent. 10 tier, 1 Qi and blood pills are worth 200 million. That's enough for him to reach the first tier perfection. The activation progress of the fertility body has reached 3%, and the accompanying cultivation technique, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, has also been acquired. This dual cultivation technique is practically tailor-made for him. He feared that his wives would encounter bottlenecks in the future and would be unable to advance further no matter how many elixirs they took. Just like before, because he had no martial arts talent, no matter how many pills he took, his blood and Qi value could not exceed 50 points. Now we have this Yin-Yang Harmony exercise. He was finally relieved. Dual cultivation can not only improve one's cultivation level, but also enhance the martial arts talent of the weaker party. From now on, I can make progress together with my wives. Chapter 45. If being intimate with one's husband can increase one's cultivation level, then what about later? When Wu Qingya woke up, she found herself lying on top of Lin Yun. Her cheek was pressed against his chest, so warm, and she could clearly hear her husband's strong heartbeat. This posture made Wu Qingya a little shy, but more than that, she felt a sense of security. She gently raised her head, looked at Lin Yun's sleeping face, and felt an overwhelming tenderness in her heart. The scenes from last night kept replaying in my mind. Those crazy, embarrassing, yet intoxicating scenes. Her cheeks flushed again. She never imagined there were so many tricks in marital relations, and she never expected to be so proactive. Su Yingxue taught her many things, some of which made her too shy to look at. But when she actually experienced them, she felt an unprecedented joy. "Qingya, you're awake?" A teasing voice rang out from the side. Wu Qingya turned her head and found that Su Yingxue had woken up and was lying on her side in Lin Yun's arms, propping her head up with one hand and looking at her with a smile. And Su Yingshue's other hand was gently stroking her back. "Ah!" Wu Qingya exclaimed softly, trying to get up, but Su Yingxue held her down. "Don't move," Su Yingxue said with a mischievous smile. "Qingya's skin is so nice. The feel is indescribable." "Yingxue." Wu Qingya was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. The commotion they made woke up Lin Yun and Shen Yuqing. Before Lin Yun even opened his eyes, he felt the soft, delicate body pressed against his chest. He could tell by touch. The person at the top is Wu Qingya. The person on the left is Su Yingxue, and the person on the right is Shen Yuqing. 3 warm, soft bodies pressed tightly against him. The feeling was indescribable. The ladies are being naughty again. Lin Yun opened his eyes, a smile on his lips. He turned his head and kissed Su Yingxue on the forehead, then turned his head and kissed Shen Yuqing on the cheek, and finally lifted Wu Qingya's face and gently kissed her lips. "Good morning, my husband," Su Yingxue said with a smile. "Good morning, my husband," Shen Yuqing replied gently. Wu Qingya blushed and whispered, "Good morning, my husband." The 4 of them stayed in bed like that, neither of them showing any intention of getting up. Sunlight slowly streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. The air was filled with a lingering, ambiguous atmosphere of last night. Su Yingxue curled up in Lin Yun's arms like a kitten, drawing circles on his chest with one hand. Shen Yuqing leaned gently on his shoulder and lightly stroked his chest. Although Wu Qingya was shy, she followed the example of her 2 older sisters and snuggled up to him. "Husband!" Su Yingxue suddenly remembered something and looked up at him. "Last night when we did that, I felt something was different from usual." Lin Yun's heart stirred, knowing that it was the effect of the yin-yang harmony technique. But he pretended to be clueless. "Oh? What's different?" Su Yingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment, a blush rising on her face. "It just feels more comfortable, more euphoric. And afterwards, my body felt warm and comfortable, like when I had just finished cultivating and my cultivation had improved." She turned to Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya. "Sister Yuqing, Sister Qingya, do you two feel the same way?" Shen Yuqing blushed slightly and nodded. "Indeed, it's a little different. It was comfortable before, but last night, it felt especially warm and fulfilling." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Wu Qingya lowered her head shyly, burying her face in Lin Yun's chest, not daring to speak. Su Yingxue reached out and gently tickled her. "Qingya, don't be shy, right?" Su Yingxue is clearly 1 year younger than Wu Qingya, but for some reason, she liked to call her little sister, perhaps because Wu Qingya was more like the girl next door. Sister Yingshue's assistant, Wu Qingya pleaded. In the end, she whispered her feelings. I didn't feel any change. When my husband and I are in love, I am always happy, except for the first time, there was just a little bit." Wu Qingya was telling the truth. For her, every moment with Lin Yun was wonderful, and the ultimate joy intoxicated her. As for whether there was anything different, she really didn't notice. Su Yingxue was even more puzzled. Could it be that Qingya is here, which is why we are all so excited? Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. His smile drew the attention of all 3 women. "What are you laughing at, my husband?" Su Yingxue asked. Lin Yun shook his head, kissed each person on the cheek, and then said, "It's not a problem of having too many people." "What is that?" the 3 women asked in unison. Looking into their curious eyes, Lin Yun decided to stop keeping them in suspense. "That's because of your husband." "Because of your husband?" the 3 women asked, puzzled. "Yes." Lin Yun nodded. "Because I possess a special physique, the sacred physique of fertility." "Sacred body of fertility?" the 3 women exclaimed in surprise, their faces showing astonishment. Su Yingxue was the first to react. Since Yuqing and I are already martial artists, how can we get pregnant so quickly? Is it because— Yes, Lin Yun said with certainty, it's because of the sacred body of childbirth. This physique can not only greatly increase the probability of conception, but also enhance the cultivation of both parties during intimacy and subtly improve their martial arts talent. Lin Yun concealed the existence of the system and integrated the effects of the yin-yang harmony technique into the sacred body of fertility. It wasn't that he didn't trust his three wives, but rather that some things were better known to as few people as possible. Lin Yun let his three beautiful wives feel the energy in their dantian. Upon hearing this, the three women closed their eyes and earnestly sensed the qi and blood energy within their dantian. The bed fell silent for a moment, with only the soft breathing of the four people. A moment later, Wu Qingya was the first to open her eyes, her face filled with shock. It's true. My cultivation level has really improved a little bit. Although it's very small, it's definitely real. She hadn't expected her father to be telling the truth. Intimacy with one's husband can truly lead to dual cultivation. But it's not because of the cultivation technique, but because of his special physique. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing also opened their eyes one after another, their eyes filled with surprise. Mine too. Me too. Although the improvement was small, it was definitely there. The three women were shocked by this discovery. Intimacy with one's husband can actually improve one's cultivation level. This is simply unheard of. What's the point of studying so hard in the future? Su Yingxue said, half-jokingly. She snuggled up to Lin Yun, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. I just want to be affectionate with my husband every day. That won't do. Lin Yun smiled and pinched her little nose. This improvement is rare, but it is ultimately just an aid. The true path of martial arts still requires solid training. Okay, Su Yingxue stuck out her tongue, then leaned in and kissed Lin Yun on the lips. Thank you, my husband. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also came over and each gave him a kiss. Lin Yun was surrounded by women on his left and right, his heart filled with happiness. He gently stroked Su Yingxue's hair, then tightened his grip on Shun Yuqing's hand, and finally planted a kiss on Wu Qingya's forehead. Chapter 46: Three Beauties Walk with Support. After a while, Lin Yun dropped another bombshell. Do you know where the five hearts facing heaven method came from? Wu Qingya naively guessed. Could it also be an extension of this sacred body of fertility? How is that possible? Lin Yun laughed and kissed her deeply. The five hearts facing heaven method was taught to me by my mentor. My husband has a mentor? Su Yingxue asked in surprise. How come I've never heard you mention him? I've never met him either. Lin Yun silenced her with a deep kiss. After the kiss, he continued, my mentor's identity is mysterious, and his cultivation is profound. After he identified me as the sacred body of fertility, he taught me some techniques and then left, saying that we would meet again when my cultivation was sufficient. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing suddenly realized. So, the reason my husband was so eager to marry and have children was because— Shun Yuqing asked softly. Yes. Lin Yun nodded and took her mischievous hand in his. The sacred body of fertility can extract the best aspects of the martial arts talents of both husband and wife and then feed them back to everyone. But this is a long process that requires time to accumulate. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. My husband was intimate with us before, but he didn't improve his cultivation level. He only improved his martial arts talent. And now it can improve both martial arts talent and cultivation level. Could it be? Hearing her say that, Shun Yuqing and the other woman realized what she meant, and all three pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yun. The atmosphere on the bed suddenly became somewhat subtle. The sunlight grew brighter, casting shadows on the wall. Yes, Lin Yun smiled. The more people I cultivate with my husband, the more talents the sacred body of fertility can refine, and the more feedback it will provide. The day before yesterday, after my wedding night with Qingya, the sacred body of fertility also refined the best aspects of Qingya's martial arts talent. That's why the feeling was different when we were intimate last night. The three women suddenly realized. You see, Su Yingxue murmured. Then, an excited glint flashed in her eyes. So, if my husband marries more wives in the future, will our skills improve even faster when we're intimate? Of course, Lin Yun nodded. However, this also depends on the other party's martial arts talent and special physique. The higher the talent, the rarer the special physique, and the more essence can be extracted. The three women were all shocked by this information. They always thought that Lin Yun's marriage was just a personal preference, or that it was to continue his family line. I never imagined there was such a secret behind it. Then, how many more wives will my husband marry? Wu Qingya asked anxiously, her fingers nervously twisting together. Although he knew that her husband was very, very good and loved her very much now. But she doesn't want any girl to end up like her stepmother or biological mother. After being married, she couldn't even enter the main gate. She could only be kept outside. It depends on fate. Lin Yun took her hand and gently pried her intertwined fingers apart. I will not marry casually in order to improve my cultivation level. Only those I truly like and who are truly suitable will I marry. Just like you, they are all my most cherished wives. These words warmed the hearts of the three women. My husband. Su Yingshue's voice was choked with emotion. Don't worry, we will support you. We will support anything that is good for your husband. Shen Yuqing. As long as my husband is happy, we are happy. Wu Qingya. Me too. Touched, Lin Yun embraced them. Thank you, ladies. With wives like these, what more could a husband ask for? They could feel each other's heartbeats. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. But gradually, the ambiguous atmosphere in the air began to intensify again. The air was filled with a unique, heart-pounding scent, a blend of body odor and lingering aromas from the previous night. My husband, Su Yingxue whispered in his ear, her breath warm. Should we practice some more? I want to feel it more clearly. Although the other two did not speak, their slightly trembling bodies betrayed their anticipation. Lin Yun smiled. Good. The sunlight slowly moved from the edge of the bed to the center, and then from the center to the other side. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising, mixed with various subtle sounds. The sheets were disheveled, and a pillow was lying on the floor, but no one paid any attention. Time flowed slowly in their tender embrace. By afternoon, the sun had already begun to set in the west. Lin Yun carried the three of them to the bathroom. Warm water rinsed my body, washing away fatigue and sweat, but it couldn't wash away the red marks on my skin or the sweetness in my heart. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I left the room. In the corridor, Aunt Lu was leading several maids to prepare for cleaning. Upon seeing the 4 people, they all bowed respectfully. Young master, young ladies, lunch is ready. Would you like it delivered to your room? Su Yingxue blushed, but quickly regained her composure. No need, Aunt Lu. Let's go straight to the restaurant to eat. Okay. The 4 walked toward the restaurant. Lin Yun looked radiant, and the 3 women had flushed cheeks, their eyes filled with satisfaction and happiness, though their steps were somewhat unsteady. Wu Qingya had to lean against the wall every few steps, which made everyone chuckle. Qingya, do you want me to help you? Su Yingxue asked mischievously. No need, Wu Qingya said, blushing, but her hand involuntarily grabbed Lin Yun's arm. Lin Yun smiled and put his arm around her waist. Walk slowly, no rush. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them returned to normal. After all, they are martial artists with strong bodies and quick recovery. Since acquiring the Yin-Yang Harmony technique, Lin Yun's cultivation path has entered a completely new stage. The dual cultivation technique rewarded by this system is truly amazing. It can not only run automatically during intimate moments between couples, but also enhance their cultivation and martial arts talent. What surprised Lin Yun the most was that this cultivation method greatly shortened the interval between his pills. Previously, after taking the first-tier qi and blood pill, it would take at least a month to refine one's qi and blood and fully convert the medicinal power into one's own strength. But now, with the help of the Yin-Yang Harmony exercise, this time has been shortened to 10 days. 10 days, just 10 days. This means his cultivation speed can be 3 times faster. In a training room, Lin Yun had just finished a round of extreme training under 30 times gravity. Sweat dripped down his face like rain, but his eyes were filled with excitement. A punch with a force of 32,000 kilograms. I'm only 8,000 kilograms away from reaching the peak of the first tier. A few more qi and blood pills should be enough to break through. At the current rate, he will be able to reach the first tier perfection in a month. Chapter 47, The Wonderful Uses of the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Daily practice leads to Wu Qingya's pregnancy. Even more exciting was another discovery about the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique that made Lin Yun extremely excited. It was a night. Lin Yun suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique can improve cultivation and talent during dual cultivation, could it also transfer medicinal power? He decided to give it a try. That night, during their intimate moment, Lin Yun took a first-level qi and blood pill. The violent medicinal power surged within his body. He circulated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique to absorb it, but about 60% of the medicinal power could not be fully converted and could only be wasted. Just then, the yin-yang harmony exercise started operating automatically. Something amazing happened. The energy that was originally going to be wasted was actually continuously transferred to his 3 wives through the cultivation technique. Su Yingxue was the first to sense something was amiss. Husband, I feel my cultivation level is rising. Me too, Shen Yuqing said softly. It feels like a warm current. Enters my dantian. Wu Qingyan nodded. Me too. Lin Yun was overjoyed and immediately concentrated his mind, guiding the medicinal power through his cultivation technique. Although he himself did not absorb any extra medicinal power, almost 90% of the 60% of medicinal power that would have been wasted was absorbed by them after being transformed by the yin-yang harmony technique. More importantly, the medicinal power is directly transformed into pure blood and qi energy, eliminating the need for them to painstakingly refine it. That night, the room lights stayed on until dawn. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the 4 of them, though exhausted, had eyes that gleamed with excitement. In the testing area, the 3 women's punching power had all significantly improved. Su Yingxue gained approximately 1,500 kilograms. Shen Yuqing gained approximately 1,400 kilograms. Wu Qingya gained approximately 1,600 kilograms. Although the improvement is not as great as directly taking pills, this is practically free. Moreover, it has absolutely no side effects, and you don't need to go through the trouble of polishing it yourself. Husband, this is amazing, Su Yingxue exclaimed excitedly. Won't we be able to? We can't rely on this too much. Although Lin Yun was also happy, he remained clear-headed. This is just a supplementary measure. The true path of martial arts still relies on solid training. Moreover, the effect of drug delivery will gradually weaken, so it cannot be used as the main means of enhancement. Even so, this discovery still excited the 4 of them for a long time. From then on, Lin Yun always chose to take the pills at night. Although my own absorption efficiency has not improved, my wife can also benefit from it, so why not? Under Lin Yun's daily hard work, a little over a month after the wedding, Wu Qingya finally became pregnant. Ding! Detected that spouse Wu Qingya is pregnant. Due date, 298 days from now. Fetal condition, healthy. The system notification sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Refined and elegant. He hugged Wu Qingya tightly and kissed her several times on the face. Great news. We're having a baby. Wu Qingya blushed and said, is really? You're pregnant so quickly? Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing were already used to it. When the couple was pregnant before, her husband was the same way, always able to find out immediately. Now that my husband has said so, it must be true. Husband, be gentle. Su Yingxue laughed and pulled him away. Qingya is a key person to protect now too. Shen Yuqing also said gently, yes, my husband, Qingya is newly pregnant, so we need to be careful. That night, although the room lights stayed on until late, they were unusually turned off an hour earlier than usual. This detail was noticed by the maids on night duty. Why is the light in the young master's room off so early today? A young maid asked in a low voice. Yes, it usually stays on until late at night, another maid replied. Today it was turned off before 1 o'clock. Is the young master tired? How could that be? Young master is so capable. How could he possibly get tired? The maids whispered among themselves, speculating about various possibilities. The next day, when Lin Jintian heard that Wu Qingya was pregnant, he was overjoyed. Good, good, good. The Lin family is going to have another member. Yunner, you are truly our Lin family's lucky star. That noon, the Lin family manor hosted a small family banquet to celebrate the good news. During the meal, Lin Jintian drank quite a bit of alcohol and became more talkative. Yunner, my greatest wish in this life is to see the Lin family flourish and prosper. Your parents passed away early, and Grandpa thought this wish would never come true. I never expected you to give Grandpa such a big surprise. His eyes were glistening with tears. All 3 of my granddaughters-in-law are pregnant. Yingxue is 5 months pregnant. Yuqing is a little over 2 months pregnant, and Qingya is pregnant now too. Grandpa wouldn't have dared to even dream of this before. Grandpa, Don't get excited, Lin Yin quickly reassured him. There will be many more great-grandchildren in the future, so just wait and enjoy your retirement. Good, good. Lin Jintian nodded repeatedly. Grandpa will wait. Grandpa will definitely live to see the day when his great-grandchildren grow up. The family dinner ended in a warm and cozy atmosphere. The news spread. The third young mistress is pregnant. The maids suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. No wonder the young master turned off the lights so early last night. The third young mistress is pregnant, so the young master must take good care of her. Young master is truly amazing. All three young mistresses are martial artists, yet they all became pregnant so quickly. Yes, I heard from my cousin that the martial artist she married hasn't gotten pregnant in 3 years. Young master is simply a Superman. The maid's gossip quickly spread throughout the entire manor. Lin Yin was currently taking a walk in the garden with his 3 wives. The sun shines brightly, and birds sing sweetly amidst the fragrance of flowers. Even with a 5-month pregnant belly, Su Yingshue's beauty was still undeniable. Shen Youqing's nearly 3-month pregnancy was already showing obvious signs of pregnancy, and Wu Qingya, although only pregnant, unconsciously placed her hand on her lower abdomen. "Husband, do you think it will be a boy or a girl?" Wu Qingya asked one of the most pressing questions for a new mother. Before Lin Yin could answer, she muttered to herself, I hope it's a girl. Girls are considerate. A girl will be great." Su Yingxue immediately chimed in. "We can dress her up beautifully, like a little princess." The 4 chatted and laughed, enjoying their leisurely time. In the garden pavilion, Wan Yin sat alone, watching the 4 people in the distance. "This kid, he really is," she murmured to herself, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She remembered what Lin Yin had said to her when he approached her earlier. "Sister Wen Yin, I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. I want to defeat you and then marry you." She said, You're far from it." But deep down, she knew that Lin Yin was progressing too fast. At this rate, perhaps, it won't take a year or 2. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. Wan Yin shook her head, picked up her teacup, and took a small sip. The afternoon sun shone on her, casting her shadow long and thin. Chapter 48, Wen Yan's True Strength, Su Yingshue's Proposal. The group spotted Wen Yin in the pavilion and walked over together. "Sister Wen Yin, why are you here all alone?" Su Yingxue greeted her with a smile. Wen Yin put down her teacup and said calmly, "Peace and quiet." Shen Yuqing, being observant, noticed that Wen Yan's teacup was empty, so she proactively refilled it with hot tea. "Sister Wen Yin, have some tea." "Thank you," Wen Yin nodded. Wu Qingya also greeted her politely. "Hello, Sister Wen Yin." Wen Yin glanced at her and rarely showed a smile. "You're pregnant and still running around everywhere. Be careful." I know." Wu Qingya blushed slightly. Lin Yin sat down opposite Wen Yin and said with a smile, "Sister Wen Yin, you're unusually free today. Aren't you in the training room?" Wen Yin glanced at him and said, "How dare you say that? Since you got married, you've become increasingly lazy in your martial arts training. Especially in the past month, my daily cultivation time has been less than a third of what it used to be." As she said this, her tone carried a hint of reproach. Martial art cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. If you keep working like this, when will you ever catch up with me? Lin Yin was not angry. "Sister Wen Yin, you're right. Martial arts are indeed important. But family is just as important, and life is just as important. I don't want to neglect the people around me in pursuit of martial arts." Excuse. This is not an excuse. Lin Yin shook his head. What is the purpose of martial arts? Isn't it all about protecting the people you love and living a better life? If you pursue martial arts while neglecting the people around you, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? This is Lin Yun's recent insight. Since his wife became pregnant, Lin Yun's mindset has gradually changed, and he is no longer solely focused on martial arts like before. The 2 of them started bickering back and forth, making the 3 women chuckle frequently. Su Yingxue looked at Wen Yin. Then suddenly her eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Sister Wen Yin, why don't you just marry your husband? His martial arts cultivation is progressing so quickly, it's only a matter of time anyway." "Yes, Sister Wen Yin, I think you and your husband are a perfect match. In this way, we'll truly be a family." Shen Yuqing immediately provided an assist. Although Wu Qingyao was shy, after spending more than a month together, she had already figured out the relationship between Wan Yin and Lin Yin. If Senior Wenyin could become our older sister, it would be wonderful. Seeing the three women acting this way, Wenyin glared at Lin Yun with annoyance. What kind of bewitching potion did you give them? What woman wants to find a wife for her man every day? Lin Yun smiled smugly. This is love. Sister Wenyin, you'll feel the same way when you become my wife. You wish. Wenyin reached out to pinch his ear. Lin Yun exaggeratedly begged for mercy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ladies, help me. Everyone laughed, and the pavilion was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After laughing, Su Yingxue seemed to remember something and suddenly asked seriously, Sister Wenyin, how long have you been stuck in a bottleneck? Wenyin was taken aback. Why are you asking this? Su Yingxue thought for a moment. I remember you said that you've been stuck at the second stage perfection for more than 3 years without any progress, right? Shen Yuqing nodded. I seem to remember Sister Wenyin saying something like that too. Wu Qingya was very surprised when she heard this. Could it be that Sister Wenyin had already reached the second stage of perfection 3 years ago? Wow, that's amazing. Lin Yun seized the opportunity to flatter her. Of course Sister Wenyin is amazing. Otherwise, how could she be the guardian of the Lin family? You're so talkative. Wenyin glared at him. No matter how eloquently you speak, you can only marry me if you defeat me. It's only a matter of time. Lin Yun declared with great enthusiasm. Wenyin ignored him, but still answered Su Yingshue's question. I have indeed been stuck at the second stage perfection for more than 3 years. I have made almost no progress in these years, and even the second stage qi and blood pills have been of little use. She paused for a moment, then continued. To be precise, 5 years ago, my boxing strength was already 640,000 kilograms, reaching the second level of perfection. After taking elixirs for the next 2 years, my strength reached 700,000 kilograms. For the next 3 years, although I took second-tier qi and blood pills every year, my boxing strength only increased by about 10,000 each time, and there was almost no change. 700,000 kilograms. Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise. The same applies to the other 2 women. Wu Qingya's eyes sparkled. Wow, so amazing. Lin Yun was also shocked. At the late stage of the first rank, his punching power was only 32,000 kilograms, which was still far from the 40,000 kilograms required for the perfect first rank. And Wenyin, more than 700,000 kilograms. That's more than 20 times his. What moved Lin Yun even more was another thing. Wenyin had already reached the second stage of perfection 5 years ago. After reaching perfection, the second-tier qi and blood pills were almost useless to her. But she remained with the Lin family and continued to protect them. Sister Wenyin, Lin Yun began, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, all these years. Stop. Yin raised her hand to stop him. Don't say anything mushy again. I can't stand it. Lin Yun had no choice but to swallow his words of thanks and instead said, Sister Wenyin, don't worry. I will definitely become stronger as soon as possible. When that time comes, I'll get you a pill to break through to the 3rd rank. Wenyin rolled her eyes. The pills that allow you to break through to the 3rd rank are extremely precious. The Lin family simply cannot obtain them. However, Lin Yun's words still pleased her. Shen Yuqing keenly noticed something and asked, how much does a pill that can help you break through to the 3rd rank cost? Wenyin glanced at her and said calmly, this isn't about money. Any pill that can help you break through to the 3rd rank is extremely rare, and there are none in a small place like Jiangqing. Even if we go to Tianshui City, the county seat, although they exist, we can't get them without connections. The 3 women suddenly realized, but Lin Yun knew in his heart that even if they had connections, the Lin family couldn't afford it. He knew the Lin family's financial situation all too well. A single second-tier qi and blood pill costs 400 million. As for pills that can help martial artists break through to the 3rd rank, even the cheapest 3rd-rank breakthrough pill costs tens of billions. Although the Lin family is the richest family in Jiangsheng, their total assets are only a few tens of billions. If he really wanted to come up with 10 billion in cash, it would be impossible unless he sold off most of his business. Just then, Su Yingxue suddenly spoke up, revealing her true thoughts. Sister Wenyin, why don't you just marry your husband? Maybe you can break through to the 3rd tier immediately? Wenyin? She wondered if she had misheard. Yingxue, what did you say? Marrying this guy will allow me to immediately break through to the 3rd rank. Su Yingxue nodded, then looked at Lin Yun. Husband, don't you think so? Lin Yun immediately understood what she meant. You mean dual cultivation? Yes. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up. Wen Yin was even more confused. Dual cultivation? What dual cultivation? Chapter 49, Wen Yan's hasty escape. After thinking it over, Lin Yin decided to stop hiding it. He said to Su Yingxue, "Yingxue, why don't you explain this to Sister Wen Yin?" Su Yingxue nodded, turned to Wen Yin, and said earnestly, "Sister Wen Yin, actually, my husband has a special constitution, the fertility sacred body. This physique not only greatly increases the chances of conception, but also allows for dual cultivation with one's husband during intimate moments, enhancing both parties' cultivation and martial arts talent." She paused, then added, "And the more people there are, the better the effect. After my sister Yu Qing and I became pregnant, we could only take pills once in a long while, but our strength has improved rapidly this month. It's because when my husband and we can cultivate together to improve our strength." Wen Yan was completely stunned after hearing this. She looked at Lin Yun, her eyes filled with disbelief. "So you were in such a hurry to get married after graduation? Because of this?" Lin Yun nodded, "Yes. After my mentor pointed out my physique, he told me that this path is most suitable for me." "Your mentor? Could it be that the 5 hearts facing heaven method was given to you by your mentor?" "Right. So your rapid progress is all because your mentor said you have this sacred body of fertility?" "That's right." When Yin was stunned, it was hard not to believe it. She knew better than anyone what kind of talent Lin Yun had previously possessed. He's a martial arts failure. His health and mana have been stuck at 48 points for years, and no amount of pills he takes can help. Without an extraordinary stroke of luck, one would never be able to embark on the path of martial arts in this lifetime. But she never expected that this opportunity would actually be due to her special physical condition, the sacred body of fertility. Wen Yin searched for this term in her mind. Having lived in the martial arts world for so many years, she has heard of all sorts of special physical conditions. Fiery spirit body, icy skin, and jade bones, innate divine strength. But this sacred body of fertility was the only thing she had never heard of before. But Lin Yun's progress over the past 6 months is real and tangible. From a martial arts failure with only 48 points of qi and blood to a late-stage first-tier martial artist with a punching power of 32,000 kilograms. It only took half a year. There are also Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing. No, at Wu Qingya as well. All 3 were martial artists, but they became pregnant not long after marrying Lin Yun. I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I tried before. It seems that this is the reason for this sacred body of fertility. Moreover, none of the 3 women had particularly good martial arts talent. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing didn't even get into martial arts university. Although Wu Qingya passed the exam, she still only reached the early stage of the first level because she didn't have enough money to buy elixirs. Although the 3 of them took the elixir and made great progress. However, Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing did not take any pills during this month because they were pregnant and did not have time to refine their qi and blood. But progress. All of this is indeed illogical without a reasonable explanation. And now, the explanation is right before our eyes. Sacred body of fertility, dual cultivation for enhancement. Wen Yin took a deep breath and asked again, "So this is why you 2 have been able to improve so quickly without taking any pills recently?" She didn't ask Wu Qingya, because Wu Qingya had taken a first-level qi and blood pill a few days after the wedding. I took another one a month later, which was last week. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing could not refine their qi and blood after becoming pregnant, so they did not take any pills for a long time, but their strength still improved significantly this month. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing nodded in unison, confirming Wen Yan's question. "It's true, Sister Wen Yan," Shen Yuqing said softly. "Although I have less time to cultivate after becoming pregnant, my cultivation level has indeed been slowly improving. I thought it was just my imagination before, but now it seems it's even more obvious on my side," Su Yingxue said excitedly. "I've barely trained this past month, but my punching power has still increased by several thousand kilograms. And I feel like my understanding of the techniques has deepened as well." Seeing how certain the 2 were, Wen Yan's doubts lessened. Seeing this, Su Yingxue seized the opportunity and intensified her offensive. "Sister Wen Yan, why don't you just marry your husband? Maybe you can break through to a higher level of cultivation on your wedding night when you first get intimate with him." Her eyes lit up, as if she could already see that scene. "Think about it. Sister Wen Yan, you've been stuck at this bottleneck for over 3 years. Maybe it's because you're missing this opportunity, and your husband's fertility sacred body might just be that opportunity. Shin Yuqing also gently advised. Sister Wenyan, I knowing Shiwa's suggestion might be a bit sudden, but my husband is really good, and who knows, he might actually break through. Although Wu Qingyao wasn't as bold as the two, she still mustered the courage to join the persuasion effort. Sister Wenyan, your husband, he truly loves you. And if this can help you break through your limitations, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The three women chattered away, leaving Wen Yin completely bewildered. Wait, wait, wait. Wen Yin raised her hand to stop them, a rare look of panic on her face. You all, let me sort this out. She stood up and paced back and forth in the pavilion, muttering to herself. Sacred body of fertility, dual cultivation enhancement, breakthrough on the wedding night. This idea is too shocking, and also too embarrassing. She, a second-stage perfected martial artist, actually had to rely on marrying and cultivating together to break through her bottleneck. If word gets out, where will Yin put her face? But deep down, a voice is saying, what if it's true? If we can truly break through this 3-year bottleneck? No, no, no. Yin shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. She's gentle and kind. How can you just get married casually because you want to improve your life? But that kid is really good. Oh dear, what am I thinking? A rare blush appeared on Wen Yan's face. Lin Yun and the three women couldn't help but laugh at Wen Yan's unusually flustered appearance, but they dared not laugh out loud. Sister Wen Yan, Ying Xue, and the others were just joking. Lin Yun finally spoke, his tone serious. According to our agreement, I can only marry you if I defeat you fair and square. This is our agreement and my promise, and it will not change. Of course, if Sister Wen Yan wants to. These words calmed Wan Yin down a bit. She glanced at Lin Yun, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. This kid at least has some principles. But Suing Xue had no intention of giving up. Husband, how can this be a joke? Sister Wen Yin has been stuck at a bottleneck for more than 3 years. If there's a way to help her break through, why wait? That's right, my husband. You and Sister Wen Yin like each other. Anyway, Sister Wen Yin will marry into this family sooner or later. So what difference does it make if she marries in a little earlier or later? Sister Wen Yin, how about we seize the day? Wen Yin was completely overwhelmed by what the three women were saying. Looking at the family of 4 in front of her, she suddenly felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den. No, we have to get out of here right now. You all. Wen Yin pointed at them, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. Finally, she stomped her foot, turned around and left, leaving behind the words. Ew. You should focus on improving your strength and defeating me first. As for this method, let me think it over and see if it's really feasible. Before the words were even finished, the person had already disappeared around the corner of the garden path. That silhouette, no matter how you look at it, has a hint of a hasty retreat. The pavilion was silent for a few seconds, then, puffed. Suing Xue was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha! Lin Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Shun Yuqing and Wu Qingya covered their mouths, their eyes were full of smiles. This was the first time they had ever seen Wen Yin, who was always calm and composed, appear so flustered. Looks like there's potential. Sister Wen Yin is interested. Yes, if it were before, she would have definitely refused outright, or even beaten up her husband. But this time, she just ran away. Lin Yun looked in the direction Wan Yin left, a slight smile playing on his lips. Perhaps it won't be long before the Lin family has another mistress. Chapter 51st Stage Perfection. New Year arrives. Ever since that day when I confronted Wen Yin in the pavilion, for more than a week, Lin Yun did not encounter her. Until one day, Lin Yun saw her in the training room. After that day, Wen Yin would appear on time to guide his cultivation and point out his shortcomings. He looked exactly the same as before, as if the previous showdown had never happened. But once the training is over, Wen Yin will disappear immediately, never giving him a chance to say another word. Lin Yun knew that this proud guardian needed time to digest that astonishing proposal. He wasn't in a hurry, and life went on as usual. In the morning, he accompanied his 3 wives on a leisurely stroll. Su Yingxue and Shin Yuqing were in high spirits after becoming pregnant. The 4 of them visited almost every famous place in Jiangcheng. The old streets in the south of the city, the park in the north, the riverside walkways, the temples on the mountain. My lord, the scenery here is truly beautiful, Shin Yuqing said softly, standing by the riverbank and gazing at the distant sunset. Yes, Lin Yun put his arm around her shoulder. The sunset is so beautiful, just like you, my wife. Su Yingxue, with her 6-month pregnant belly, leaned against Lin Yun's other side. After the baby is born, we'll bring them along. Wu Qingya held Lin Yun's hand with one hand and touched her still flat belly with the other, her eyes full of anticipation. The baby will definitely like it. In the afternoon, the four of them went to the practice room together. Lin Yun underwent extreme training, sweating profusely in the gravity chamber. The three wives, on the other hand, engaged in gentle exercise, much like they were nurturing their pregnancy. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing are in the second trimester of pregnancy and cannot engage in high-intensity training, so they do some gentle stretching exercises on the yoga mat. Although Wu Qingya was only a little over a month pregnant, she was strictly required by her two older sisters to only undergo the most basic training. Qingya, you're pregnant now, so you can't push yourself too hard, Su Yingxue said, supervising her like a little teacher. Understand, Sister Yingxue. Wu Qingya obediently listened. That evening, Lin Yun took another first-tier qi and blood pill. This is the 9th pill he has taken since becoming a martial artist, and the 3rd this month. Including the 6 pills he had taken before, his spending on pills had reached 180 million. Fortunately, the Lin family is wealthy, and the system provides generous rewards. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to sustain such expenditures. The pill entered the stomach, and its fiery medicinal power surged forth. Lin Yun immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven method, while the yin-yang harmony technique automatically activated, guiding the medicinal power to circulate among the individuals. The 3 wives worked together seamlessly. That night, the 4 of them practiced dual cultivation until late into the night. When the medicine was fully absorbed, Lin Yun could clearly feel that a certain barrier in his body had been broken. The water flows naturally, and the first step is perfect. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, and he quickened his pace. Finally, I've reached the first stage. Although the process was more difficult than expected, her martial arts talent at the top-grade yellow level was still too weak. He thought 2 pills would be enough, but he ended up needing 3. Moreover, this was done with the assistance of the yin-yang harmony technique. If someone is talented, they might only need 3 pills to soar from the early stage of the first rank to the perfect rank. But he used 9. But in any case, the goal was achieved. Husband, you broken through? Su Yingxue asked in surprise, sensing the change in his aura. Lin Yun nodded and pulled the other 2 women into his arms as well. First stage perfected. Congratulations, my husband, the 3 women exclaimed in unison. This is all thanks to the women, Lin Yun said with a smile. Without the companionship and dual cultivation assistance of his 3 wives, he could not have made such rapid progress. After Lin Yun reached the first stage of perfection, the new year was approaching. This is Lin Yun's 19th new year since he transmigrated to this world, but it is the most meaningful one yet. This was the first time I spent the Lunar New Year with all 3 wives, and there was also Wen Yin. The New Year's Eve dinner was very lavish, and Lin Jintian sat in the head seat, beaming from ear to ear. Lin Yun and his 3 wives sat on one side, while Wen Yin sat on the other. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. Lin Jintian raised his glass. May our Lin family prosper and flourish in the new year. Cheers! Everyone responded in unison. Looking at the happy family of Lin Yun, Wen Yin felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Over the years, she has come to regard the Lin family as her own home. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family sat around in the living room to stay up all night. Lin Jintian was getting old and couldn't keep going, so he went to rest early. The remaining 5 continued chatting. Happy New Year, Sister Wen Yin, Lin Yun said, holding a juice bottle. Everyone was drinking juice tonight because they had to take care of the pregnant woman. Wen Yin glanced at him and picked up her glass as well. Happy New Year. Sister Wen Yin, what are your plans for the new year? Su Yingxue asked. Wen Yin was silent for a moment. Continue your cultivation. See if you can find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Sister Wen Yin will definitely break through, Shen Yuqing said gently. Wu Qingya nodded. Sister is so amazing. She can definitely do it. Wen Yin smiled, but didn't say anything. That night, the Lin family's house was brightly lit until dawn. After the new year, Lin Yun, along with his 3 wives, visited their parents and elders. First, go to Su Yingxue's house. Although her parents are no longer alive, she still has some relatives. These relatives were a great help to Su Yingxue during her upbringing. Lin Yun prepared many gifts and visited them one by one. Then it's Shen Youqing's house. When Shun's parents saw their daughter return with a pregnant belly, they were overjoyed and talked to Lin Yun for a long time. Finally, there's Wu Qingya's house. This time, Wu De could finally openly receive his daughter and son-in-law, because Madame Wu had also accepted this fact. Although the atmosphere was still somewhat delicate, it was at least outwardly harmonious. After the visit, the four of them had nothing else to do. That night, after the four of them finished their intimate cultivation, Su Yingxue leaned against Lin Yun's chest and suddenly suggested, "Husband, we haven't gone out for fun in a long time. How about we go to visit some of the surrounding cities?" Lin Yun thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, where do you want to go?" "I want to go to Qingyang City. I heard the plum blossoms there are especially beautiful, and it's the perfect season for them." "Yes, I like to go see the plum blossoms too." I have no objection." Su Yingshue's suggestion was immediately met with a positive response from her sisters. Seeing that all three women said so, Lin Yun naturally had no other opinions and immediately made the decision. "Then it's settled. We'll go to Qingyang City for a few days." "That's great." Su Ying switched. Lin Yun didn't notice the sly glint in her eyes. Chapter 51. Outing for fun, meeting two women in succession. The next day, the four of them planned to invite Wenyin to go out and have fun together. "Sister Wenyin, let's go together," Su Yingxue said coquettishly. "The plum blossoms in Qingyang City are so beautiful." Wenyin refused outright. "I'm not going. I still need to cultivate." "A few more days won't make a difference in your cultivation," Shen Yuqing advised. "Yeah, Sister Wenyin, let's go have some fun together." Wu Qingya chimed in, trying to persuade her. But Wenyan's attitude was firm. "I said I'm not going, and I'm not going. You guys go have fun by yourselves." In fact, Wenyan's sixth sense told her that Ying and the other two brats were definitely trying to drag her out to help Lin Yun find a wife. She's already been fooled twice. The first time was when Shen Yuqing came to the Lin family. She unintentionally showed her strength, leaving a deep impression on Shen Yuqing. The second time was when Wu Qingya came to the Lin family. She was again pulled aside by Su Yingxue to get some pointers, and then, this time, who knows what kind of scheme these three girls are plotting this time. Wenyin guessed correctly. Su Yingxue and the other two women really thought the same thing. The two cities they were going to this time, Qingyang City and Baiyun City, were the same cities where Zhao Qingyue and Shen Yue lived. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing have been busy these past few months. Even though Lin Yun had already married Wu Qingya, they still kept in touch with Zhao Qingyue and Shen Yue. 2 weeks ago, Su Yingxue even created a sisters chat group with all 5 women in it. The 5 of them have now become very close friends who can talk about anything. The real purpose of this trip to Qingyang City to see the plum blossoms was to accidentally meet Zhao Qingyue. The reason for going to Baiyun City was to accidentally meet Shen Yue. The plan was perfect. First, visit the tourist attractions, then accidentally discover that Zhao Qingyue/Shen Yue were also there, and then naturally spend time together, allowing Lin Yun to get to know them. If Wenyin goes with such a powerful expert there, he might be able to fish the two of them back. It's a pity that Wenyin is no longer here. All right, then Sister Wenyin, stay home and cultivate diligently. We'll bring you some local specialties. Su Yingxue could only say regretfully. Anyway, this is only the first time my husband has come into contact with them, so it's fine if Sister Wenyin doesn't go. Seeing the undisguised excitement in the eyes of the 3 women, Wenyin became even more certain of his guess. "Have fun," she said casually, turning and going back to her apartment. She wanted to see what tricks these girls could pull. After arriving in Qingyang City, the 4 first visited a famous scenic spot, Plum Garden. It was early spring, and the plum blossoms were in full bloom. Pink, white, red, plum blossoms of all colors are vying for attention, their fragrance filling the air. "So beautiful," Shen Yuqing exclaimed softly. "Yes, it's prettier than the ones in Jiangcheng." Su Yingxue pulled Wu Qingya to take pictures in front of her, and the two of them laughed like children. After playing all morning, the 4 of them found a unique restaurant to eat at. As soon as she sat down, Su Yingxue exclaimed with delight, "Oh my!" Qingyue said she's also in Qingyang City. "She's nearby." Lin Yun was taken aback. "Qingyue? Who?" "They're just good friends we met online," Su Yingxue explained. "We've been chatting for months, and we get along really well. She's also a martial arts enthusiast, and she's incredibly gentle." As she spoke, she winked at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing understood and nodded. "Yes, Qingyue is a very nice person." "Husband, how about We invite her to come and have dinner together. Although Lin Yin felt it was a bit sudden, he didn't think much of it. Okay, since they're your friends, let's go together. Su Yingxue immediately took out her communicator to make contact. Half an hour later, a pretty and gentle girl walked into the restaurant. Yingxue, Yu Qing, Qingya. The girl greeted happily. Qingwei. The three women responded enthusiastically. Lin Yin sized up the girl. She looked to be around 20 years old, with long, flowing hair, delicate features, and a gentle demeanor. Although it's not the bright beauty of Su Yingxue, nor the intellectual beauty of Shen Yuqing, nor the aloof beauty of Wu Qingya, but it has a unique charm that makes people feel good at first glance. This is Zhao Qingwei looked at Lin Yin. This is my husband, Lin Yin, Su Yingxue introduced. Husband, this is Qingwei. Hello, Mr. Lin. Zhao Qingwei greeted him politely. Hello, Miss Zhao. Lin Yin replied politely. Then, subconsciously, I asked the system to check Zhao Qingyue's information. Zhao Qingyue's martial arts talent was only at the lower level of the yellow rank, but because of her high appearance score, the system ultimately rated her as the upper level of the yellow rank. The appearance score dragged down the overall rating by 2 minor levels. Most importantly, 3 more words were displayed afterward. Marriageable, Lin Yin understood. Sure enough, the 3 ladies had premeditated it, but he didn't dislike it. In fact, he quite approved of their behavior. Zhao Qingwei is indeed a very good girl, and she fits his aesthetic preferences perfectly. The system rating is even higher, reaching the top-tier yellow level, and he also meets the requirements for marrying a wife. The 5 of them spent the next 2 days sightseeing together. Zhao Qingwei was gentle and understanding, and quickly integrated into the group. She chatted happily with the 3 women and was very polite to Lin Yin, maintaining a just right distance. Lin Yin had a very good impression of her. She was unpretentious, didn't try to please, and was very comfortable to be around. When he left Qingyang City, Zhao Qingwei came to see him off. Thank you for spending the past 2 days with me, Qingwei. We had a lot of fun. Su Yingxue held her hand. Me too. Yingxue, let's keep in touch. The 4 of them then arrived in Baiyan City. This time, the 4 of them didn't even visit any tourist attractions. Su Yingxue immediately said, Yue said she's free today and wants to treat us to dinner. Lin Yin was already quite familiar with the process. Then let's go. He wanted to see what kind of girl it was this time. Chen Yue is a completely different type from Zhao Qingwei. She looked to be in her mid-20s, a senior in college, stylishly dressed, with a cheerful personality and 2 dimples when she smiled, which was very infectious. Yingxue, Yu Qing, Qingya. She gave the 3 girls a warm hug as soon as they met. Long time no see. Then she looked at Lin Yin, her eyes lighting up. This must be the legendary young Master Lin. He's indeed handsome and dashing. No wonder he's captivated Yingxue, Yu Qing, and Qingya. These words are straightforward, but spoken naturally, without sounding frivolous. Miss Chen, you flatter me, Lin Yin said with a smile. The information from the system caught his eye even more. Chen Yue's martial arts talent was also at the lower level of the yellow rank, but due to the bonus from her appearance score, the system's final rating reached the upper level of the yellow rank. Marriageable. She's a high-ranking yellow-grade official, and also marriageable. Lin Yin chuckled inwardly, thinking how discerning his 3 wives were. The 4 of them spent 3 days in Baiyan City. Chen Yue has an outgoing personality and took them to many great places that only locals know about. She was knowledgeable, witty, and insightful when discussing martial arts with Lin Yin. Young Master Lin has a truly profound understanding of martial arts, Chen Yue said sincerely during a conversation. Although I'm not particularly talented, I have a real passion for studying these things. Your words are more valuable than 10 years of study. Miss Chun is too modest. Your passion and insights into martial arts already surpass those of many others. Lin Yin was telling the truth. Although Chen Yue's talent is average, her love for martial arts is genuine, and she is also very good at thinking. When he left Baiyan City, Chen Yue also came to see him off. Next time you come to Baiyan City, be sure to look me up, she said with a smile. Definitely, definitely. Su Ying Sui Nadif. Chapter 52 Husband. How are Qingwei and Yue doing? Confession. That night, when I got home, the light stayed on until late. Afterwards, Su Yingxue leaned against Lin Yun's chest and asked seemingly casually, Husband, what do you think of Qingwei and Yue? Lin Yun knew that it was time for the assessment. He thought for a moment, then said seriously, Both of them are wonderful girls. Miss Zhao is gentle, considerate, and understanding. Miss Chun is cheerful, enthusiastic, and knowledgeable. I enjoyed spending a few days with him very much. This is the truth. Although he knew it was the three women's arrangement, he did have a very good impression of the two girls. And most importantly, the system message says, "You are ready to marry her." Hearing Lin Yun's answer, the three women were very excited. Su Yingxue, in particular, had her eyes light up. "Then my husband, would you like to consider it?" Lin Yun looked at her expectant eyes, then at Shun Yuqing and Wu Qingya, and found that they were also looking at him. He smiled and said, "If the time is right, we can consider it. But these things can't be forced. The other person has to be willing too. Of course, we're just creating opportunities. Ultimately, it depends on the husbands and their own wishes." Su Yingxue paused, then said seriously, "However, I think both Qingwei and Yue have quite a good impression of my husband." Lin Yun neither agreed nor disagreed, but simply smiled and hugged the three of them tightly. "Husband," Su Yingxue suddenly leaned close to his ear, her voice seductive. "I want it again." Lin Yun looked at the expectation in her eyes and smiled. "Okay." That night, the room light stayed on for an unusually long time. The next day, when I came out of the room, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunlight streamed onto the corridor floor, creating bright streaks of light. Lin Yun felt refreshed and invigorated. The three women had flushed faces and a satisfied, languid air about them. "It's almost noon." Shin Yuqing looked at the clock on the wall. "What does it matter? Anyway, the most important thing right now is to take care of the baby." Su Yingxue stretched. Her pregnant belly was already very obvious. Wu Qingya took Lin Yun's arm and said, "Husband, let's go eat something delicious. I wonder what Aunt Lu has prepared today. Let's go eat." Lin Yun waved his hand, and the four of them headed towards the restaurant. Halfway through lunch, Lin Yun's communicator rang. He glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. "Who is it?" Su Yingxue noticed the change in his expression and asked with a blink. "Qinshi asked me if I was free this afternoon." "Sister Qinshi." Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. "It's been so long since we've seen her." Shin Yuqing nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen my lovely little sister Qinshi." Although Wu Qingya had never met Lin Qinshi, she had heard of this junior. "Is she the junior sister Yingxue often mentions, who really likes my husband?" "Yes," Su Yingxue said with a smile. "It's a good opportunity to get to know Qingya today." Lin Yun replied to Lin Qinshi and arranged to meet at Central Park in the afternoon. These days, this is the person Lin Yun chats with most frequently in his contacts. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, next to the fountain in the Central Park. Lin Qinshi was waiting there early. She was wearing a light blue dress today, and her long hair was tied in a high ponytail. I hadn't seen her for 2 months, and she seemed to have grown a little taller, losing some of her youthful naivete and gaining more of a girlish charm. Seeing Lin Yun and his group of four approaching, her eyes lit up, and she jogged over to greet them. "Senior, Sister Yingxue, Sister Yuqing." She greeted him happily, then looked at Wu Qingya. "This must be Sister Qingya, right?" "Hello, I'm Lin Jiangxi." Looking at the bright, energetic girl in front of her, Wu Qingya immediately felt a sense of goodwill. "Hello, I'm Wu Qingya. I often hear my husband and sisters talk about you. You're really adorable. You flatter me." Sister Qingya, Lin Qinshi blushed slightly and secretly glanced at Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled and looked her over, saying, "Qinshi is getting more and more beautiful." These words made Lin Qinshi blush even more, and the smile in her eyes proved that she was very happy and pleased. That afternoon, the five of them explored every corner of the park. Lin Qinshi has an outgoing personality and quickly became acquainted with Wu Qingya. They chatted about school, martial arts training, and all sorts of interesting stories, their laughter never ceasing. "Senior, I heard you broken through to the first level of perfection?" Lin Qinshi asked admiringly. "Yes, it happened not long ago." Lin Yun nodded. "Wow, that's amazing. Among all the geniuses in our school's history, very few have reached the first level perfection at your age. Sister Qinshi is amazing too. What's your qi and blood value now?" Shin Yuqing asked. 93 points. Lin Qinshi said somewhat embarrassedly. "The progress is very slow." 93 points, that's not slow, Lin Yun said seriously. "For someone your age, to have such cultivation level is already quite impressive. Moreover, you have a solid foundation. If you persevere, you will definitely be able to get into a martial arts university." "Yes." Lin Qinshi nodded vigorously, Her eyes filled with determination as she looked at Lin Yun. I will definitely work hard. I need to become stronger so that I can be worthy of my senior. She spoke very softly, but everyone heard her. Su Yingxue and the other two girls exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes full of mischief. After dinner, the five of them took a walk to escort Lin Qinshi home. As they approached the residential area, Su Yingxue suddenly pulled Shin Yuqing and Wu Qingya aside. The three of us are going to buy some things over there. You two chat first. She winked at Lin Yun, then pulled the other two women away. Lin Qinshi looked at the three women's backs, then at Lin Yun, and her heart began to race. She knew that her older sister, Su Yingxue, was creating an opportunity for her and her senior to be alone. Qinshi, Lin Yun called softly. Lin Qinshi lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Her heart was pounding like a deer, and her cheeks were burning hot. This was the first time she had been alone with her senior. Although there were still pedestrians around for the girl, this was being alone. What would the senior say? Could it be? Could it be? Various fantasies and expectations churned in my mind, mixed with a hint of tension and unease. Lin Yun felt a surge of tenderness in his heart as he looked at her shy expression. He took her hand and led her to a large tree by the roadside. Qinshi, he looked at her earnestly. You will be an adult this year. Lin Qinshi nodded, her voice barely audible. After graduation, will you marry me? Lin Yun said directly what was on her mind. There are no fancy words, no complicated preambles, just the most direct question. But this is exactly what Lin Qinshi was looking forward to. She looked up into Lin Yun's sincere eyes, and the tension in her heart suddenly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of sweetness. She nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. I do. After saying those two words, she felt light as a feather, as if she were about to fly. So this is what it feels like to be confessed to by someone you like. Lin Yun smiled and gently pulled her into his arms. Thank you, Qinshi. Lin Qinshi leaned against him, feeling his warm embrace and smelling his pleasant scent, her heart filled with happiness. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Chapter 53, I want to marry Qinshi, and I hope my parents will agree. The two hugged quietly for a while until Su Yingxue's cough could be heard from afar. Ahem, we finished shopping. Lin Qinshi quickly got out of Lin Yun's arms, her face turning red again. Let's go, I'll take you downstairs. Lin Yun took her hand. When Lin Yun returned to the three women with a smile on his face, Su Yingxue immediately came up to him. So, did Qinshi agree? I agree, Lin Yun said with a smile. Great, I knew Qinshi would agree. Su Yingxue clapped her hands happily. Since Qinshi likes her husband so much, she will definitely agree, Shin Yuqing said. Congratulations, my husband, Wu Qingya said. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yun and suddenly asked mischievously, since Sister Qinshi just agreed, why didn't I see my husband kiss her? Lin Yun was taken aback, then laughed. All you know is how to peek. He scooped Su Yingxue up in his arms and kissed her deeply on the lips. You're the naughtiest one. Ouch. Su Yingxue pretended to struggle. Yu Qing and Qingya peeked too. Lin Yun put her down, then pulled Shin Yuqing and Wu Qingya over and gave each of them a deep kiss. After the kiss, all three women had flushed cheeks and their eyes were glistening with tears. Wu Qingya leaned against Lin Yun's chest and asked softly, Husband likes that girl Qinshi so much. How could you resist kissing her just now? Lin Yun patted her head. Qinshi won't turn 18 until after her birthday next month. She's still a minor, and she's shy, so we can't rush things. My husband is so considerate, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Of course, Lin Yun said smugly. He would never reveal the system's restrictions. How dare someone underage act like this? They must have a death wish. That evening, the three women were exceptionally enthusiastic. The room lights were always on. Winter break will soon be over, and school will start soon. That day, Wu Qingya held the communicator and said to Lin Yun with some hesitation, My husband, I want to ask the school for maternity leave. Lin Yun was taken aback. Take maternity leave? You're pregnant now, so it's really not suitable for you to go to school. Wu Qingya nodded. I have already submitted the application on the communicator. Tianxue Martial Arts University is not strictly managed, and the training resources in the school are obtained through academic credits. I'm not very talented, and I can only get a limited number of credits at school. It's better to just cultivate at home, so I haven't gone back to school since I got married. She paused, then continued. I'm taking leave this time because holiday time isn't counted towards my study time, so I can have more time to study later. Moreover, Martial Arts University does have many resources that are better than those of the Lin family, but I just can't get them right now. Lin Yun then remembered the special system of the Martial Arts University. Martial Arts University employs a flexible academic system. After being admitted to the university, students have 4 years of basic study time. Each breakthrough in a small level adds 4 years to your study time. For example, Wu Qingya had 4 years to go to university. Now that she has broken through to the mid-stage of the first level, her study time has become 8 years. If she breaks through to the late stage of the first tier, it will become 12 years, and so on. The graduation requirement for martial arts universities is to become a third-tier martial artist, but very few people can meet this requirement. Most people graduate directly after their study time is up, regardless of their level of cultivation. There's another reason, Wu Qingya said softly. Students at the Martial Arts University get half-price tuition on martial arts and combat techniques. Why not take advantage of such a good deal? As she spoke, she lowered her head somewhat shyly. Lin Yun smiled and patted her head. Silly girl, just take the day off. Now that you're pregnant, the most important thing is for you to stay home and rest. You can go back to school whenever you want after you give birth. Wu Qingyan nodded happily. Then I'll stay home and take good care of myself during my pregnancy, and while I'm at it, I'll also take a look at the school's list of cultivation techniques to see what's worth learning. Lin Yun was amused by her. Okay, then you can study it slowly. He knew that although Wu Qingya had married him, deep down she still wanted to prove herself and improve herself through her own efforts. This independence and self-reliance are precisely what he admires. Soon, a month had passed. Lin Qianqi's birthday has arrived. Lin Yun and his 3 companions arrived at the Lin family home as guests, bringing carefully prepared gifts. Lin Qianqi's parents warmly welcomed them. The birthday party was lively, with many of Lin Qianqi's classmates and friends attending. Everyone sang, ate cake, and played games, creating a joyful atmosphere. Although Su Yingxue was more than 7 months pregnant, she was in high spirits and, together with Shen Yuqing, helped Lin Qianqi unwrap the gifts. Wu Qingya sat quietly next to Lin Yun, a gentle smile on her face. Little Qianqi is really popular, she said softly. Yes. Lin Yun nodded, looking at Lin Qianqi surrounded by her friends, his eyes full of tenderness. After the classmates left, only the Lin family and Lin Yun remained in the living room. Lin Yun took a deep breath and solemnly said to Lin Qianqi's parents, Uncle and Aunt, besides celebrating Qianqi's birthday today, I have something important I'd like to discuss with you both. Lin Qianqi's parents exchanged a glance, a knowing look flashing in their eyes. In fact, their daughter had told them about Lin Yun a long time ago, and they were already mentally prepared. Xiao Lin, what do you say? Lin's father began. Lin Yun said earnestly, I want to marry Qianqi, and I hope you two will agree. The living room fell silent for a moment. Lin Qianqi lowered her head in embarrassment, her fingers twisting together incessantly. Although she knew this day would come, she was still so nervous that her heart raced when it actually happened. Lin's mother looked at her daughter, then at Lin Yun, and asked with a smile, Qianqi, are you willing? All eyes were on Lin Qianqi. She took a deep breath, raised her head, her cheeks flushed but her eyes resolute. I do. After saying those 2 words, she felt completely relieved. Mr. and Mrs. Lin smiled at each other, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Since Qianqi is willing, we have no objections. As Lin's father spoke, he placed Lin Qianqi's hand in Lin Yun's hand. Xiaolin, I'm entrusting Qianqi to you. You must treat her well. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt, Lin Yun solemnly promised. I will definitely treat Qianqi well, treat her equally, and never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Still calling them Uncle and Aunt? Lin's mother asked with a smile. Lin Yun was taken aback, then quickly corrected himself. Dad, Mom. Good. Lin's father nodded with a smile. Both parties agreed that they would formally propose marriage and hold a wedding after Lin Qianqi graduated from high school. It was already evening when I left Lin Qianqi's house. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the quiet street. Lin Yun held the hands of his 3 wives and walked slowly. Husband, my sister Qianqi will be graduating in a few months, Su Yingxue suddenly said. Lin Yun nodded. Then we can formally propose marriage, Shen Yuqing replied gently. Wu Qingya also offered her blessings. Sister Qianqi will definitely be very happy. Lin Yun looked at his 3 wives beside him and felt a warmth in his heart. With them by his side, his life was already complete. And in the future, even more happiness awaits him. A night breeze blew by, bringing the scent of early spring. Winter is over, and spring is coming. Chapter 54, A Pill Worth 400 Million. Another month has passed. Late at night, the room lights finally went out. Lin Yun looked at the contented sleeping faces of his 3 beautiful wives beside him, but did not fall asleep immediately. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft shadows on the 3 women's delicate faces. Her skin tone still had a pinkish hue. This is the afterglow of exercise. Su Yingxue was due to give birth in a month. She was lying on her side, with one hand still habitually resting on Lin Yun. Shen Yuqing is almost 7 months pregnant, about half a month ago, and she sleeps the most peacefully with steady breathing. Wu Qingya was the youngest pregnant, but she was already more than 3 months along, and at that moment, she was curled up in Lin Yun's arms like a kitten. Lin Yun gently stroked Wu Qingya's hair, but his mind was somewhat lost in thought. Since achieving the first-stage perfection, he has taken 7 more first-stage qi and blood pills in recent days. According to the original plan, this medicinal power was enough for him to compress his power from a gaseous state to a liquid state and break through to the second-tier martial artist level. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. He transferred most of the medicinal power of these precious pills to the 3 women, because after he reaches perfection, he can't absorb much of the medicinal power at all. Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing, and Wu Qingya are now all late-stage first-tier martial artists. As for himself, his punching power increased to 45,000 kilograms, which is 5,000 kilograms more than the perfect level. But the most crucial step, the transformation from gas to liquid, remained stagnant. Lin Yun closed his eyes and felt the power in his dantian. The blood and qi there are as thick as the sea, surging endlessly, but they are still in a gaseous state, with no trace of liquid. To break through to the second tier, one must compress the power from a gaseous state into a liquid state. This is not only an accumulation of quantity, but also a qualitative leap. A person with such talent should have broken through long ago, given the current level of density in his work. But he couldn't sense any sign of a breakthrough. A yellow-grade superior talent is still not enough, Lin Yun sighed inwardly. It seems the only option is to slowly wear it down, using more qi and blood pills to continue compressing the power. He had considered buying some pills specifically for breakthroughs. The problem is that the Lin family has no connections in Tianshui City, so they can't buy this level of pills even if they have money. Condensing C pill, transforming liquid returning to origin pill, Tide blood condensation pill, universe qi pill. These pills, specifically designed to help one break through to the second tier, range in price from 300 million to 1 billion. Lin Yun was envious, but unfortunately he had no way to buy it. Jiangcheng is still too small. A few nights later, Wu Qingyan nestled in Lin Yun's arms, gently tracing circles on his chest with her fingers, and suddenly asked softly, "Husband, have you been troubled by breaking through to the second tier lately? Huh? Did my wife find out? Have I been making it too obvious lately?" Wu Qingya chuckled. "It's not obvious, but we know it." Lin Yun was deeply moved. Yes, how could his wife, who was with him day and night, not notice a secret? Even though he hasn't changed much lately, they still sensed it. Lin Yun was about to say something when Wu Qingya hugged him tightly. "Husband, go to sleep now. You've been up very late again today. Look, all the sisters are asleep." Lin Yun turned his head and saw that Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing were indeed fast asleep. He smiled and gently kissed Wu Qingya's forehead. "Okay, go to sleep." But he had a vague feeling that Wu Qingya's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. However, he was too lazy to think about it, with a beauty in his arms, warm as jade. "Go to sleep." The next day, Wu Qingya pulled Lin Yun aside and said she wanted to go back to the Wu family home for a visit. "I haven't been back for so long. I miss my parents," she said sweetly. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't refuse and drove the anti-gravity car back to the Wu family home. Wu was overjoyed to see his daughter and son-in-law return. Lunch was a sumptuous meal, and the atmosphere at the table was harmonious. After dinner, while Lin Yun was chatting with the other elders, Wu De led Wu Qingya to the study. As soon as the door closed, Wu De asked anxiously, "My darling daughter, how's the intelligence gathering going?" Wu De is really anxious these days. The reason she married her daughter to Lin Yun was not only because she genuinely thought Lin Yun was outstanding, but more importantly, because she wanted to find out Lin Yun's secret. That kid is improving so fast. He must have had some special opportunity. Who knew that after their daughter married into the family, she would turn against them? Every time he subtly inquired, his daughter gave him a perfunctory answer. Recently, they've stopped replying to messages altogether. Wu Qingyao looked at her father's anxious expression, but she wasn't worried at all. She slowly sat down in the chair, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then said, "Dad, where are the things?" Wu feigned ignorance and asked, "What is it? What do you think?" Wu Qingyao feigned anger. "We made an agreement a few days ago. I would tell you the news, and you would give me the pills." Wu's face showed a pained expression. "Qingyao, you still haven't told me." Wu Qingyao knew his character and wouldn't give an inch. "Take it out and let me see it first. Otherwise, how would I know if you really have it?" Gu de hesitative. That pill was something he obtained with great difficulty, and it was worth 400 million. What if the daughter takes the elixir but doesn't send any message? "Dad, if you don't believe me, then forget it." Wu Qingyao made a move to leave. "Anyway, my cultivation level is already at the late stage of the first rank, so I won't be short of this pill in the future." "What?" Wu De jumped up from his chair in shock. You're at the late stage of Tier 1. His daughter was only at the early stage of the first level when she married him. It's only been a few months? In just over 3 months, less than 4 months, it's already in the later stages? Even if you take pills every day, it shouldn't be this fast. Wu Qingyao nodded and held out her hand. "So where are the pills?" Wu De looked at his daughter, his heart filled with mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was shocked by his daughter's rapid progress, and on the other hand, he felt a pang of regret for the pill. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out an exquisite jade box from the safe in his study. "Give." He handed the jade box to Wu Qingyao, his tone filled with heartache. "This is the liquid transformation and return to origin pill, which is considered quite good among the pills for breaking through to the second tier. One pill costs a whopping 400 million. I spent a fortune and pulled countless strings to get this." Wu Qingyao took the jade box, opened it, and examined it. Inside was a pill the size of a longan, entirely azure blue, with a shimmering sheen on its surface, radiating a rich energy fluctuation. She nodded in satisfaction, put the jade box away, and then said, "Lin Yun has a special physique, the sacred physique of fertility." Gude. He waited for ages, only to receive this one sentence. Only the special physique, sacred body of fertility? Nothing else? Like dual cultivation techniques or something. Gude pressed. Wu Qingyao rolled her eyes at him. "That's all. This is it." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Wu De alone in the study, lost in thought. Wu De was stunned for a while before he realized what was happening, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Girls are useless once they grow up. She's only been married for a short time, and she's already sending things back to her parents' home to support her husband's family. 400 million. That's 400 million. All that news was about a special constitution? While this information is indeed valuable, it's way too expensive. Chapter 55, The Elixir of Transformation and Return to Origin. Please protect me, with gentle words. After coming out, Wu Qingyao pulled Lin Yun along and went back to the Lin family home without even having dinner. As soon as she entered the room, she mysteriously closed the door and then took the jade box out of her bag. "Husband, look what this is." She handed the jade box to Lin Yun as if it were a treasure. Lin Yun opened it with a puzzled look and was completely stunned when he saw the pills inside. This is the rejuvenating elixir," Wu Qingyao exclaimed happily. "A pill specifically designed to help you break through to the second tier. One pill costs 400 million. Lin Yun looked at her in disbelief. "Qingyao, what's wrong with you?" Wu Qingyao then told him the whole story. The true purpose of Wu De's daughter's marriage, and her plan to exchange information for elixirs. After listening, Lin Yun remained silent for a moment. It turns out there was such a hidden story behind the Wu family's daughter's marriage. "Husband," Wu Qingyao looked at him cautiously. "Are you angry with me?" I shouldn't have kept it from you." Lin Yun shook his head, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her fiercely. "Why would I be angry? I'm overjoyed." Wu Qingyao blinked. "Really? Really?" Lin Yun nodded. "I never intended to hide my special physical condition. It was bound to spread sooner or later anyway. My wife, you really gave your husband a pleasant surprise." He truly hadn't expected that Wu Qingyao would help him obtain the breakthrough pill in this way. At this moment, Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing also walked in. Both of them were astonished to see the pills in the jade box. After listening to Wu Qingya's story, Su Yingxue smiled happily. Exactly. A mere piece of worthless information was exchanged for a pill that can help you break through to the second tier. What a steal! Shen Yuqing, Qingya is so smart. Wu Qingya blushed at the praise. Actually, I just wanted to help my husband. I know. Lin Yun hugged her tighter. Thank you, my wife. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere in the room was warm and sweet. The atmosphere at the Wu family's place was not so pleasant. In the study, Wu De looked at Wang Shuyi and Feng Zhenbong with an expression as if he had just eaten bitter herbs. So, Lin Yun's only advantage is because of his special physique, the sacred body of fertility? Wang Shuyi asked incredulously. That's what Qingya said, Wu De said with a wry smile. And she said there's nothing left, just this one. Feng Zhenbong was also dumbfounded. So the pills we spent 400 million on were exchanged for this news? The three looked at each other, speechless for a moment. This pill was purchased jointly by 3 families. Wu De contributed 200 million, and Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbong each contributed 100 million. If the information is valuable, it should be shared among the 3 parties. But now, is this news worth 400 million? However, on the other hand, Wang Shui said thoughtfully, the sacred body of fertility, this is indeed very important information. If Lin Yun's rapid progress is truly due to this, then what? Feng Zhenbong asked. What if we could also get the benefits of this physique? A glint of light flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. Wu De and Feng Zhenbong exchanged a glance, both understanding his meaning. Lin Yun made rapid progress after getting married, and his wives also benefited from it. If my daughter marries into that family. But Lin Yun is very picky, Wu De shook his head. He has very high standards for choosing a wife. It's not just anyone. So what if the standards are high? Wang Shui said nonchalantly. We have plenty of outstanding daughters in our family. Old Feng, didn't your granddaughter just get into a martial arts university? I heard she's quite pretty too. The 3 began plotting again. Although this investment seems to have resulted in a loss, there may still be a chance for a turnaround. Perhaps marrying one's own daughter off to that family is the real investment. As night deepened, the thoughts of the 3 major families began to stir again. The next morning, Lin Yun got up early. Knowing that he was going to make a breakthrough today, his 3 wives also got up. Although Lin Yun repeatedly urged them to continue resting, they refused no matter what he said. How could we not be there for such a momentous event as my husband's breakthrough? Su Yingxue said resolutely, her pregnant belly prominent. Yes, my husband, we want to see you break through to the next level. Shen Yuqing said gently but firmly. Wu Qingya nodded. We will stay with our husbands. Looking into the 3 pairs of concerned eyes, Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and had no choice but to agree. After the 4 of them had breakfast, Lin Yun led the 3 pregnant women to Wen Yan's residence. Wen Yan was somewhat surprised to see the 4 of them arrive together. So early? Sister Wen Yan, my husband is trying to break through to the second tier today, and I would like to ask you to help protect him. Su Yingxue got straight to the point. Wen Yan was taken aback and looked at Lin Yun. You got your hands on a breakthrough pill? Lin Yun nodded and took out the jade box. Wen Yan took the jade box, opened it, and glanced at it. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The liquid transformation and return to origin pill? This is not cheap. It was Qingya who exchanged it from her father. Su Yingxue said with a smile as she recounted the whole story. After listening, Wen Yan gave Wu Qingya a look. Not bad. You have guts. Wu Qingya was beaming with joy. It wasn't easy to receive praise from Wen Yan. The training room is a state-of-the-art gravity chamber. Lin Yun and Wen Yan went inside. This gravity chamber can reach a maximum gravity of 100 times, and currently only Wen Yan and Lin Yun can use it. How much punching power do you have right now? Wen Yan asked. 45,000 kilograms, Lin Yun replied. Wen Yan nodded. Your foundation is very solid. Let's start adjusting your mindset. Lin Yun sat cross-legged in the center of the gravity chamber, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. Wen Yan manipulated gravity, slowly increasing it, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When the gravity increased to 40 times, Lin Yun's breathing became noticeably heavier. But he persisted, fully utilizing his internal energy cultivation technique to adjust the energy in his dantian to its optimal state. Half an hour has passed. Lin Yun opened his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. It's ready. He took out the rejuvenating elixir from the jade box. The azure pill gleamed with a captivating luster under the light. Under Wan Yan's watchful gaze, Lin Yan put the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered the stomach, it immediately transformed into a fierce torrent, rushing straight towards the dantian. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the medicinal power as it entered his dantian. The medicinal power of the liquid returning to origin pill churned wildly within the dantian, turning the entire dantian into a massive vortex that continuously compressed towards the center. Time passed second by second. Outside the gravity chamber, the three women nervously watched the monitor screen. On the screen, Lin Yun's brows were furrowed and his forehead was covered in sweat, clearly under immense pressure. Husband, Wu Qingya clenched her fists. It's all right, my husband will definitely succeed. Shen Yuqing comforted softly, but her hands were trembling slightly. Although Su Yingxue didn't speak, the worry in her eyes was equally evident. The three held hands tightly, giving each other strength. Chapter 56 Breakthrough to the Second Tier. Inside the gravity chamber, the situation is not optimistic. The thick, gaseous energy spun wildly within the dantian, growing increasingly dense, but it could never condense into a liquid state. Every time we compress to the limit, we fall just short, and then it all falls apart. Lin Yan could feel that he was just one step away from breakthrough, but he just couldn't get past that last step. Wan Yan saw his predicament and began to slowly increase the gravity. 41 times, 42 times. It kept increasing until it reached Lin Yan's limit, 45 times. With the help of gravity, the pressure inside the dantian increases sharply. Lin Yan focused all his energy into his dantian, desperately compressing the energy. Finally, a tiny water droplet appeared at the center of the whirlpool. Lin Yan was overjoyed, but dared not be careless and continued to compress the pressure as hard as he could. However, those water droplets were only fleeting. Appears, disappears, reappears, disappears again. After several attempts, it just wouldn't stabilize. Wan Yan frowned slightly. It still didn't work. Although this kid had martial arts talent, because of this sacred body of fertility, it was still too difficult for him to break through with just one pill. She didn't speak, and then the gravity doubled again, 47 times. At the same time, she took out a delicate little bottle from her bosom, poured out some thick, emerald green liquid, and gently dripped it onto the back of Lin Yun's hand. The liquid penetrates the skin the moment it comes into contact with it. Lin Yun felt a pure and powerful energy coming from his arm and quickly guided it into his dantian. With the addition of this power, the small water droplet in the center of the dantian immediately stabilized and stopped dissipating. All the energy within his dantian began to converge frantically towards the water droplet, which slowly grew larger and larger. Lin Yun pushed the 5 hearts towards heaven, technique to its limit, and countless cosmic energies converged from all directions, surging into his body. Outside the gravity chamber, the 3 women were so nervous that they dared not make a sound, and even their breathing became shallow. Finally, buzz! Lin Yun's body trembled, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The very essence of life underwent a transformation at this moment. He opened his eyes, a flash of silver light appearing before returning to normal. But his entire demeanor has changed completely. He's more composed, more reserved, but also more dangerous. It's a success, Lin Yun murmured to himself, feeling the surging power within his body. He felt his strength had almost doubled. Wan Yan looked at him and smiled slightly. Not bad. Lin Yan excitedly grabbed Wan Yan's hand. Sister Wan Yan, I did it. I broke through to the 2nd level. Wan Yan slapped his hand away. I know, don't touch me. The gravity chamber door opened. The 3 women immediately surrounded them. My husband. Lin Yan pulled the 3 of them into his arms. I succeeded. Congratulations, my husband. The 3 women exclaimed in unison, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. Su Yingxue touched his face. My husband, you've worked hard. Shen Yuqing looked into his eyes. We have always believed that our husband will succeed. Wu Qingya simply held him tightly without saying a word. The 4 of them embraced each other, sharing in the joy. Wan Yan couldn't stand it anymore. All right, if you want to be all lovey-dovey, I'll go back to my room. Lin Yan, go test your strength. Lin Yun then released the 3 women and walked to the punching power testing machine. He didn't gather his strength for long. He threw a punch directly. Boomstrapje. The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on an astonishing value. 89.347,62 kilogram. More than 89,000 kilograms. Close to 90,000. This power is doubled. It weighs almost 9,000 kilograms more than a typical early-stage second-order product. This is a qualitative leap. Aside from Wen Yin, the three women's eyes were incredibly tender. They looked at Lin Yun with eyes full of admiration and love. Wen Yin couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer. All right, the test is over. If you're feeling hot, hurry back to your room. Sister Wen Yin, Su Yingxue said reproachfully. We're just happy. We're joyful. Shen Yuqing, yes, my husband finally broke through to the second level. We are so touched. Wu Qingya didn't speak. She just kept nodding. Lin Yun looked at Wen Yin with great enthusiasm. Sister Wen Yin, I've already reached level 2. Just you wait. I'll catch up with you very soon. Wu Qingya's eyes sparkled as she chimed in. Sister Wen Yin, just wait for your husband to marry you. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at them, turned around and left. I can't be bothered with you. But the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed the turmoil in her heart. At noon, the Lin family held a grand luncheon to celebrate Lin Yun's breakthrough to the second stage. Lin Jinqian was overjoyed and drank several cups of wine. Well done, Yin'er. Our Lin family finally has its own second-tier martial artist. Although Wen Yin is also at the second-stage perfection level, she is an externally hired guardian deity, not a member of the Lin family. Lin Yun, however, is a true descendant of the Lin family. The news of Lin Yun's breakthrough quickly spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangxing. Everyone was shocked. Lin Yun, that former martial arts failure, has actually become a second-tier martial artist, and he's only 19. A 19-year-old second-tier martial artist is a genius among geniuses in the entire Tianshui County. When Wuda heard the news, he was drinking tea and almost spat it out. What? He broke through? I just gave him the pills yesterday, and he broke through today, he asked the steward in disbelief. Absolutely true. The butler exclaimed excitedly. Young Master Lin unleashed a punch with nearly 90,000 kilograms of force, officially becoming a second-tier martial artist. Wuda was stunned for a long while, then burst into laughter. Excellent. Wuda was right about him. This son-in-law is truly a genius. He completely forgot that he was heartbroken about the 400 million pill just yesterday. In retrospect, this investment was absolutely worthwhile. At the same time, the Wang and Feng families also received the news. The heads of the two families looked at each other, both seeing shock and fervor in each other's eyes. A single transformation pill is all it takes to break through. Wang Shui muttered to himself, this talent is simply terrifying. Feng Jinbang nodded in agreement, and he's only 19. His future is limitless. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, find them. Find all the women in the family who meet the criteria. They have made up their minds to marry into the Lin family no matter what. As long as you can establish a connection with Lin Yun, the future rewards will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, at the Lin family manor, the luncheon was still ongoing. Lin Yun sat in the main seat, surrounded by his three beautiful wives. Lin Jintian's face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and although Wen Yin still looked arrogant, there was also a smile in his eyes. Sunlight streamed in through the window, bathing everything in a warm glow. The Lin family's future is bright, but Lin Yun's story has only just begun. Second order is just a new starting point. There is still a long road ahead and higher mountains to climb. Chapter 57: Explosive Pregnancy Energy. First pregnancy is twins, a boy and a girl. After becoming a second-tier martial artist, Lin Yun quickly faced a real problem: resources. The first-tier qi and blood pill had no effect on him whatsoever. Each time I took it, the medicine seemed to sink into the ocean without causing any ripples. A single second-tier qi and blood pill costs 400 million, and with the Lin family's current financial resources, they can only afford a maximum of 3 a year. This is without considering other expenses. This is the first time I felt like I don't have enough money. Lin Yun shook his head with a wry smile. He once thought the Lin family was incredibly wealthy, with inexhaustible resources. Only now do I realize that on the true path of martial arts, no amount of wealth seems insignificant. But he didn't have any good solutions for the time being, and could only hope that the system would give him more rewards after the children were born. Although the first-tier qi and blood pill was useless to Lin Yun, it was still very useful to Su Yingxue and the other two women. Lin Yun maintained a frequency of once every 10 days or so, guiding the medicinal power into their bodies through dual cultivation. This method is more effective than them taking it directly. It has higher conversion efficiency, a more comfortable process, and no need for strenuous energy cultivation afterwards. The three women's cultivation has steadily improved, and they are now all in the late stage of the first rank, close to the perfect state. Soon, a month had passed. Su Yingshue's due date has arrived. Outside the delivery room at the Lin family manor, the Lin family members waited anxiously and expectantly. Lin Yun paced back and forth, appearing calm on the surface, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya stayed by his side. Both of them were pregnant and felt his pain deeply. Their faces were full of concern. Grandpa Lin Jintian sat in a wheelchair, clutching a string of Buddhist prayer beads tightly in his hand, muttering incantations, clearly in prayer. To everyone's surprise, Wen Yin also came. She stood quietly by the window in the corridor, looking out. She seemed calm, but the occasional glances she gave towards the delivery room betrayed her concern. Time passed by, and each second felt incredibly long. Finally, wow! A loud and clear cry of a newborn baby came from the delivery room. Lin Yun's body trembled, and he froze completely. Immediately afterwards, another equally loud cry rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having offspring. Reward: 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having offspring. Reward: 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of twins. The martial arts talent of your offspring has been detected to be at the upper grade yellow level. Reward: secret technique blood boiling. The system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yun's mind, but he had no time to pay attention to them. His full attention was drawn to the two cries. Twins. They really are twins. Although I already knew during the prenatal checkup, the excitement and joy of actually hearing my baby cry was something that no test report could replace. Just then, the door to the delivery room opened. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yingxue actually came out carrying two children. Her face was rosy and she was full of energy. Apart from a few fine beads of sweat on her forehead, she didn't look like she had just given birth. Yingxue, Lin Yun exclaimed. Why are you out here? Quick, quick, go lie down and rest. You just gave birth. He took 2 strides forward and was about to help Su Yingxue back to her room. Grandpa Lin Jintian also got anxious. That's right. Yingxue, how can you get up? You haven't even finished your postpartum confinement. How can you get out of bed? Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also rushed forward. Sister Yingxue, go back and lie down. If Lin Yun hadn't already been helping Su Yingxue inside, the two of them would have been ready to make their move as well. Seeing this scene, Wen Yin said speechlessly, Hey, what are you doing? Yingxue is a martial artist. At this moment, the midwife also came out smiling and offered her congratulations. Congratulations, young Master Lin. Congratulations, old master. Madam is a martial artist with abundant qi and blood, so her delivery went very smoothly. She gave birth in no time, so she's fine. Look at Madam's complexion. It's much better than many women who haven't had children. Lin Yun and the others then took a closer look at Su Yingxue. Indeed, apart from some sweat on her forehead, her complexion was rosy, her eyes were bright, and her breathing was steady. She didn't look like she had just given birth at all. Martial artists? Are they that powerful? Wu Qingya murmured. She was also a martial artist and pregnant, and seeing Su Yingxue like this, she felt much more at ease. Of course, Wen Yin said calmly. A first-level martial artist's physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary people, so giving birth is naturally easier for them. Once you reach the second stage, the risks of childbirth will be even lower. No. It should be said that after you become martial artists, there is no risk at all in having children. Hearing this, Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yun was relieved, but still carefully helped Su Yingxue sit down. You still need to rest more. I know, my husband Su Yingxue smiled sweetly. Then she looked down at the 2 children in her arms, her eyes filled with maternal tenderness. My husband, look at our children. Lin Yun then looked closely at the 2 children. The 2 little ones are so cute, with fair skin and delicate features. Their eyes are not yet open, but you can tell that their eyelashes are very long. Most importantly, they don't look wrinkled like ordinary babies at birth. Instead, they seem to have already grown out a bit. So beautiful. Shen Yuqing exclaimed softly. So cute. Wu Qingya also came over to look. Looking at these two tiny lives, Lin Yun felt an indescribable surge of emotion. This is his child with Yingxue. He became a father. To his even greater surprise, the system indicated that both children possessed yellow-level superior martial arts talent, far better than he had anticipated. It should be noted that when Su Yingxue was pregnant, his martial arts talent was only at the middle level of the yellow rank, while Su Yingshue's was at the lower level of the yellow rank. Logically speaking, a child's talent is influenced by both parents, and it is highly likely that the talent level will be either low grade or medium grade. The system notification indicated that it was a high-grade yellow item. There is only one explanation. The fertility body not only makes it easier for martial artists to conceive, but also enhances the martial arts talent of their offspring. System. Lin Yun asked in his mind, why are children's talents higher than their parents? Ding. Back to host. The fertility body can optimize genes, refine the best traits of both parents, and enhance the talents of offspring. Furthermore, as the activation level of the sacred body increases, the aptitude of future generations will improve. I see. Lin Yun was overjoyed. This means that not only will his children be gifted, but as he marries more wives and has more children, his holy body will become more activated, and his offspring will become even more gifted. This is simply a family heirloom. Chapter 58, Naming the Dragon and Phoenix. Martial arts combat techniques reach perfection. Husband, what are you thinking about? Su Yingshue's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Lin Yun snapped out of his reverie, looked into her gentle eyes, and smiled. I was thinking, our child is so beautiful, just like you. No, that's not true, Su Yingxue said, blushing. Boys look like you, and girls look like you too. Of course they're both good-looking, Lin Yun said with a smile, because both my parents are good-looking. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingyao both laughed. By the way, husband, Su Yingxue said, let's give the children some names. Lin Yun thought for a moment. Boy, girl. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since this is his first child, and he has such great talent, let's name him after two protagonists. The boy's name is Lin Feng, and the girl's name is Lin Wanner, he said. Lin Feng, Lin Wanner, Su Yingxue repeated softly, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Feng Wanner, what beautiful names. My husband is so good at choosing names. Lin Yun chuckled inwardly. These are the most common names for male and female protagonists in novels. I hope these two children will have a smooth and successful future, just like those protagonists. Wind, Wanner, Shen Yuqing murmured softly, so beautiful. We'll have Xiaofenger and Xiaoner now too. Wu Qingyao was very happy. Grandpa Lin Zhentian nodded in agreement. Good names. Fenger Wanner, our Lin family's eldest grandson and eldest granddaughter. Although Wen Yin didn't speak, her eyes were full of gentleness. After the couple calmed down, Lin Yun carefully took a child from Su Yingshue's arms. It was a boy, Lin Feng. The little one was sleeping soundly, his little mouth slightly open, and he would occasionally twitch his little fingers. Lin Yun held him, her movements somewhat stiff. This was the first time he had ever held such a small baby, and he was afraid of hurting him. Relax, my husband, Su Yingxue said with a smile. The baby will be uncomfortable if you do this. Lin Yun took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his posture. Sure enough, the little one stirred in his arms, found a more comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Yun then carried Lin Feng and walked to his grandfather, Lin Zhentian. Grandpa, look, this is the wind. Lin Zhentian's hands trembled as he tried to take the child, but he was afraid that he was too old to hold him properly, so he just gently touched Lin Feng's little face. Good, good. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. Our Lin family finally has an heir. He then looked at Lin Wanner in Su Yingshue's arms. Is that Wanner? Come, let me see her too. Su Yingxue korrid Lin Wanner. Lin Zhentian looked at his two great-grandchildren, tears streaming down his face. Yinner's parents in heaven will surely be pleased. Our Lin family has flourished. Seeing the old man like this, Lin Yun felt a pang of sadness. He knew that his grandfather had been looking forward to this day all these years. Grandpa, there will be more in the future. Once Yuqing and Qingyao's child is born, the Lin family will have more and more children. Okay. Lin Zhentian nodded repeatedly. Grandpa, wait. Grandpa must live to see all his great-grandchildren grow up. The Lin family was immersed in joy for the next few days. Although Su Yingxue was a martial artist and recovered quickly, Lin Yun still forced her to rest for a few days. Lin Yun personally took care of her and her two children, providing them with meticulous care. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also helped take care of the children. Although they were also pregnant, they were overcome with maternal instincts when they saw the two adorable children. Wanner is such a good girl. She doesn't cry or fuss, Shen Yuqing said gently, holding Lin Wanner in her arms. Feng is very well behaved, Wu Qingya said, holding Lin Feng. He just eats a lot. Su Yingxue lay on the bed, watching this scene, her face full of a happy smile. Lin Yun sat down beside her and held her hand. Thank you for your hard work, Yingxue. It's not hard work. Su Yingxue shook her head. I'm very happy to be able to bear children for my husband. She paused, then said softly, My lord, I think, after Feng and Wanner have been a month old, shall we formally go to Qianqi's house to propose marriage? Lin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay. He didn't expect that Su Yingxue would still be thinking about this matter right after giving birth. Qianqi is a good girl. Besides, she loves her husband so much. The sooner we marry her, the sooner we can have more sisters and more children. Lin Yun looked into her gentle eyes and was deeply moved. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? The system rewards for the birth of the twins were far more abundant than Lin Yun had anticipated. After he received the 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights, a massive amount of martial arts experience flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. In that instant, it was as if he had truly undergone 20 years of arduous training. Day after day, I practiced combat skills. Year after year, I comprehended the way of martial arts. Every detail became crystal clear. The most direct changes occurred in combat techniques. I had been learning 2 combat skills for almost a year. The yellow-grade low-level Phantom Step and the yellow-grade mid-level Stone-Splitting Fist. I'm always stuck at the beginner level, and even reaching the junior high level seems like an impossible dream. Lin Yun initially thought this was a limitation of his talent, and that he needed more time to hone his skills. But after 20 years of martial arts enlightenment, the level of these 2 combat skills began to rise wildly. Go directly from beginner to minor mastery, then progress from small achievements to great achievements. Finally, he broke through the great accomplishment stage and reached the perfect stage. It was completed in one go. When the enlightenment ended, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and his entire demeanor underwent a subtle change. He could clearly feel that his understanding of these 2 combat skills had reached an unprecedented level. He knew every move and every stance by heart, as naturally as breathing. Is this the state of perfection? Lin Yun murmured to himself. He tried to use the Phantom Step, and his figure moved quickly around the room, leaving behind 3 clear afterimages. This is not the blurry shadow from before, but an afterimage that is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Then he activated the Stone-Splitting Fist and threw a punch. He didn't use his full strength, but the air around the punch emitted a sharp, explosive sound. He could feel that the power of this punch was concentrated to the extreme, with all the power focused on one point without any waste. This is the power of the perfect state. Lin Yun reached a level that ordinary people might not be able to achieve even after decades of arduous training, all in a mere instant. That's not all. The secret technique blood boiling awarded by the system is even more overpowered. Lin Yun carefully studied the introduction to this secret technique, becoming increasingly alarmed with each reading. Reaching the perfect level of cultivation can actually double one's strength. This secret technique, it's practically made for battle. Lin Yun was extremely excited. He had browsed through the official skill manual database many times, but had never seen such a monstrous skill. Of course, it's also possible that his access level is too low, preventing him from accessing truly top-tier secret techniques. However, after 20 years of martial arts enlightenment, Lin Yun easily cultivated blood boiling to the great perfection. He can now exert 1.6 times his own strength. This means that if he unleashes his full power with blood boiling, his punching force can soar from 90,000 kilograms to over 140,000 kilograms. This is absolutely a killer move. Chapter 59, The Aloof School Beauty, is pregnant again. Wen Yan's shock and Lin Yun's explanation. Su Yingxue was only forced to rest for a week before she couldn't take it anymore. My husband, I'm really healed. She clung to Lin Yun's arm and acted coquettishly. Look at me. I'm full of energy and vitality, and I'm perfectly fine. Looking at her rosy complexion and bright eyes, Lin Yun realized that she didn't seem like someone who needed to stay in bed any longer. But he was still worried. Rest a few more days, having a baby is a big deal. No, Suing Xue rarely acted childishly. I want to go to the training room. I want to cultivate. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't persuade her otherwise and had to agree. However, he set conditions. The training must be conducted under his supervision and cannot be too intense. Su Ying Sue readily agreed. However, once she entered the practice room, her true colors were revealed. 20 times gravity. Activate. She shouted excitedly and walked straight into the gravity chamber. Lin Yun was startled and quickly followed her inside. Ying Xue, 20 times the weight is too heavy. You now. He froze before he could finish speaking. Under 20 times the gravity, Su Ying Xue actually performed a set of punches with ease. His movements were fluid, his breathing was steady, and he didn't seem to be struggling at all. See, my husband, I'm really fine, Su Ying Xue said proudly. I'm a martial artist, and a martial artist who has just given birth. Lin Yun then truly believed that Su Ying Xue had indeed recovered very well. In the following days, Su Ying Xue would go to the training room whenever she had free time. Although Lin Yun felt much more at ease, he still stayed by her side closely, fearing that something might happen to her. After Su Ying Xue was able to cultivate to her heart's content, she pestered Lin Yun that very night to have a good time cultivating together. That night, Su Ying Xue stunned both Xin Yuqing and Wu Qingya. Sister Ying Xue, you're so amazing today. Yeah, it feels even worse than before. Su Ying Xue smiled smugly. Of course. After holding in for so long, of course I have to make it up to you. Lin Yun also enjoyed his wife's enthusiasm. But there was one problem that troubled him. Su Ying Xue's fertility was off the charts. She conceived on her first ovulation and got twins. She had only given birth a little over a week ago, and Lin Yun really didn't want her to get pregnant again so soon. Ying Xue, should we wait a bit? Lin Yun asked softly. Su Ying Xue hugged him, breathing warm air into his ear. Husband, it's all right, I'm perfectly healthy, and I want to have another baby for you. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed against him. Lin Yun softened his heart and couldn't hold back. Then, 1 week later, on an evening, the system notification sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Ding! Detected that spouse Su Ying Xue is pregnant. Due date, 298 days from now. Fetal condition, healthy. Special note, during conception, the mother's physical development speed increases by 50%, and the fetus will inherit the excellent genes of both parents. Lin Yun, he was completely stunned. Su Ying Xue, this former aloof school beauty. Her pregnancy is absolutely explosive. She's pregnant again less than 2 weeks after giving birth. When Lin Yun told Su Ying Xue the news, her reaction was completely unexpected. Really? Su Ying Xue's eyes lit up, and she hugged him tightly with joy. That's wonderful. I can have another baby for my husband. She wasn't flustered at all. On the contrary, she was overjoyed. Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated. Ying Xue, don't you think it's too fast? I don't think so. Su Ying Xue shook her head. I love having babies for my husband, and look, I have no health problems at all. As she spoke, she performed a few difficult moves for Lin Yun. This caused Lin Yun to grit his teeth and inhale, as if to prove that he was indeed in good condition. The next day, Wen Yin was speechless when she heard the news. Aren't you wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts? What's wrong with you now? Su Ying Xue said with pride. What's more important than martial art cultivation than giving birth to a baby for my husband? Besides, cultivating together with my husband is much faster than practicing alone, and the process is so beautiful too. She said this without blushing or skipping a beat, completely devoid of her previous shyness. Wen Yin, she was speechless. Then Su Ying Xue leaned close to her ear with a mischievous grin. Sister Wen Yin, forget about any promises, just marry your husband. It's only a matter of time anyway. Wen Yin glared at her, then turned and left. But that afternoon, Wen Yin gave Lin Yun a fierce training session in the training room. Give it your all. Let me see your current strength. She spoke coldly, her actions anything but gentle. Lin Yun dare not slack off and went all out. When he unleashed the perfected versions of Phantom Step and Stone-Splitting Fist, Wen Yin was stunned. This is... She looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. She could clearly sense that Lin Yun's understanding and control of combat skills were completely different now. That smooth and effortless feeling can only be obtained by cultivating combat skills to the point of perfection. But Lin Yun has only been practicing these two combat skills for less than a year. Before, it couldn't even reach the level of a small Chengdu. So how come it's perfect now? How did you do that? Wen Yin asked. Lin Yun was prepared for this. He explained, following his prepared explanation, this is because of the sacred body of fertility. When Feng Er and Wan Er were born, I felt a surge of bloodline power, and then a secret technique called blood qi boiling appeared in my mind. Not only that, but various martial arts insights related to the cultivation of secret techniques also appeared at the same time, and my two combat skills were directly perfected in this way. Wen Yin stared blankly at him, her expression somewhat bewildered. Bloodline pulsation? Secret technique? Martial arts enlightenment? Lin Yun nodded, then activated the blood qi boiling technique. Instantly, his blood and qi surged, and his aura increased by 1.6 times. Wen Yin was completely stunned. After a long while, she finally spoke. Come on, punch me hard. Lin Yun dared not be careless and threw a punch with all his might. Wen Yin caught the punch with one hand, feeling the power from the fist, and was extremely shocked. That punch indeed had a force of about 140,000 kilograms. Ew. How many times stronger can your blood-boiling technique unleash at most? I'm only at the great completion stage right now, so I can only do 1.6 times. Once it's perfected, it can unleash twice the power. Wen Yin, she didn't know what to say. Bloodline pulsation, secret techniques, double strength, sacred body of fertility. These thoughts swirled wildly in her mind. She searched through all her knowledge and memories, but had never heard of such a special constitution. Su Yingxue and the other two girls didn't think much of it. They just cheered for Lin Yun. My husband is so amazing. Yes, my husband always surprises us. My husband is so wonderful. The love in the eyes of the three women was overflowing, and they all expressed their desire to give their husbands many, many children. Touched, Lin Yun embraced the three women and whispered sweet nothings to them. Chapter 60 Possession. Keep it a secret. Purchase a top-tier yellow-grade combat skill. When Wen Yin finished searching through the documents and looked up, the four of them were still in the same state. Su Yingxue hugged Lin Yun and acted coquettishly, feeling even more pleased with herself. My husband, how could you not tell us about something so important right away? Luckily, I didn't listen to my husband, and now I'm pregnant again. As she said this, she chuckled, touching her flat stomach. Lin Yun kissed each of them once. I've been so excited these past few days that I completely forgot about it. If it weren't for Sister Wen Yin's battle with me just now, I wouldn't even remember it. Wen Yin watched this scene and took a deep breath. Stop, stop, stop. The four of them then stopped and looked at her with suspicion. Wen Yan's expression was unusually serious. Listen carefully. Lin Yun's physique is too special. He even has a bloodline inheritance. You must keep the matter of bloodline inheritance a secret and never tell anyone. Seeing Wen Yan's serious expression, the four nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Sister Wen Yan. We will keep it a secret. Only the five of us know. Wen Yin was still worried. You absolutely must keep this a secret. Otherwise, his life might be in danger. What? The three girls panicked immediately. Why? Wen Yin explained in a deep voice. I've looked through all the information I could find about special human physical characteristics, and none of them have any bloodline inheritance. Those who can inherit bloodlines are all super powerful creatures, some of whom are even born at the 5th or 6th rank. This kind of being is a treasure from head to toe. She paused, then lowered her voice even further. Even some powerful human martial artists will try to possess such creatures. You wouldn't want to wake up one day and find that your husband isn't your husband, would you? Lin Yun and his three companions were stunned. Lin Yun was surprised that the reason he made up on a whim actually made sense. And just like in a novel, it really does have a bloodline inheritance setting. He felt fortunate. Thankfully, he hadn't kept it from Wen Yin. Otherwise, if he had been accidentally exposed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The three women were even more terrified. Possession. Su Yingshue's face turned deathly pale. Then with my husband. As long as it's kept secret, it shouldn't be a problem, Wen Yin reassured her. But you must remember, you must never tell anyone about this, including your parents. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya both nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Then, what about blood boiling? Lin Yun asked. Can I use it? Wen Yin thought for a moment and said, it can be used, but don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, it's best to wait until you become a third-tier martial artist before using it. At that time, you will have a certain ability to protect yourself, and you will be able to deal with it even if you are being targeted. Lin Yun nodded. I understand. With Lin Yun's reassurance, the three wives quickly calmed down. Although the threat of possession still made them uneasy, seeing Lin Yun's confident smile and calm demeanor gradually eased their worries. As long as we keep it a secret, nothing will happen, Su Yingxue said firmly, holding Lin Yun's hand. Moreover, my husband will become stronger and stronger, and then no one will be able to hurt him. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingyan nodded in agreement. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, the three women began to shift their attention to Lin Yun's martial arts training. My husband has now mastered both of his combat skills, but the levels are not high, only the lower middle grade of the yellow rank. Moreover, my husband is already a second-tier martial artist. Sister Wenyin, why don't you teach your husband even more powerful martial arts techniques? Wenyin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, I happen to know 2 top-grade yellow-level combat skills. The movement technique Thousand Shadow Steps and the sword technique Swift Shadow. However, she looked at Lin Yun. You'll have to buy these 2 combat skills yourself from the official website. It'll cost about 150 million in total. Why do we need to buy it? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. Sister Wenyin, can't you just teach me directly? No. Wenyin shook her head. I do not possess the manuals for these 2 combat techniques, and I cannot distribute them without authorization. The government has very strict copyright management over various martial arts techniques and combat skills. If it is discovered that you are teaching this without permission, you will have to pay a fine of 10 times the amount, and I will also be fined 10 times the amount. That's just how the world of martial arts works. Not all martial arts techniques and combat skills can be taught casually, like the stone-splitting fist and phantom step that Wenyin taught before, and the yellow grade superior guiding technique, water cloud technique, given to Su Yingxue by her grandfather, Lin Jintian. They all have secret manuals, meaning they can be passed down to family members and apprentices. However, combat techniques without a manual must be learned through official channels. Moreover, Wenyin added, once you buy it, you can't just teach it to anyone else. Unless you obtain a submission license, that incurs an additional fee. Licensing is very, very expensive. Lin Yun nodded, understood. I'll go buy it right away. He turned on his communicator and logged into the official martial arts website. Searching for Thousand Shadow Steps and Swift Shadow in the martial arts and combat technique section, I found them. Thousand Shadow Steps, a top-grade yellow-level movement technique, priced at 80 million. Introduction. When mastered, one can create dozens of afterimages. When perfected, one can create hundreds of afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish the true form. A Glimpse of Beauty, a top-grade yellow-level sword technique, priced at 70 million. Introduction. The sword strikes like a startled swan, and the movements are as swift as a shadow, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. For a mere 150 million, Lin Yun clicked to buy directly. The sudden loss of 150 million from his account caused him immense heartache. Money really goes by in a flash. He sighed. This is nothing, Wenyin said calmly. You'll only realize how expensive it is when you reach the 3rd rank and start buying Shin-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. After the purchase was successful, the detailed information and training methods of the 2 combat skills were directly transmitted to Lin Yun's communicator. For the next week or so, he devoted himself entirely to practicing these 2 combat skills. With 20 years of martial arts experience as a foundation, coupled with the personal guidance of Wenyin, a second-stage perfected martial artist, Lin Yun's progress was astonishingly fast. In just 3 days, he mastered the basics of the Thousand Shadow Steps and was able to create 3 clear afterimages. 7 days later, he had also mastered the basics of a Glimpse of the Beauty, and his swordsmanship already had a hint of the Glimpse of the Beauty. A little over a week later, both combat skills had reached the minor mastery level. The Thousand Shadow Steps can create more than a dozen afterimages, while the Fleeting Shadow sword technique is even more fierce, with a faint sound of air being cut. In the training room, Wenyin watched Lin Yun's rapid progress with envy. Based on your current understanding of martial arts, you will reach the great perfection level in less than a month. Is this what bloodline inheritance is? This is too. She didn't finish speaking, but the shock in her eyes said it all. Lin Yun sheathed his long sword and smiled. Sister Wenyin, You see, I have a bloodline inheritance, so it shouldn't be long before I catch up with you. How about we? Not as good as you, my foot. Wenyan gave him a sharp rap on the head. We'll talk after you defeat me. Chapter 61, Marrying the School Beauty, Lin Qianxi. Lin Yin covered his head. All right, when Yin changed the subject, it's your turn to teach me boiling blood. 3 days ago, Lin Yin taught Wen Yin the blood boiling point technique. Wen Yan's reaction at the time was one of shock. The secret method of bloodline inheritance can be taught to others? Lin Yin found it somewhat amusing. The bloodline inheritance was just something he made up. The secret techniques were given to him by the system, so of course he could teach them to others. But he couldn't say that. He just said, let's give it a try. What if I can teach you? Then he taught her. However, this secret technique is indeed extremely profound. Although Wen Yin was a second-tier perfected martial artist with considerable talent, 3 days had passed and he hadn't even entered the door. The flow of qi and blood here is incorrect. Lin Yin stood behind Wen Yin, gently tapping her back with his finger. It should be like this. Wen Yan's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed and adjusted her blood circulation route according to Lin Yin's instructions. This feeling is wonderful. She used to teach Lin Yin, but now it's the other way around, and Lin Yin is teaching her. Yes, that's it. Keep running. Wen Yin closed his eyes and focused intently on circulating the blood boiling technique. She could sense that this secret technique was indeed incredibly profound, requiring an extremely high level of control over one's qi and blood. But once it is successfully forged, its power will be absolutely astonishing. Lin Yin carefully guided her, correcting her mistakes from time to time. The two of them taught and learned in this way, and time passed by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Lin Qianxi has graduated. Her qi and blood value reached exactly 100 points, and she successfully passed the entrance exam for the martial arts university. But to everyone's surprise, she gave up her admission to university because Lin Yin came to propose marriage. Qianxi, are you really sure about this? The opportunity to attend a martial arts university is very rare. Lin's mother asked with some concern. The reason I agreed to let Lin Yin marry my daughter was because my daughter herself was willing. The more important reason is that the chances of my daughter getting into a martial arts university are slim. The process of refining one's qi and blood during the apprenticeship period becomes increasingly difficult as it progresses. They never expected their daughter to actually achieve that. Mom, didn't we agree on this before? Lin Qianxi's attitude was very firm. For me, marrying my senior is more important than anything else. Moreover, my senior said that even if I don't go to a martial arts university, he can still teach me martial arts, and I won't lack resources. Mr. Lin sighed. Since you've made your decision, we respect it. A few days later, the Lin family manor was once again decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers. With just a few days left in the year, the Lin family held their 4th wedding. But the guests' enthusiasm remained undiminished. The news of Lin Yun's breakthrough to the 2nd tier had already spread, and everyone wanted to cultivate a good relationship with the Lin family. The wedding ceremony remained solemn and joyous. When Lin Yun gently lifted the red veil, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before him. Lin Qianxi wore exquisite bridal makeup today, and her already stunning beauty was made even more radiant by the red makeup. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Lin Yun, but her slightly trembling eyelashes and flushed cheeks betrayed her nervousness and excitement. She had liked Lin Yun for a long time. I first met this senior in high school. Later, through repeated chance encounters, conversations, and moments of attraction, her heart was already filled with his image. Now, she was finally going to become his wife. Qianxi, Lin Yun called softly. Lin Qianxi responded softly, finally mustering the courage to raise her head. The moment their eyes met, Lin Qianxi gazed at Lin Yun with a look of adoration, her eyes filled with love and happiness. Then, she blurted out instinctively, her voice incredibly sweet and charming. Senior. That senior made Lin Yun's heart flutter. He looked at her affectionately. Still calling me senior? Lin Qianxi blushed even more and whispered, Husband, husband. This scene was perfectly captured by a hidden camera in the new house. Meanwhile, on the other end of the monitor, Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing, and Wu Qingyao were huddled together, their eyes glued to the screen. Wow, wow, wow. Su Yingxue exclaimed excitedly. Qianxi is so cute. Quick, give her a kiss. My husband kissed me. My husband kissed me. Shen Yuqing was also a little excited. Wow, so beautiful! Wu Qingya exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. Qinshi looks so pretty today. Hurry, hurry, take a screenshot. Suying Suikemandif. This angle. Perfect. Wow, perfect. Shen Yuqing cooperated by operating the tablet. Afterwards, they drank the nuptial wine and entered the bridal chamber, without the three of them even blinking. Numerous excited exclamations escaped from the three women's mouths. Little Qinshi is so shy. My husband is so gentle. Wow, what angle. Quick, take a screenshot. Fortunately, the room was very soundproof. You couldn't hear a sound from outside. Otherwise, inside the new house, red candles flickered. Lin Yun looked at the shy bride in front of him, his heart filled with tenderness. He gently pulled her into his arms. Qinshi, from today onwards, you are my wife. Qinshi nestled in his arms, feeling his warmth. Husband, I'm so happy. I'm very happy too. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her. The red curtains slowly fell, obscuring the candlelight and the figures of the two people. That night, the lights in both rooms stayed on until late. One reason was their newlywed bliss, and the other was the live broadcast. The next morning, because it allows them to see the movements of the newlyweds. While the two were washing up, Suing Xue quickly put away the stained sheets. Then he and Shen Yuqing sat in the restaurant waiting. The three of them glanced toward the door every now and then, each with a meaningful smile on their face. They're here. Suing Xue's eyes lit up, and she said in a low voice. Soon, Lin Yun led Lin Qinshi in. Lin Qinshi was wearing light pink loungewear. Her face was rosy, her eyes were darting around, and her steps were a little unsteady. I didn't dare look directly at my three older sisters. Little sister Qinshi, did you sleep well last night? Suing Xue asked with a smile, emphasizing the word sleep. Lin Qinshi's face flushed red to her ears, and she replied softly, It's all right. Are you all right? Shen Yuqing blinked. I heard quite a lot of noise from your room. Lin Qinshi exclaimed, instinctively hiding behind Lin Yun. Sister Yuqing, what? Although the rooms in our manor are well soundproofed, they are not completely soundproof. Wu Qingya smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Little sister Qinshi, tell me, how did you feel on your wedding night? Lin Qinshi felt like she was on fire. Her head bowed, so low it was almost buried in her chest. Thoughts? How could you say something like that out loud? She still has the images from last night stuck in her mind. The red candles flickered, her husband's tender kisses, and then there were those things that made her blush and her heart race. All right, stop teasing her. Lin Yun laughed and pulled Lin Qinshi to sit down next to him. Qinshi is shy. My husband is biased, Wu Qingya pouted. Our bridesmaids asked us about it on our second day of marriage. That's right, Shen Yuqing chimed in. It's a tradition of our Lin family. Shen Yuqing chuckled, but don't be shy, Qinshi. Anyway, we'll be sleeping together in the future, so you'll get used to it. Sleeping together under the same quilt. Lin Qinshi suddenly looked up, her eyes wide open. Shen Yuqing nodded. Yes, apart from our individual wedding nights, we all sleep together afterwards. That's what makes it lively. Lin Qinshi's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. She couldn't even imagine that scene. Being alone with my senior. No, with my husband is embarrassing enough, but having to be alone with three older sisters too? Oh my. Qinshi's expression is so cute. Suing Xue suddenly leaned close to Lin Qinshi's ear and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Tonight, we'll be watching your performance closely. Lin Qinshi froze instantly. Chapter 62, Sleeping Together Under the Same Blanket. Wen Yin breaks through to the third tier. Night falls in the master bedroom of the Lin family manor. The bed in this room is surprisingly large, big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people lying side by side. At this moment, soft, warm yellow light illuminated the entire room. Lin Qinshi, dressed in a silk nightgown, stood helplessly by the bed. She looked at Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing, and Wu Qingya, who were already lying on the bed, and then at Lin Yun, who was smiling and waving at her. She felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Sister Qinshi, come quick, Su Yingxue patted the spot next to her. Lin Qinshi stammered, but finally forced herself to climb into bed. What happened next completely overturned her understanding. The 3 older sisters not only made no attempt to hide it, but even took the initiative. Lin Qinshi stared in disbelief, her face burning hot. How could this be? How could there be such embarrassing actions and positions? Qinshi, don't just watch, Shen Yuqing said with a smile, pulling her along. Come on, I'll teach you. That night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on until late. The next day, the five of them finally stopped their intimate encounter. After 2 nights of dual cultivation with Lin Yun, Lin Qianxi's qi and blood value had reached 110 points. Lin Yun decided to directly teach her the yellow-level top-grade guiding technique, 5 hearts towards heaven method. In the training room, Lin Yun patiently explained. The 5 centers refer to the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head. This guiding technique requires you to absorb cosmic energy from these 5 parts simultaneously, making it more than 3 times more efficient than ordinary guiding techniques. Lin Qianxi sat cross-legged, listening attentively. It might be difficult at first, but don't rush it. Lin Yun guided her through the posture step by step. First, feel the flow of cosmic energy. Lin Qianxi was already quite talented, and with the personal guidance of Lin Yun, a second-tier martial artist, she progressed rapidly. After most of the day of teaching and experimentation, around 3 p.m., Lin Qianxi finally completed her first full circadian rhythm. It worked, she exclaimed, opening her eyes excitedly. Very good. Lin Yun nodded. Now begin, while running the guiding incantation, adapt to gravity. He slowly adjusted the gravity to 3 times. Lin Qianxi initially struggled, but with the blessing of the 5 hearts facing heaven method, cosmic energy continuously flowed into her body, and she quickly adapted to the gravity. As time went on, she absorbed energy at an increasingly faster rate. The body's blood and qi began to boil, and the energy in the dantian gradually condensed. Now's the time, Lin Yun shouted. Charge with all your might. Lin Qianxi gritted her teeth and directed all her energy to her dantian. The next second, she felt something inside her body shatter with a bang, followed by an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. Cosmic energy surged in, transforming her body. Half an hour later, Lin Qianxi opened her eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. My husband, I did it, she exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yun smiled and led her to the punching power testing machine. Give it a try. Lin Qianxi took a deep breath and launched a full-force attack. Boom! 6,000 kilograms. It weighs 1,000 kilograms, more than an ordinary first-stage martial artist. Just then, Lin Yun suddenly felt the cosmic energy around him begin to flow wildly, converging towards the most luxurious gravity chamber in the training room. Wen Yin is inside. This is Lin Qianxi also sensed the abnormal flow of energy. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Could it be that Sister Wen Yin is about to break through? Inside the gravity chamber, Wen Yin sat cross-legged in an environment with a gravity factor of 100. For a second-tier perfected martial artist like her, 100 times the gravity is nothing but a drizzle. Apart from accelerating the convergence of cosmic energy, it has almost no other effect. But today is different. After nearly a month of arduous practice, she finally mastered the secret technique of boiling blood and qi. Although she could only unleash 1.1 times the power, it was this extra 0.1 times that finally allowed the liquid energy in her dantian to begin to condense into a solid. Now, Wen Yin activated his cultivation technique with all his might, causing the energy within his body to spin and compress wildly. At the center of the dantian, a drop of liquid energy begins to crystallize, then attracts other energies around it like a magnet. More and more liquid energy was attracted and incorporated into the crystal. The crystal grew larger and larger, gradually forming a perfect sphere, the martial art's golden core. As the golden core took shape, Wen Yan's body began to undergo a qualitative change. Every cell was cheering and greedily absorbing the energy of the universe. Even more amazingly, she felt a membrane separating her from the planet's gravity. She can break free from gravity and soar through the sky whenever she wants. This is the 3rd tier, Sky Warrior, also known as Star Warrior. Outside the training room, the energy fluctuations became increasingly intense, attracting Su Yingxue and the other 2. Husband, what's going on? Su Yingxue asked in surprise. Lin Yun told them her guess. The 3 women exclaimed in surprise, their faces beaming with joy. That's great. Sister Wen Yin has finally broken through. The 3 of them were very excited. But Su Yingxue suddenly thought of something. Then won't the time for my husband to marry Sister Wen Yin be postponed again? According to their previous agreement, Lin Yun had to defeat Wen Yin before he could marry her. Now that Wen Yin has broken through to the third tier, the gap has actually widened. Lin Yun didn't care at all. It's okay. You have to trust your husband. I have confidence. At that moment, the convergence of cosmic energy reached its peak, and the entire training room seemed to be enveloped in a faint halo of energy. The fluctuations gradually subsided after half an hour. The door to the gravity chamber slowly opened. Wen Yin came out. She looked unchanged, but her eyes were more profound, and she exuded a subtle aura. That's an energy field unique to third-tier martial artists. Congratulations, Sister Wen Yin, on breaking through to the third rank. Lin Yun offered his congratulations. Wen Yin looked at him, a smile playing on her lips. Want to experience the feeling of flying? Before Lin Yun could answer, she flashed and instantly appeared beside him, grabbing his shoulder. The next second, the two of them shot into the sky. Wow, the four girls exclaimed. Lin Yun was also startled. Although I knew that third-tier martial artists could fly, the actual experience was completely different. The ground receded rapidly, the wind whistling in his ears, and he instinctively grabbed Wen Yin in a tight embrace. Wen Yin didn't care at all and soared freely in the sky. She flew higher and higher until the entire city of Jiangsheng shrank into a map beneath her feet. Then she began to accelerate, soaring up and down, circling left and right in the air, like a free bird. This is what it feels like to fly. Wen Yin shouted loudly, his voice filled with joy. Lin Yun gradually got used to it, loosened his embrace, and felt the wind flowing through his fingers. From the air, everything in Jiangsheng looks tiny. Distant mountains, winding rivers, densely packed buildings. This is a sight that only sky warriors can see. Sister Wen Yin, is this what a third-tier martial artist is like? Lin Yun asked. Wen Yin slowed down, hovering in midair. Yes, this is the third stage. The energy within the body condenses into a pill, and the magnetic field emitted can counteract the planet's gravity. She looked at Lin Yun. This is all thanks to your blood qi boiling technique. Without it, I might have been stuck at the second stage perfection for several more years. I'm glad I could help Sister Wen Yin. Lin Yun looked at her sincerely. Wen Yin smiled, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. But thinking about how many wives this guy had married, he immediately reverted to his usual self. All right, let's fly a little longer and then head back. The two enjoyed the thrill of flying for a while longer before turning around and heading towards the Lin family manor. Chapter 63, The Arrogant Gentle Words. Inside the manor, the four women were eagerly waiting. Upon seeing the two descend from the sky, they immediately surrounded them, their eyes filled with admiration. Sister Wen Yin, you can really fly? That's amazing. Is this what a third-tier martial artist is like? Sister Wen Yin, you are my idol. With a gentle smile, he asked, who would like to try it? Me. Su Yingxue was the first to raise her hand. Wen Yin carried her and flew around once. Su Yingxue shouted excitedly in the air, completely abandoning her usual composure. Then there's Lin Qianqi. The girl, who had just become a first-level martial artist, was both nervous and excited in the sky. She held Wen Yan's arm tightly, but her eyes looked around curiously. Finally, there were two heavily pregnant women. Wen Yan held them and flew slowly and steadily, so that they could safely experience the joy of flying. Wen Yan only landed after everyone had finished their experience. That evening, a grand banquet was held at the Lin family manor, celebrating Wen Yan's attainment of the third tier, Starry Sky Warrior. If it weren't for Wen Yan's protection over the past 10 years, the Lin family might have been suppressed and swallowed up by their rivals long ago. Although it was initially a mutually beneficial arrangement, with the Lin family paying a generous reward. But after so many years together, Wen Yan had long since become one with the Lin family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she would marry Lin Yun if he could defeat her. The system has given me a very generous reward for marrying Lin Qianqi this time. Name, Lin Qianqi. Appearance rating, 94. Martial arts talent, mid-grade yellow. System rating, yellow tier, excellent. Because her system rating reached the top tier yellow level. Therefore, Lin Yun's martial arts talent experience bar has grown at an astonishing rate. Although it is still at the upper grade yellow level, it is not far from the top grade yellow level. The system message states that marrying 6 more low-grade yellow-level women will upgrade the character. Lin Yun wasn't flustered at all, because his relationship with Zhao, Qingyue, and Chen Yue had progressed very well. Both of them were women whose system ratings had reached the upper grade yellow level. In addition to the improvement in martial arts talent, the activation of the fertility sacred body has also increased by 1%, and the current activation progress is 4%. At the same time, the system also rewarded the user with a second-tier chi and blood pill worth 400 million. Since Wen Yin had already broken through to the third level, Lin Yun planned to take the pill as soon as possible. The next day, inside the gravity chamber, Lin Yun stood in an environment with 90 times the gravity, his forehead slightly sweating. This is his current limit. Going any higher would damage his body. After taking the pill, this gravity chamber is no longer useful to me. The maximum gravity chamber is only 100 times stronger, which is indeed insufficient for him, who is about to reach the mid-stage of the second tier. After adjusting his breathing for a moment and reaching his peak condition, Lin Yun silently recited in his mind, "Receive the second-tier chi and blood pill." A blood-red pill the size of a lychee appeared out of thin air in his hand. The elixir emitted a rich fragrance. Just smelling it was enough to make one's blood surge. The system has this problem. There's no storage space, so once you take it, you can't put it back. Lin Yun shook his head and put the pill into his mouth. After the elixir entered the stomach, it transformed into a powerful current of heat that surged into the limbs and bones. Lin Yun dared not delay and immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven method to guide the medicinal power to circulate within his body and then flow into his dantian. Time passed second by second. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Yun was surrounded by a faint red light, which was the energy overflowing from the chi and blood pill. He felt like a balloon being constantly inflated, his strength increasing at a visible rate. 2 hours later, most of the absorbable medicinal power had been absorbed. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He moved his body, and his bones made a crisp popping sound. He walked out of the gravity chamber and came to the strength testing machine. A full force attack. Boom! The numbers on the test machine's display jumped wildly, finally settling at 159,000 kilograms. It is only 1,000 kilograms away from the 160,000 kilogram threshold of the mid-stage of the second tier. A lift of 70,000 kilograms. Lin Yun felt somewhat regretful, as this improvement was far inferior to Wen Yan's. My talent is still lacking. He remembered Wen Yan saying that when she was in the early stages of the second tier, the guiding technique she cultivated was also a top-grade yellow-level technique, but it was not as good as the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. However, after taking 1 second-tier chi and blood pill, his strength increased by 85,000 kilograms, allowing him to break through to the mid-stage of the second tier. The difference in talent was on full display at this moment. Still marveling at talent, a mature and alluring voice came from behind. Lin Yun turned his head and saw Wen Yan appear at the entrance of the training room at some point. "Sister Wen Yan, I'm just feeling a bit sentimental." Wen Yan walked to his side and placed an exquisite jade box in his hand. "This is..." "Open it and take a look." Lin Yan opened the jade box. Inside were 2 blood-red pills, the very same second-tier chi and blood pills. "This is the salary your grandfather gave me at the beginning of the year. I'm a third-tier martial artist now, so this is useless to me. You can use it." He spoke gently and calmly. After saying that, she turned and left, not giving Lin Yun a chance to speak. Lin Yun watched her retreating figure, feeling both touched and somewhat amused. This woman, despite clearly caring about him, acted with an arrogant air of, "I was just doing it on a whim. Just wait and see." Lin Yun gripped the jade box tightly and made a silent vow. "I will improve as quickly as possible, catch up with you, defeat you, and then marry you." That evening, in the master bedroom, red candles flickered and curtains hung gently. Afterwards, Shin Yuqing lay in Lin Yun's arms. "Husband, tonight is so strange. Our cultivation has improved a lot, several times more than usual when we cultivate together. But you clearly didn't take any chi and blood pills?" Lin Yun explained with a smile. "I took a second-tier chi and blood pill this afternoon, and some of its medicinal effects haven't been fully absorbed yet. During the dual cultivation, just now, the medicinal power was transferred to you through a special method." "I see. Sujing Swiss Sadendiyelos. My husband, have you reached the mid-stage of the second tier yet? I heard from Sister Wen Yan that she broke through to the middle stage directly after taking the chi and blood pill." Lin Yun shook his head. "I'm still a little short, but not far off. Compared to Sister Wen Yan, My talent is indeed lacking. I'm not afraid, Wu Qingya suddenly said. Once my husband marries Qing Wei and Yu Wei, with their dual cultivation boost, my talent will definitely improve rapidly. Mentioning Zhao Qingyue and Chun Yue, Su Yingxue suddenly rolled over and snuggled into Lin Yun's arms, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. All right, husband. We contacted Qingwei and Yue this afternoon and invited them to Jiangxing. They agreed. Shall we go pick them up tomorrow? Lin Yun was delighted and then gave Su Yingxue a big kiss. My wife is amazing. Wu Qingya smiled and said, once my husband wins them over and marries them, dual cultivation will definitely help him improve his talent quickly. That way, my husband won't have to worry about his cultivation level falling behind Sister Wenyan. Except for Lin Qianxi, who shyly buried her face in Lin Yun's shoulder, the other three girls were very excited. Su Yingxue leaned close to Lin Yun's ear, her voice sweet and affectionate. Husband, you'd better behave well when you pick them up tomorrow. Don't worry. A confident glint flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. That night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on for an unusually long time. Chapter 64, Zhao, Qingwei, and Chun Yue arrive. Early the next morning, Lin Yun set off in his luxurious anti-gravity car. Our first stop was Qingyang City. Zhao Qingwei was already waiting at the agreed intersection. She was wearing a light-colored dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. The morning mist added to her gentle and graceful temperament. Seeing the anti-gravity vehicle slowly descend, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she quickly stepped forward. She was also carrying a small handbag. Lin Yun here. Zhao Qingyue's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, and her cheeks were flushed. Qingwei, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Yun smiled and opened the car door for her. Get in, we still need to go to Baiyun City to pick up Yue. Zhao Qingwei nodded and obediently got into the car. The soft seats and luxurious interior made her slightly reserved, her gaze curiously taking in everything inside the car. The anti-gravity vehicle smoothly took off and sped towards Baiyun City. When Chun Yue arrived in Baiyun City, she was standing at the university gate, dragging a delicate suitcase. Chun Yue was much more lively than Zhao Qingwei. She waved enthusiastically when she saw Lin Yun, and there was a rather large suitcase next to her. Young Master Lin, I'm here. She smiled and stuffed her luggage into the trunk. I brought some local specialties and gifts. I hope Yingxue and the others like them. They'll definitely like it, Lin Yun said with a smile, his gaze lingering on her bright, smiling face for a moment. Chun Yue blinked, then suddenly lowered her voice. Is Qingwei already in the car? I bet she only brought a small bag, right? Lin Yun chuckled. How did you know? That girl looks gentle, but she's actually very particular. She never carries anything extra when she goes out. Chun Yue, with an expression that said, I understand her, skipped and hopped into the car. The anti-gravity vehicle took off again and flew towards Jiangxing. Inside the carriage, Zhao Qingwei and Chun Yue sat together, chatting excitedly and sharing their recent experiences. Lin Yun occasionally chimed in with a few words, filling the carriage with a cheerful atmosphere. Around noon, at the Lin family manor, the anti-gravity vehicle slowly landed on the lawn in front of the main house. The cabin door opened, and Lin Yun stepped out first. Then, he gentlemanly extended his hand to help Zhao Qingwei and Chun Yue out of the car. Su Yingxue, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately led her sisters to greet them. Qingwei, Yue. Su Yingxue smiled brightly and stepped forward to hug each of them. We've been waiting for you. Shen Yuqing, Wu Qingya, and Lin Qianxi also stepped forward with smiles. Su Yingxue pulled Lin Qianxi over and introduced her to the two of them. This is little sister Qianxi, a new member of our family. Lin Qianxi was a little shy, but still greeted them gracefully. Hello, Sister Qingwei and Sister Yue. Zhao Qingwei returned the greeting. Hello, Sister Qianxi, you are so beautiful. Chun Yue grabbed Lin Qianxi's hand and looked her up and down. Wow, she really is a beauty. No wonder Lin Yun was in such a hurry to marry her. Lin Qianxi blushed and lowered her head. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Thus, the most beautiful women from 6 cities centered around Jiangxing gathered in this manner. Jiangxing has a population of over 6 million, while the 5 surrounding cities together have a population of over 40 million. One can imagine how valuable it is. The maids trimming the flowers in the distance glanced over furtively, their eyes filled with amazement and envy, whispering amongst themselves. Young master has brought back 2 more celestial beauties. It seems our manor will be welcoming 2 more young mistresses. Young master is truly blessed. Not at all. Young master is so outstanding. These 2 are truly fortunate to have caught his eye. Su Yingxue affectionately took Chen Yue's arm, her gaze falling on the suitcase behind her, deliberately putting on a stern face. Yue, didn't I tell you to just come directly? Why did you bring luggage? Chen Yue explained with a grin. Didn't you tell me to stay with Qingwei for a few more days? So I prepared some changes of clothes. Besides, she patted her suitcase. There are also gifts I brought for everyone inside. On the other side, Zhao Qingwei also took Shen Youqing's arm and took out several exquisite sachets from her handbag. Hee, I didn't bring that many. I prayed for peace and safety for Feng and Wan and also for Yu Qing and Qingya's babies. She looked at Shen Youqing's prominent belly, her eyes full of curiosity. Yu Qing, your belly is so big. The baby must be about to be born soon, right? Shen Yuqing gently stroked her belly, her face radiating maternal glow. Yes, the baby should be able to meet everyone next month. That must be an adorable baby. Zhao Qingyue's eyes lit up as she suddenly leaned closer. Yu Qing, can I hear the baby's movements? It feels so magical. I couldn't tell when we last met, but this time Yingxue has already given birth, and you're about to give birth too. And Qingya too. Her belly looks like she's 7 or 8 months pregnant. Shen Yuqing smiled and nodded. Zhao Qingwei carefully bent down and gently pressed her ear against Shen Youqing's stomach. A moment later, she looked up in surprise. Wow, I felt the baby kick me just now. What an energetic baby. Really? I want to hear it too. Chen Yue also curiously leaned over. She imitated Zhao Qingyue by pressing her ear to the ground, and soon her face lit up with surprise. It really is. The baby is moving. The 2 then excitedly went to listen to the baby in Wu Qingya's belly and felt the vibrant life force there as well. Zhao Qingyue straightened up, her gaze falling on Lin Qianxi, and suddenly teased. Where's little sister Qianxi? Does little sister Qianxi have a baby yet? Lin Qianxi blushed instantly, stammering, Not yet. Su Yingxue smiled and defused the situation, putting her arm around Lin Qianxi's shoulder. Qianxi just got married a few days ago. It's not that fast yet. But it's only a matter of time. Sister Yingxue Lin Qianxi stomped her foot in embarrassment and buried her face in Su Yingxue's shoulder. Upon seeing this, the crowd burst into good-natured laughter once again. Afterwards, Su Yingxue led the 2 to the nursery, where Lin Feng and Lin Wan'er were sleeping soundly. The 2 little ones have fair skin, delicate features, long eyelashes that hang quietly, and slightly pouting lips. They look incredibly cute. Zhao Qingwei and Chen Yue looked at the 2 delicate, pretty faces with eyes full of affection. I gently touched their little hands until they moved, and then I reluctantly let go. So cute. Zhao Qingwei exclaimed softly. I really want to take it home, Chen Yue said with a smile. Su Yingxue said proudly. Come often in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to hug. This time I'm inviting you all to have a good time for a while. She had already arranged for 2 adjacent rooms to be prepared, furnished in a warm and comfortable manner. But the 2 suggested they live together, saying they wanted to have company. Su Yingxue naturally agreed and arranged for them to stay in the adjacent guest house, which had a private hot spring bath. Chapter 65, The 2 Women's Inner Thoughts and Shock. Nighttime, in the guest house's hot spring pool. Water vapor rises and petals float. Zhao Qingwei and Chen Yue soaked in the warm pool water, relaxing after a long day. The Lin family is so luxurious. Zhao Qingwei looked around at the exquisite decorations and sighed softly. Yingxue and the others are so nice, they have no airs at all. Yes, Chen Yue scooped up a handful of water, letting the droplets slip through her fingers, and they have such a good relationship, like sisters. As they chatted, the topic naturally shifted to Lin Yan. Zhao Qingwei rested her chin on the edge of the pool, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Lin Yun, that womanizer, already has 3 such beautiful wives like Yingxue, and yet he still marries another one. Chen Yue turned her head to look at her, a mischievous smile in her eyes. Qingwei, are you jealous? You're talking nonsense. Zhao Qingyue's cheeks flushed, and she quickly retorted. You're the one who's jealous. I was just expressing my feelings. Chen Yue swam closer and gently nudged her with her elbow. Qinxi is such a beautiful and wonderful girl, and she's also Lin Yun's junior. If I were Lin Yun, I would marry her too. Zhao Qingwei was silent for a moment, then whispered, Lin Yun is really lucky. All four of his wives are so outstanding and beautiful. Yes, she's so lucky. Chen Yue looked at her meaningfully. I think it won't be long before someone becomes his wife. Zhao Qingwei panicked and splashed water at Chen Yue. You're talking nonsense. If you want to marry, then you marry. I think Lin Yun has feelings for you, and not just Lin Yun, but also Ying Xue and the others. I don't know what they're thinking. It seems like they want to match you up with Lin Yun. Oh, Chen Yue wiped the water droplets from her face, her smile widening. You really only want to set me up with Lin Yun? Zhao Qingwei blushed even more and simply turned away, leaving Chen Yue with only a bright red earlobe. Meanwhile, in the artificial hot spring pool that connects to the master bedroom, in the larger bath, Lin Yun and his four wives also enjoyed the comfort of the warm water. Su Yingxue went around behind Lin Yun, picked up a bath towel, and gently rubbed his back. As Su Yingxue rubbed the cloth, she said with some regret, I didn't expect Sister Wenyan to go out today. Otherwise, with Sister Wenyan, a third-level martial artist, around, she would definitely be able to charm Qingwei and Yue to death. Shen Yuqing leaned against the poolside and chuckled softly. It's because my husband always drags Wenyan out to fish for his wife. Wenyan is jealous, so she ran out. Lin Yun laughed heartily. What he said was indeed true. In the past, whenever a target came to the Lin family, Wenyan's strength as a second stage perfected, now third stage, martial artist always left a deep impression on the other party, which helped him a lot without him even realizing it. Wenyan's most adorable trait is that she cares a lot about her image and is incredibly arrogant. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with laughter, and his tone was indulgent. But it doesn't matter. Even without Sister Wenyan, I can still win over Qingwei and Yue. My husband is so confident. Su Yingxue stopped what she was doing, wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, and whispered in his ear. Of course. Lin Yun turned around, pulled Su Yingxue into his arms, and kissed her on the lips. Come on, let me rub your back. The warm pool water rippled, reflecting the dim yellow light. The rising steam blurred their figures and masked the growing ambiguity in the air. Shen Yuqing, Wu Qingya, and Lin Qinchi exchanged smiles and gathered around. The sounds of water, laughter, and whispers mingled together. Moonlight bathed the Lin family manor, creating a tranquil atmosphere brimming with boundless vitality and anticipation. That night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on until late. The next day, a hearty breakfast is over. Su Yingxue suggested with a smile. Qingwei Yue, how about we go to our training room? It's fully equipped, and your husband can even give you some pointers on your cultivation. Zhao Qingwei and Chen Yue's eyes lit up, and they agreed in unison. Okay. They followed Lin Yun and his group to the training room on the west side of the manor. As the heavy door slowly opened, Zhao Qingwei was instantly stunned into silence by the sight before her. The practice room is spacious and has a high ceiling of 8 meters. It is almost the size of a standard stadium. The floor is covered with a special cushioning material, which reflects the lights on the ceiling, making it look exceptionally grand. It's huge inside. Strength training area, speed and reaction area, blood circulation area, gravity chamber area. The latest models of equipment gleamed coldly under the lights, and the pervasive smell of money in the air was invigorating. Zhao Qingwei stood there blankly, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the martial arts school in Qingyang City, where she had trained for 2 years. That martial arts school was said to be the best in Qingyang City, and its annual tuition was twice as expensive as that of ordinary martial arts schools. Her family gave almost everything they had to support her spiritual practice. Compared to the Lin family's training room, that martial arts school was like a child's playhouse, so simple and insignificant as to be worth mentioning. She currently has 96 points of qi and blood, which is 4 points away from the 100-point threshold to become a martial artist. For these 4 reasons, she trained diligently day after day at the martial arts school, never expecting that the Lin family would have such a luxurious training environment. This is way too outrageous. Although Chen Yue had heard Su Yingxue and the others mention the Lin family's training room when they chatted online, she still didn't understand. But when I saw it with my own eyes, the visual impact was far stronger than I had imagined, and the shock I felt was still indescribable. She linked arms with Zhao Qingwei, staring blankly at everything before her. How was it? Not bad, right? Su Yingxue watched their reactions with a smile, feeling quite proud. Good? Yingxue, Your standard of not bad is way too high. This is practically a martial arts university-level setup. Chen Yue snapped out of her daze and exaggeratedly clutched her chest. Let's go in and take a look. Don't stand at the door. Lin Yun greeted the two with a smile. The two women then seemed to wake from a dream and followed Lin Yun inside. The facilities inside are dazzling. High-frequency vibration, strength training device, nerve reaction speed testing chamber, top-level blood circulation recovery chamber. Zhao Qinghua had only seen pictures of many of these devices in martial arts magazines and had never even heard of some of them. Although Chen Yue had already graduated from an ordinary university, she had long given up any thoughts of pursuing martial arts. But seeing these sophisticated and powerful devices, the embers of passion that had long been extinguished in my heart began to flicker and rekindle. After all, in the era of interstellar high-level martial arts, as long as one can become a first-level martial artist, one's lifespan can be extended to 200 years. Martial artists possess strong qi and blood, and their appearance ages extremely slowly. Their appearance will not change much until the last few decades of their lives. This is an irresistible temptation for any woman. Want to get a try? Lin Yun's gentle voice rang out. Chen Yue snapped out of her daze and nodded somewhat shyly. I want to, but my qi and blood points are only 82, so I can't use many of the devices, right? That's okay. We can start with the basics. It's never too late to hone your skills and improve your physical fitness. Chapter 66, Is This the Life of the Rich? All morning, Lin Yun patiently taught the two how to use the equipment to exercise and improve their blood circulation. He personally demonstrated how to operate each piece of equipment and the precautions to prevent them from getting injured. He explained things in great detail, from power generation techniques to breathing coordination, and even pointed out some easily overlooked details. Zhao Qinghua was already a veteran of the martial arts school, so she picked it up quickly and soon found a training program that suited her. Chen Yue was a true beginner, so Lin Yun stayed by her side a little longer, guiding her step by step. Occasionally, Lin Yun would also offer some pointers to Lin Qianxi, who was practicing combat skills nearby, correcting any minor deviations in her movements. Lin Qianxi practiced very seriously, striving for perfection in every move. With just a little guidance from Lin Yun, her eyes lit up and she grasped the concepts even faster. As for Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing, and Wu Qingya, all three were pregnant and had long since laid off. The three sat leisurely in the rest area, drinking specially made nourishing herbal tea, watching the people in the arena cultivate, occasionally chatting in hushed tones, and their faces were filled with satisfied smiles. Anyway, dual cultivation with my husband is an easy way to improve my cultivation level, much more efficient than cultivating alone, and the process is so wonderful. Who want to work themselves to death? In the afternoon, the gravity chamber area. Lin Yun led Zhao Qinghua and Chen Yue to the door of a gravity chamber labeled Basic Type. Want to go in and give it a try? Want. As soon as Lin Yun spoke, the two answered in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Especially Chen Yue, who had never used a gravity chamber in her life. Ordinary universities simply don't have training facilities, and the martial arts high school I attended also had only average conditions. As for using it at a martial arts school, the cost of 100,000 yuan a year is beyond the reach of an ordinary family like hers. Lin Yun opened the metal door. The interior is spacious, and the walls are covered with intricate energy patterns. The three of them went inside. Lin Yun closed the hatch and walked to the control panel. Ready? I'm about to begin. Ready. The two women stood side by side in the center of the gravity chamber, their eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Lin Yun pressed the start button. Buzz. A low, rumbling sound arose, and gravity began to slowly rise. 1.1 times, 1.2 times, 1.3 times. Chen Yue quickly sensed the change. Her body felt as if it were being wrapped in an invisible membrane, which tightened more and more. Breathing became slightly difficult, and my heartbeat quickened slightly. 1.5 times, 1.6 times, 1.7 times. When the gravity reached 1.8 times, Chen Yue's face turned slightly pale. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she felt a little flustered and short of breath. Yue, are you all right? Lin Yun asked immediately. And nothing. I just felt a little panicked, like something was pressing on my chest. Chen Yue gritted her teeth. The increased gravity made her extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Qinghua, on the other hand, looked relaxed. She was an experienced user of the gravity chamber at the martial arts school. She patted Chen Yue on the shoulder and comforted her. This is what it's like to use a gravity chamber for the first time, since gravity acts on every single cell. Yue, your current qi and blood value is 82 points. This gravity is just right. After you adapt, the limit can be 2 times. Lin Yun nodded. Yes, 82 points of qi and blood can indeed withstand twice the gravity. But there's no rush now. Let's get used to it first. He walked over to Chen Yue and softened his voice. Come on, follow me and adjust your breathing. Inhale. Inhale slowly. Yes. Exhale. Expel all the stale air from your chest. Imagine your blood and qi flowing slowly through your body, gradually adapting to this pressure. His voice was steady, with a peculiar soothing power. Chen Yue closed her eyes and tried her best to follow his rhythm. After several cycles, the feeling of palpitations and chest tightness was indeed significantly reduced. Seeing that Chen Yue was getting into the swing of things, Zhao Qingyue simply got into a stance and started practicing basic boxing techniques. Her movements were standard and fluid, clearly showing that she had practiced hard. Every punch and kick was imbued with solid skill, remaining stable even under 1.8 times the force of gravity. After finishing her set of punches, she stopped and stood still, only to find that Lin Yun and Chen Yue were watching her. Lin Yun's eyes showed approval. Not bad. The foundation is very solid, and the point of exertion and the transfer of the center of gravity are very well done. Chen Yue looked at Qingyue with admiration. Qingyue, you're amazing. You managed to stay so steady even in such harsh conditions. Zhao Qingyue, a little embarrassed, smoothed the sweat-dampened strands of hair from her forehead and asked Chen Yue, Yue, have you adapted well? If you have, we can cultivate together. Yes, I'm much better now, thanks to Lin Yun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to adapt so quickly. Chen Yue nodded vigorously, and some color returned to her face. Seeing that she seemed to be in good spirits, Lin Yun asked, how about we test our limits? We'll increase the speed gradually and stop immediately if we feel uncomfortable. Chen Yue hesitated for a moment, a hint of stubbornness and curiosity flashing in her eyes, then nodded emphatically. Okay. Gravity began to slowly increase again. This time Lin Yun adjusted the increase rate even slower, giving Chen Yue enough time to adapt. 1.82x, 1.84x, 1.92x. Chen Yue's breathing became heavy again, but her eyes grew brighter and brighter. 1 minute later, the gravity stabilized at twice the normal value. Her face was flushed, her chest heaved violently, and she closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths before finally calming down. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with excitement. I did it. She looked at Zhao Qingyue, who was calm and composed beside her, and asked curiously, Qingyue, how many times the force of gravity can you withstand now? Zhao Qingyue held up 3 fingers and smiled slightly. 3 times. Chen Yue clicked her tongue in amazement. Qingyue, you're amazing. The two then asked curiously how high the gravity chamber could go. When they heard Lin Yun answer 20 times, the two were stunned again, completely unable to imagine what they would become under that kind of gravity. They would definitely be crushed, right? When Lin Yun casually mentioned, there's another place over there that can reach 100 times the value. The two were completely overwhelmed by the Lin family's extravagance. Is this what life is like for the rich? The two looked at each other, both seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. 100 times gravity. That's practically a legendary cultivation condition. They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The two looked at Lin Yun with a newfound complexity in their eyes. In the evening, at the guest house's hot spring pool, steam rose in wisps, and the aroma of herbs filled the air. This was a bath specially prepared by Su Yingxue for the two of them, filled with precious medicinal herbs. It can effectively relieve muscle fatigue after exercise, gently stimulate blood circulation, and accelerate the improvement of qi and blood. When Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue noticed that the pool water had a slightly golden hue and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, Su Yingxue had already slipped away with a grin, leaving behind only the words, "Enjoy it." Chen Yue has a cheerful and easygoing personality. She tested the water temperature, then confidently untied her bathrobe and stepped into the pool. Chapter 67 Progress, Heart-to-Heart Talk. That feels good. The moment the warm medicinal liquid enveloped her entire body, Chen Yue sighed with satisfaction. He looked at Zhao Qingyue, who was still hesitating by the pool. Stop being shy. Come in and have some fun. Everything's already prepared. Looking at her composed demeanor, Zhao Qingyue thought about it carefully and realized that it seemed to be true. It would seem pretentious to refuse someone's kind offer. So she took off her bathrobe, lifted her jade-like feet, and slowly stepped into the pool. The warm spring water washed over my body, carrying the nourishing power of the medicinal herbs, penetrating into every part of my body. The fatigue gradually dissipated, and I felt lighter all over. The two leaned against the poolside and closed their eyes to enjoy the moment. Yue, Zhao Qingyue suddenly spoke, her voice muffled by the steam. Are you planning to marry into this family? Otherwise, why are you so calm about it? Chen Yue didn't open her eyes, but a smile played on her lips. Guess. Zhao Qingyue, having been thoroughly intrigued, gave her a playful push. He snorted coldly, then turned and pushed her into the water. Caught off guard, Chen Yue took a small sip of water, struggled to sit up, and coughed as she retorted, Oh, you ambushed me. The two immediately started playing around in the not-so-large hot spring pool, splashing water and laughing. After a while, they both leaned back against the pool, exhausted and panting. After calming down, Chen Yue gazed at the carved ceiling and sighed softly. It's so good to be rich. These cultivation conditions, this kind of life. I never dared to dream of them before. Zhao Qingyue glanced at her, her tone slightly sour. Oomph. You said you didn't want to get married, but you've already been won over, haven't you? Chen Yue turned her head, her wet black hair clinging to her cheeks, but her eyes were unusually clear. Qingyue, your idea is not good. What does it mean to be captured? It means mutual affection. If you meet someone you like, someone who is suitable, and someone you want, and you still hold back and act coy, that's what makes you a fool. Zhao Qingyue was taken aback by what she said, and her cheeks turned even redder in the steam. She remained silent for a long while before submerging half her face in the water and muttering something indistinctly. I didn't have any. The sound was very soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the water. But Chen Yue heard it. She looked at her friend's reddened ears and darting eyes, smiled knowingly, closed her eyes again, and said no more. The hot spring water rippled gently, reflecting the two people's faces, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside the window, the lights of the Lin family manor gradually came on, marking another warm and long night. The next few days, the days seemed to replicate the pattern of the previous day. Early morning, Lin Yun had breakfast with his 4 wives and 2 guests. Then I became immersed in the sweat and breathing sounds in the practice room. The morning session focused on basic skills refinement and combat technique instruction. The afternoon was dedicated to gravity chamber training and targeted exercises. We dined together in the evening, chat about our cultivation experiences, and share interesting stories from various places. A nourishing medicinal bath at night can help relieve the fatigue of the day. Lin Yun's teaching was patient and precise, and he could always pinpoint the shortcomings of Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue. He always answered their questions without reservation, and occasionally he would personally demonstrate and correct their movements. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue already had feelings for Lin Yun. Under his gentle advances, the relationship between the three of them quickly warmed up, and their interactions became more ambiguous and hard to define. Zhao Qingyue's gaze toward Lin Yun gradually shifted from initial politeness and distance to one of trust and closeness. Chen Yue became more outgoing and direct, no longer reserved when asking questions, and occasionally making harmless jokes that made Lin Yun laugh. 3 days later, it was another fulfilling afternoon. Lin Xianxi had just finished a round of gravity chamber training. Her forehead was slightly damp, and her face was flushed with a healthy blush. She walked out of the gravity chamber and into the spacious and bright rest area. Little sister Qianxi, are you tired? Come and have some water. Su Yingxue smiled and handed her a bottle of specially made rehydration solution, then pulled her to sit down next to her. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also sat together, with delicate tea snacks and fruits laid out on the table. All 4 of them turned their gazes toward the combat training area not far away. There, Lin Yun was instructing Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue on a basic set of palm techniques. Yue, you're not using your waist to generate power correctly. It's not about twisting, it's about rotating. Use your waist and hips to drive your arms. As Lin Yun spoke, He naturally walked behind Chen Yue. With one hand gently supporting her waist and the other supporting her arm, I helped her adjust her posture. Feel it. Isn't it smoother to exert force this way? And the power is easier to project? Their bodies were almost touching, and Lin Yun's warm breath brushed against Chen Yue's ear. Chen Yue's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed, adjusted as instructed, and her eyes lit up. It really does. It feels completely different. Yes, remember this feeling. Lin Yun released his hand and turned to Zhao Qingyue, who was standing to the side. Qingyue, your footwork is a bit disjointed. The palm strike arrives, but the footwork doesn't follow. Watching the intimate and natural interactions in the teaching area, Su Yingxue withdrew her gaze. Looking at Lin Qinshi beside him, he spoke softly. Qinshi, will you blame us? Lin Qinshi was taking small sips of water when she heard this and was taken aback. She turned to look at Su Yingxue, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Sister Yingxue, what did you say? Why would I blame you? Shen Yuqing gently chimed in from the side. Didn't you just get married a few days ago? You're not even over your honeymoon yet. You haven't even had a chance to get intimate with your husbands yet. And we've already called Qingyue and Yue over, disrupting your time together. Wu Qingya reached out and took Lin Qinshi's hands in her own, her beautiful eyes filled with sincere apology. Yes, Qinshi, I was also involved in this, and I've always felt a little guilty towards you. When Shen Yuqing said the words, get intimate, Lin Qinshi's cheeks flushed red at a visible speed. She subconsciously glanced again in the direction of the teaching area. Lin Yun was currently correcting Zhao Qingyue's palm technique detail, their hands almost touching. Lin Qinshi's gaze swept over the three older sisters' faces before returning to the harmonious scene in the room. She bit her lip, thought seriously for a moment, then raised her eyes, her voice not loud, but very clear. At the very beginning, there was a little bit, she honestly admitted. Just a little bit. It feels like my own time has been taken away. The three older sisters all looked understanding and listened quietly. But Lin Qianxi changed the subject, a smile appearing on her face. After getting to know Sister Qingyue and Sister Yue, I found that they're both very nice people, gentle and kind, and they take good care of me. Moreover, seeing how seriously my husband teaches them and how hard they study, I actually think it's quite good. So that little bit of feeling disappeared very quickly. Chapter 68 tonight. Let my husband love you properly. Su Yingxue carefully observed her expression, making sure she wasn't just being polite before asking again. Really? You can't lie to your sisters. We're family. Really? There isn't any? Lin Qinshi shook her head, her eyes open and honest. Sister Yingxue, Sister Yuqing, Sister Qingya, being able to marry my husband is like having the most beautiful dream ever. My husband is so outstanding and so wonderful. How could I possibly have any other negative thoughts? Besides, as she spoke, her face flushed even more, and her voice lowered, carrying the shyness unique to young girls. What are you talking about? Su Yingxue pressed on relentlessly, leaning close to her ear and whispering her questions. Lin Qianxi covered her burning cheeks and gave Su Yingxue a reproachful look. Oh dear, Sister Yingxue, you know, I have to say it out loud. How embarrassing. Su Yingxue understood what she meant, of course. It's the kind of experience where you could be well taken care of by your husband and climb to the top together. It's that magical feeling where, through the most intimate dual cultivation, both strength and talent quietly increase. She sighed softly, her gaze returning to the three figures in the arena, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yes, I never imagined that one day I would be thinking about finding a wife for my husband every day. Shen Yuqing gently replied, Me too. I used to think that being with one person for life was the most perfect thing. But my husband's physique is too special. Dual cultivation can not only improve the strength and martial arts talent of both parties, we can also extract and integrate the best talents of each sister, and then slowly pass them on to all of us. With such talent, it would be such a waste if she didn't find more brides for her husband. Wu Qingyan nodded vigorously. She recalled her initial worries about her father's actions, but those worries had long since vanished. Yes, it would be such a waste not to marry more wives. At first, because of my own father, I was very worried that if my husband married more wives, he would neglect some of them. But now, I fully believe my husband won't. He was sincere to each and every one of us, treated everyone equally, and cherished and cared for us. As Lin Qinshi listened to her sister's words, the last trace of doubt in her heart completely disappeared, replaced by a broader sense of identity. She gripped Wu Qingya's hand tightly, then looked at her two other sisters. Yeah, so I really don't feel jealous at all right now. Helping my husband marry more wives is not only for him, but also for ourselves and for the betterment of our family. Looking at her clear-headed expression, Su Yingxue smiled with satisfaction and reached out to pinch her cheek. Qinshi, it's so good that you think this way. Tonight, your husband will love you properly and make it up to you. Sister Yingxue. Lin Qinshi blushed instantly from her neck to her ears, so embarrassed that she rushed over to cover Su Yingxue's mouth. Oh dear, I'm just telling the truth. Su Yingxue laughed as she dodged. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya couldn't help but laugh as they watched the two bickering. That night, Lin Yun had a feeling he couldn't quite describe. Anyway, the light stayed on until late at night. Before we knew it, Zhao Qingwei and her companion had been staying at the Lin family's house for a week. Nighttime at the guest house's hot spring pool. The air was thick with moisture, and the aroma of herbs seemed stronger than usual. The pool water still shimmered with a faint golden hue, nourishing the body and accelerating the circulation of qi and blood. With just 7 days of regular and efficient training, plus the aid of the nightly medicinal bath, their progress was clearly visible. Zhao Qingyue's health and vitality increased from 96 points to 97 points, bringing her one step closer to the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Qin Yue's improvement was even more significant, soaring from 82 points to 84 points, and she felt much lighter and more energetic. At this moment, the two leaned comfortably against the pool, feeling the spring water enveloping their bodies and the medicinal power penetrating their limbs and bones, dispelling the fatigue of the day. This medicinal bath is truly amazing. I feel so comfortable even in the very bones. Qin Yue let out a satisfied sigh and closed her eyes. Yes, Zhao Qingwei replied lazily. The most expensive herbal bath pack in the martial arts school is not even 1/10 as effective as this. The Lin family's resources are truly unfathomable. After a moment of silence, only the sound of the water gently rippling could be heard. Qin Yue suddenly spoke, her voice exceptionally clear in the misty steam. Qin Yue, I plan to confess my feelings to Lin Yun tomorrow. There was complete silence. Not a sound could be heard around. The expected surprise, questions, or objections did not materialize. Qin Yue opened her eyes in confusion and turned her head to look. Zhao Qingwei leaned against the edge of the pool, her head tilted to the side, her breathing even and deep, her long eyelashes fluttering gently in the mist. She was so comfortable, she almost fell asleep. That brat! Qin Yue shook her head, both amused and annoyed, the solemn atmosphere from before completely gone. She pursed her lips and said, Never mind, I won't say anything more. However, just as she was about to close her eyes again and enjoy the moment, Zhao Qingyue mumbled groggily, Yue, what did you just say? Qin Yue replied irritably, It's nothing. Wrong. Zhao Qingyue rubbed her eyes, clearing her mind a bit, and tried hard to recall. What? I think I just heard you say, confess your feelings? She murmured, trying to piece together the fragments of words she had captured in her half-dreaming, half-awake state. Suddenly, as if she had been scalded by something, she stood up from the water with a splash. Water droplets rolled down her smooth skin, shimmering under the light. Yue. Her eyes widened, her voice trembling with shock. Did you just say confessed? To Lin Yun. She was so shocked she could barely speak a complete sentence. Did I mishear something in a daze? Or really? But looking at Yue's calm expression, it didn't seem like she was joking. Qin Yue looked at her friend, who was stunned and speechless, sighed, and reached out to tug at her wrist. Please sit down first. Be careful not to catch a cold. And you heard me right? It's exactly what you think. As her fingertips touched Zhao Qingyue's smooth and delicate skin, Qin Yue couldn't help but mutter to herself. This girl is a bit slow-witted, but she has a really good figure. It makes you feel a little unbalanced after looking at her for a while. Zhao Qingyue was pulled back into the water, but her eyes remained wide open as she stared straight at Qin Yue, as if she were seeing her for the first time. After a long while, she finally found her voice, which trembled with disbelief. Yue, do you know what you're saying? Confessing your feelings. How can it be a girl confessing to a boy? This. Qin Yue raised an eyebrow and retorted. Why not? Did anyone stipulate that? This. Zhao Qingwei was speechless when asked the question. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find a reason to refute it. Yes, the law doesn't stipulate it, and morality doesn't seem to explicitly prohibit it either. But this doesn't align with the concept that girls should be reserved that she's been taught since childhood. The hot spring returned to silence. The two leaned against the rock side by side, neither of them speaking for a moment. Only the gentle ripples of the spring water could be heard. Chapter 69. Woman Pursuing Man? But is this really okay? Why is it not good? Faced with Chun Yue's question, Zhao Qingwei hesitated, trying to find a reason. She thought about it for a long time before finally expressing her concerns. Lin Yun is interested in us, and Ying Xue and the others also want to set us up. It's all very obvious. Now, is it too hasty for us to confess our feelings directly? Wouldn't it make us seem unreserved, not precious enough? Chen Yue looked at her, her eyes becoming serious. Qingwei, let me ask you, compared to Ying Xue, Yu Qing, Qingya, and Qianxi, do the two of us have any advantages? Zhao Qingwei remained silent and did not speak. Advantages? Their appearances may vary, but her family background, the length of time she had known Lin Yun, and the depth of their feelings for each other all seemed to be lacking. Chen Yue changed to a more direct question. Are we prettier than Ying Xue? Zhao Qingwei shook her head almost without thinking. Ying Xue is a different level of beauty. Su Ying Xue's bright, elegant, and radiant beauty is indeed a peak that they can hardly reach. Right? You yourself admit that you're not as pretty as Ying Xue. Chen Yue leaned back against the pool, her voice calm, yet carrying a powerful force. Then let me ask you again, if it were you, and you had such an excellent husband as Lin Yun, would you proactively, or even enthusiastically, try to set him up with other equally outstanding girls, or even girls who might threaten your status? Zhao Qingwei thought about it carefully, then slowly shook her head. No, I won't. Honestly, she couldn't be that generous. She would definitely prefer her husband to dote on her alone. Exactly, Chen Yue shrugged. Sometimes we need to let go of that little bit of unnecessary pride and reserve and take the initiative. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Qingwei was in a state of utter confusion. I think Chen Yue makes sense, but I still can't get over that hurdle in my heart. But even if you don't confess, given the current pace Lin Yun might, I knew he would. Chen Yue interrupted her, looking directly into her eyes. Qingwei, have you experienced many surprises these past few days? More, please. Top-notch training conditions, patient guidance, meticulous care, and the enthusiasm of my fellow sisters. Every day is full of surprises. So, what surprise did you bring to Lin Yun? Zhao Qingwei was stunned. She thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there really wasn't. They have always been the recipients. It is Lin Yun and Ying Xue who are giving. Zhao Qingwei lowered her head somewhat shyly. It seems not. Chen Yue sighed softly. Yes, neither of us could bring him any decent surprise. Confessing our feelings first is not only our first surprise for him, but also a way to give ourselves a clear answer. Is it? Silence fell over the hot spring once again, with only the soft sound of ripples. After a long while, Zhao Qingwei finally spoke again, her voice much softer and tinged with trepidation. What if you confess your feelings to Lin Yun tomorrow, and he doesn't accept you? That would be so awkward. How would we get along after that? Upon hearing this, Chen Yue suddenly laughed, a laugh that was somewhat mysterious and even a little sly. Zhao Qingwei immediately sensed something was wrong and leaned closer to stare at her. Yue, are you hiding something from me? Tell me. As she spoke, she reached out to tickle Chen Yue. Hey, stop it. Stop it. I'll talk. Chen Yue is extremely ticklish, and she laughed and dodged while repeatedly begging for mercy. After Zhao Qingwei stopped, she calmed her breathing, a smile still on her face, and said in a low voice, This afternoon, after I finished training in the gravity chamber, I saw that you were still inside receiving individual guidance from Lin Yun, so I went to find Ying Xue and subtly inquired about her. The two trainees experienced different degrees of gravity, so they trained separately in different gravity chambers. Zhao Qingyue's heart jumped, and she looked at her nervously. Chen Yue didn't keep him in suspense, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Ying Xue was so happy. She secretly told me that Lin Yun had a very good impression of both of us. He does have, well, in Ying Xue's own words, the idea of marrying both of these good girls. Really? Zhao Qingyue's eyes lit up instantly. Her cheeks flushed, and a huge weight seemed to be lifted from her heart. So, he really meant that. But what followed was an even stronger sense of shyness and a strange anticipation. Absolutely true. So, my success rate in confessing my feelings should be quite high. I just want to move this forward faster and to make ourselves feel more in this relationship. Be more valuable rather than simply passively waiting to be chosen. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyue finally understood Chen Yui's thoughts. Looking into her friend's confident and bright eyes, most of the hesitation and doubt in her heart suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a mixture of admiration, envy, and a subtle, unconscious stirring within. So, what do you plan to say? Zhao Qingyue asked softly. I haven't fully thought it through yet, but I definitely need to be sincere. Anyway, I'll see how things go tomorrow. The two quieted down again, leaning against each other while soaking in the medicinal bath, each lost in their own thoughts. The rising steam from the hot spring seemed to carry with it a sense of determination and courage, filling the small space. Meanwhile, the master bedroom was brightly lit as always. Lin Yan felt that Su Yingxue was acting a bit strange tonight. She was exceptionally enthusiastic and proactive, and her eyes sparkled with a light he couldn't understand, a mixture of excitement and a sense of watching the show. He pressed for an answer, but Su Yingxue simply smiled and remained silent, silencing his question with an even more passionate kiss. Husband, don't ask so many questions. Her breath was sweet and fragrant in his ear. Just know that something good might happen tomorrow. Lin Yun was so aroused by her teasing that he didn't bother to delve into the strange feeling. Anyway, that night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on until late, as expected. The next day, at breakfast time, the atmosphere in the restaurant was as usual, with the exquisite breakfast emitting an enticing aroma and maids quietly serving customers. Su Yingxue and her three companions, along with Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue, chatted and laughed as they enjoyed the delicious food. Lin Yun, however, felt that something was not quite right. He took a closer look. Breakfast was plentiful, and the wives' smiles remained sweet. Zhao Qingyue quietly sipped her porridge, while Chen Yue shared her experience of the medicinal bath the previous night as cheerfully as ever. It seemed that nothing had changed, but that subtle, undercurrent-like feeling just wouldn't go away. Especially Su Yingxue, whose eyes would occasionally flash with a sly and expectant look as if she were hiding a secret. Yingxue, what happened to you today? Just as Lin Yan was about to ask a question, Su Yingxue put a crystal shrimp dumpling over his mouth and shut him up. Chapter 70. Come and see the show. Husband, eat more. I still have to guide Yue and the others in their cultivation this morning. She spoke with a smile, her eyes clear and innocent. Lin Yan chewed on a shrimp dumpling, glanced at her suspiciously, and ultimately swallowed his question. Forget it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. He noticed that Chen Yue seemed unusually quiet today. Although she was joking around, she would quickly look away when her eyes occasionally glanced at him, and her ears would turn slightly red. Is she feeling unwell? Yue, did you not sleep well last night? Or are you feeling a little dizzy from soaking in the medicinal bath for too long? Huh? No, no. Lin Yun's concerned words startled Chen Yue, making her blush even more. She quickly waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. I rested very well. The medicinal bath was also very comfortable. Thank you for your concern, Lin Yun. This reaction made Lin Yun feel even more uneasy. However, he didn't think about it that way. Although this world is in the era of interstellar high-tech warfare. However, due to the presence of powerful martial artists, many countries are monarchies, including the country he is currently in, which even has a slave system. Social attitudes are more conservative than in ancient times on Earth. It's extremely rare for a girl to confess her feelings to a boy. Lin Yan hadn't even considered that possibility. Morning, in the practice room. The process of guiding the two to use the equipment to refine their qi and blood and strengthen their physique remained the same as always. Lin Yun's explanations remained patient and detailed. Zhao Qingyue studied diligently. Chen Yue, Chen Yue seems a bit distracted. Her movements are occasionally a beat slow, and her eyes are wandering. Lin Yan had to remind him several times. Yue, concentrate. When exerting force, focus on feeling the flow of qi and blood in the muscles. Oh, okay. Chen Yue always seemed like a startled deer, hastily regaining her composure, but after a while she would revert to her old ways. Lin Yun became increasingly puzzled, but he didn't delve into it, assuming that she had just started systematic training and hadn't fully adapted to this high-intensity, high-focus mode yet. In the afternoon, the gravity chamber area. They're still training separately. Zhao Qingyue adapted well and was already able to try practicing basic boxing techniques under 2.5 times gravity. She then went into another gravity chamber by herself. Lin Yun led Qinyue back into the basic gravity chamber, just as the heavy alloy door of the gravity chamber slowly closed. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up as she sat in the rest area outside. She immediately put down her health tea and pulled Lin Qianxi, who was practicing footwork on the open ground next to her, over. Huh? Sister Yingxue, what's wrong? Lin Qianxi asked, puzzled. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingyao also looked over curiously. With a mysterious smile that seemed to say, I finally waited for this, Su Yingxue put her index finger to her lips and made a sh sound. Then, as if by magic, he pulled a thin but powerful tablet computer out from under the sofa cushion. She quickly operated the controls a few times, and the screen lit up, displaying a clear image, the real-time monitoring of the interior of that gravity chamber. The image quality is excellent. You can even see the subtle expressions on the two people's faces. My husband is guiding Yue in cultivation? What's so interesting about that? Lin Qianxi was even more puzzled. Although she enjoyed watching her husband teach seriously, why did he specifically bring everyone over to watch this? Don't rush, okay? Su Yingxue smiled like a little fox who had stolen a chicken and placed the tablet on the table in the middle. Keep watching. The important part is coming soon. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding something, and then both came closer. For heads were huddled together, and 8 eyes were glued to the screen. Gravity chamber, 1.8 times the gravitational force environment. Qinyue is practicing that set of basic palm techniques. Under the influence of gravity, every movement is several times more strenuous than usual. Fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on her forehead, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. The movements inevitably became distorted. Sink your waist down another 3 points, and exert force from the heel of your palm, not your hand. Lin Yun stood beside her, his gaze sharp. He naturally reached out and gently placed one hand on her lower back, applying a little pressure to help her adjust her posture. With his other hand, he supported her forearm, guiding the direction of his strength, and his warm breath brushed past her ear. Feel it here, yes, right here, tense it, and then release it instantly. The two were pressed very close together for the purpose of teaching. Lin Yun could smell the faint fragrance of her hair mixed with the scent of sweat. Qinyue could clearly feel Lin Yun's warm body temperature and his steady, powerful heartbeat coming from behind her. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her body adjusted slightly under Lin Yun's manipulation, making it seem as if she was intentionally or unintentionally leaning against him. Yue today, Shen Yuqing blinked in the rest area. How bold! Standing so close to her husband, did you guys notice just now? It seemed like she was deliberately leaning against him. Yes. Wu Qingya and Lin Qianxi nodded at the same time. They had also noticed it. But my husband is so serious. He didn't react at all to such an ambiguous position. His eyes were only focused on the movement and the point of exertion. Look at Yue's expression. She seems a little disappointed. Wu Qingya looked at Lin Yun's focused and serious face on the screen with a mixture of admiration and amusement. Looking at her husband's single-minded focus on martial arts in the image on the screen, Lin Qianxi's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence and admiration, and she whispered, After all, we are practicing martial arts now. My husband is most concerned about martial arts. Once he enters teaching mode, he becomes very serious and focused. Su Yingxue turned her head to look at her. So, was our Qianxi also attracted to such a serious and focused husband back then? Lin Qianxi blushed slightly, but did not deny it. Her gaze fell on the tall, imposing figure on the screen, her voice soft as if recalling a beautiful dream. When I was in the school's martial arts gym, no matter how late I practiced, even if it was dark and everyone else had left the gym, I always see a figure still in the corner, practicing the most basic boxing techniques over and over again. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his movements were meticulous. At that time, I felt this person was so special, so dazzling. A vivid image emerged from her words. The empty martial arts hall, the dim yellow lights, the tireless figure of the boy, and the girl's quiet gaze outside the window. Inside the gravity chamber, a set of palm techniques was finally completed. Chun Yue's chest heaved as she breathed heavily, her wisps of hair on her forehead damp with sweat and clinging to her skin. Completing the entire routine under 1.8 times the normal gravity would be quite taxing on her current physical condition. How are you feeling? Do you want to lower the gravity and rest for a bit? 1.8 times might still be a bit strenuous for you. Lin Yun asked with concern. He could tell she was having some difficulty. Chun Yue took a deep breath, shook her head, and her eyes showed stubbornness. No need, 1.8 times is fine, I can do it. Chapter 71, Confession. All right, let's continue. This time, pay attention to the key points I just mentioned. We'll break down the movements. Lin Yun nodded and began the second round of teaching. This time, Chun Yue seemed to have really exhausted herself. Her movements were more sluggish than before, and she was also having trouble maintaining her balance from time to time. Lin Yun had to reach out several times to straighten her arm and steady her. There was even a time when her legs went weak and she fell backward, only regaining her balance when Lin Yun caught her by the shoulder. The frequency and intimacy of physical contact increased visibly. Lin Yun's fingertips occasionally brushed against her skin, each time bringing a slight tingling sensation. When practicing a difficult turning palm strike, perhaps due to physical exhaustion or mental distraction, Chun Yue suddenly stumbled. Completely losing his balance, he screamed and fell backward. Careful! Lin Yun reacted extremely quickly, letting out a low shout and almost instinctively taking a large step forward, stretching out his long arm. He firmly embraced her waist and pulled her back from the brink of falling. The immense inertia caused the two of them to spin around half a circle. Still shaken, Chun Yue instinctively clung tightly to Lin Yun's neck with both hands. The scene seemed to freeze in an instant. Inside the gravity-controlled room, the lighting is soft. Chun Yue was practically clinging to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's strong arms encircled her slender waist, supporting her entire weight. The two faced each other, their noses almost touching, and could clearly feel each other's warm breath brushing against their cheeks. Chun Yue's face was flushed from cultivation, and glistening beads of sweat slid down her smooth forehead, along her graceful neck, and into her collar. A few strands of damp hair clung to her flushed cheeks and neck, which, far from making her look disheveled, added a breathtaking beauty to her still stunned appearance after exercise. Her chest heaved rapidly from shock and exhaustion, and her eyes were wide open, clearly reflecting Lin Yun's concerned face. Lin Yun could smell a faint scent of medicine, sweat, and the sweet fragrance unique to young girls emanating from her. I could see my reflection in her eyes, and I could feel her rapid heartbeat pressed against my chest. Are you all right? Lin Yun looked down at the beauty in his arms, his voice unconsciously softening. Chun Yue stared at him intently, as if trying to etch his image into her heart. She could see her own somewhat disheveled, yet incredibly clear reflection in his deep eyes. She gently shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. "In nothing." "Well," Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "Shall we continue, or should we rest first?" He made a gesture to loosen his grip on her waist and straighten her up. However, Chun Yue's hand around his neck showed no sign of loosening. On the contrary, she tightened it even more. Lin Yun paused, looking down at her with some confusion. "What's wrong? Did you just twist your ankle? Or is something else bothering you?" Chun Yue did not answer, but simply looked up at him intently. Her breathing became more rapid, and the blush on her cheeks spread to her ears and neck. She seemed to have mustered a lot of courage, and with a slight exertion of her hands, she brought the already very close distance between them to almost zero. She opened her mouth. The words she had rehearsed countless times last night were on the tip of her tongue. But when the time came, they found those words so pale and so difficult to utter. Courage surged within my chest, yet shyness held it firmly in place. Then, she closed her eyes. It was as if I had used all my strength, or as if I had simply followed my deepest desires. She tilted her head back, her voice as soft as a feather falling to the ground, yet carrying a resolute determination. "I like you." The moment the words fell, before Lin Yun could react, she pulled down hard with both hands, and at the same time, she stood on tiptoe, her soft and warm lips, with a mix of determination and naivety, accurately pressed against Lin Yun's lips. Lin Yun was completely stunned. The words, "I like you," still echoed in my ears, carrying the shyness and courage unique to a young girl, like a pebble thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples. Before he could fully process this sudden confession, he felt a strange yet soft touch on his lips, carrying a faint sweet fragrance and Chen Yue's warm breath. A tremendous surprise exploded in his heart like fireworks. He hadn't expected Chen Yue to be so bold and direct. In the special environment of this gravity chamber, this is how one expresses their feelings. Is this the good thing Ing Shue was talking about last night? The touch on the lips was raw and clumsy, a simple, unadorned touch, trembling slightly, revealing the wearer's nervousness. Lin Yun's heart softened instantly. All the surprise turned into endless pity and joy. Without further hesitation, he slowly closed his eyes. The hand that was originally supporting Chen Yue's waist changed to a steady and gentle encirclement, pulling her closer into his arms. With his other hand, he gently stroked the back of her head, his fingertips running through her slightly damp hair. Then, he responded to the brave kiss with his warm and skilled lips, gently yet firmly. He guided her, slowly relaxing her inexperienced lips and tongue, allowing her to feel the mingling of their breaths. Gravity seemed to lose its meaning at this moment, and all that remained of the world was the tender, lingering warmth between their lips and teeth, and two rapidly beating hearts that gradually synchronized. The rest area was completely silent. Su Yingxue and the other three had their 8 eyes glued to the screen, barely blinking, and even their breathing became soft. They witnessed firsthand the entire process of that confession, from its initial brewing to its overcoming of shyness. I witnessed the moment Chen Yue closed her eyes and kissed him, witnessing Lin Yun's transformation from astonishment to surprise and then to a gentle response. The scene was so beautiful. It was like a meticulously filmed romance movie. A valiant knight rescues a beautiful princess in a moment of crisis. They spin, gaze, confess their love, and kiss. All the elements are there, and it's incredibly realistic and moving. A dreamy light involuntarily shone in the eyes of the 4 women. Their cheeks flushed slightly, and an unconscious smile played on their lips. They even seemed to be infatuated. Wow! Lin Qinshi couldn't help but let out a small exclamation and covered her mouth. Just like in the movie, Wu Qingyao murmured. Shen Youqing's eyes were full of tender blessings. Su Yingxue wore a smug smile, as if she had planned everything perfectly, and secretly clenched her fist. It worked. This scene, consisting of a confession and a first kiss, lasted for a full minute under the witness of 1.8 times the normal gravity. The long and sweet kiss only ended reluctantly when Chen Yue completely collapsed into Lin Yun's arms, her face buried in his chest, too shy to look up. Inside the gravity chamber, only the slightly rapid breathing of the two remained, along with a sweet and ambiguous atmosphere. What about Chapter 72? Am I overthinking it? In the gravity chamber next door, Zhao Qingyue seemed a little distracted. Under the pressure of 2.5 times gravity, she had already completed a full set of palm techniques. He then immediately performed a set of basic boxing techniques. They're now reenacting the palm technique, attempting to concentrate through mechanical repetition. But my thoughts, like uncontrollable vines, kept spreading. She couldn't help but recall her conversation with Yue in the hot spring yesterday. Yue's determined gaze and her words, "Tomorrow, I plan to confess to Lin Yun," echoed repeatedly in her mind. Yue was next door, and Lin Yun was there too. How are they doing now? Yue, did you confess your feelings? Did Lin Yun accept it? Or did something else happen? Zhao Qingyue felt very confused, as if she were being pulled by 2 opposing forces. One feeling is tension and anticipation for a friend who might take a brave step. The other feeling, however, was a hidden sense of loss and a vague sense of resentment that even she herself was unwilling to delve into. After finishing the palm technique, her training clothes were soaked with sweat. Cultivating continuously under 2.5 times gravity was a considerable burden for her, resulting in a huge physical exertion. But she didn't stop to rest and start a new round of boxing practice, as if she wanted to use physical exhaustion to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Halfway through the fight, the heavy alloy door slid open silently, and Lin Yun walked in. Zhao Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, and her movements involuntarily faltered. She hurriedly steadied herself, immediately adjusted her breathing, forced herself to calm down, and at the same time quickly glanced at Lin Yun out of the corner of her eye. Unfortunately, Lin Yun looked no different than usual. His expression was calm, his eyes were focused, his clothes were neat, and even his hairstyle was not messy. There was no unusual blush or special expression on her face. He seemed to have just completed a routine teaching instruction session. She wanted to ask, but the words wouldn't come out. Lin Yun, did Yue confess her feelings to you? How can anyone ask such a question? Lin Yun was also observing her. He walked in with a hint of anticipation in his heart. I'm looking forward to seeing some kind of reaction from Zhao Qingyue. After all, she and Qinyue were like sisters, so perhaps she knew something. Maybe even, will they also be moved and express some sentiments? However, aside from her flushed face, slightly rapid breathing, and sweat-dampened hair due to high-gravity cultivation, Zhao Qingyue appeared before them. It looks almost exactly the same as it did after practicing yesterday and the day before. She was breathing slightly heavily, and sweat slid down her fair and slender neck, lingering for a moment on her delicate collarbone before disappearing into her collar. The flush from exercise added a touch of vibrancy and beauty to her delicate and gentle appearance. His eyes were clear, but there was a hint of fatigue from practice. But what shines brighter most is the earnest radiance of someone focused on martial arts. It's beautiful, but it doesn't seem to have any other meaning. Lin Yun felt a slight sense of disappointment, but then felt relieved. It seems I was overthinking it. Yue's bold confession may just be an isolated case. Qingyue is more introverted and reserved, so she probably wouldn't. Never mind, I'm not in a hurry anyway. After marrying Yue in a grand and glorious way, he will find a suitable opportunity to properly express his feelings to Qingyue and marry her as well. Best friends should always be together, looking neat and tidy. Tired? Why don't you take a rest? Lin Yun said gently, breaking the silence. No need, I can still manage. Zhao Qingyue quickly shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate. Lin Yun, there are still a few transitions in that set of boxing techniques that I didn't quite get along with. Could you give me some pointers? Of course. Lin Yun nodded, composed himself, and returned to teaching mode. One taught very diligently, and the other studied very diligently. The only sounds in the gravity chamber were the wind generated by the movements, the faint sounds of fists and palms cutting through the air, and Lin Yun's occasional, concise, and clear instructions. The atmosphere was serious and focused, as if the romantic confession that had just taken place next door was just a distant illusion. In the rest area, Su Yingxue and the other three looked at the teaching scene in the gravity chamber, which was so normal it couldn't be more so, and exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that we're overthinking it? Qingyue seems to know nothing about this? Shen Yuqing hesitated. Wu Qingya, yes, it's exactly the same as usual. And my husband doesn't seem to have shown any special reaction. Lin Qinshi, maybe that's just Qingyue's personality? She's a bit slow to warm up? Su Yingxue stroked her chin, lost in thought. That shouldn't be the case. Yue seemed so confident yesterday. Even if Qingyue didn't take the initiative, she should at least show some signs of knowing about it. Let's wait and see. However, even after all the training time ended this afternoon, there was still no sign of a reversal on Zhao Qingyue's side. She simply asked Lin Yun a few questions about cultivation, then ended the training and walked out of the gravity chamber with him. After finishing their practice, everyone went to wash up and change into clean, comfortable, everyday clothes. When everyone gathered again at the entrance of the practice room, ready to return to the main house together, the atmosphere seemed no different from yesterday. Su Yingxue walked arm in arm with Shen Yuqing, while Wu Qingya and Lin Qinshi walked alongside them, and Lin Yun and Qingyue walked side by side. As the sun sets, it bathes everything in a warm, golden light. But Zhao Qingyue keenly sensed that something seemed different. She deliberately slowed her pace, falling half a step behind the others, her gaze secretly sweeping back and forth between Lin Yun and Qingyue. Really, Lin Yun's gaze toward Qingyue remained gentle. But compared to the pure appreciation and friendliness before, there is something deeper and more intimate. That was the look one gives to one's own people, the look one gives to one's future wife. When his gaze falls on Qingyue, it lingers longer unconsciously, and the smile on his lips softens. In Qingyue, her changes are even more obvious. Although she tried her best to hide it, her eyes and brows revealed an indescribable radiance and sweetness. It was as if a new vitality had been injected into me, and I seemed to walk with a light and joyful gait. It wasn't just the exhilaration after cultivation, it was more like a radiant glow emanating from within, quietly nourished by love. Could it be that Yue really confessed her feelings? And judging from this situation, Lin Yun accepted it. Zhao Qingyue's heart started racing again. A sense of certainty, a mixture of I knew it, and panic, a feeling of what should I do, were intertwined. Qingyue, what are you thinking about? Are you daydreaming? Lin Yun's gentle voice suddenly rang out beside her. He had slowed down his pace without realizing it and was walking alongside her. Zhao Qingyue was startled, like a child caught doing something wrong, and quickly waved her hands. No, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just thinking about the point of force application in my punch just now. Lin Yun turned his head to look at her, his eyes gentle but with a hint of inquiry. Really? You seem a bit uneasy when you came out of the gravity chamber. Are you feeling unwell? Or was the training intensity too high? No discomfort. The intensity is just right. Zhao Qingyue quickly denied it, but her brain was racing, trying to find a reasonable excuse. Her eyes quickly scanned her surroundings. This is the only way back to the main house from the practice room, and next to it is a meticulously maintained garden. In the distance lies a shimmering artificial lake, and the garden features lawns, pavilions, and flower beds. Garden Lake, open space, all done. Chapter 73 features highly impactful visuals. Zhao Qingyue immediately spoke up. He forced a look of curiosity and slight annoyance onto his face. The voice was deliberately played in a somewhat confused tone. Actually, there was a point I theoretically understood when you were pointing it out to me just now. But my body always felt a little off, and I never really understood it. I was thinking about it while I was walking. Her facial expressions are on par with an award-winning actress. Even her eyes are perfectly poised. It revealed a kind of dedication to the pursuit of excellence in martial arts and a hint of confusion, and no one noticed any flaws. Oh, which place? Can you demonstrate it now? Lin Yun's attention was indeed drawn. Zhao Qingyue quickly glanced at Su Yingxue and the others walking ahead. They hadn't gone far and were chatting as they walked slowly. She bit her lip, as if making up her mind, and spoke. Lin Yun, how about we go to the lawn in that garden over there? It's spacious there. Could you give me some more guidance on spot? If I don't get this joint cleared, I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Her tone was a little embarrassed and pleading, yet full of seriousness about martial arts, flawless. Okay, Lin Yun readily agreed and said to Su Yingxue and the others in front of him. Yingxue, you should go back first. Qingyue still has one question she doesn't understand. Su Yingxue and the others turned around upon hearing the sound. Su Yingxue glanced at Zhao Qingyue's serious face, then at Lin Yun, and smiled. It's all right, we'll wait for you. If it's just one thing you haven't figured out yet, it shouldn't take long. Oh, no need, no need. Zhao Qingyue's acting was superb. She waved her hands repeatedly, even conveying a sense of urgency and consideration. Sister Yingxue, you should go back first. You're all pregnant. What are you waiting for us for? You may not be hungry, but the baby in your belly must be. Go back quickly, we'll be there soon. Her reasons were reasonable. Her expression was incredibly sincere, and it even showed concern for her best friends and babies. Shen Yuqing, Wu Qingya, and Lin Qianxi didn't think much of it. A barely perceptible hint of understanding flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes, but on the surface, she remained compliant. All right then, hurry up, dinner should be ready soon. She gave Lin Yun a meaningful look, then turned and walked away with her sisters. I watched them disappear around the corner of the garden path. Zhao Qingyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then said to Lin Yun, let's hurry over to the grassland over there. The two arrived at a spacious, soft lawn in the lakeside garden. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed everything in a warm orange-red hue. The lake's surface shimmered, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass. What's wrong with you? Come on, let me take a look. Lin Yun stopped, and his gaze fell on Zhao Qingyue. Seeing that Su Yingxue and the others had indeed gone far away, Zhao Qingyue finally relaxed her tense nerves a little. To prevent any accidents, she carefully rewrote all the parts she was not familiar with. The movements were precise, the force was clearly applied, and it was even smoother than when I was in the gravity chamber. However, Lin Yun was, after all, someone who had received 20 years of martial arts experience through the system's initiation, and his insight was extremely sharp. even if Zhao Qingwei did not intentionally reveal any flaws. He could still spot several areas for improvement or even correction from extremely subtle changes in rhythm, shifts in weight, and the sequence of muscle activation. Here, the speed of hip rotation can be increased by half a step, which will generate more power in the shoulders and arms. When you strike with this palm, you can tighten your wrist a little more so that the force goes straight to your fingertips. Also, there's this footwork transition. There's an almost imperceptible pause after your left foot lands, which affects the overall smoothness and speed. Try this. As Lin Yun spoke, he personally demonstrated and patiently explained. Some of the issues he pointed out were indeed details that Zhao Qingwei herself hadn't realized, and some were even things he had mentioned before, but Zhao Qingwei might not have fully understood. Zhao Qingwei was completely convinced, but at the same time, she was secretly alarmed. Lin Yun's martial arts skills and his keen insight into details are truly unfathomable. She suppressed all distractions, devoted herself wholeheartedly, and kept in mind every word of Lin Yun's guidance, and tried to make adjustments on the spot. All right, that's about all for now. Go back and think about it more, reflect on it more. Let's stop here for today. After Lin Yun finished explaining, he looked at the sky. Haste makes waste. Let's figure out the problem today and put it into practice tomorrow. We should head back now. He turned around and prepared to walk towards the main house. Lin Yun, Zhao Qingwei suddenly called out to him. Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached his ears clearly. Lin Yun stopped and turned around. The moment he turned around, a truly striking scene unfolded before his eyes. Against the backdrop of the golden glow of the setting sun, the shimmering lake reflects the swaying shadows of the flowers. In the center of this picturesque scenery, there is a beautiful and gentle girl. She bowed to him with the utmost respect and at a perfect 90-degree angle. She stretched out both hands, holding a light pink, exquisitely crafted envelope. At the seal of the envelope, there was a hand-drawn, slightly naive but heartfelt red heart. At the same moment, she bent over, accompanied by this solemn yet shy posture. A voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz yet crystal clear drifted into Lin Yun's ears on the wind. I like you. Lin Yun was completely stunned by this sudden, highly ceremonial, and visually impactful scene. My mind seemed to stop working instantly. The thoughts that were just pondering the details of martial arts were swept away by the pink envelope and that confession, leaving me completely blank. He instinctively, almost reflexively, reached out and took the letter, which was warmed by the girl's body heat and sweaty with nervousness. The letter arrived. His hand inevitably touched her slightly trembling fingertips. A cool touch and a scalding temperature intertwined at this moment. Then, with a whoosh, the girl who was just bending down to hand over the letter in front of me, like a startled rabbit, or like a ripple caused by a thrown stone, it vanished instantly. She ran away. It runs extremely fast. As they approached, Lin Yun only had time to see her back, the fluttering ends of her hair, and the hem of her clothes. The next second, that slender figure rushed out of the grass, retracing the path she had come from. They ran away at an almost desperate speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye behind the flowers and trees. Only the faint fragrance lingering in the air and the heavy, loving letter in my hand proved that what I had just witnessed was not an illusion. Lin Yun stood there blankly, looking down at the letter in his hand, then looking up at the direction where Zhao Qingwei had disappeared. After a while, a bright smile slowly crept onto his lips, growing wider and wider until he could no longer contain himself. This girl is so cute. At that moment, Su Yingxue and her companions had just arrived at the entrance of the main house. I felt a gentle breeze carrying the scent of flowers rush past me. A blurry figure darted past them and rushed through the gate, moving so fast that they couldn't even see who it was. That was Qingwei, running so fast. Is there a ferocious beast chasing them? Qinyue looked thoughtfully toward the garden. Su Yingxue gently put her arms around her sister's shoulders. Come on, let's go inside. It looks like tonight's dinner is going to be quite interesting. Chapter 74. Marry Zhao Qingwei first, then marry Qinyue. Lin Yun never expected Zhao Qingwei to confess her feelings in this way. The image of bending over at a 90-degree angle and presenting an envelope with a heart-shaped sticker is just like the most innocent and touching scene in a youth anime. He was overwhelmed with joy, as if a warm tide was washing over his heart. Having lived two lives, this was the first time he had ever received such a solemn and heartfelt love letter from a girl. He didn't rush to chase after the fleeing figure. Instead, she took the letter, which still carried the warmth of her fingertips and a faint fragrance, and walked to the lakeside pavilion. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, her delicate handwriting leaps off the page, filled with sincere affection. Lin Yun read the contents of the book slowly and carefully, word by word. The letter was short, but every word was sincere. There was gratitude for his meticulous guidance, admiration for his gentle tolerance, and a long-suppressed affection that finally broke through the soil. After Lin Yun finished reading it, he couldn't help but read it again and again, a smile never fading from his lips. The young master of the Lin family has married again, just 10 days after his last marriage to Lin Qianxi. The news caused another sensation throughout Jiangxing. The speed at which the young master of the Lin family got married was even faster than his breakthrough in martial arts. The upper class in Jiangxing was abuzz with discussion. Envious, jealous, and envious. But more than anything, people marveled at the Lin family's good fortune and the charm of that mysterious young master. On their wedding night, the red candles flickered, illuminating the room with a warm and cozy atmosphere. Lin Yun held the wedding scales and gently lifted the red veil from Zhao Qingyue's head. The red veil slowly slid down, revealing an absolutely beautiful face. Zhao Qingyue's makeup was exquisite. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like autumn water. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, carrying a hint of shyness and anticipation. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips were bright red, and her skin was as white as snow. In the candlelight, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Yun was completely mesmerized. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his fingertips touching her delicate skin and feeling her slight trembling. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. "Qingwei," Lin Yun called her softly, his voice filled with tenderness. "My husband." Zhao Qingwei responded shyly, her eyes darting away for a moment before bravely stepping forward again. Meeting his deep and gentle gaze, my heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest in just one glance. Their eyes met, and no further words were needed. Lin Yun leaned down and kissed her soft lips. It was a tender and affectionate kiss, filled with mutual love and cherishment. Lin Yun's movements were very gentle, like melting snow in spring, fine and gentle, soothing her nervousness little by little, making her respond awkwardly and shyly. After the kiss, their foreheads touched, and they whispered the love hidden in their hearts. There are no fancy words, only the simplest understanding between hearts. From the initial spark of attraction to the life they share now, every word they utter is filled with deep affection. When they drank the nuptial wine, Zhao Qingyue's hand was still trembling slightly, but Lin Yun held it tightly. Arms intertwined, wine down the throat, sweetness spreading. The sweetness, tinged with a hint of intoxication, intensifies the happiness of the moment. The red curtains fell, enveloping all the shyness and sweetness within. Only the flickering candlelight and the soft, heart-pounding sounds remained, witnessing the formation of yet another beautiful marriage. When Yen is back, she spent a few days away from home trying to clear her head, hoping to avoid seeing the sight of the virus. As soon as she stepped into the Lin family manor and saw the festive decorations everywhere, she instantly understood. Well, that brat has gotten married yet again. In the dead of night, when Yen stood angrily at the window of her courtyard, gazing at the lights shining from the direction of the main house, laughter could be faintly heard coming from there. She wore a silk nightgown that accentuated her mature and alluring curves. At this moment, however, she resembled a sulking little girl, clutching a small rag doll shaped like Lin Yun in her hand, occasionally raising her hand to punch it twice. "You brat! I'll beat you to death! I'll beat you to death! Mary, Mary, Mary! All you ever think about is getting married." She thought that by hiding away for a while, she could slow down Lin Yun's wedding procession, but reality dealt her a harsh blow. Even without her, a third-tier expert, fishing for him, Lin Yun still managed to get married quickly without being affected at all. Wen Yin grew angrier the more she thought about it, and secretly made up her mind. When Lin Yun challenges me in the future, I'll definitely beat him into a pulp. Yeah, beat them up hard. Let's vent our anger. 5 days later, the Lin family manor was once again brightly decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, and red silk ribbons were hung high, with guests filling the gates. This time, it's to marry Chen Yue. To be fair, Chen Yue confessed her feelings first, so he should have married her first. But after hearing about Zhao Qingyue's confession method of bowing at a 90-degree angle to hand over a love letter, Chen Yue, I was moved by the ultimate youthful energy and shyness of a young girl, and I felt that that was the kind of romance that should be cherished and reciprocated first. Only after her repeated insistence and yielding did Lin Yun marry Zhao Qingyue first. The two women privately argued for a while about who should go first, and then politely yielded to each other. In the end, Chen Yue took on the role of the older sister, stating that she was 2 years older than Qingyue and should give way to her younger sister. Zhao Qingyue finally gave up and agreed to marry Lin Yin first. Wen Yin was completely numb, but since she had already returned, she attended the wedding out of both courtesy and reason. Looking at the bustling scene before her, she felt utterly exhausted. Su Yingxue smiled and moved closer to her. Sister Wen Yin, look, your husband has remarried. Wen Yin looked straight ahead and said in a cold tone, if you want to marry me, so be it. What does it have to do with me? Sister Wen Yin, you're jealous. Su Yingxue pointed out directly, her smile sly. Wen Yin chuckled dryly twice, finally turning to look at her. Who's jealous of that brat? But you little girl, didn't you used to seem quite aloof? Where's the ice queen of Jiangxing number 1 high school? How did you become like this? You look just like a little wife. Su Yingxue wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, she smiled even more sweetly and took Wen Yan's arm. Sister Wen Yan, you still say you're not jealous? Why don't you just marry into the family? Your husband really wants to kiss and hug Sister Wen Yan. Wen Yan was speechless at her bold and straightforward words. Her cheeks flushed red, and she glared at the other person angrily. She really couldn't understand how Su Yingxue had become like this. Didn't you marry him because you wanted to pursue martial arts and were after the Lin family's resources? Now, things have gotten worse. They don't practice martial arts much anymore. Every day, all he could think about was finding a wife for Lin Yun. Wen Yin couldn't stand Su Yingxue's, I understand you look, so she angrily turned her head away, not wanting to look at her anymore. Beside her, Lin Qinshi whispered to Wu Qingya, Wen Yan's arrogant look is so cute. Wu Qingya nodded repeatedly. Yes, so cute. Look at her expression. She's clearly shy, but she's trying so hard to pretend she doesn't care. Zhao Qingyue, who had only been a bride for a few days, was still a little reserved and whispered a reminder. Isn't it inappropriate for you to talk about Sister Wen Yan like that? Sister Wen Yan is a third-level martial artist. Chapter 75 Live Broadcast of the Wedding Night. A stunned Zhao Qingyue. Shen Yuqing gently patted her hand. Don't worry, it's only a matter of time before Sister Wen Yan marries her husband. We'll be like sisters then, so you'd better be mentally prepared to sleep together under the same blanket with Sister Wen Yan. Yuqing. Zhao Qingyue blushed instantly. Their conversation wasn't loud, but Wen Yan's keen hearing allowed her to hear it clearly. She turned around abruptly and glared fiercely at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing only returned a gentle, smiling gaze, though we all understand look in her eyes driving Wen Yan even more crazy. Wen Yan couldn't take it anymore, so she simply closed her eyes and pretended not to hear anything. But inwardly, she was wailing. What kind of spell did that brat cast on them? How did they all end up like this, one by one? The wedding ceremony was solemn and joyous. When the announcement send them to the bridal chamber was made, the wedding banquet officially began. Wen Yan had no appetite at all. Looking at the table full of delicacies and the compliments from the guests around her, she felt utterly bored. She casually ate a few bites, waiting for the guests to begin leaving. She immediately got up and left this place of trouble without looking back. After Wen Yan left, Zhao Qingyue, who was still not quite aware of the ins and outs, was left alone. The other 4 women exchanged glances, their faces revealing knowing smiles. Walk, Su Yingxue whispered, grabbing Zhao Qingyue, who was still somewhat bewildered. The group of 5 had a clear goal and headed straight for the master bedroom of the main house. That is, the room where Su Yingxue and the others usually stay, and it is also the largest room. The same procedure as 5 days ago. Immediately close the door and draw the curtains as soon as you enter, except today, Zhao Qingyue is there too. Yuqing, this is Zhao Qingyue looked bewildered. Lin Qinshi, blushing, ran to draw the curtains, while Wu Qingya quickly flipped open the bed to make room. Shen Yuqing pulled the bewildered Zhao Qingyue directly to the center of the large bed. Su Ingshua walked to the cabinet with practiced ease, opened a hidden compartment, and took out the familiar tablet computer. 5 women, each dressed in a different style of loungewear, with stunningly beautiful faces. They all squeezed onto that huge bed, wrapped in the same soft, thin blanket. Hurry, 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 Wu Qingya urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Qinghua was still a little confused. What? What are you trying to do? Shen Yuqing smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. At this moment, Su Ingshue quickly entered the password. The tablet screen lit up, and a clear picture immediately appeared. This is a real-time view inside the new house. The groom, Lin Yun, and the bride, Chen Yue. Isn't this my husband in Yue? This you. Zhao Qinghua gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she pointed at the screen, unable to speak coherently. Ingshue and the others. They were actually spying on Yue and her husband's wedding night. Stop daydreaming. Come here quickly. Your husband is about to lift the red veil. Without saying a word, Su Ingshue pulled the stunned Zhao Qinghua to the middle of the group so that she could see more clearly. Zhao Qinghua blushed deeply and instinctively closed her eyes tightly, unable to look any longer. But somehow, the eyelids seemed to have a mind of their own, and there was always a thin gap that stubbornly prevented them from closing. Through the gap, she saw her husband gently and slowly lift Yue's red veil. Yue's beautiful face, bright yet tinged with shyness, was revealed. Then she saw her husband gaze at her affectionately, and then slowly kiss her. Zhao Qinghua felt like she was about to burst into flames. Her cheeks were burning hot. I was actually spying on you. She spied on her husband and best friend as they entered their bridal chamber. Everything is clearly visible, and it can even be viewed in high definition from multiple angles without any blind spots. Don't be shy, Su Ingshue said, comforting her as she watched with great interest. There will be many more things like this in the future. There will be more in the future. Zhao Qingyue's voice trembled. Wu Qingya nodded as if it were a matter of course. This is a tradition of our Lin family, and everyone get a share. Tradition? Everyone has it. Zhao Qingyue's mind was a complete mess. She couldn't understand what kind of tradition this was, let alone imagine what everyone has meant. She stared blankly, her eyes wide open, staring intently at the screen. At this moment, her husband and Yue were drinking from the same cup, and every subtle expression on their faces and every detail of their intertwined arms could be clearly seen. I can see it clearly. Tradition, everyone has it. I'm watching my husband and Yue. That. Before that, Ingshue, Yu Qing, Qingya, Qinshi, and the others. My wedding night with my husband. Boomstrapje. This thought exploded in Zhao Qingyue's mind like a thunderbolt. She was completely stunned, frozen on the spot, her face turning so red it looked like it was about to bleed. My husband and I were also... Lin Qinshi saw her dazed look and felt incredibly embarrassed herself. But still blushing, she gently pulled her hand and whispered an explanation. Don't worry, each sister's record has been carefully preserved. After watching this live broadcast, let Sister Ingshue show you her previous treasures as well. Without turning her head, Su Ingshue directed the tablet to be moved closer to the center. What are you two spacing out for? Sit up, we're about to enter the bridal chamber. The important part is coming. The 5 little heads immediately huddled together again, and 10 eyes. Although Zhao Qinghua was still confused, her eyes widened unconsciously, stared intently at the tablet screen, holding their breath. Shen Yuqing suddenly suggested softly, this tablet seems a bit small. With so many people around, it's not clear enough. Su Ingshue agreed. Yeah, it's really too small. Next time we should get a bigger one, or upgrade to a virtual projector. That would be much more enjoyable. Wu Qingya's eyes lit up. Virtual projection? That's great. It's 360 degrees with no blind spots, and you can see every detail clearly. Su Ingshue then remembered something and turned to Zhao Qinghua, who was still in shock, to give her some instructions. All right, Qinghua, remember, whatever you do, don't tell your husband we saw this. Zhao Qinghua asked instinctively. Husband don't know? Of course. Su Jingsu replied confidently. If he finds out, will he still be able to act so naturally? That would greatly diminish our enjoyment of watching. Zhao Qinghua. She felt that her worldview had been shaken like never before, and she needed to be quiet. The night in Jiangsheng was exceptionally gentle. In addition to the lights in the newlyweds' room remaining on until late at night as expected, the lights in two other rooms also remained on for a long time. One is the master bedroom, where 5 women gather to secretly watch a live stream. The other is in the small building where one Yin lives alone, in the room of a certain mature woman who is fuming and tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep no matter what. Chapter 76, both improved, top-tier yellow grade. Early morning. Lin Yun woke up from a sweet dream. The moment I regained consciousness, the first thing I felt was the soft, warm touch in my arms. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered around my nose. He looked down and saw Chun Yue curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten, fast asleep. The afterglow of last night's pleasure still lingered on her bright face. The lingering blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. A few strands of sweat-dampened hair clung to her smooth forehead. Her long eyelashes trembled gently, and her eyes were filled with a languid and charming allure, nourished by love. Her cherry lips were slightly pouting, and unconsciously she rubbed against his chest. Lin Yun felt a surge of tenderness in his heart, and couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead. Marrying Zhao Qingyue and Chun Yue in succession not only allowed him to enjoy the blessings of having 2 women, but the system also brought him enormous benefits. Although both of them had low-grade yellow-level martial arts talent, thanks to their outstanding good looks, the system ultimately rated them both as high-grade yellow level. Marrying twice boosted the activation progress of his fertility physique to 6%. Just as he expected, his progress steadily increased by 1% for each wife he married who was approved by the system. What surprised him even more was the improvement in his martial arts talent. The feedback from his 2 wives who had given him the highest yellow rank ratings allowed his martial arts talent to finally cross that threshold, advancing from the highest yellow rank to the highest yellow rank. Moreover, the experience bar has increased by 5%, which means that we are one step closer to the next major level, Mystic level. The accompanying Yin-Yang Harmony exercise also saw a surge in popularity. Upgrading from a superior yellow grade product to a top grade yellow grade product will undoubtedly enhance the effects and energy transfer efficiency during dual cultivation. The only thing that surprised Lin Yun was that the system did not reward him with qi and blood pills for these 2 marriages. He thought about it for a moment, and then he understood. Marrying a bride of the yellow rank, high grade, level, even if the reward is a tier 1 qi and blood pill, it would be of little use to a tier 2 martial artist like him. However, the system's rating criteria may not be high enough to directly reward a tier 2 qi and blood pill. So the system changed its currency, rewarding 5 cosmic crystals each time. This cosmic crystal is a really good thing. Formed from pure cosmic energy, it is a valuable commodity, whether used to assist in cultivation, break through bottlenecks, or as an energy source for certain devices. Although the 10 coins in his hand were of low quality, they were still quite valuable, especially in a small place like Jiangsheng, where they were extremely rare. The beauty in his arms stirred, her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. After the initial confusion faded, she saw Lin Yun standing right in front of her. A sweet smile immediately appeared in Chun Yue's eyes. She lazily reached out her arm, hooked it around his neck, and gave him a light kiss with a morning husky tone and a sense of dependence. "Good morning, my husband." Her voice was soft and languid, carrying the languor of someone who had just finished eating. "Good morning, my Yue." Lin Yun returned her kiss, his eyes full of tenderness. For the next 3 days, Lin Yun was almost completely immersed in the bliss of newlywed bliss. During the day, he accompanied the newlyweds Zhao Qingyue and Chun Yue to familiarize themselves with the manor, chatted and drank tea with the wives, and took a walk in the garden. In the evenings, he enjoys the bliss of having multiple wives, immersing himself in the ultimate pleasure of ascetic practice and the wonderful feeling of steadily improving his cultivation. Martial arts? It certainly wasn't practiced properly on its own. Of course, it can't be said that there was absolutely no training involved. The intense exercise every night is itself the most efficient form of yin-yang harmony gong practice. This kind of cultivation leads to improvement many times faster than simply practicing asceticism. So Lin Yun felt perfectly justified in indulging himself for a few days. Morning at the restaurant. The sun was shining brightly, and a beautifully prepared breakfast was laid out on the long table. The people took their seats one after another. The 2 new brides, Zhao Qingyue and Chun Yue, still had a lingering blush on their faces and a hint of languid charm from being newlyweds. Her eyes occasionally met Lin Yun's, but she would quickly look away like a startled deer, her ears turning slightly red. They were clearly not fully recovered from the sweet, yet tiring, adjustment period of the past few days. In contrast, Su Yingxue and her 3 seniors appeared much more composed. They dined elegantly while chatting and laughing in hushed tones. Occasionally, he would tease the 2 shy new girls, making their cheeks blush even more. "Husband," Su Yingxue said, swallowing a mouthful of porridge. "After we finish breakfast, shall we go find Sister Wenyan? You haven't bothered Sister Wenyan in ages." Lin Yun suddenly realized, "Yes, I've been so busy these past 2 weeks that I haven't seen Sister Wenyan much." Thinking about it carefully, ever since Wenyan returned from outside and attended the wedding, he had disappeared again, busy with getting married, and yes, we have indeed neglected this proud and arrogant guardian. After dinner, in front of the detached house where Wenyan lives, Lin Yun stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Sister Wenyan, are you there? We come to see you." It was completely silent inside. There was no response whatsoever. Lin Yun knocked a few more times, but there was still no response. Su Yingxue stepped forward, her voice sweet. "Sister Wenyan, it's me. Yingxue, can you open the door? We brought you some delicious snacks." There was still no response. Finally, Lin Qinshi was pushed forward. The little girl was a little embarrassed, but she still knocked gently on the door and said in a soft voice, "Sister Wenyan, it's me, Qinshi. We've all come to see you." This time, there was finally some movement coming from inside the door. A moment later, the door was suddenly pulled open. Wenyan, dressed in a neat white training uniform, leaned against the door frame with his arms crossed. His face was expressionless. His gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Lin Yun, and his tone was chilling. "Oh, isn't this our busy, newlywed young master of the Lin family? Why have you deigned to grace my humble temple with your presence today? This vinegar is so strong, it's practically good for pickling vegetables." Lin Yun touched his nose, just about to lean in and say something nice. Su Yingxue had already taken the lead, rushing over like a little butterfly and taking Wenyan's arm. "Sister Wenyan, you're practically oozing jealousy. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wenyan's face flushed red instantly, both ashamed and annoyed. He slapped Lin Yun away as he tried to approach. With his other hand, he unceremoniously pinched Su Yingxue's soft cheeks on both sides and gently pulled them outwards. "You're asking for a beating. How dare you make fun of your sister, Wenyan? Ouch! Ouch! Husband, help me!" Su Yingxue mimicked a scream, but her eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. Lin Yun wanted to help, but Wenyan's glare froze him in place. After a round of laughter and commotion, Wenyan finally calmed down a bit and stepped aside to let everyone into the house. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue followed behind, watching Wenyan, who had shed her aloofness and was now throwing a tantrum like a little girl. "I have a new understanding of this guardian deity of the Lin family. So even someone as powerful as Senior Wenyan has such, well, cute side?" Shen Yuqing walked beside them, smiling. "See, I told you so. Sister Wenyan is actually very easy to get along with. It's just that sometimes she's a bit hypocritical." Chapter 77. If my husband takes the initiative next time, maybe I'll be able to hug Sister Wenyan. Wenyan's room was simply yet stylishly decorated, filled with a faint, cool fragrance. She deliberately avoided sitting with Lin Yun and Su Yingxue and angrily sat down on a single sofa. Lin Qinshi and Wu Qingya sensibly sat down on either side of her and kept her company. The entire morning was spent in this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere of playful banter. The group chatted idly about all sorts of things, occasionally making a few jokes about Wenyan and Lin Yun. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue also became familiar with Wenyan in a relaxed atmosphere, no longer as reserved as they were at the beginning. In the afternoon, in the practice room, normal gravity indoor environment, double gravity environment. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue sat down, their faces showing nervousness and anticipation. After several days of intimate dual cultivation with Lin Yun, they benefited greatly from the miraculous effects of the yin-yang harmony technique. His qi and blood values had already surpassed the 100-point threshold, reaching the standard for aspiring to become a martial artist. Today marks a crucial step for them as they formally embark on their martial arts journey. Lin Yun stood before them, his expression serious and earnest. "Relax your mind and carefully feel the energy flow path I guide you through. Remember, The essence of the five hearts facing heaven method lies in simultaneously connecting the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head, these five hearts, to maximize the absorption of cosmic energy. He patiently explained and personally guided the two of them through the process. With the aid of twice the gravity, the convergence of cosmic energy becomes even more pronounced. With Lin Yun's careful guidance and their own accumulated knowledge, the two successfully completed the first full cycle of the five hearts towards heaven method. The immense cosmic energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, washes over and transforms their bodies. The origin of life began its first leap. Half an hour later, when the two opened their eyes again, their eyes gleamed with a sharp light. His temperament had undergone a subtle change, and an energy field was faintly surrounding him. He's become a first-tier martial artist. I really became a martial artist? Chun Yue looked at her hands in disbelief, feeling an unprecedented sense of power within her body. Zhao Qingyue's eyes also reddened with excitement, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, we did it. The dream of becoming a martial artist was realized so quickly in the Lin family, something they never dared to imagine before. The two wept with joy. Lin Yun looked at them with a smile, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. His wives became more and more powerful, and the family became more and more stable. After a short rest and testing, both of them had just entered the first level, and their punching power had reached more than 5,000 kilograms. Zhao Qingyue almost reached 6,000 kilograms, making her significantly stronger than ordinary people who had just broken through. Lin Yun instructed them to first undergo acclimatization training with Lin Qianxi and the others. He then walked toward the top-of-the-line gravity chamber, where the maximum gravity could reach 100 times the normal level. I opened the door and went inside. Wen Yin was there. She sat cross-legged in the center, surrounded by a faint halo of light, and was cultivating. 100 times the force of gravity is nothing more than a drizzle to Lin Yun now. For Wen Yin, it was a piece of cake. If it weren't for the fact that the energy gathering speed here was indeed faster, she wouldn't have bothered using it. Hearing the noise, Wen Yin opened her eyes, saw that it was Lin Yun, snorted, and then closed her eyes again. Lin Yun didn't mind. He walked over and took out 3 crystals from his pocket that shimmered with a soft light and seemed to have nebulae flowing inside. It was a low-grade cosmic crystal, which was stuffed into Wen Yan's hand. Wen Yan immediately sensed the immense and pure energy contained within the cosmic crystal and opened his eyes in surprise. Cosmic crystal? These things are quite rare. Where did you get one? She had barely uttered the words when she immediately straightened her face and turned her head to the side. Never mind, you don't have to say it. She recalled Lin Yun's mysterious mentor and the sacred body of fertility, realizing that this kid had quite a few secrets. Lin Yun chuckled and leaned closer. What can I say to Sister Wen Yin? This was given to me by my elusive and secretive master. It was a congratulatory gift given to me to say that I had successfully married. He now speaks these half-truths and half-lies as naturally and fluently as breathing. The existence of the system cannot be explained, so this is the only way to let those closest to us know some reasonable sources. Wen Yin gently stroked the cool cosmic crystal, feeling its pure energy, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. At least you have some conscience, to think of me when there's something good. This cosmic crystal is of great benefit to her in stabilizing her third-order realm and even in breaking through to a higher level. Then, as if remembering something, she raised her eyebrows and glared at Lin Yun. Wait a minute. Why didn't you tell me about this sacred body of fertility right away? Lin Yun looked aggrieved. Sister Wen Yin, I'm innocent. After I learned about my special physical condition, didn't I immediately rush to you to tell you that I also wanted to marry you? Who knew that not only would you not agree, Sister Wen Yin, you would also throw me out? He then put on a pitiful expression at the opportune moment. Wen Yin choked, recalling the scene where she was so ashamed and angry, flustered and confused, that she threw the guy out the door. My cheeks felt slightly warm, and my voice unconsciously softened a little. This can't be the same. Can't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush and be so ambiguous? Otherwise, why else would I throw you out? It's not too late to make things clear now. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Seeing that Wen Yan's attitude had softened, he immediately seized the opportunity and opened his arms to pull her into his embrace. Sister Wen Yin, actually bang. Before he could finish speaking, he received a solid, not too light, but not too heavy, flick on the head. Dream on. Wenyan blushed and withdrew her hand, straightened her training clothes, and resumed her proud and calm demeanor. An agreement is an agreement. We'll talk about it again, when you could defeat me fair and square. Now, get out and don't disturb my cultivation. Lin Yun covered the spot where she had been hit, looking at Wenyan, who was clearly shy but was trying to appear calm. Feeling both amused and touched, and knowing that there was no time to rush, I left the gravity chamber. Rest area. Su Yingxue and her 3 companions, along with Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue, who had just broken through and were still excited, were sitting together drinking water and resting. Seeing Lin Yun walking out of the top-level gravity chamber with his head covered, looking helpless yet smiling. The women were taken aback at first, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. My husband got hit on the head by Sister Wenyan again. Su Yingxue laughed the loudest. I always knew Sister Wenyan was being hypocritical. She clearly cared about my husband, but she wouldn't admit it. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, Sister Wenyan has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Accepting the cosmic crystal means she's not really angry. Wu Qingya nodded. Next time, if my husband takes the initiative a little more, maybe he'll be able to hug Sister Wenyan. Lin Qinshi blushed and added, I think Sister Wenyan will agree to marry him soon, and then we'll have another good sister. Zhao Qingyue and her companion watched as their sisters teased Lin Yun without restraint. Lin Yun just scratched his head and smiled wryly, showing no semblance of family head authority, but he couldn't help but laugh along. This relaxed, harmonious, and loving family atmosphere filled them with warmth. Chapter 78: Childbirth, Conception, and Childbirth. Days passed by in warmth and busyness, and the Lin family manor was always surrounded by an atmosphere of happiness. Lin Yun's days are very fulfilling. Cultivation, dual cultivation, spending time with family, and occasionally interacting with Wenyan. 2 weeks later, inside the medical area of the Lin family manor, the loud cries of newborns rang out once again. Shen Yuqing successfully gave birth to a healthy baby boy, and both mother and child are safe and sound. The little guy is chubby-cheeked and has a loud cry. He seemed exceptionally energetic from birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having offspring. Reward: 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your offspring's martial arts talent is rated as high-grade yellow. Reward: 20 low-grade universe crystals. The system notification sounded on time. Lin Yun was overjoyed. He gently comforted Shen Yuqing, who looked a little tired but had a happy expression on her face while checking the rewards. Yuqing, you've worked hard. Our child is very talented. Lin Yun held her hand and said softly. Shen Yuqing looked at her son in his swaddling clothes, her eyes filled with unwavering tenderness. As long as he is healthy and safe, that's all that matters. Husband, let's name the baby. Lin Yun thought for a moment and then smiled and said, he has Feng and Wan above him. This kid looks very energetic. So how about we name him Lin Hu? His nickname is Huzi. Lin Hu. Huzi. Shen Yuqing repeated it twice, revealing a gentle smile. Good, just like my husband, full of energy. After comforting his wife and children, Lin Yun accepted the reward. 10 years of martial arts training insights flooded his mind instantly, merging with his previous 20 years of insights, bringing his total martial arts experience to 30 years. With a wealth of experience accumulated, my understanding of martial arts has reached a whole new depth. The most direct changes are reflected in combat techniques. The 2 top-grade yellow-level combat skills, Thousand Shadow Steps and Surprising Shadow, were originally at the Great Completion stage and had already touched the edge of perfection. Under the influence of this profound understanding, it was a natural progression that he broke through to the perfect realm. When the Thousand Shadow Steps is fully executed, the user's movements become ghostly, instantly creating nearly 100 afterimages that are difficult to distinguish from the real ones. The perfect fleeting glimpse is like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan, its speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness reaching the extreme, amplifying its power. As for the secret technique, blood and chi boiling. Although he was somewhat moved, he seemed to be far from perfection, still stuck at the Great Completion level, only able to unleash 1.6 times his strength. Lin Yun was not in a hurry, knowing that he couldn't bite off more than he could chew, and that the perfect level of combat skills was enough for him to digest for a while. For the next 2 weeks, Lin Yun continued to work diligently, engaging in deep cultivation with his wives every night, which was beneficial to both body and mind. However, this may be a side effect of the leap in life level brought about by the improvement of a martial artist cultivation. None of the three women, Lin Qianxi, Zhao Qingwei, and Chun Yue, managed to conceive. Even though Lin Yun possesses this sacred body of fertility, his probability of conceiving is far higher than that of ordinary people. However, when facing the body of a first-level martial artist, the efficiency is significantly reduced. For a first-level martial artist to conceive, it is much more difficult than for an ordinary person, requiring more effort and opportunity. Moreover, Lin Yun himself is a second-tier martial artist, making it even more difficult. Lin Yun wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he comforted his somewhat anxious and disappointed wives. No rush. We have plenty of time. Having a child is a matter of fate. It can't be forced. Besides, I'm happy to cultivate with my wives like this. The nightly cultivation process itself is a wonderful thing that enhances feelings and self-cultivation. Whether or not one has children, one is happy. So he continued to cultivate with great enthusiasm. Before long, the good news finally arrived. Ding! Spouse Chun Yue has been detected as pregnant. Due date, 298 days from now. The first to share good news was Chun Yue, who has a cheerful and proactive personality. Upon learning she was pregnant, she excitedly hugged Lin Yun, laughing and jumping like a child. Lin Yun was overjoyed and felt even more affection for the girl who had been the first to boldly confess her feelings to him. Another month has passed. Lin Qianxi and Zhao Qingyue remained silent. But another piece of good news followed. When Wu Qingyao reached her due date, she gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. The baby girl had a clear, melodious cry, and her features resembled her mother's. She was lovely and charming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having offspring. Reward: 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your offspring's martial arts talent is rated as high-grade yellow. Reward: 20 low-grade universe crystals. The system reward has been credited to your account again. Looking at the fragile little life in his arms, Lin Yun was filled with emotion. The miraculous power of the holy body in giving birth was revealed once again. Offspring will not only avoid the regression to the mean of talent, but will also inherit 100% of the best genetic traits from both parents, giving them a significant head start over ordinary people. Whether it's Lin Feng, Lin Wanner, Lin Hu, or this newly born little princess, all of them possess top-grade yellow-level talent, and their future is promising. Lin Yun named her youngest daughter Lin Wei in memory of her mother's elegant and refined temperament. Her nickname is Wei Wei. After receiving this 10-year martial arts training experience, the final bottleneck in blood and qi boiling has finally been broken. Secret technique: blood qi boiling level advancement. Great success, perfection. These days, Lin Yun has not taken any more pills. However, with the pure energy absorbed and transformed during his nightly dual cultivation with his wives and the assistance of the cosmic crystals at hand, he was able to cultivate effectively. His cultivation level steadily improved, and he finally entered the mid-stage of the second tier naturally. The perfect state of blood and qi boiling. Once activated, its power can double. This means that Lin Yun's normal punching power is currently at the mid-stage of the second tier. However, if one were to unleash the full power of blood boiling, one could instantly possess power approaching that of the late second stage. Challenging opponents who are at a slightly higher level is no longer a fantasy for him. It has been almost 3 months since I last took the second-tier qi and blood pill. With his cultivation stable, his talent enhanced, and his secret techniques perfected, Lin Yun felt it was time to once again rely on the power of elixirs to break through to a higher level. He had never dared to take a second-tier qi and blood pill during dual cultivation. One reason is that their own cultivation and talent are insufficient, and they are afraid that the absorption efficiency will be too low, wasting the medicinal power. He was even more worried that if he were to transfer the violent medicinal power, which he couldn't absorb, to his wives through dual cultivation, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, and it would damage their foundations instead. Now, the time is ripe. A mid-stage second-tier physique, top-grade yellow-level martial arts talent, and the yin-yang harmony technique. This gives him enough confidence to control the effects of the medication and to safely share it with his wives. At night, the master bedroom was dimly lit. Lin Yun took out a second-tier qi and blood pill that was entirely blood red and radiated powerful energy fluctuations and swallowed it under the expectant gazes of his wives. The elixir entered the stomach and transformed into a scalding torrent. Lin Yun immediately activated his cultivation technique, and at the same time, the yin-yang harmony technique automatically ran, constructing a vast and intricate energy network with his 6 wives. Su Yingxue, Chen Yue, and Wu Qingya engaged in gentle cultivation, while Lin Qianxi, Zhao Qingyue, and Xin Yuqing went all out. Chapter 79 Battle with Wen Yin. The medicinal effects were efficiently absorbed and transformed within Lin Yun's body. The excess, refined portion is then gently and continuously transmitted to the wives through a mysterious dual cultivation channel. A night of ascetic practice. As dawn broke, Lin Yun slowly finished his practice, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Feeling the surging power within him, he went to the training room to test it. Punching power, approximately 236,000 kilograms, compared to the previous benchmark of approximately 160,000 kilograms in the second stage. This single pill, combined with dual cultivation, increased his punching power by approximately 75,000 kilograms, far exceeding expectations. We are not far from the threshold of 320,000 kilograms in the late stage of the second phase. The wives also reaped considerable benefits, although their improvement was not as dramatic as Lin Yun's. But the accumulation was much faster than the usual simple dual cultivation, and each of them was radiant and full of energy. What surprised Lin Yun the most was that the deep dual cultivation and energy sharing that night seemed to have created excellent conditions. The following night, Lin Qianxi and Zhao Qingyue brought good news one after another. They were both pregnant. The series of happy events immersed the entire Lin family in joy. A few days later, Lin Yun consolidated his soaring cultivation level and became familiar with the sense of control over the power brought by perfected combat techniques and secret methods. A thought grew stronger in his mind to challenge Wen Yin. He wanted to know just how big the gap was between himself and a third-tier martial artist. When Lin Yun challenged Wen Yin surprisingly agreed without hesitation. A glint of excitement, as if saying, "I've been waiting for you for so long," even flashed in his eyes. Zhao Qingyue, who had just become pregnant, radiated a gentle maternal glow. Looking at Wen Yan's smile, which subtly carried a hint of murderous intent, he whispered to Chen Yue beside him, "I have a feeling my husband is going to suffer this time." Sister Wen Yin seems very excited. Chen Yue nodded in deep agreement. The two were too powerful. The energy shield in the training room simply couldn't withstand them. Therefore, the competition venue was chosen to be a secluded and open valley behind the Lin family's mountain. The women, not wanting to be outdone, followed at a safe distance and found a high vantage point to watch the battle. In the valley, the two stood facing each other. "Kid, are you ready? Don't accuse me of bullying the weak." Wen Yin crossed her arms, dressed in a smart and stylish outfit, looking dashing and with a half-smile playing on her lips. "Sister Wen Yin, please give me your guidance." Lin Yun clasped his hands in a fist salute, his eyes sharp, his fighting spirit rising. He took a deep breath, and his blood and energy surged instantly. Blood and qi boiling. Perfect realm. Open. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Yun, instantly doubling his strength. The ground beneath his feet was slightly cracked. "Oh, that's interesting." A hint of surprise flashed in Wen Yan's eyes, but it quickly turned into even greater interest. The competition begins. Lin Yun took the lead. With the perfect execution of 1,000 shadow steps, his figure instantly transformed into dozens of afterimages, attacking Wen Yin from all directions. At the same time, the sword light flashed like a startled swan, piercing straight for the vital point. Extremely fast. However, the difference between a third-tier martial artist and a second-tier martial artist is an overwhelming one in every aspect. Wen Yin didn't even use much of his movement technique. With a seemingly casual turn, step, and raise of his hand, he precisely passed through the afterimages. With a flick of his fingertips, he deflected Lin Yun's sharp sword. Her movements seemed slow, Yet she always managed to deflect Lin Yun's fiercest attacks with minimal effort at the last second. The speed is acceptable, but the anticipation is terrible. Insufficient power, disperse. A weakness. On the left, Wang Yin handled the situation with ease while also offering verbal guidance, each word pointing directly to the flaws in Lin Yun's moves. Lin Yun pushed his combat skills and secret techniques to their limits. Its strength, speed, and skills far surpass those of ordinary late-stage second-tier martial artists, and it can even threaten some weaker, fully-fledged second-tier martial artists. However, they still seem to be at a disadvantage against Wang Yin, a third-tier martial artist with a solid foundation and rich combat experience. Basically, they were completely suppressed and utterly defeated. His prized afterimage was rendered useless by Wang Yan's powerful perception. His incredibly swift swordplay was always interrupted by Wang Yan's quick and decisive attacks. He blasted at it with double the force, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, being deflected or bounced off by Wang Yan in a more ingenious way. Bang! Thump! Ouch! The sounds of fists and feet striking flesh and Lin Yun's occasional muffled groans could be heard from time to time in the valley. Wang Yin was very measured in her actions, avoiding causing any real serious injury, but the blows were quite effective. The women watched from afar. She saw her husband being educated by Wang Yin like a punching bag. One minute I'm getting flicked on the forehead, the next I'm getting tapped on the shoulder, and then I'm getting kicked in the butt. Although the force wasn't strong, it was still terrifying to watch, and I felt a pang of pity. Sister Wang Yin, did you hit her a little too hard? Lin Qianxi covered her eyes, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. My husband is so pitiful, Wu Qingyao murmured. However, it seems that Sister Wang Yin is really giving her husband serious pointers, guiding him with every move. Shen Yuqing observed more carefully. Su Yingxue sighed. There's nothing we can do. The gap is just too big. But it's good this way. It makes my husband realize the difference, so he'll work harder. Zhao Qingwei and Chun Yue held hands tightly, both worried for Lin Yun. Ultimately, this guidance battle, or rather one-sided beating, ended with the gentle statement, "That's enough for today." Originally, Wang Yin planned to give Lin Yun a good beating until he was completely convinced. But considering that so many people were watching, they decided to let him off the hook. She would only admit to herself that she was saving face for Lin Yun. Lin Yun stood there, panting. His head was covered in little bumps left by Wang Yan's loving taps on the head. His clothes were also somewhat disheveled, making him look rather embarrassed. But there was no discouragement in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with unprecedented seriousness and contemplation. This battle allowed him to truly see the scenery of a higher realm, and also made him realize his many shortcomings. Wang Yin calmly straightened his sleeves. Seeing Lin Yun's miserable state, a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes, but his face remained stern. Not bad, not as weak as I thought. Go back and think about today's fight. Want to marry me? You're still a long way off. After saying that, she moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light and leaving the valley first. The women quickly ran down and surrounded Lin Yun, helping him straighten his clothes and checking for injuries, their faces full of concern. Lin Yun grimaced and touched the bump on his head, looking in the direction Wang Yin had disappeared. He smiled helplessly, but his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Just you wait, Sister Wang Yin. Next time, I'll definitely make you look at me in a new light. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled into the valley, casting a long shadow of Lin Yun as he returned laden with spoils. The road to becoming stronger is never smooth, but with companions and waiting for you, it is full of motivation and hope. Chapter 80: The Passing of Grandfather Lin Jintian. Time flies, and the new year has arrived in the blink of an eye. The north wind brought a chill, and occasionally, fine snowflakes drifted down from the sky. But inside the Lin family manor, it was warm as spring, decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, bustling with activity and filled with an unprecedented liveliness and joy. The New Year's Eve dinner was exceptionally lavish, with a long table filled with people. Lin Yun sat in the main seat, surrounded by 6 beautiful wives. Su Yingshua's pregnant belly is the most obvious. Lin Qianxi, Zhao Qingyue, and Chun Yue, the 3 newly pregnant women, also radiated a gentle maternal glow. Thanks to Lin Yun's continued efforts, Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingyao also received good news again, as they are pregnant again. The children are cared for by a dedicated nanny, and their innocent laughter can be heard from time to time. Although Wen Yin was still awkward, she was persuaded by everyone's enthusiasm to attend the family dinner. She just sat far away from Lin Yun, occasionally glancing disdainfully at the brat surrounded by beautiful women. But the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner satisfaction. Lin Jintian sat in his wheelchair, looking at the scene before him, a house full of children and grandchildren, a picture of joy and harmony. Every wrinkle on her face smoothed out, and her eyes were filled with tears, tears of satisfaction and happiness. He kept playing with his great-grandchildren and seemed to be in better spirits than in previous years. This was the most fulfilling new year of his life. The Lin family had a worthy successor, the family business was thriving, and he had no regrets. The sounds of firecrackers and the dazzling fireworks filled the air as people stayed up late into the night, their laughter and chatter continuing until dawn. This was the most fulfilling and lively new year for the Lin family. However, after reaching its peak, there is always a turning point. Before the festive atmosphere of the new year had completely dissipated, on a cold morning, Grandpa Lin Jintian passed away peacefully in his sleep. He is too old, over 90 years old. He started from scratch in his youth, experienced the ups and downs of the business world, and was even seriously injured in a fight with others. Although he later took great care of himself, he was ultimately not a martial artist, and his physical foundation had already been depleted. After painstakingly building up a vast business empire, his son and daughter-in-law were assassinated by rivals, and his wife, unable to bear the blow, also passed away not long after. The successive blows nearly broke the old man. Over the years, he has devoted himself to bringing in Wen Yin, who was not well known at the time. He avenged his son and daughter-in-law's blood feud, wiped out their entire family, and transformed the Lin family into the richest family in Jiangqing. What sustains him is perhaps his unwavering belief in paving the way for his children and grandchildren. It wasn't until his grandson Lin Yun got it that, over the course of a year, he married several beautiful wives and had many children. He himself grew into a second-tier martial artist at an astonishing speed. Having witnessed firsthand that the Lin family had a worthy successor and had truly established itself, he finally had no regrets and could lay down all his burdens to reunite with his loved ones in another world. Despite his immense grief, Lin Yun personally handled his grandfather's funeral arrangements, sending off the old man who had dedicated his life to the Lin family on his final journey. The funeral was solemn and dignified, and almost all the prominent figures in Jiangqing attended. This is both an expression of respect for Mr. Lin and an observation of the young heir of the Lin family. Grandpa's passing made Lin Yun seem to mature a lot overnight. He was no longer the young master who only needed to enjoy his beautiful wives and concubines and focus on improving his martial arts. Instead, he truly became the pillar of the Lin family and the new head of the family. As soon as old Master Lin left, some people thought that Lin Yun, a mere 20-year-old boy, was easy to bully, and that there seemed to be an opportunity to take advantage of the Lin family, this lucrative family. Especially the Li family, which has recently risen to prominence in Jiangqing and is gaining momentum. They secretly contacted two senior executives within the Lin family who were dissatisfied after being purged by Lin Yun and began to stir, attempting to seize some of the Lin family's assets. They underestimated Lin Yun's determination and his methods. Lin Yun didn't make a big fuss and didn't even have when you make a move. He went to the Li family's house alone on an ordinary afternoon. I chatted with that ambitious head of the Li family for an afternoon. No one knows exactly what they talked about. All people know is that very night, the core members of the Li family packed their valuables and left Jiangcheng quietly, never to return. Overnight, all of the Li family's properties in Jiangcheng were transferred to the Lin family's name. At the same time, the two senior executives within the Lin family, who colluded with the Li family and attempted to work together from within. He also died accidentally within the next few days, with the cause of death being reasonable and leaving no room for suspicion. The heads of the other three major families in Jiangcheng, the Wu, Wang, and Feng families, quickly gathered together. In the secret room, Wu just slammed his fist on the table, filled with righteous indignation. That bastard Lao Li, he's got some nerve, trying to steal my in-laws' business. Don't you even know your own limitations? Robbing the Lin family's property is tantamount to going against my Wu family. Wang Shi slowly took a sip of tea and glanced at him. All right, Lao Wu, Lin Yun isn't here. Who are you trying to fool with this act? Wu De glared at him. Where am I pretending? I am genuinely angry. I'm standing up for my son-in-law. Feng Zhenbong waved his hand, his expression grave. All right, what's there to be angry about? The Li family has been completely wiped out of Jiangcheng. All their businesses have gone to the Lin family. That's the important thing. Tell me, what method did that kid Lin Yun use? How can you get old Li, that cunning old fox who won't act until he sees the benefit, to obediently hand over all his possessions and have his whole family kicked out? Upon hearing this, Wu De immediately perked up, his back ramrod straight. Ha ha ha, need I say more? My son-in-law, Lin Yun, is an exceptional individual. He has the means, the courage, and the strength. Old Li is courting death. He began to boast about how brilliant and resourceful Lin Yun was, how flawless his strategies were, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. After he had finished speaking, Wang Shui put down his teacup and interrupted him. That's enough, Lao Wu. Tell us something practical. What level has Lin Yun's cultivation reached? That's the key. Wu De wanted to continue boasting, but Feng Zhenbong said seriously. Old Wu, Lin Yun can't see or hear you like this. Let's get down to business. Don't forget, we agreed before that the three of us would share intelligence. Don't take the money and then not do the job. We all contributed to your daughter, Qingya's dowry. We each contributed 100 million in real money to the liquid transformation pill that Lin Yun used to break through to the second stage. Wu De, stifled by their words, rubbed his nose sheepishly. I know. Do you think I, Old Wu, am that kind of person? Didn't I tell you all long ago that Lin Yun has the sacred body of fertility? As for his current cultivation level, Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbong immediately moved closer and pricked up their ears. Wu De lowered his voice, a hint of pride in it. Late stage of Tier 2. What? Both of them gasped simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock.